a national-level system for high-tech innovations live streams with national team support. Xuan Nü transmigrates to a parallel world and takes over a dilapidated hardware store, awakening the always-available system. As long as customers dare to ask and can afford it, he can make it. Initially, netizens just wanted to have some fun. Boss, we want to see a kitchen knife that can cut through iron like butter. Xuan Nü. All right, a high-frequency vibrating molecular knife. It cuts even steel bars like tofu. A military enthusiast jokingly challenged. Boss, do you have any paint that can evade radar? I want to paint my drone. Xuan Nü calmly nodded. Yes, just pay extra. When that bucket of futuristic full-band stealth paint appeared in the live stream, rendering the military's radar screens unresponsive, the entire nation was shocked. Then, the whole thing completely collapsed. Air Force boss, the mysterious maiden engine for Project Nansenman. Xuan Nü, there's a spare one in the backyard warehouse. Would you like it? Navy boss, aircraft carrier arresting cables are too expensive. Are you being held hostage? Xuan Nü, take it. Take it. It's just scraps from my clothesline. While the U.S. was still basking in the glory of its F-22, it discovered that a hardware store in China was clearing out its stock of the Luan Bird space carrier. The entire internet went crazy. Why is this hardware store selling only strategic materials? Chapter 1 Landlady blocks the door. Xuan Nü, get out here. 3 months' rent is 24,000 yuan. If you don't pay today, you can pack your bags and get out of here. A piercing roar, accompanied by the violent banging on the door, brutally assaulted the dilapidated Star EC hardware store. The roller shutter door rattled and slammed, as if it would collapse at any moment. Xuan Nü jolted awake from a greasy cot, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Shouldn't he be in the company lab, working 7 days and 7 nights straight on that damned project, finally dying from overwork? Where was he? The pungent smell of machine oil mixed with the metallic rust made him cough. Before him was a space of about 70 or 80 square meters, dimly lit, cluttered, and dilapidated. Outdated screwdrivers and wrenches were scattered on the shelves, rusty steel bars and discarded motors were piled in the corners, and the floor was covered with a thick layer of dust, leaving a clear trail of footprints underfoot. This was a hardware store on the verge of bankruptcy, and in his mind, memories completely foreign to him were flooding in. This world's Xuan Nü, a similarly miserable young man, whose parents had died early, leaving him this half-dead hardware store. He struggled to keep going, but due to mismanagement, he not only failed to make money, but also accumulated a mountain of debt. Outside the door, the landlady, Li Tsuhua, known in the neighborhood as the landlady, continued her tirade. Playing dead, huh? Let me tell you, Xuan Nü, don't think I don't know you're trying to renege on your debts. I'm telling you right now, either pay up or get out. Your rags aren't even enough to pay the rent. Neighbors, come and see. These young people nowadays, owing money and not paying it back, and they think they're right. Li Tsuhua's voice rose 8 octaves, clearly intending to escalate the situation and completely destroy Xuan Nü's social standing. The faint murmurs of neighbors watching the spectacle could be heard from the surrounding area. Sigh, poor Xuan, so young and already running this shop. Poor, paying back debts is a matter of course. Li Tsuhua isn't a charity. 24,000, that's no small sum. Where is he going to get that? An unprecedented sense of despair overwhelmed Xuan Nü. In his previous life, although he was a corporate slave, he was at least a top-notch engineer with $1 million annual salary. But now, he'd transmigrated into a penniless wretch, on the verge of being kicked out. What to do? How could he pay this debt? Selling everything in the shop, he'd be lucky to scrape together 24,000. Bang, bang, bang. The banging on the door grew louder and louder. Li Tsuhua's patience had clearly run out. If you don't open the door, I'm calling the police. I'll accuse you of illegal occupancy. Cold sweat beaded on Xuan Nü's forehead, his heart pounding. Was his very first day in this world going to be a homeless experience? Just as he was driven to the brink of despair, his mind blank, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice rang in his mind like heavenly music. Ding. Host detected to be in a state of extreme despair, survival instinct at its peak. The request fulfilling system is activating. Activation successful. Xuan Nü shuddered, his entire body stiffening. A system? As a seasoned bookworm who had devoured countless online novels, he instantly understood what this meant. He immediately focused his mind, and a pale blue virtual panel, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Request fulfilling system. This system is dedicated to fulfilling all reasonable or unreasonable demands. As long as the client dares to make a request, and as long as the host dares to accept it, there is nothing this system cannot create. Core functions. 1. Task trigger. When a client makes a clear, manufacturable request and pays a deposit, the system will automatically generate a task. 2. Technical support. The system will provide the host with all the blueprints, advanced technologies, and even theoretical knowledge beyond the current level of civilization needed to complete the task. 3. Newbie benefits. Upon detecting first-time activation of the host, a newbie gift pack and 100 points are awarded. Su Yu's breathing instantly became rapid. He could build anything as long as the customer made a request. He could build anything. His heart began to pound, but this time, it wasn't out of fear, but out of unparalleled excitement. In his previous life, he was a top-notch mechanical and materials engineer with maxed-out hands-on skills. His biggest regret was that countless ingenious ideas were limited by the materials and processes available in reality, preventing them from being realized. Now, this system gave him the opportunity to turn all his fantasies into reality. Su Yu, you little bastard. I'm giving you 10 seconds. If you don't come out, I'm really kicking down the door. Li Tsuehua's ultimatum came from outside the door. The surrounding chatter grew louder, and some people even took out their phones to film. Su Yu took a deep breath. His eyes, which had been filled with despair and fear just moments before, were now clear and calm. He straightened his back, the aura of a project chief engineer from his past life subtly returning. A debt of just tens of thousands of yuan? With the system at his fingertips, let alone tens of thousands, even tens of millions, hundreds of millions, were just a matter of time for him. He leisurely straightened his oil-stained t-shirt, as if he were about to attend an important press conference. Then, he walked to the door, and just a second before Li Tsuehua was about to explode, he slammed the dilapidated roller shutter shut with a whoosh. The blinding sunlight streamed in, causing Su Yu to squint slightly. Standing in the doorway was a plump, permed-haired middle-aged woman with her hands on her hips, the landlady, Li Tsuehua. Behind her stood 7 or 8 neighbors who had come to watch the spectacle. Seeing Su Yu finally emerge, Li Tsuehua was about to unleash a torrent of pent-up vile words, but she paused slightly startled, when she saw Su Yu's eyes. This kid, he seems different than usual. The Su Yu of the past, whenever he saw her, was like a mouse before a cat, timid and hesitant, barely able to speak coherently. But the Su Yu before her stood ramrod straight, his eyes calm as a deep pool, even carrying a hint of composure she couldn't decipher. What are you looking at? Where's the money? Li Tsuehua felt a chill run down her spine from his gaze and immediately raised her voice, trying to intimidate him with her imposing manner. A smile played on Su Yu's lips. He didn't argue, but calmly looked at Li Tsuehua and clearly stated, Aunt Li, as you know, my shop is indeed facing difficulties right now. Nonsense. I don't want to hear that. I'm just asking you, where's the money? Li Tsuehua impatiently interrupted him. Don't rush. Su Yu raised his hand, his voice not loud, but possessing a power that involuntarily silenced everyone. What I mean is, I really can't come up with it today. These words immediately caused an uproar among those around him. Hey, this kid's pretty arrogant. He's broke, but still so cocky. Li Tsuehua's face instantly turned a deep shade of liver. Pointing at Su Yu's nose, she yelled, You're planning to be a scoundrel, aren't you? Fine. I'll call someone to clear your things right now. As she spoke, she actually pulled out her phone. However, Su Yu's next words made her freeze in midair. But, please give me 3 more days. Su Yu held up 3 fingers, his eyes meeting Li Tsuehua's without flinching. After 3 days, I'll pay you 3 months' rent, 24,000 yuan, in full, plus 1,000 yuan in interest, as compensation for the time I've taken up these past few days. A total of 25,000 yuan. The entire street fell silent. Everyone stared at Su Yu as if he were a fool. Has this kid been driven mad? Is he starting to talk nonsense? Li Tsuehua was also stunned. She stared intently at Su Yu, trying to find a trace of guilt or a lie on his face. But no, Su Yu's expression was terrifyingly calm. His certainty and confidence didn't seem feigned. You're serious? Li Tsuehua asked, still somewhat doubtful. Of course, Su Yu smiled faintly. Su Yu, keep my word. Li Tsuehua's mind raced. 3 days wasn't a long time for her. If this kid couldn't produce the money after 3 days, his words today would only make him look worse, giving her a more valid reason to clear the place out. But what if he really could produce the money? That would be an extra 1,000 yuan. The risk was low, the reward tempting. Fine. Li Tsuehua gritted her teeth, putting her phone away. I'll trust you one last time. 3 days. Just 3 days. I'll be back to collect the money at this time in 3 days. If you can't come up with a single penny by then, humph, don't blame me, Li Tsuehua, for turning my back on you and all that trash, throwing you and all of you out into the street. With that, she glared fiercely at Su Yu, swaying her plump waist, and turned to leave amidst the bewildered gazes of the neighbors. Watching Li Tsuehua's retreating figure, Su Yu's smile deepened. 3 days was enough. He turned around and, amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, slowly pulled down the roller shutter. Whoosh! The light was cut off, and the small shop was plunged into darkness again. Suyu leaned against the door, letting out a long sigh of relief. He had finally managed to temporarily pass the first hurdle. Next, he needed to figure out how to earn 25,000 yuan within these 3 days. System, he silently chanted. Open the newbie gift pack. Ding. Newbie gift pack unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have obtained molecular level cutting technology, civilian cut version. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the manufacturing blueprint for universal alloy melting table, beginner. Congratulations, host, you have obtained high-precision machine tool operation experience pack, master level. Seeing the 3 messages pop up on his retina, Suyu's eyes lit up instantly. Molecular level cutting technology? Isn't this the kind of high-tech gadgets from science fiction movies? What he needs now is a customer who can get him to activate the system. But look at this rundown shop, not to mention customers. Even ghosts wouldn't bother with it. Where can he find his first sucker? Suyu looked around, his gaze finally landing on the old phone he used for live-streaming games in the corner. In this day and age, what's faster money-making than the internet? He had an idea. Since nobody's coming offline, he'll go online. Start a live stream. Chapter 2. A joke for the entire network? Do you dare to take a gamble? As night descended and the lights began to shimmer, the bustling commercial street resonated with lively chatter. In stark contrast, the Starcy hardware store, tucked away in a corner, presented a different scene. Suyu spent the entire afternoon tidying up the store, finally clearing a small space suitable for visibility. He set up an old mobile phone, its screen marred with cracks, and logged into the country's largest live streaming platform, Shark Live. The account, inherited from its previous owner, bore the name Starcy Hardware Store, with a meager follower count of 28. Observing this disheartening figure, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. However, he reassured himself that starting from scratch could be invigorating. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the button to commence the live broadcast. As the stream began, the screen revealed Suyu's youthful yet slightly fatigued visage, set against the modest backdrop of his hardware store. Online viewers. 1. That solitary viewer was none other than himself. Unfazed, Suyu addressed the camera. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Starcy Hardware Store live stream. Here, we not only repair various household appliances, but also offer unique custom services. 10 minutes passed. Online viewers. 3. A comment leisurely drifted by. What does the host do? The background looks shabby. Another 10 minutes elapsed. Online viewers. 5. Another comment appeared. New host? The young man is quite handsome, but he's chosen the wrong path. Who watches this kind of live stream these days? Viewership fluctuated, never surpassing single digits. Suyu furrowed his brow, realizing this approach was futile. 3 days were all he could afford. He needed to introduce something sensational, take a risk, and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen, altering the title of the live stream. Starcy Hardware Store. Not only can we repair appliances, but for the right price, we can create anything. If we can't, I'll eat my hat upside down. As expected, the comments began to multiply. What? Did I read that correctly? You can create anything? You have quite the bravado. 666. Another one trying to con free food. Host, I'll give you $1 billion. Can you conjure up a girlfriend? Ha ha ha. My friend upstairs, you'll make me die laughing. The host must have drunk fake liquor to say such nonsense. Is this a scam? Just another ploy to draw attention? Brothers, let us report this. Undeterred by the barrage of mockery and skepticism, Suyu's expression remained unchanged. This was precisely the reaction he sought. He was not afraid of insults. He feared indifference. Clearing his throat, he addressed the camera. I am not spouting nonsense, nor have I consumed counterfeit liquor. If I say I can create, then I can indeed create, provided you dare to make a request and can afford the price. His composure only heightened the interest of the online audience. Oh, quite bold. Then let me ask you something practical. Can you create a kitchen knife? An EUV lithography machine? If you can, I'll use my head as a soccer ball. Exactly. Stop boasting. What can you really create? Oh wait, this hardware store probably can only make a hammer. Let us disperse. P.S. Just a clown seeking attention. Just as the atmosphere in the live stream soured and most were preparing to exit, a unique comment, laden with intensity, surged to the forefront. The commenter, using the ID Violent Aesthetics, posed a direct question. Host, disregarding their talk about lithography machines and aircraft carriers, can you make a kitchen knife? Suyu's eyes lit up upon reading this comment. He promptly replied, of course. What kind of kitchen knife do you desire? Violent Aesthetics seemed taken aback by the immediate response. After a brief silence, he swiftly typed out a message filled with frustration from previous disappointments. I want a genuine divine knife. I am a Chinese chef, and I handle a large volume of bones daily. Those so-called bone-cutting knives on the market, imported from Germany or made of high-carbon steel, are all garbage. They dull within days. Sharpening them gives me a workout. My requirements are simple. First, it must be sharp enough to slice hair. Second, it must be sturdy enough to cut through pig and beef bones without dulling or chipping. Third, and most importantly, it should never need sharpening. I hope it remains sharp forever. The moment this message appeared, the live stream fell into silence, only to erupt into a cacophony of laughter. Ha ha ha, this guy is something else. A knife that never needs sharpening? Is it a perpetual motion machine? Such demands are beyond even celestial beings. They defy the laws of physics, my friend. Host, let us see how you respond now. All eyes turned to Xuan, eager to witness his potential embarrassment. Violent Aesthetics issued an ultimatum. Host, just tell me, can you make this knife? If you can't, admit you were just boasting and apologize for wasting our time. Amid the overwhelming pressure and the challenge from Violent Aesthetics, a confident smile gradually emerged on Xuan's face. This request might seem absurd to others, but to him, it was merely an easy task. The molecular-level cutting technology from the System-S beginner package, civilian version, was tailor-made for this purpose. Gazing into the camera, his eyes sparkled with determination as he subtly raised the corners of his mouth, speaking with unwavering conviction. I accept this order. Boom. The live stream erupted with astonishment. What? He actually accepted? Insane. This host must be out of his mind. Today, I've witnessed something new. One dares to propose, and another dares to accept. Violent Aesthetics was stunned. He had merely intended to vent his frustrations and expose a boastful host, yet the latter had accepted his challenge. He felt his intellect had been insulted, and his anger surged. All right, you've got guts. Everyone in the live stream is watching. If you can't deliver, let us see how you survive online after this. Xuan ignored the torrent of comments, focused solely on resolving this matter swiftly. Since he had accepted the order, he needed to follow through with the process. Calmly, he stated, now, let us discuss the price. Chapter 3. A 5,000 yuan kitchen knife? Are you insane? Upon hearing the word price, all viewers in the live stream perked up. The mocking comments significantly dwindled as curiosity filled the air. How much would this outlandishly praised divine kitchen knife, from this audacious host, actually cost? Haha, I bet it's 500. After all, boasting comes at no cost. 500? Who do you think you're looking down on? It must be 888 for good luck. You're all thinking too small. I guess it will be 1,000. After all, it's all just a scam. Better to inflate the price to seem more legitimate. The chef, Violent Aesthetics, sneered and typed, go ahead, tell me how much you want. A few hundred, I can afford that. Just consider it a lesson. And let everyone see how a scammer operates. His words dripped with disdain, clearly regarding Xuan as a low-level con artist looking to make a quick buck and vanish. Xuan regarded the comments on the screen with a composed expression, just as everyone anticipated him to quote a price in the hundreds or thousands. The system's prompt echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Detected customer S explicit demand. Create a kitchen knife that requires no sharpening, capable of cutting through bones without dulling. Task triggered. Research and manufacture a high-frequency vibrating molecular knife, civilian version. Calculating costs. Material costs. High-strength manganese steel, micro-piezoelectric ceramics, energy storage chips. Superconducting coils totaling 1,988 yuan. Technical patent fee, system charge 1,000 yuan. Recommended retail price, no less than 5,000 yuan. Task reward, 200 system points. Unlocking material analyzer blueprint. Observing the costs and suggested prices presented by the system, Xuan felt a sense of understanding. Indeed, advanced technology does not come cheap. Just the unfamiliar names of materials indicated that this knife was anything but ordinary. He raised his head, meeting the gaze of over 300 viewers in the live stream. Slowly extending a hand. 5 fingers? 500? No, he had just mentioned a few hundred. Could it be 5,000? When this speculation was voiced in the comments, everyone found it absurd. However, Xuan's next statement confirmed this most ludicrous guess. He looked into the camera. His tone as casual as if he were at a market purchasing cabbage. A deposit of 2,000, with a final payment of 3,000, totaling 5,000. 3 days later, the product would be inspected in the live stream. If unsatisfied, the deposit would be fully refunded. The barrage of comments fell into collective silence. A kitchen knife sold for 5,000. This host must be insane. 5,000. Why not just rob a bank? Is your kitchen knife made of gold or encrusted with diamonds? My goodness, I've truly encountered a genius today. Are scammers this brazen now? 5,000 for a kitchen knife. It has shattered my worldview. I'm laughing like a pig. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Record it. Hurry and record it. This is the biggest online scam of the year. Must be preserved as evidence. The moderator of Shark Livestream, along with the cyber police, declared him insane, openly scamming. Hurry, shut him down and arrest him. The user violent aesthetics, filled with rage, trembled with anger. He felt like a clown under a spotlight, toyed with by this host. Xuan. He initially aimed to challenge Xuan, but the latter responded with an extremely insulting price. 5,000 for a knife. Violent aesthetics, enraged yet amused, decided to confront this scammer. Do you think I want to pay? Do you think that if I present 2,000, you can simply block me and run away? Xuan calmly regarded the screen, uttering 2 words, suit yourself. His nonchalant demeanor ignited violent aesthetics fury. Fine. I will let you know what it means to play with fire. 2,000, is it? I will give it to you. I will see how you handle it after receiving the money. How will you explain to the brothers in the live stream? Mark my words. 3 days from now, if you cannot present a knife that satisfies me, be ready for the police to come knocking. With that, amidst the gasps of the viewers, a user with the ID Violent Aesthetics sent a super rocket worth 2,000 yuan to the host, Star C hardware store. The gift effect instantly engulfed the entire screen. Violent Aesthetics sent a Super Rocket X1 in the Star C hardware store livestream. According to platform regulations, the host and the platform would split the earnings 50-50. Thus, the host would receive 1,000 from a 2,000 yuan rocket. To meet the 2,000 deposit, Violent Aesthetics sent 2 rockets. Violent Aesthetics sent a Super Rocket X1 in the Star C hardware store livestream. The 4,000 yuan gift caused Xuan's livestream to surge in popularity, even reaching the top of its category. More unsuspecting viewers flooded in. What is happening? Why is there someone sending rockets in this shabby livestream? Brother, you're late to the show. The host is selling a kitchen knife for 5,000, and the top donor just sent 4,000 as a deposit, waiting for the host to deliver in 3 days. Is it for real? This is exciting. I'll follow for updates. The online viewership skyrocketed from a few hundred to over 1,000 within seconds. Xuan, the instigator, smiled slightly at the notification of 2,000 yuan received on his phone. The plan was working. He disregarded the comments proclaiming that the scammer had received the money and was waiting for the host to be apprehended. Turning to the camera with a smile that incited everyone's ire. The deposit was received. May our collaboration be fruitful. Now, everyone, he paused, casting his gaze over each name that mocked and insulted him on the screen. 3 days from now, at 8 in the evening, right here in this live stream, we shall meet again. With that, before anyone could react, he abruptly ended the live stream. The over 1,000 viewers stared at the pitch-black screen, dumbfounded for several seconds. He actually ended the stream just like that, took the money and ran. Unbelievable. He truly ran away. A scammer. Without a doubt a scammer. Brothers, don't panic. Did you record it? The monk can't run away from the temple. Violent Aesthetics, fuming at the darkened screen, nearly smashed his phone. But he quickly calmed down, editing the recent recording with a highly provocative caption, posting it on his short video account. The title read, "Shocking. Unethical host sells a kitchen knife for 5,000. Top donor angrily sends 4,000 and awaits the police." Meanwhile, at Star C hardware store, Xuan completely ignored the online storm. He turned off his phone and walked towards the backyard workshop strewn with scraps and rust. For him, the true challenge was just beginning. He opened the system panel, where a complex, 3-dimensional blueprint labeled high-frequency vibrating molecular knife floated before him, emanating a faint blue glow. Beside the blueprint, detailed processes and material ratios were laid out clearly. The first step was to refine special manganese steel. Xuan's gaze sharpened with intense focus. The essence of a top engineer from his past life awakened within him. He rummaged through the scrap pile and pulled out a rust-laden steel plate. A confident smile appearing on his lips. The whole world thinks I'm a fraud. Excellent. 3 days from now, let us see what true dimensionality reduction looks like. Chapter 4. The whole internet awaits the host's downfall. Xuan switched off his phone and entered the oil-stained workshop in the backyard. The online tempest was of no concern to him. What he needed to do now was forge all the ridicule he faced into a sharp knife. He dragged out a severely corroded thick steel plate from the scrap pile and tapped it, producing a dull sound. Ding. Material detected. T8 grade high carbon manganese steel, 78 rust, high impurity content, can be purified using the universal alloy melting furnace, suitable for knife production. This will do. Xuan's adherence to the system's blueprint was far more than mere observation. The manufacturing method for the universal alloy melting furnace, beginner, was detailed down to every part's dimensions and wiring. He spent an entire day piecing together an ugly yet precisely structured makeshift melting furnace using an abandoned blower, fire bricks, and some salvaged heating wires. When he powered it on, the core of the melting furnace emitted a low hum as the internal temperature soared. Xuan tossed the rusted steel plate inside. Under the terrifying heat, The steel plate transformed from a dark red to a bright orange, its surface rust and impurities vaporizing amidst a plume of blue smoke. Ultimately, it melted into a pool of pure steel, glowing in orange-red hue. For the next 3 days, Xuyu completely isolated himself from the world. Whenever hunger struck, he nibbled on dry bread. When thirsty, he drank from the tap, and when fatigue overwhelmed him, he would rest for an hour or two on a military cot. All his thoughts were devoted to the creation in his hands. The knowledge from the high-precision machine tool operation experience package, master level, flooded his mind, allowing him to master the antiquated machines in the workshop. What once seemed cumbersome and unwieldy now felt like an extension of his own arm. He secured the purified, cooled steel ingot onto the lathe and activated the machinery. Amidst the piercing sound of friction, his hands deftly maneuvered over the rapidly spinning ingot, metal shavings flying in every direction. Gradually, a knife blank, ergonomically designed and embodying the mechanics of both chopping and slicing, began to take shape in his hands. The most crucial step was the implantation of the core. The civilian version of the molecular-level cutting technology consists of a minuscule piezoelectric ceramic vibrating unit, smaller than a grain of rice, and a miniature energy storage chip. When powered, the ceramic unit generates over 20,000 high-frequency vibrations per second, transmitting these vibrations to the blade, enabling it to simultaneously disrupt molecular structures through both cutting and shattering modes on a microscopic level. This was technology far beyond the current era. Xuyu held his breath as he delicately grasped the tiny chip with tweezers, carefully placing it into the designated slot in the knife handle before connecting it to a superconducting coil as fine as a hair. This process allowed for no margin of error. 3 days later, in the evening, Xuyu set down his tools and gazed at the completed kitchen knife on his workbench. It was entirely black, with an unremarkable design, merely a typical Chinese chef's knife. The blade bore no elaborate patterns, and the handle was crafted from a black polymer, treated with a matte finish for better grip. If thrown into a kitchenware shop at the market, it would be indistinguishable from any other knife. Yet only Xuyu knew of the formidable power concealed beneath its unassuming exterior. Simultaneously, the online uproar surrounding him had reached a fever pitch. The video showcasing the aesthetics of violence had spread over the course of 3 days. Although it hadn't gone viral, it had gained considerable traction in certain entertainment circles. The titles had become increasingly sensationalized. Epic scam. A knife priced at 5,000, and the streamer has been missing for 3 days. Annual clown streamer. The 3-day deadline has arrived. Live capture seen across the internet. On the Shark live streaming platform, countless viewers flooded into the dimly lit stream of Shanghai hardware store, eagerly awaiting Xuyu's fate. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, Xuyu, weary from his exertions, set up his phone and pressed the start button. The moment the screen lit up, the viewer count began to surge wildly. 100, 500, 1,000. Within less than 10 seconds, it surpassed 1,500 and continued to climb. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a breached dam. He's here. He's here. The scammer has started streaming. I've waited 3 days just to see how you'll meet your end today. Where's the knife? The $5,000 knife? If you can't produce it, hurry and do a handstand for some entertainment. The aesthetics of violence have already reported to the police. Streamer, you'd better confess while you still can. As Xuyu observed the torrent of insults and mockery, his expression remained impassive. Just as he was about to speak, the dilapidated roll-up door of the shop was suddenly pounded with a cacophonous sound, more violent than 3 days prior. Xuyu, open the door. Get out here. It was Li Zuihua's voice, brimming with impatience and fury. The audience in the live stream caught wind of the commotion, and the tone of the comments shifted immediately. What is that noise? Is someone at the door demanding payment? The main character has arrived. Now we have a show to watch. Two-front battle for the streamer. Online insults and offline debt collectors. How thrilling. Xuyu furrowed his brow, but before he could rise, a tremendous crash resounded as the already precarious roll-up door was violently yanked open from the outside. Blinding light streamed in, revealing Li Zuihua standing with her hands on her hips, her face a mask of indignation. Behind her loomed 2 burly men, clearly not to be trifled with. Li Zuihua spotted Xuyu seated inside, with his phone poised before him, but she paid him no mind, striding in with purpose, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You little rascal, so you've taken up live streaming? Where's the money? The 3 days are up. 25,000. Now, immediately, hand it over. One of the burly men stepped forward, cracking his knuckles menacingly. The live stream erupted into chaos. No way. This is real-life drama. The streamer is about to get beaten to a pulp on camera. Faced with the aggressive Li Zuihua and her accomplices, and witnessing the gloating comments on his phone screen, Suyu remained eerily calm. He ignored the barrage of comments and the two muscular men entirely. Instead, he stood up and picked up the black kitchen knife from the workbench. He extended the knife toward Li Tsuehua, momentarily stunning her with his action. Looking her in the eye and then glancing at her hulking companions, Suyu spoke. Aunt Li, I assure you, not a single cent will be missing from what I owe you. However, before we settle the payment, may I take a few minutes of your time? Without waiting for her response, he turned and aimed the seemingly ordinary black knife at the live stream camera. Thank you all for your patience. Chapter 5. Is this still a kitchen knife? Suyu's voice was soft, yet managed to momentarily still the raucous atmosphere of the live stream and the hardware store. All eyes were drawn to the black kitchen knife in his hand. It was exceedingly ordinary, black blade, black handle, devoid of any embellishments, lacking even a hint of metallic sheen, resembling nothing more than a piece of black plastic. Is this the legendary knife you speak of? 5,000. Brother, this must be available for $9.09 on some bargain site. The audience erupted in laughter, expecting a dazzling weapon but receiving this instead. What a scam. Refund. Refund. After a brief silence, the comments surged forth in a more vehement wave of derision, drowning the screen. The atmosphere offline was equally charged. Li Tsuehua, ignored by Suyu and confronted with this pitiful object, trembled with rage. Suyu, don't you dare play games with me. You think you can fool me like you do with those online idiots? She shouted. I'm giving you one last chance, money. If you don't produce it, I'll have them demolish your shop today. The two hulking men advanced a step, fists clenched, their joints cracking ominously as they surveyed the shop's wares with malicious intent. The viewers in the live stream were ecstatic, eagerly anticipating the imminent showdown. Here it comes. The real-life brawl is about to begin. The streamer is doomed. Caught in a double bind, no escape. Hurry up, Landlord Andy, don't waste time. Give him a couple of slaps. Yet, under the dual pressure of online and offline confrontation, Suyu's expression remained unchanged. He paid no heed to the comments, instead turning to face Li Tsuehua. Aunt Li, as I said, you won't lose a single cent. His tone was calm, unnervingly so. As for whether this knife is worth 5,000, you will soon find out. With that, he disregarded Li Tsuehua's reaction and walked toward the corner where a pile of scrap lay. Under the gaze of all, he extracted a rusted piece of rebar. As thick as an adult's thumb, used in construction, extremely durable. He secured one end of the rebar in the bench vise, leaving the other end suspended in midair. What on earth is he planning to do? No way. He can't be thinking of using that broken knife to cut through steel rebar, can he? What a ridiculous joke. That knife would shatter into pieces upon contact. I'll bet 5 dimes that the knife will break. I'll wager $1 that neither the knife nor the rebar will sustain damage, but the streamer's wrist will. The comments in the live stream were rife with mockery and disbelief, with everyone viewing this as a poorly executed farce. Li Tsuehua crossed her arms, sneering from the sidelines, eager to see what tricks the impoverished youth might conjure. Suyu, undeterred by the cacophony, steadied the suspended rebar with his left hand and lifted the black kitchen knife with his right. In the entire live broadcast room, over 1,500 pairs of eyes, including those of Li Tsuehua and 2 burly men, were fixated on that knife. Everyone, pay attention, Suyu instructed the camera. As his voice faded, his arms swung down. Contrary to expectations, there was no jarring clang of metal colliding, nor any sparks flying. In fact, there was not a sound at all. Under the astonished gaze of all, Suyu's right hand descended effortlessly. The black kitchen knife sliced through the sturdy rebar as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. A soft clack echoed, the sound of the severed rebar hitting the concrete floor. The world fell silent. The cold smirk on Li Tsuehua's face froze. The burly men behind her halted, their fist clenching, their mouths slightly agape. In the live stream, the barrage of comments that had poured in like a waterfall vanished. The entire screen was cleaner than ever before. 3 seconds passed. After 3 seconds, a solitary question mark floated up from the bottom of the screen. Following that were the second and third, until the entire screen was overwhelmed with a dense array of question marks. Am I seeing things? What just happened? Did my internet lag? How did the image jump, and the rebar just snapped? Suyu remained silent. He merely bent down to retrieve the 2 pieces of rebar. He aligned the cut surface with the phone's camera. Under the lens, the cut was so smooth it could serve as a mirror, even reflecting the contours of the phone's camera. The jagged rebar ceased abruptly at the cut, showing no signs of bending or deformation. This was neither smashed nor broken nor sawed through. This was a clean cut. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! After a brief moment of stunned silence, the live stream erupted into chaos. This can't be real. This must be special effects. I get it. That rebar is made of foam. It's just been painted over. The host is playing a deep game. Yes, it must be a prop. Magic. It's all a trick. Doubts once again flooded the screen, but this time, the mocking tone had vanished, replaced by an incomprehensible shock and absurdity. Li Tsuihua rubbed her eyes, hastily approaching to snatch the half-piece of rebar from Su Yu's hand. It felt cold and heavy. There was no doubt it was steel. She traced her fingers along the cut surface, smooth enough to be somewhat dangerous to the touch. Having lived half her life, she had never witnessed something so outrageous. She pointed at the knife, then at the rebar, struggling to articulate her disbelief. Ignoring her, Su Yu secured the other piece of rebar back in the vise, lifted the black knife, and presented the blade to the camera. The black blade showed no signs of damage whatsoever. There were no nicks, no chips, not even a scratch. The ID violent aesthetics glimmered in the top position. He remained silent throughout, yet everyone knew he was watching. Su Yu's gaze seemed to pierce through the lens, as if he were looking directly at them. Sharp, sturdy, and unscathed. Have your 3 requests been met? As Su Yu's words fell, a golden comment spanned the entire screen from the ID violent aesthetics. I don't believe it. The rebar can be faked. If you can, switch to a different object. Yes, change to something else. I don't believe this knife can cut anything. If you can, cut something harder. It was as if a powder keg had been ignited, and the emotions in the live stream were once again stirred. Su Yu glanced at the barrage of comments, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Wanna see? He turned the camera toward the heavy cast iron vise beside him. The ID violent aesthetics seemed provoked by this action, and another golden comment appeared, filled with a daring intensity. All right, if you can cut the vise, I'll send you the remaining 3,000 right now. Chapter 6. It must be a prop. Su Yu's actions rendered both the barrage of comments and the air in the hardware store thick with tension. He did not point the camera at himself. Instead, it slowly moved to focus on the massive cast iron vise, weighing at least 50 pounds, welded to the edge of the workbench. This object was covered in grease and rust, its jaws marred by years of use, appearing both clumsy and heavy, imbued with industrial strength. Anyone with common sense would know that this was nothing but a hunk of iron. Even with a kitchen knife, one could only leave a mark, let alone cut through it. The golden comment remained suspended at the top of the screen, each word exuding provocation and a reckless gamble. All right, if you can cut the vise, I'll send you the remaining 3,000 right now. In the live stream, voices of doubt and jeers once again dominated the atmosphere. Stop acting. Do you really think we're fools? If that vise can be cut by a kitchen knife, I'll eat my keyboard. This is scripted. It has to be scripted. That vise is definitely made of foam, painted over, just like that rebar. Let's disperse. It's merely a magician's trick, utterly pointless. The tension offline was even more palpable. Li Tsuihua watched Su Yu's actions, feeling as though her intelligence had been insulted. She angrily shouted, "You little bastard. Are you addicted to acting? Performing magic right in front of me? Do you think stalling will make your debts disappear?" The 2 burly men behind her snickered disdainfully, one pointing at the vise and saying to his companion, "If he can cut that thing, I'll call him Dad." Su Yu paid no mind to the chaos around him. He calmly approached the workbench, tapping the vise, producing a dull thud. He addressed the camera and the people in the store, speaking slowly. 6-inch heavy-duty bench vise. Made of HT 200 cast iron. It has high hardness, but is brittle. While striking it with a hammer might cause it to crack. Attempting to cut it with a knife is sheer fantasy. His explanation only solidified the viewer's conviction that this was a scam. Oh, so you know a lot, huh? No wonder you're a professional con artist. You've done your homework. Stop wasting time, cut it. Hurry up. If you can't cut it, you're my grandson. Su Yu ceased his explanations. He raised the black knife. Everyone held their breath at that moment. Whether it was the online audience waiting for a spectacle or Li Tsuihua offline waiting to collect her debts, they all fixed their gaze on his movements. However, Su Yu did not bring the knife down immediately. Instead, he lowered it and turned to drag out a half of an old security door from the corner of the scrap pile. It was a piece of garbage, covered in rust and dust, likely taken from somewhere. What is he doing? Too afraid to cut the vise, so he asked using a scrap door instead? Coward. Su Yu ignored the comments. He propped the security door upright, held it down with his foot, then lifted the black knife, gently gliding it over the most solid part of the lock cylinder on the door. There was no sound. Truly, not a sound at all. Under the astonished gazes, the black kitchen knife sank into the steel plate of the security door as if slicing through tofu. He twisted his wrist, tracing a semicircular path, then withdrew the knife. Clang. A heavy steel plate, complete with the lock cylinder, fell from the door and landed on the ground. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. The live stream fell silent. The expressions on Li Tsuihua and the 2 burly men froze. Is this door also fake? One of the burly men muttered instinctively. Su Yu remained silent, tossing the black knife to the burly man. He fumbled to catch it. The knife felt surprisingly light, with no hint of metal's chill. You try cutting it. Su Yu gestured toward the remaining half of the security door. The robust man was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the knife in his hand, then at Su Yu, and finally, under the urging gaze of Li Zuohua, he mustered his courage and mimicked Su Yu by striking the security door with all his might. Clang! A deafening sound reverberated. The man felt a sharp pain in his palm, and the black knife nearly slipped from his grip. On the security door, only a faint white scratch remained. How could this be? Confusion and terror were etched on his face. In the live stream, the audience, who had been clamoring moments ago, fell into a stunned silence. A few scattered comments floated across the screen. The same knife, the same person, why was the outcome so different? I think I'm beginning to understand. Su Yu reclaimed the black knife from the man's grip, showcasing it to the camera. After that heavy strike, the blade remained utterly unscathed. He didn't glance at anyone else, but turned back to the workbench. The warm-up was over. He spoke calmly, and then, under the gaze of nearly 10,000 viewers, he raised the black knife, aiming it at the seemingly indestructible cast iron vise. Without any preparatory motion, Su Yu's arm descended steadily. Time seemed to slow. Everyone in the live stream, including Li Zuohua and the two robust men, widened their eyes, eager to see how the knife would shatter or how Su Yu would embarrass himself. However, nothing of the sort occurred. There was no resounding clash of metal, no sparks flying, and not even a hint of resistance. The black kitchen knife made contact with the body of the cast iron vise. Then, it simply sank in. Yes, it sank in, like a glowing branding iron dropped into a pile of snow. Silent and serene. The hard, hefty cast iron, emblematic of absolute strength, was as fragile as a piece of foam plastic before the black blade. Su Yu's wrist glided smoothly from top to bottom. Crack! A faint sound of fracture echoed. The cast iron vise was cleanly severed in two. The smooth-cut surface reflected the dim light of the bulb. One half, having lost its connection, slid off the workbench and crashed onto the cement floor with a loud thud. The sound jolted everyone awake. Li Zuohua's facial muscles twitched. She pointed at the half vise on the ground, and then at Su Yu, opening her mouth several times, but failing to utter a single word. The two robust men, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, now looked at Su Yu with fear instead of disdain. They instinctively took a step back, as if the young man before them was not a person, but a monster. And then, after a prolonged 5 seconds of silence in the live stream, it erupted. The comments were no longer a flood, but a tsunami. Oh my God! My eyes! I'm blind. Tell me this isn't real. That was a vise. Cast iron. Just like that, it was cut. This isn't a knife. This must be a laser sword. Divine. I've seen a god today. Host. I kneel before you. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should not have called you a fraud. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed in that instant. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. The heat surged to the top of the rankings. At that moment, an extraordinarily dazzling gift effect covered the entire screen. It was a 5,000 yuan spaceship. Aesthetic Violence has gifted a spaceship X1 in the live stream of the hardware store. The golden glow of the gift had yet to fade when a private message notification began flashing frantically in Su Yu's backend. He opened it to find it was from Aesthetic Violence. The payment has been completed. I'll send you the address via private message. Ship it as fast as possible. Now, Chapter 7. The first pot of gold. That 5,000 yuan spaceship was like a flare, shattering the reason of everyone in the live stream. Those who had been waiting to see Su Yu get beaten or taken away by the police were utterly dumbfounded. They could question Su Yu's skills, could claim he was a magician, but the donations pouring into the backend were undeniably real. The money had been paid in full. In the hardware store, the two originally aggressive men instinctively moved a little farther away from the severed vise. Their gazes towards Su Yu were now filled with a reverential fear, as if they were looking at a monster. Li Zuohua's facial muscles twitched incessantly. She glanced between the smooth, mirror-like cast iron on the ground and the black knife in Su Yu's hand, finally locking her gaze on Su Yu's phone screen. She didn't recognize the spaceship, but she understood the numbers rapidly climbing and the multitude of exclamation marks. This kid, it seemed, had genuinely earned a fortune in such a short time with that battered knife. Su Yu paid no heed to the frantically flashing private message in the backend. He first turned off his phone microphone and then looked up at the still-stunned Li Zuohua. Auntie Li. His voice startled her into a flinch. I can give you a portion of the money right now. Su Yu's tone was remarkably calm as he pulled out his old phone and opened the payment interface. From the 2 rockets donated by Aesthetic Violence, he had netted 2,000 yuan after the platform's cut. The recently gifted spaceship would yield him an additional 2,500. In total, that amounted to 4,500 yuan. Here S 4,005. Su turned his phone screen towards her. I'll transfer this to you as a deposit. The remaining 20,500, I promise to repay within a week. Li Zuihua's eyes darted between Su's phone and the severed vise on the ground. 4,005, although still far from 25,000, was a miracle for a previously impoverished boy who couldn't even produce a single cent. More importantly, she had witnessed the miraculous process unfold. That knife was undoubtedly a treasure. This kid has a knack for making money. Moreover, it's a talent for making substantial sums. Her mind raced. If she forced him out now, the remaining 20,000 would truly vanish. But if she allowed him a few more days, given his current momentum, he might not only raise 20,000, but potentially even 200,000. Cough. Li Zuihua cleared her throat, forcing a difficult smile from her facial muscles. Little Su, why didn't you mention your talent sooner? Auntie Li was just worried you might take a wrong turn. Her swift change of demeanor prompted some viewers in the live stream who were eavesdropping to type out 666. All right, since you're so sincere, Auntie Li will trust you one more time. 1 week. I'll come back in a week. The remaining money must be exact. She glared fiercely at the two robust men still standing in a daze behind her. What are you looking at? Let us go. The two men, as if granted reprieve, hurriedly followed Li Zuihua out. The rolled-up shutter door was still ajar, as if recounting the farce that had just transpired. With the biggest trouble resolved, Su finally let out a sigh of relief. He reopened the microphone. The number of viewers had surpassed 30,000, and the heat was at the top of the rankings. Ding! The task of creating the high-frequency vibration molecular knife has been completed. Customer satisfaction, extremely high. Task rewards distributed, 200 system points. Material analyzer blueprint unlocked. The system's notification rang in his mind, and Su's spirits brightened. He looked into the camera and said calmly, Aesthetic violence, send me your address privately, and I'll package and ship it out right now. After saying that, he prepared to end the stream. But just then, a strikingly red and prominent comment floated across the screen from the ID of aesthetic violence. Host, I don't want the knife anymore. I don't want the 5,000 either. I'll give you another 5,000. Cut something else for me to see. The comment sent the entire room into an uproar. What the hell? Is the top donor going crazy? Saying he doesn't want the knife he just bought for 5,000? And offering another 5,000 for a performance? The world of the wealthy eludes my understanding. Yet I am profoundly taken aback. Su furrowed his brow as he received yet another private message from Violent Aesthetics, whose tone was almost pleading. Master, I was wrong. I should not have provoked you. This knife is extraordinary. As a mere chef, I am unworthy to wield it. Please, showcase your divine skill once more. Money is no object. Su found himself at a loss for words. This individual was clearly paralyzed by fear. Ignoring the message, he replied curtly, once sold. Goods cannot be returned. Then, disregarding the pleas of over 30,000 viewers in the live stream, he decisively pressed the button to end the broadcast. For him, the performance had concluded, and it was time to reap the rewards. Unbeknownst to him, within just an hour of his departure, clips of his live stream had gone viral, spreading like wildfire across various short video platforms and social media. Shocking. Did a certain streamer really slice through a cast iron vise with a kitchen knife? The strongest sales pitch of the year? A kitchen knife sold for 5,000, demonstrated with swift precision. Is it magic or cutting-edge technology? A stunning deception from the hardware store owner. The comments section of the videos erupted into chaos. Some viewers believed it to be a premeditated illusion, asserting the vise was a specially designed prop. Others were convinced they had witnessed a miracle, claiming it was a technology beyond its time. Many more were mere spectators, incessantly demanding that fact-checking bloggers expose the truth on site. A storm was brewing, and at the eye of the tempest, Su was in his backyard, meticulously wrapping that black divine knife in foam and tape. The following day, in the city center, within a lavishly decorated knife specialty store known as Craftsmanship Society, the owner, Wang Jun, frowned at the video on his phone that had already surpassed 1 million views. In the video, a young man effortlessly sliced through rebar and a vise with what appeared to be a cheap black knife. Wang Jun's store sold various high-end kitchen knives imported from Germany and Japan, with the most expensive Damascus knife priced at several tens of thousands. He prided himself on being an expert in knives, intimately familiar with the properties of different steels. Thus, he quickly concluded that the video was a fabrication. How sensational! Wang Jun scoffed disdainfully. He held in contempt those who resorted to unscrupulous means for the sake of publicity. What knife could slice through cast iron? That was an affront to the laws of physics and an insult to those who, like him, earned their living through skill and expertise. A nearby employee chimed in. Boss Wang, This video is causing quite a stir. Many customers are coming in, asking if we have knives that can cut through rebar. It's driving me crazy. Wang Jun's expression darkened further. He opened the comments section of the video, seeing countless individuals asking for his expert opinion. A flash of anger and determination crossed his face. He could not allow such charlatans to tarnish the reputation of the entire industry. He would rise to expose this deceit. Without delay, he instructed his employee to set up a phone to stream live. Hello everyone, I am Wang Jun from Craftsmanship Society. Regarding the viral knife that supposedly cuts through rebar, I assure you, with my 10 years of experience, it is 100% fake. It's special effects. It's a scam. Such lowbrow hype severely undermines the integrity of our industry. It deceives all knife enthusiasts and consumers. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. He picked up a German cleaver from his store, showcasing it to the camera. A true knife is the perfect amalgamation of steel, heat treatment, and edge angle. It is not some trickery. To the hardware store known as Shanghai, I don't care which team is behind your promotion. I'm telling you, your scam ends here. After finishing, he tagged his video with professional debunking labels and posted it immediately. At that moment, Xuan Nü had just bid farewell to the courier and was preparing to take stock of his shop and plan his next money-making venture. A neighbor hurried in, phone in hand, thrusting the screen before him. Xiao, this is bad. Look, someone online is openly calling you a fraud. Xuan Nü took the phone and saw Wang Jun's indignant face along with the comment that had garnered over 10,000 likes. Brothers, I have contacted the most hardcore fact-checking team online, the Hammer Gang. They will be on-site tomorrow with professional hardness testers and metal detectors to dismantle that fraud-ass shop. The neighbor looked at Xuan Nü, concern etched across his face. Xiao, this person seems formidable, and he has called for backup. What do you plan to do? Chapter 8. The arrival of the internet celebrity debunking team. Xuan Nü glanced at the neighbor's phone, displaying Wang Jun's impassioned expression and the highly upvoted comment. His face revealing little emotion. Xiao, the Hammer Gang is not to be trifled with. I've heard they genuinely dismantle things when they debunk. The neighbor's worry was palpable. It's fine, Uncle Zhang. Xuan Nü returned the phone. There's nothing of value in the store. If they want to break things, let them. His calm demeanor left the neighbor speechless, wondering whether this young man was genuinely confident or simply resigned to his fate. After sending the neighbor on his way, Xuan Nü closed the rickety shutter door. He cared little for the storms brewing outside. The online frenzy was but a fleeting moment. What concerned him more was the blueprint for the recently unlocked material analyzer on his system panel. This device was the bedrock of his future endeavors. The molecular knife was merely a beginning, a stepping stone to escape his current predicament. An instrument capable of analyzing the composition, structure, and properties of all things, even in its rudimentary version, would signify his possession of a foundation to revolutionize the entire field of materials science. He pulled over a sheet and began jotting down calculations for the core components and materials required to manufacture this apparatus. Many of the items were unavailable in his store. He would need to scour recycling centers and specialized electronic markets. Just as he was engrossed in planning his industrial upgrade, a screeching sound of brakes pierced the air outside. A van emblazoned with a massive hammer emblem came to a rough stop in front of the hardware store. The sliding door flew open, and 4 men clad in matching black t-shirts jumped out. The leader, a burly figure with a buzz cut and a thick silver chain around his neck, brandished a stabilizer connected to his phone, addressing the camera with fervor. Family, the hammer has arrived at our destination, Shanghai Hardware Store. This is where that so-called knife that can cut through rebar was born. Today, I will shatter this scam before the eyes of the entire nation. He was known as Brother Hammer, a hardcore debunking blogger with over 3 million followers. The 3 men behind him expertly unloaded shiny metal boxes from the van. Their movements professional and imposing. With a loud bang, Brother Hammer did not bother knocking. He kicked the already fragile shutter door. Open up. Delivery. Your knife that can cut through tanks has arrived. He winked at the camera, eliciting laughter from his live audience. The surrounding neighbors, drawn by the commotion, gathered once more, pointing at the unexpected guests. So this is the debunking team mentioned online? Quite an impressive show. They don't seem like good people. I hope Xiao won't suffer any losses. Xuan Nü set his pen down, his brow furrowing slightly. He approached the door, and before the intruders could cause any damage, he pulled up the shutter with a swift motion. The afternoon sun poured into the dim store, illuminating the curious faces outside. Brother Hammer was ready to continue his tirade when he noticed Xuan Nü had opened the door, momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized Xuan Nü from head to toe, a tall, lanky figure clad in oil-stained work attire, appearing utterly ordinary, nothing particularly remarkable. Are you the streamer? Brother Hammer thrust the camera directly into Xuan Yü's face. Where's the knife? Bring forth that magical tool and enlighten me, dear brother. The team behind him had already moved several metal boxes into the shop, arranging them neatly in a row on the vacant ground. With a series of clicks, the boxes were opened, revealing not weapons of destruction, but an array of intricate instruments. Among them were handheld spectrometers and ultrasonic flaw detectors, while the central box housed a brand new, gleaming Rockwell hardness tester, true industrial-grade diagnostic equipment. In the live stream of Hammer Brother, the audience had surged past 100,000, with comments scrolling rapidly. Wow, Hammer Brother is serious now. He even brought a Rockwell hardness tester. This time, that streamer is doomed. In the face of professional instruments, all pretenders will reveal their true selves. The streamer's face turned pale. Let's see how he wraps this up. Xuan Nü was indeed examining the instruments, but his gaze held no fear, only a flicker of curiosity. These devices were rudimentary in the laboratories of his past life. Yet encountering them in this shabby establishment still felt somewhat novel. Ignoring Hammer Brother's provocation, he turned back to his workbench. Under the scrutiny of all, he picked up a piece of sandpaper and a small, unidentifiable metal piece, gently polishing the end of the black knife's handle. His focused demeanor silenced the raucous atmosphere. Feeling ignored, Hammer Brother's frustration boiled over. He despised such ostentatious calm from a fraud. Stop your charade. He stepped forward, intent on snatching the knife from Xuan Yü's hands. No more polishing. It won't become real no matter how much you do it. Xuan Nü deftly evaded him, blowing away the metal shavings from the knife's handle. Then, for the first time, he met Hammer Brother's gaze. Don't touch it. His voice was soft yet firm, halting Hammer Brother's hand midair. Xuan Nü placed the black knife on the workbench and pointed to the pristine Rockwell hardness tester brought by Hammer Brother. If you damage this, you will compensate. His words froze the air in the live stream and the shop. Everyone seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Hammer Brother stared blankly for 2 seconds before erupting into exaggerated laughter. Did you hear that, folks? He claims my hardness tester will be damaged by his broken knife. This is the best joke I've heard all year. Tears nearly streamed from his eyes as he pointed at Xuan Nü during his broadcast. Fine, here's my promise. If my instrument is damaged while testing your knife, I, Hammer, will kneel before you on live stream and bow down. Furthermore, I will purchase every item in your shop at double the price. He turned, glaring at Xuan Nü, his smile twisting into a menacing grin. But if it turns out you possess nothing but a mundane piece of iron, a mere scam, you will confess to being a fraud in front of everyone. And then you will eat this knife. With that, he seized a formidable German bone-cutting knife from another box, its blade inscribed with elegant German text. Before testing your so-called artifact, I want the audience to have a clear understanding and to prevent you from claiming I'm using false data to deceive you. Hammer Brother raised the German knife, pointing at Xuan Yü's black knife, addressing both the camera and Xuan Nü, stating, "Let us first see how a genuine top-tier 3,000 yuan German imported bone-cutting knife performs under challenge. Everyone, pay attention to what true science looks like." Chapter 9. The hardness tester maxes out. Hammer Brother's words reverberated through the hardware store via the phone's speakers, reaching over 100,000 viewers in his live stream. He resembled a magician preparing for a performance, carefully extracting the German bone-cutting knife from its box. The blade was broad and robust, its steel reflecting a consistent matte finish under the lights, while the handle, crafted from expensive ebony wood and secured with 3 rivets, exuded the precision and strength emblematic of German engineering. Brothers, behold, this butcher's hand is made from Zollingen's 14116 stainless steel, treated through cryogenic forging, achieving a hardness of 56 HRC on the Rockwell scale. Hammer Brother passionately extolled, as if he were selling not just a knife, but a belief in science. This knife combines durability and sharpness, a formidable weapon in any professional kitchen. The comments in his live stream quickly filled with praise, declaring him a professional and lauding his expertise. Afterward, he retrieved a yellow copper tube from his toolbox, approximately 2 fingers in diameter. For fairness, we want to use extreme materials like rebar. Instead, we'll use this. Copper's hardness is not high, but its toughness is excellent, truly testing the blade's retention. Hammer Brother explained, setting the stage for a professional, irrefutable testing standard. He raised the 3,000 yuan German bone-cutting knife, inhaled deeply, and then struck down violently. Clang! The resounding metallic impact echoed throughout the store. The copper tube split apart, the cut relatively smooth, yet lacking the fluidity Xuan Nü had exhibited when cutting through rebar. A smug smile spread across Hammer Brother's face as he bent down to retrieve the knife, aiming the blade at the camera. Did you see that, everyone? This is professionalism. The blade only bears a fine white line. A quick touch with a honing rod will restore it. This is Before he could finish his sentence, the comments in the live stream shifted dramatically. Wait, Hammer Brother, can you zoom in? That doesn't look like a white line. Isn't that a nick? Hammer Brother froze, instinctively bringing the knife closer to inspect it, cautiously running his finger along the edge. His expression shifted dramatically. That was not a mere white line. It was a clearly visible rolled edge. The blade had bent to one side upon impact with the copper tube, forming a small, crescent-shaped notch. While not severe, to a professional's eyes, this knife was already rendered useless. This is normal wear. Sweat beaded on Hammer Brother's forehead as he stubbornly defended his stance. Any knife will incur wear under extreme use. This is scientific. However, the audience was unconvinced. A 3,000 yuan knife, and it rolls over cutting a copper tube? The quality is lacking. This is a major flop. While Hammer Brother floundered in embarrassment, unsure of how to salvage the situation, Xuan Nü approached. He said nothing, merely picking up another identical segment of copper pipe from the ground and placing it in the same position. He then extended his hand toward Hammer Brother. The intent was clear. May I borrow your testing platform? Once again, all eyes were on Xuan Nü and the unremarkable black knife he held. Hammer Brother, caught in a bind, gritted his teeth, pressing the copper pipe down more firmly, and growled, "Fine. I want to see what tricks your pathetic plastic knife can pull." Xuan Nü ignored him, simply raising the knife. As before, his movements were casual, devoid of any build-up or shouting, akin to a housewife slicing a cucumber in the kitchen. His arm fell. There was no sound. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, Xuan Nü had retracted the knife. The vibrant yellow copper tube lay severed in two. The cut so smooth it could reflect one's image, one segment rolling forward a couple of times due to the loss of support. Xuan Nü extended the knife towards Brother Hammer, the black blade facing the camera, pristine and immaculate. Not even the slightest scratch marred its surface. Brother Hammer's breath caught in his throat. The barrage of comments from the 100,000 viewers in his live stream came to an abrupt halt. Silence enveloped the room. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Holy crap. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be fake. The copper pipe is a sham too. It's definitely made of tin, the kind that crumbles at a touch. Yes, this streamer has used special props from steel bars to copper pipes. How cunning. The skeptical comments erupted once more, but this time, the confidence of the viewers had waned. The image of that German knife with its unblemished edge lingered vividly in their minds. The stark contrast shattered all rationality and common sense. Props. All just props. Brother Hammer clung to this last thread of hope, pointing at Xuan Nü, his face flushed, shouting into the live stream. He is a magician. This is all an illusion. But science does not lie. He abruptly turned, rushing to the silver-white Rockwell hardness tester, seizing Xuan Nü's black knife. I will now use this professional instrument, valued at 200,000, to measure the true hardness of your plastic blade. Before the diamond probe, all disguises will be torn to shreds. Brother Hammer, in a frenzy, roughly secured the black knife to the testing platform and pressed the start button. This was his final dignity, his last card to play. All eyes in the live stream held their breath, fully aware that the ultimate judgment was imminent. The machine emitted a subtle hum as the diamond probe slowly descended, precisely pressing against the black blade. A number began to flicker on the control panel LCD screen. 30 HRC, 40 HRC, 50 HRC. Brother Hammer's eyes were glued to the screen. The hardness of ordinary stainless steel fell within this range. The numbers did not cease. 55 HRC. This was the hardness of a German bone-cutting knife. 60 HRC. This was the hardness of the finest tool steel. 65 HRC. This was already the limit achievable only by powder steel. How is this possible? One of Brother Hammer's assistants could not help but exclaim. The numbers climbed ever higher. 70 HRC. 75 HRC. 80 HRC. The digits on the screen danced faster and faster, and the sounds from within the machine began to shift from smooth operation to a strained, grinding buzz at its limits. Brother Hammer's complexion shifted from red to ashen. He stared blankly at the number that had entirely surpassed his comprehension, his mind a blank slate. Just as the number reached 925 HRC, a piercing alarm blared from within the hardness tester. The LCD screen instantly cleared, replaced by two glaring red flashing words and a line of smaller text. Error, exceeds maximum range. The instrument had gone off the charts. This precise device, capable of detecting the vast majority of metals and alloys on Earth, emitted its powerless lament before Xuan Nü's knife. Brother Hammer stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Behind him, his so-called professional team members gaped, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost in broad daylight. And in his live stream, after a 5-second collective silence, a line of text ignited the screen. Damn. This is the real deal. Immediately, a deluge of comments flooded the screen. A deity. I've seen a deity. Streamer, I was wrong. I bow to you. How much for this knife? I want to buy it. I'll buy it right now. A 200,000 instrument couldn't measure it. Is this knife extraterrestrial technology? Xuyu retrieved his knife from the stunned Brother Hammer. He looked at the screen filled with frenzied purchase requests, glanced at the neighbors at the door, jaws agape in astonishment, and finally, his gaze settled on Brother Hammer's ashen face. Brother Hammer shivered, recalling the oath he had sworn earlier. Eat the knife? Bow down and apologize? Xuyu remained silent, merely lifting the black knife and gently flicking its blade with his finger. Then, he posed a question that took everyone, including the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream, completely by surprise. Does your wager still stand? Chapter 10. Surge in sales. Xuyu's question, does your wager still stand? Resonated softly, yet it caused the heartbeats of everyone inside and outside the hardware store, as well as the hundreds of thousands in the live stream, to falter for a moment. All eyes shifted from the malfunctioning hardness tester to Brother Hammer's now pallid face. Indeed, the wager. Just minutes earlier, this man had confidently proclaimed, in front of the entire internet, his binding vow. If the instrument was damaged, he would kneel and apologize, purchasing everything in the store at double the price. If the knife was fake, Xuyu would have to admit he was a fraud and eat the knife. Now, the professional instrument worth 200,000 had declared its demise with a shrill alarm and 2 glaring red error messages. The evidence was indisputable. Brother Hammer's Adam's apple bobbed, a dry ache in his throat rendering him speechless. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in his live stream had also recalled his earlier words. The comments swiftly shifted from shock and fervor to pure excitement at the unfolding drama. Hammer, it's your turn. Will you kneel and apologize, or eat the knife first? Haha. I would call this the most hardcore debunking of the year, and you've dug your own grave. A real man keeps his word. Hammer, we're all watching. Don't be a coward. Buy this store at double the price. Hammer, you're going to get rich. This place is filled with treasures. That cut iron clamp. I'll offer 10,000 for it. The atmosphere offline had similarly solidified. Li Tsuehua and the surrounding neighbors regarded Brother Hammer with complex expressions. The once arrogant internet celebrity had now become a piece of meat on the chopping block, awaiting Xuyu's blade. Brother Hammer's body trembled, kneeling and apologizing. If he truly knelt, his hardcore debunking persona would shatter, leaving him unable to maintain his online presence. Buying the store at double price? He glanced at the pile of scrap metal in the corner and the cut iron clamp, wondering how on earth he could appraise such things. Every item in this store might be a treasure he couldn't afford. He turned to Xuyu, his lips quivering, attempting to utter a few words for the occasion. Yet his mind was a void. Xuyu remained silent, simply retrieving the black knife. He turned and approached the cut iron clamp. Picking up the half that had fallen to the ground, he aligned the mirror-smooth cut surface with Brother Hammer's live camera. HT200 cast iron, hardness 190 to 240 HB. Approximately 20 to 25 HRC on the Rockwell hardness tester. This knife's hardness exceeds 925 HRC. As for the exact value, I cannot say because the instrument capable of measuring it has yet to be invented. He stated the facts with a calm demeanor, yet each word struck Brother Hammer's heart, as well as the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of viewers. The instrument capable of measuring it has yet to be invented. Such confidence. Brother Hammer finally managed to utter a word, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. I'll pay. He understood he had no choice. Compared to public disgrace, paying was the only way out. I'll compensate for the instrument. I'll also cover the losses in the store. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out as if squeezing them through clenched jaws. Name your price. He was prepared for a significant financial loss. The viewers in the live stream grew excited. This was real money being compensated live. However, Xuyu's next words left everyone dumbfounded. The instrument is yours. You broke it, so you deserve it. In the shop, there was nothing of significant value, so there was no need for compensation. Xuyu's words left Brother Hammer and everyone in the live stream in utter disbelief. No payment? What could this young man possibly want? However, as Xuyu shifted the conversation, pointing at Brother Hammer and his stunned team behind him, he said, you all need to do me a favor. A favor? Yes, Xuyu gestured towards the van emblazoned with the Hammer logo outside. With your vehicle, help me take this pile of junk to the recycling station. He was referring to the large heap of rusty rebar, discarded motors, and the security door he had damaged. Silence enveloped the room. Brother Hammer could scarcely believe his ears. He thought he was about to face ruin, yet the other party merely wanted him to be a mover. Transporting a load of garbage? What was this? An insult? But compared to kneeling and begging or a hefty compensation, this felt like a blessing from the heavens. Just this? Brother Hammer asked hesitantly. Just this, Suyu affirmed with a nod. His assistants exchanged glances, relief evident in their eyes, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Let's do it. We can manage that, they exclaimed, more than eager to help, disregarding their influencer status, rolling up their sleeves and rushing towards the heap of waste, moving it with remarkable speed and enthusiasm, as if it were treasure rather than refuse. In the live stream, the comments section erupted once more. The host has truly elevated his game. This maneuver deserves full marks. What a psychological game. Making the most infamous counterfeit influencer work as a free cleaner. That must sting more than paying. Brother Hammer's face turned a shade of green. Ignoring the chatter, Suyu approached the workbench and glanced at his phone. The private messages from the back end had exploded, notifications popping up incessantly. Host, how much for the knife? Name your price. Master, take me as your apprentice. I want to learn to forge knives. I'll pay 100,000. I want one now. Will 100,000 do? Frowning at the fervent messages, Suyu realized he was but one person, with only 2 hands. Crafting the knife had taken him 3 sleepless days, even disregarding material costs. The time investment alone made mass production impossible. Furthermore, the core components required for the knife's handle, a micro-piezoelectric ceramic vibration unit, and energy storage chip, could only be exchanged with system points, of which he currently had a mere 300. With this in mind, he promptly posted an announcement in the live stream. Star C Hardware Store Product Announcement. Product name, High-Frequency Vibration Molecular Knife, Civilian Version. Unified Retail Price, 10,000 yuan, 10,000 renminbi. Sales Model. Reservations open on the 1st of each month. Limited to 10 pieces, first come, first served, no price increases accepted. Note, due to the extremely complex craftsmanship of the core components, each knife is handcrafted with limited production capacity. Thank you for your understanding. The instant the announcement was made, the live stream fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, an avalanche of comments swamped the screen, even more intense than when they had seen the cutting of the pliers. 10,000. Why don't you go rob a bank? Wasn't it 5,000 just now? Price gouging. What a shady businessman. The counterfeit influencer gave you a boost, and you're turning around to fleece us? Only 10 knives a month? Who do you think you are? I'll pay 20,000. I want one now. Amid the insults, someone asked, brothers, does anyone know what time it opens on the 1st? I'm setting my alarm. Get lost. That knife is mine. No one else can have it. As Suyu observed the barrage of comments filled with both outrage and eagerness to purchase, he felt a sense of assurance. Hunger marketing was always the most effective tactic. At that moment, a horn blared from outside. Brother Hammer and his crew had loaded the waste onto the van, and he approached Suyu with a complicated expression. Master Su, I've changed my address. The goods are loaded. Can we leave now? Suyu nodded. Brother Hammer sighed in relief, turning to leave. But after taking a couple of steps, he hesitated and turned back to ask, Master Su, can I also try to get one on the 1st next month? Chapter 11. The panic induced by Buyer's showcase. Suyu regarded the influencer who had undergone a complete shift in attitude with little reaction. The reservation rules applied equally to everyone. He casually replied, the same rules apply to all, without sparing Brother Hammer another glance. Brother Hammer's expression changed multiple times before he managed a forced smile, nodding repeatedly at Suyu, and then he, along with his dazed team members, climbed into the van. The vehicle roared to life and sped away, as if fearing Suyu might change his mind and demand compensation. The onlookers from the neighborhood now regarded Suyu with entirely different eyes. What had once been pity for a somewhat misguided young man had transformed into awe for a hidden master. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Suyu pulled down the roll-up door with a loud clang, severing all speculation and scrutiny from the outside world. The tempest of the internet and the troubles of reality were mere interludes. His focus shifted to the system panel, where a new blueprint emanated a faint blue glow. Material analyzer. This was what he truly desired. The molecular knife was merely a small stepping stone, the first lever in his endeavor to shift this world. An instrument capable of analyzing the essence of materials represented infinite possibilities. He dismissed the thousands of frenzied private messages and purchase inquiries on his phone, turning instead to the backyard, where he began to sort through the treasures he had just unloaded from Brother Hammer's van, what others deemed scrap metal. He recognized as the foundational stones for constructing a future industrial empire. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away in the city center, in the back kitchen of a 5-star hotel, Chef Li Chong, known online as Violent Aesthetics, stared at a package that had just arrived. Surrounding him were several sous chefs, clad in identical chef's uniforms, whispering amongst themselves. Brother Chong, is this the knife you spent 5,000 on? It doesn't look like much. The packaging is quite shabby. I watched that video online. It's probably just special effects. Nowadays, streamers will act out any script for fame. 5,000. That's half my monthly salary. Buying this kind of thing, Brother Chong. Are you really that desperate? Li Chong ignored the chatter of his subordinates, feeling uncertain himself. Though he had been shocked by the live stream and had promptly paid the remaining amount, he still felt uneasy until the item was in hand. He opened the package to find a black kitchen knife simply wrapped in foam paper. The blade was dark and unremarkable, feeling light in hand, with a strong plastic sensation in the handle. No matter how he looked at it, it resembled a knife from a street vendor priced at merely a few dozen yuan. Brother Chong, why not give it a try? A young chef encouraged. We just received some premium pork bones today, and I'm at a loss without a good knife to work with. The kitchen staff halted their tasks, gathering around with a sense of curiosity. Li Chong felt a surge of frustration. If he had been deceived, it would be a significant embarrassment. He picked up the black knife and first drew a sheet of kitchen paper from the counter. With a flick of his wrist, the paper tore cleanly in half, the cut perfectly straight. The onlookers remained unimpressed. Any sharp knife could achieve that. He then took a cucumber, swiftly slicing it into translucent pieces. The knife is quite quick, someone remarked. Li Chong said nothing. He turned and dragged out a pork hind leg, still frosted with ice, and slammed it onto the massive, 20-centimeter thick ironwood cutting board. Clear that side of the table, Li Chong instructed his subordinates. Though confused, they complied. Li Chong flexed his wrist. After 2 decades of being a chef, all his strength resided in his arms. The art of bone cutting relies on a combination of deftness and precision, using the thickest part of the blade to deliver a forceful strike at the joint of the bone. He inhaled deeply, adjusted his stance, and lifted the black knife against a pig's femur, which was thicker than his wrist. The surrounding chefs instinctively covered their ears, bracing for the familiar, dull sound of cracking bone. However, as Li Chong's arm descended, the anticipated thunderous noise failed to materialize. The kitchen fell into an eerie silence, so quiet that a falling pin could be heard. Everyone watched as the black knife made contact with the hard pig bone, and without the slightest hesitation, it sliced through the entire bone as smoothly as if it were cutting through tofu, continuing its downward path. A soft sound, akin to wood being pierced, echoed as the blade cleaved through a 20-centimeter thick ironwood cutting board. Beneath it lay a stainless steel countertop, 3 millimeters thick. A jarring metallic screech followed. Li Chong felt as if he had exerted no effort at all. The knife had already reached its destination. Staring at the black blade in his hand, he noticed that the edge remained pristine, unmarred. Looking down, he saw the pig bone had been perfectly bisected, the cut so smooth that the marrow's texture was visible. The vast ironwood board had a straight fissure splitting it in two, while the stainless steel countertop bore a 30-centimeter long, bone-deep scratch, its edges frayed with minute metallic burrs. The kitchen was enveloped in a profound silence. A young chef's spatula clattered to the ground, shattering the stillness. All eyes turned from the severed workstation to Li Chong, their expressions shifting from curiosity to bewildered astonishment. A nearby chef, his voice trembling, stuttered, What? What did you just do?" Li Chong was momentarily stunned, gazing at his hand. That strike had met with no resistance whatsoever. He even thought that had the stainless steel surface not been so firm, the blade could have cleaved through the concrete floor beneath. This was not merely a kitchen knife. It was a weapon, a monstrosity. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as a chilling thought crossed his mind. Had he misaligned his strike, it could have been his leg that was cut instead. He shuddered. "Quick, capture this on video." Li Chong snapped back to reality, shouting at an assistant who stood in shock. He needed to record this, not to boast about the knife's prowess, but to warn everyone. This tool was far beyond the capabilities of an average person. Half an hour later, a short video titled "The 5,000 Yuan Purchase" wasn't just a kitchen knife, but a demolition permit. A slip of the hand almost wrecked the kitchen. Was released by a channel dedicated to the aesthetics of violence. The footage showcased the bisected pig bone, the cracked cutting board, and the menacing scratch on the stainless steel countertop, all captured in numerous close-ups. The video concluded with a shot of Li Chong's face, still pale with trepidation, as he addressed the camera in a tone that bordered on a wail. "Take my advice. Do not buy this. It could cost a life." This customer showcase detonated across the internet like a bomb. The comment section refreshed at a staggering rate of hundreds per second. What the hell? Did it really cut through the stainless steel countertop? What kind of cursed operation is this? If this knife were used in a fight, wouldn't a single strike split a person in two? Reported. This is clearly a controlled weapon. I suggest a thorough investigation into the host's ancestry, to see if they are extraterrestrial. I was considering getting one, but now I'm terrified. I fear it might slice through the floor of my kitchen. Public sentiment shifted abruptly from initial admiration and curiosity to panic and skepticism. Countless individuals began to flood the official accounts of local police, demanding an investigation into Shanghai hardware store. Meanwhile, Su Yu remained blissfully unaware of the chaos. He was in the backyard, engrossed in assembling his material analyzer from a pile of recently salvaged electronic components. Just then, his old cell phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar landline number. Su Yu answered casually, putting it on speaker. Hello? After a 2-second silence, a serious, calm voice devoid of emotion responded. Is this Mr. Su Yu from Shanghai Hardware Store? We are from the Public Security Bureau's Security Management Division, and we have a few questions that require your cooperation in an investigation. Chapter 12. The Master's Dilemma in Materials Science. Su Yu held the outdated phone, the stern voice echoing in the small hardware store. The Public Security Bureau's Security Management Division? Su Yu repeated, his hands continuing their work as he wiped an old transformer with a piece of deer leather. In the backyard, he had meticulously sorted the refuse left by Iron Hammer and his crew, dismantling the old security door to repurpose its lock core and steel plate, carefully extracting coils and magnets from discarded motors. These were invaluable materials for creating the material analyzer. The voice on the other end remained unaffected by his calm demeanor, continuing in a formulaic tone. Yes? We have monitored a knife sold by your store that exhibited performance far exceeding that of conventional products and caused damage to public property during the buyer's use. This incident has sparked widespread public discourse, negatively impacting social stability. So, Su Yu retorted, we require your cooperation in verifying the specifics of this knife and whether it complies with national regulations regarding controlled knives. Su Yu understood. This was all due to the customer showcase video from the Aesthetics of Violence, where the knife had cleaved through the stainless steel countertop while cutting pig bones. Indeed, this exceeded normal comprehension. Sure, Su Yu replied succinctly, I am available at any time. The caller seemed taken aback by his willingness to cooperate, pausing before responding. Very well. We will arrange for local police to conduct a routine inspection within the next couple of days. Please keep your phone accessible and have your business license and product specifications ready. Understood. The call ended. Su Yu set the phone down, his expression neutral. The system's output was such that even if they conducted an investigation, or even sent it to a military laboratory for testing, they would find nothing amiss. What truly concerned him was production capacity. The demand for molecular knives had surged, yet he lacked the time and energy to become a blacksmith. His aspirations lay in the vast cosmos, in unlocking more advanced technological blueprints within the system. The progress of the material analyzer had reached 30%, but he still required several core sensors and a piece of high-purity quartz crystal. Such items could not be scavenged from the scrapyard. It seemed he would need to venture to the electronics market the next day. Casting aside these trivial matters, Su Yu redirected his full attention to the intricately complex, three-dimensional blueprint before him. Meanwhile, over 100 kilometers away in another city, at Nanjing University, one of China's top 985 institutions, in the Materials Science and Engineering Department, Laboratory 302, graduate student Chen Bo, weary-eyed and beleaguered, stared intently at a flat line on his computer screen that resembled a flatlined ECG, his face etched with despair. Another failure, he murmured, slamming his fist onto the experimental table. His master's thesis focused on the high-pressure preparation of novel amorphous alloys and their microstructural and mechanical properties. In simpler terms, he sought to develop a new material that was both hard and tough. However, he had experimented with the formula hundreds of times, exhausting the majority of his mentor's funding over the course of 6 months, only to achieve results that were either as brittle as glass or as soft as dough. At this rate, he would not only struggle to publish an SCI paper, but graduation itself would become a formidable challenge. Bro, are you still worried? I remarked. You're just being stubborn. A fellow student, idly scrolling through his phone, leaned over and pointed at a video on his screen. Look at this, from Shanghai Hardware Store. A kitchen knife cutting through rebar, and the hardness meter is off the charts. If you can analyze its composition, not just an SCI paper, even nature would publish you. Chen Bo cast a fleeting glance at the video, which was indeed a live stream of Su Yu slicing through materials. Just a sensationalist fraud. Do you really believe that? He scoffed, though a flicker of intrigue stirred within him. His junior chuckled. Of course I don't believe it, but guess what? I shared this video in our undergraduate group chat, and Lin Feng claimed he snagged one. The presale price was 10,000. What? Chen Bo was taken aback. Lin Feng, his undergraduate classmate, was the quintessential rich kid who had spent lavishly on expensive experimental materials just to secure a master's degree. Is that true? Absolutely. That guy flaunted it in the group chat all night, saying he'd bring the knife to the lab to examine it under an electron microscope, to see what alien technology it possessed. Chen Bo's heart raced inexplicably. If that knife was indeed as extraordinary as the video suggested, Even if just a fraction of its capabilities could be realized, its material structure would be revolutionary. As he pondered this, the lab door swung open, and a young man dressed in trendy attire entered, holding an ordinary delivery box. It was Lin Feng. "Xuan, look what treasure I brought you," Lin Feng exclaimed, placing the box on the lab bench. All eyes turned toward it. Chen Bo, almost involuntarily, stood up. He retrieved the black kitchen knife from the box, feeling its surface, strangely. It did not resemble metal, but rather some high-density, engineering plastic. "Lin Feng, may I borrow this?" Chen Bo's tone was serious. "Use it as you wish." "I bought it just for fun," Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "Just don't forget to credit me as the second author if you manage to analyze it." Ignoring Lin Feng's jest, Chen Bo donned safety goggles and gloves, approaching the lab's million-dollar wire-cutting machine. He intended to extract a sample from the blade for scanning electron microscopy. "Be careful, that diamond cutting wire costs hundreds per meter," his junior cautioned. Chen Bo activated the machine, meticulously securing the blade. The cutting wire spun at high speed, infused with coolant, slowly pressing against the black blade. A harsh screeching noise erupted. Yet everyone watched in disbelief as the hair-thin diamond wire snapped instantly upon contact with the blade, triggering an overload alarm from the machine. The lab fell silent, all present, including Lin Feng, stunned into silence. "What the hell is this?" a doctoral senior exclaimed, unable to restrain his profanity. Chen Bo's mind went blank. He took a deep breath, replaced the wire, and cranked the power to maximum. This time, after spending half an hour and burning through 3 diamond wires, he finally managed to grind off a minuscule amount of black powder, smaller than a sesame seed, from the blade's edge. He carefully collected the precious powder, preparing it as a sample for the electron microscope before sending it to the adjacent temperature and humidity-controlled scanning electron microscopy room. As he sat before the workstation and adjusted the magnification to 200,000 times, the microscopic world unfolded vividly on the screen. Chen Bo felt as though he had been frozen in place, transfixed. He had envisioned countless possibilities, perhaps an unprecedented dense martensitic structure, or an extraordinarily orderly nanocrystal arrangement. Yet what appeared on the screen bore no resemblance to any known metallic crystalline structure. It was an incomprehensible configuration, countless perfect, uniformly sized hexagonal structures, resembling a honeycomb, seamlessly and infinitely tessellated together. There were no grained boundaries, no dislocations, no impurity atoms. It appeared not as a construction of innumerable atoms, but rather as a singular, sculpted macroatom. "This is impossible." Chen Bo felt his worldview shatter at that moment. The entire edifice of materials science he had learned and believed in crumbled before the bizarre electron microscope image, fragile as a sandcastle. "Ridiculous." A stern voice suddenly echoed behind him. The lab director, his mentor, Professor Zhang, silver-haired and frowning, had silently approached, scrutinizing the screen. Chen Bo seized the opportunity, excitedly pointing at the display. "Professor, look, I discovered a new material structure. This is undoubtedly a Nobel-worthy finding." Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses, examining the perfect honeycomb structure for a full minute before his expression darkened. He turned to his once-favored student, disappointment and anger filling his gaze. "Chen Bo." His voice was chilling. "Are you planning to deceive me with this digitally manipulated image for your thesis?" The words struck Chen Bo like a cold splash of water, extinguishing all his excitement and joy. He wanted to protest, to explain, but faced with his mentor's unyielding expression, all words caught in his throat. Professor Zhang sighed heavily, pointing at the flawless honeycomb structure on the screen, lamenting, "Chen Bo, in academia, the greatest taboo is taking shortcuts. Such a perfect structure, devoid of any defects, cannot exist in nature. It contravenes the fundamental second law of thermodynamics. Rather than wasting effort on such dubious pursuits, you would be better served by conducting a few more experiments." With that, he shook his head in disappointment and exited the lab, leaving behind a room full of awkward graduate students and a stunned Chen Bo. Meanwhile, in the academic storm, Suyu remained blissfully unaware. He stood at the entrance of his hardware store, watching a Santana with flashing red and blue lights pull up to the curb. 2 uniformed police officers, one older and one younger, stepped out. Neighbors, drawn like iron filings to a magnet, gathered around, whispering among themselves. "Why are the police here? Could it be that Xiao Su has really gotten into trouble? I read online that his knife is a weapon capable of cutting a person in half. How terrifying." "It's all over now." The younger officer approached, holding a work recorder, and walked directly towards Suyu. "Hello, are you Suyu, the owner of Shanghai Hardware Store?" "That's me," Suyu replied, nodding and displaying an unusual level of cooperation. The older officer surveyed the dilapidated shop and then turned to Suyu, stating, We are from the West City Police Station. We have received numerous reports alleging that you are suspected of selling highly dangerous controlled devices online. We need your cooperation for an investigation." His voice was not loud, yet it was clear enough for everyone around to hear. Suspected of selling controlled devices. The gravity of the accusation intensified the murmurs among the crowd, and some even began recording with their phones. Seemingly unfazed by the commotion, Xuan Nü simply stepped aside and gestured for them to enter. "Officers, please come in." The two officers exchanged glances before stepping into the store. Xuan Nü's tranquility took them by surprise. Typically, such a situation would send most individuals into a panic. At that moment, the old phone resting on the workbench suddenly lit up. He glanced at the time, 8 o'clock in the evening. "Apologies, officer, but I have a live stream scheduled. Would it be possible to delay for a few minutes?" Xuan Nü inquired. The young police officer furrowed his brow. "We are in the midst of official duties." "No problem," Xuan Nü replied, opening the live streaming app. "This will also serve as a witness for everyone in the stream." Without waiting for consent, he pressed the button to commence broadcasting. In an instant, the viewer count skyrocketed from 0 to 50,000, and it continued to surge. The previous day's upheaval, coupled with the alarming buyer showcase video, had catapulted Shanghai hardware store's live stream into the limelight of the internet. The barrage of comments flooded in like a tsunami. "Are you still going live? I heard the police are already at your door." "No way. Who are those two in uniforms behind the host? Is it cosplay?" "They're real police. I checked their badge numbers. They're from the West City Police Station." Ignoring the comments, Xuan Nü was about to speak when the young officer stepped forward and sternly addressed the camera. "We are police officers conducting an investigation. Please cease the live stream immediately." This declaration resonated clearly across the entire network. The live stream erupted. "Oh my, this is the most hardcore live stream ever. Police making arrests on site. It's over for the host. Manufacturing and selling controlled knives could lead to imprisonment. Brothers, record the screen. This is a historic moment." At that moment, Xuan Nü's stream soared to the top of the platform, with online viewers exceeding 200,000. The veteran officer clearly hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to such proportions. He shot a glare at the young officer before turning to Xuan Nü, his tone becoming more serious. "Xuan Nü, now, immediately, accompany us to the station to clarify this matter." Xuan Nü nodded and replied succinctly, "Of course." Then, addressing the rapidly scrolling comments, he calmly stated, "Everyone, I'll be right back." With that, he picked up his phone and abruptly ended the live stream before anyone could react. The darkened screen and his parting words left millions of onlookers in suspense. "Con artist, thinking you can hide after collecting the money? I await the official announcement in blue and white. Shanghai hardware store is doomed." At the West City Police Station, the interrogation room featured white walls, a bright overhead light, a table, and 2 chairs. Xuan Nü sat on one chair while the 2 officers faced him. The veteran officer pushed a printed document toward him, displaying screenshots from the violent aesthetics video, the menacing scratch on the stainless steel workbench standing out prominently. "How do you explain this?" the officer queried. "The knife was too swift. He couldn't control the force," Xuan Nü responded matter-of-factly. The young officer slammed his palm on the table. "What knife can slice through stainless steel? Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Be honest about your knife's material source and manufacturing process. Is it military technology smuggled from abroad?" Disregarding the young officer's inquiries, Xuan Nü leisurely retrieved several folded sheets of paper from his pocket. One was the business license of Shanghai hardware store, while the others were a meticulously crafted product inspection report. The report bore the header of the National Light Industry Tool and Hardware Quality Supervision and Inspection Center, stamped with a vivid red seal and featuring a scannable QR code in the lower right corner. The report detailed various parameters of the high-frequency vibrating molecular knife. Product name, multi-purpose kitchen tool knife. Blade material, layered carbon-based composite material. Hardness, 90 HRC, exceeding the detection limit. Inspection conclusion. The product complies with GBT 15067-22016 kitchen knife standards, with a blade angle greater than 60 degrees, lacking a blood groove, and not classified as a controlled knife. The veteran officer examined the report, his brow furrowing. The document appeared too authentic. There were no flaws in format or wording. He pulled out his phone and attempted to scan the QR code. The screen instantly redirected to an official-looking web page, where entering the report number matched all the information. The veteran officer found himself uncertain. The report could be forged. The young officer remained unconvinced. "If you have the ability, bring out the knife for us to inspect ourselves." "Certainly," Xuan Nü nodded, retrieving the black kitchen knife from his bag and placing it on the table. The veteran officer picked up the knife. It was light, the blade black, devoid of any metallic sheen. Tapping it with his finger produced a dull sound. akin to striking a high-density plastic. Can this truly cut through steel? He questioned skeptically. Su remained silent, merely gesturing toward the cast-iron radiator in the corner of the interrogation room. Understanding his implication, the veteran officer hesitated but ultimately shook his head. Not here. He took the report and knife and exited. After several minutes, he returned with a middle-aged man, who appeared to be a superior, holding a document titled Standards for Determining Controlled Knives. The man meticulously compared Su's knife to the standards, frowning after a lengthy examination. The length is within limits. There is no locking mechanism, and the blade angle indeed qualifies as a dull edge. By all accounts, it does not align with controlled knife classification. Comrade Su, the middle-aged man began, his tone considerably softened. After our research, this knife does not meet the criteria for a controlled knife. However, its impact online has been severely detrimental, and it indeed poses a high level of danger. He pondered for a moment before delivering a final ruling. You may take the item with you. However, due to its uniqueness, you must implement real name registration for future sales and prominently display a warning on the product page indicating that it is prohibited for non-professionals to purchase. We will conduct irregular checks. Can you comply? Absolutely, Su replied decisively. Thus, the matter was resolved. As Su exited the police station with his belongings, it was already late at night. As he prepared to hail a cab home, the veteran officer who had escorted him stopped him. The veteran officer approached and returned the inspection report, his gaze revealing a hint of curiosity. Su, what material is this knife made of? The layered carbon-based composite material written in the report. I had someone investigate, and it doesn't exist in any known material databases. He fixed his gaze on Su, slowly inquiring. Please tell me honestly, what is the true origin of this item? Chapter 14. A lawyer's letter? Bring it on. Just what I need for the live stream. The cool night breeze dispersed the oppressive atmosphere of the police station. Su walked along the deserted street, the forged inspection report carelessly stuffed into his pocket, while his other hand toyed with the black kitchen knife. The last question from the veteran officer echoed in his ears. What is this item truly? Su himself could not articulate it. All he knew was that it was a product of the system, something that transcended the comprehension of this era. As for the layered carbon-based composite material, it was merely the most impressive-sounding name he had casually borrowed from the system's materials library. Upon returning to the hardware store, he lowered the roll-up door, shutting out all external clamor. The internet was ablaze with speculation following his arrest and subsequent release. Numerous theories and conspiracy hypotheses circulated. Some claimed he had powerful connections, while others suggested the knife was merely a gimmick that would be exposed once the police conducted a thorough investigation, although no announcements had been made. So you couldn't be bothered to glance at any of it. These ethereal discussions pale in comparison to the tangible treasures he had salvaged from the scrapyard. He opened the system panel, and the intricate three-dimensional blueprint of the material analyzer floated silently before him, the progress bar indicating a mere 32. A few critical sensors and a high-purity quartz crystal for calibration were still needed. A trip to the electronics market tomorrow should suffice to gather the remaining components. Immersed in his work, he became oblivious to the storm raging outside. The unwavering focus of an engineer allowed him to lose track of time. The following morning, a gentle yet polite knock echoed against the roll-up door. Su set aside his soldering iron and rose to answer. Standing at the threshold was a young courier clad in a delivery uniform, appearing somewhat anxious. Are you Mr. Su? He inquired. That's me, Su replied. Good day. I have a same-city express delivery for you that requires your personal signature. The courier handed over a thick craft paper envelope, devoid of any sender information, save for a printed label reading Star C Hardware Store, Mr. Su, personal receipt. The envelope felt sturdy, hinting at its contents being some sort of flat object. Curious neighbors peered from their shops, intrigued by the recent commotion surrounding Su since his rise to fame. After signing, Su returned to his shop and tore open the envelope, revealing a neatly bound stack of A4 papers. The top page boldly proclaimed lawyer's letter. The sender listed two companies, Craftsmanship Knife Company, Limited, and an unfamiliar German entity named Die Gu Kitchenware, Zollingen. As he read further, the letter's contents struck him with their severity, marked by professional language and thinly veiled threats. The complaints against him were threefold. 1. False advertising, accusing him of making misleading claims about the performance of his high-frequency vibration molecular knife, employing illusions and special effects to deceive consumers, asserting that its hardness could not exceed 90 HRC, thus grossly violating fundamental material science principles. 2. Unfair competition, alleging that he maliciously disparaged other brands' products, specifically a German cleaver rendered useless by a copper pipe, to elevate his own, disrupting normal market order. 3. damage to reputation, claiming that his actions had inflicted immeasurable harm on the reputations of both craftsmanship and Digo. The letter concluded with 3 demands. 1. Immediately cease production and sales of the high-frequency vibration molecular knife and remove all related online information. 2. Publicly issue an apology acknowledging his previous actions as hype and deceit, extending apologies to craftsmanship and Digo. 3. Compensate both companies a total of 1 million yuan for economic losses. A final note warned that failure to receive a satisfactory response within 72 hours would result in immediate legal action. Su Yu perused the letter with an inscrutable expression. He surmised that the mastermind behind this was none other than Wang Jun, the knife shop owner he had humiliated. To his surprise, Wang had managed to enlist a German brand support. 1 million? These individuals certainly had audacity. Su Yu tossed the lawyer's letter onto his workbench and checked his phone, noting a plethora of private messages and comments, among which a highlighted platform announcement caught his attention. Announcement regarding complaints against the streamer of Star C hardware store. The platform has received a joint complaint letter from Craftsmanship and Digo Kitchenware. To mitigate legal risks, the platform will temporarily freeze the presale links for Star C hardware store's products, restoring them once the matter is resolved. His presale link had been locked, jeopardizing his plan to sell 10 knives for a profit of 100,000 yuan on the 1st of the following month. Looking at the lawyer's letter, then the announcement on his phone, a smile crept across Su Yu's face. So, they sought to cut off his financial lifeline? Without hesitation, he set up his phone, adjusted the angle, and pressed the live broadcast button. The title of the live stream read, "Just received a letter, quite interesting, let us share." The moment he went live, the viewer count skyrocketed, surpassing 100,000 in a heartbeat, then 30,000 in mere seconds, continuing to surge at a terrifying pace. The entire internet was waiting for his next move. The barrage of comments flooded in, obscuring the screen. "You're finally back. I heard you were released. Damn." The platform took down the purchase link. "I was waiting to snatch a knife. What is the letter about? A love letter? Read it out." Su Yu held up the stack of A4 papers, shaking them in front of the camera. Not a love letter, but a lawyer's letter. He read the letter's contents aloud, clearly articulating each accusation to an audience of hundreds of thousands. With each point of contention, the chat grew more furious. When he reached the claim for 1 million in damages, the live stream erupted in chaos. 1 million? Why don't they just rob a bank? Isn't that the guy from Craftsmanship, Wang Jun? After failing to combat him legally, he's resorting to underhanded tactics. And what about that Digo? Isn't that the worthless knife rendered useless by the copper pipe? How dare they come forward with complaints? Having finished, Su Yu set the lawyer's letter down. Looking calmly into the camera, "They accuse me of false advertising, claiming my knife is a magic prop, asserting my materials are unscientific. They had the platform remove my links to prevent sales." He held up the lawyer's letter for the camera to see. Then, in front of nearly 1 million viewers, he gripped it firmly. With a swift motion, he tore the threatening letter in half. But he was not done. The halves became quarters, and the quarters turned into eighths. He tossed the confetti of shredded paper into a nearby trash bin. The live stream fell silent, every viewer stunned by his audacious act. "Ladies and gentlemen," Su Yu addressed the camera, his voice not loud, yet resonating across the internet. "Debating is too cumbersome." He paused, picking up the black molecular knife from his workbench, pointing its tip toward the camera. "In 3 days, at this very time, right in front of my hardware store, Mr. Wang, and that German brand, didn't you say my knife was fake? No more letters, they are useless. Bring your finest, hardest, most formidable knives. And let us not engage in litigation, but rather measure whose blade is truly superior." Chapter 15, a nationwide live stream. Knife strength showdown 3 days later. The once quiet street in front of Star C hardware store was now choked with a throng. Media reporters wielding cameras, internet personalities with stabilizers, and onlookers filled the area, transforming the street into a bubbling cauldron of excitement. All eyes were fixed on the entrance of the hardware store. Su Yu, still clad in his grease-stained work attire, dragged a heavy workbench from the store and placed it firmly in the open space at the front. He moved slowly, paying no mind to the flashing lights and noise around him, meticulously adjusting the bench's position to ensure its stability. His livestream title bore a single line: "Debating is too troublesome. Let us get straight to it." Within 5 minutes of going live, the viewer count soared past 3 million, continuing to rise at an alarming rate. The entire internet's gaze was fixed on this humble hardware store. Just then, a commotion rippled through the crowd as a black Mercedes S-Class struggled through the throng, finally parking at the roadside. The car door swung open, revealing Wang Jun, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, his hair slicked back, and an expression of triumph gracing his face as he stepped out. Following closely behind him was a tall, imposing Caucasian man with blonde hair and blue eyes, his demeanor serious, holding a sleek, silver, high-tech briefcase. The master of craftsmanship, Boss Wang, has arrived. The man beside him is Mr. Klaus, the chief technology officer of the German Dagu Group. I have verified that he is a titan in the European cutlery industry. Wang Jun reveled in the attention, accepting the microphone from his assistant and addressing the gathered journalists and cameras with a booming voice. Thank you all for being here. Today, I stand not for personal vendettas, but to uphold the dignity of our entire industry. We shall unveil the sensationalist deceptions through science and truth. At that moment, Klaus opened the silver briefcase, from which a gust of cold air emanated, revealing its interior lined with black velvet, cradling a formidable, dark gray blade that lay silently within. This knife, narrower than a typical chef's knife, boasted a thick spine adorned with deep blood grooves, its tip angled with a lethal sharpness, embodying an aesthetic of industrial brutality. This blade is named Storm's Fong, Klaus introduced in fluent Chinese, his voice tinged with the arrogance characteristic of a technician. The blade is crafted from our latest cobalt tungsten vanadium composite steel, subjected to a 3-stage vacuum heat treatment and cryogenically treated at -180 degrees, achieving a Rockwell hardness of 69 HRC. This represents the pinnacle of human metallurgical technology on Earth. As his words hung in the air, an assistant brought forth a granite slab measuring half a meter on each side. Wang Jun took hold of Storm's Fong, inhaled deeply, and struck downwards at the edge of the slab with a fierce blow. A thunderous crash echoed as the granite shattered like a cookie struck by a hammer, a massive corner fracturing and debris scattering. Wang Jun raised the knife, pointing its blade at the nearest camera. On the dark gray blade, not a single nick or white mark was to be found. Do you see? This is the true pinnacle of craftsmanship. This is science. Wang Jun's voice brimmed with confidence. The live stream's comments swiftly divided into two factions. Wow, this knife is incredible. It cleaved through granite without a scratch. It's over. The host is destined to fail. This is not even a comparable opponent. Nonsense. Have you forgotten how the host sliced through a pair of pliers? I trust him. The atmosphere surged. All eyes shifted from the formidable Storm's Fong to Su Yu. Calmly, Su Yu picked up his unassuming black kitchen knife from the workbench. One was a striking industrial marvel, while the other resembled a mundane plastic utensil. The stark contrast held everyone in breathless anticipation. Now it's your turn, Wang Jun taunted, a smirk dancing on his lips. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you go first. You may use your divine blade to strike my Storm's Fong. If you leave even a mark, you shall be deemed victorious. Su Yu did not respond to his provocation, but merely weighed the black knife in his hand before asking, how shall we compare? Klaus stepped forward, scrutinizing Su Yu's black knife with disdain. The simplest and fairest method, he declared, extending 2 fingers to demonstrate a collision gesture. Blade against blade, a direct confrontation to reveal the superiority of materials through their immediate clash. Very well, Su Yu replied succinctly. Wang Jun and Klaus exchanged glances, each detecting the confidence of victory reflected in the other's eyes. To them, this was akin to pitting a steel rod against a strand of spaghetti. They each took their positions 3 meters apart. Wang Jun gripped the handle of Storm's Fong tightly, assuming a striking stance. Su Yu, in contrast, casually lifted his black knife with one hand. Are you ready? Wang Jun bellowed, attempting to intimidate his opponent. Su Yu remained silent, simply nodding in response. Now, with a powerful push, Wang Jun lunged forward, channeling all his strength as he brought Storm's Fong crashing down upon Su Yu's knife. He envisioned the next moment, the black plastic knife shattering into pieces, Su Yu on his knees, begging for mercy. Yet, Su Yu remained still, merely flicking his wrist to meet the descending blade with his own black knife. No dramatic movement, no furious roar, only a simple, deft parry. The 2 blades collided under the gaze of millions. Crack! A sharp sound rang out, and everyone witnessed Wang Jun's forward momentum freeze mid-action. He maintained his striking posture. Yet Storm's Fong was reduced to a mere fragment of its handle. The front half, tipped with a sharp edge, arced through the air and clattered to the cement 5 meters away, shattering into several pieces. It was broken. The blade, heralded as the pinnacle of human metallurgical achievement, shattered upon contact with Su Yu's black knife, crumbling like inferior glass. Su Yu slowly retracted his knife, presenting the black blade towards the camera, allowing all to see that it remained as smooth as ever, without a single mark. The arena fell into a profound silence. Both the reporters present and the millions of viewers online found themselves rendered speechless at that moment. Wang Jun stared blankly at the half of the knife handle remaining in his grip, the color draining from his face at an alarming rate, leaving him pale. Klaus's face, once brimming with arrogance, contorted into an expression of disbelief as he rushed to gather the fragments from the ground. Incredulity etched across his features. The cold, powdery texture confirmed to him that this was no illusion. The internal crystalline structure of the blade had been utterly annihilated by an incomprehensible force upon impact. Suyu shattered the silence. He regarded the astonished Wang Jun and Klaus, then glanced at his black knife, speaking calmly. I previously stated that my craftsmanship operates at a molecular level. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the heap of metallic debris, while yours is merely ironworking. At Nanjing University's Materials Science Laboratory, a massive projection screen displayed this highly anticipated duel in real time. When the crack resonated, the entire laboratory fell into a hushed stillness. Professor Zhang's thermos clattered to the floor, spilling scalding tea everywhere, yet he remained oblivious, his eyes fixated on Su Yu's unremarkable black knife. A spark of unprecedented brilliance igniting within his murky gaze. The material science theories he had dedicated his life to were being thoroughly upended in this moment. Behind him, Xuan Nü trembled with excitement, observing his mentor's uncharacteristic display of emotion, and mustered the courage to inquire, "Professor, do you believe me now?" Zhang offered no response, abruptly turning to seize Xuan Nü's arm with a grip that was startlingly forceful. His voice, laden with fervent excitement, became hoarse, carrying an imperious command. "Quickly, contact that student named Lin Feng immediately. At any cost, I must acquire that knife." Professor Zhang gasped, his eyes aflame with zeal. "No, I must meet the creator of this blade." Professor Zhang's voice was hoarse as he released Xuan Nü, seemingly fearful of disturbing something, and redirected his gaze toward the massive projection screen. On the screen, Suyu calmly articulated the phrase, "What you have is merely forging." This utterance struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering the entrenched barriers of knowledge in Professor Zhang's mind. "Forging, forging," he muttered repeatedly, his murky eyes reflecting an almost obsessive gleam. Having dedicated his life to materials metallurgy, from steelmaking to alloys, heat treatment to phase analysis, was it not all fundamentally about forging? At the atomic level, one endeavored to arrange elements like iron, carbon, chromium, and nickel in a more rational manner. Yet, what emanated from that young man on the screen was not merely a product of assembly. It was a creation from an entirely different dimension. Xuan Nü. Professor Zhang abruptly turned, his gaze causing Xuan Nü's heart to skip a beat. "Yes, that student named Lin Feng. Immediately, have him return the knife." "No, I will retrieve it myself." As Professor Zhang spoke, he rushed toward the door, nearly tripping over his own feet. "Professor, please, do not rush." Xuan Nü quickly supported him. "I will call Lin Feng right now." He fumbled for his phone, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Once the call connected, it rang several times before being answered. "Hello? Xuan. What's up? I just got home and was about to try out this knife on a durian." Lin Feng's languid voice floated through the line, accompanied by the sound of television in the background. "Cutting durian?" Xuan Nü nearly choked on his breath. He glanced at his mentor, whose eyes were now blazing with intensity, and lowered his voice as he shouted into the phone, "Stop cutting. Don't cut anything. Hurry and bring the knife back to the lab. Immediately." "Seriously? Why the rush?" A crunching sound came from Lin Feng's end, as if he were munching on something. "This knife is quite useful. I just peeled an apple without breaking the skin. Give me the phone." Professor Zhang snatched Xuan Nü's phone and, with an authoritative tone, commanded, "Lin Feng, I order you to put down whatever you are holding. Immediately bring that knife back to Lab 302 in Building A. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. If you damage it, your master's degree will be at stake." The sound of chewing ceased on the other end. After a tense 5 seconds, Lin Feng's voice quivered with fear. "Professor, I will be there right away." Half an hour later, when Lin Feng arrived, panting and carrying the package, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. All the graduate and doctoral students in the lab stood at attention, none daring to sit, while his mentor, the esteemed Professor Zhang Qingda, awaited him at the door, beside a dewar flask filled with liquid nitrogen. "Where's the knife?" Without a moment's hesitation, Professor Zhang extended his hand. Trembling, Lin Feng handed over the box. Professor Zhang opened it carefully, gingerly lifting the black knife as if it were a rare treasure. The last sampling attempt failed. The hardness of the diamond wire was insufficient, and high-temperature friction could compromise the microscopic structure of the sample, he murmured. He then looked up, surveying the lab. "Prepare the MTS-810 materials testing system. Today, we will not cut, we will directly measure its yield strength." Gasps of astonishment filled the lab. The MTS-810 was one of the most valuable pieces of equipment in the institute, costing nearly 10 million, specifically designed to test the mechanical properties of aerospace-grade materials. Normally, reservations required a month in advance, and now it was to be used to test a kitchen knife? No one dared question this directive. All sprang into action. As the black knife was secured onto the testing platform, everyone gathered around. Qianbo, having removed the previous black powder residue, was guided by Professor Zhang to create a standard test sample smaller than a grain of rice under high pressure. Professor Zhang took his place at the control panel, donned his reading glasses, and after several deep breaths, extended his slightly trembling hand to press the start button. The hydraulic actuator began to slowly apply pressure, and the curves representing pressure and deformation began to move across the screen. All eyes were glued to that curve. 100 megapascals, ordinary rebar yield point. 500 megapascals, high-strength automotive steel began to deform. 1,000 megapascals, the yield limit of military-grade armor steel. The curve continued to rise steadily, showing no signs of bending. My heavens! A doctoral student gasped quietly. Professor Zhang's breath grew labored as he bit his lip, his eyes unblinking. 1,500 megapascals. 2,000 megapascals. This is the realm that only specialized alloy steel for tank gun barrels can reach. The curve, representing the material's performance, remained a straight line, defiantly ascending, showing no inclination to yield. The testing room was eerily silent, save for the deep hum of the machinery. 2,500 megapascals. 3,000 megapascals. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared throughout the laboratory. A red warning window popped up on the MTS system screen. Warning: pressure has exceeded the safety threshold of the sensor. Please immediately terminate the test. The actuator automatically released pressure, and the curve abruptly halted. Yet, that minuscule black sample remained unscathed under thousands of megapascals of terrifying pressure. Not a hint of deformation. This is impossible. Qianbo stared at the data on the screen, feeling as if his understanding had been completely obliterated. But Professor Zhang seemed oblivious to the alarm. He abruptly stood, dashed to the nearby whiteboard, and seized a marker, swiftly scribbling a series of complex formulas and the recently recorded data. He was conducting manual calculations. Everyone held their breath, watching the increasingly lengthy equations on the whiteboard. 5 minutes later, with a clatter, the marker slipped from Professor Zhang's grip, falling to the ground. He turned to face his students, his lips quivering, his expression a mixture of ecstasy, shock, and a surreal sense of absurdity. I have calculated. His voice trembled as he pointed at the tiny black sample, enunciating each word. Its yield strength exceeds 4,200 megapascals. The HSLA 100 special steel used for our aircraft carrier flight decks has a yield strength of only 890 megapascals. Professor Zhang gasped for breath, leaning on the lab table, feeling his legs weaken. This material's strength is nearly 5 times that of an aircraft carrier's deck. The laboratory fell into a deathly silence. Lin Feng's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. He recalled his earlier intention to use this knife for opening a durian. Professor Zhang surveyed the room, his gaze finally landing on the black knife he had revered as a sacred object. In a dreamlike tone, he uttered a sentence that would forever be etched in everyone's memory: the greatest creation in the history of human materials science. With nearly perfect mechanical properties, he used it to make a kitchen knife? Such a waste. This is the most ruthless blasphemy against science. Professor Zhang's emotions spiraled out of control as he turned abruptly and rushed to his desk, seizing the red confidential phone. No. This matter must be reported immediately to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This is a strategic-grade new material capable of altering national strength. As he dialed, he turned back to Qianbo and shouted, "Qianbo, guard that knife. From now on, it is a state-level secret. No one is permitted to touch it." Qianbo jolted back to attention and dashed toward the MTS testing platform. But upon reaching the table, he halted abruptly. The black artifact was gone. "Professor." Qianbo's voice trembled with panic. "Where's the knife?" Professor Zhang was equally stunned. He set down the phone and rushed over. The laboratory was in disarray, with everyone searching frantically. At that moment, a timid first-year graduate student raised his hand weakly at the entrance. The professor, who had just taken a call from Lin Feng, seemed to have been told by his mother to come home for dinner, and in the process, he carelessly took the knife with him. Professor Zhang and Qianbo abruptly turned to look at the newcomer. What did he say? He mentioned that the knife would be needed again that evening and that his mother had asked him to bring back a fish. Chapter 17. Debt cleared. System upgraded. The color had entirely drained from Wang Jun's face as he stared at the half of the knife handle in his hand, and then at the pile of shattered metal on the floor. His mind a blank slate. That was the tooth of the storm, a pinnacle of German Zollingen metallurgy. It was his means to uphold the dignity of the industry. Now, it lay in ruins, shattered like cheap ceramics from a roadside stall. Beside him, Klaus, the once arrogant German technician, was crouched on the ground, trembling fingers picking up a shard and bringing it before his eyes. He could discern nothing. The fractured surface resembled a heap of sand. The material science he revered was, at that moment, brutally and directly annihilated. Surrounding them, reporters, internet celebrities, and curious onlookers stood in stunned silence. Cameras and phones still raised, they forgot to press the shutter. The scene unfolding before them transcended their comprehension. Xu Yu paid no heed to the two despondent failures. He simply raised his black knife and calmly showcased it to the hundreds of cameras before him. The black blade bore no marks. Did anyone still consider my claims to be exaggerated? His question plunged into the boiling oil of the situation like a splash of cold water. The atmosphere erupted. What the hell? Did I just witness the German knife shatter? No way. It looked like a special effect. Just a touch, and it crumbled. Streamer. Knife. Sell me one. I'll offer 20,000. No. 30,000. Don't push. Everyone step back. I want to buy a knife. Money is no object. The crowd, once silent, transformed into a frenzy, all pushing forward as countless hands reached out towards Xu Yu, fixated solely on the knife in his possession. A few security personnel attempting to maintain order were utterly powerless, and the scene spiraled out of control. Just then, Xu Yu's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was a network number and answered it. Mr. Xu, hello. I'm the operations director of Shark Live Streaming. Please, don't act impulsively. Avoid any offline transactions. We will resolve this immediately. The voice on the other end was rapid and urgent, fearing that this lucrative opportunity might take a wrong turn. Xu Yu surveyed the frenzied crowd before speaking into the phone. You've blocked my pre-sale link. Unblock it. Now. No, Mr. Xu. Given the current circumstances, we will arrange a special auction just in your live stream. Tonight at 9. How does that sound? The platform only takes a 1% commission. The platform was acutely aware that this was no ordinary merchandise promotion. It was a phenomenon of an online event. They were not merely after a share of the profits, but aimed to secure the overwhelming traffic firmly on their platform. All right, so you replied decisively, 10 knives. Starting at 10,000 each. Highest bid wins. Not a problem. After hanging up, Xu Yu raised his phone to the chaotic crowd. Everyone, please be quiet. His voice was not loud, yet everyone instinctively quieted down. For those wishing to purchase a knife, tonight at 9, still in my live stream. It will be an open auction. With that, he disregarded the crowd and turned to return to the store. Wang Jun, as if waking from a nightmare, rushed forward. Blocking Xu Yu's path, his face twisted with a near-mad desperation. This is impossible. It can't be. Sell me your knife. I'll pay 100,000. No, 50,000. I'll buy it from you. He was willing to sacrifice everything just to grasp where he had faltered. Xu Yu glanced at him, as though looking at an inconsequential passerby. You are unworthy. He uttered those 3 words, pushing past Wang Jun, and amidst the pursuit of countless cameras. He returned to the store, pulling down the roller shutter with a clatter, sealing the world's madness outside. At precisely 9 o'clock, Xu Yu's live stream saw over 5 million viewers online. With no superfluous words, the auction commenced immediately. As the link for the first high-frequency vibrating molecular knife appeared, the price began to soar at an incomprehensible speed. I'll bid 30,000. 50,000. Don't compete with me. 100,000. I embody violent aesthetics. I have used this knife. I hold the most authority here. Get out of the way upstairs. I'll bid 150,000. I'm from the Hammer Gang. I must support Master Su's knife. Prices skyrocketed, and ultimately, the first knife was purchased by an anonymous ID for 280,000. The subsequent 9 knives each fetched no less than 200,000. Half an hour later, the auction concluded. Xu Yu gazed at the influx of numbers in his banking app, a sequence he counted several times, momentarily stunned. The total sales amounted to 236,000. With the platform taking 1% and taxes accounted for, his actual earnings approached 190,000. Without delay, he dialed that familiar number. The phone rang once before being picked up, and Li Tsua's eager voice came through. Xiao Su, I saw you on TV. You're a big boss now. What about the rent? Aunt Li, send me your account number. Xu Yu interrupted her. Moments later, upon receiving the account number, he transferred a sum of money. Your savings account ending in XXXX has received 10,000,000 yuan. Watching television at home, Li Tsuehua heard the notification sound of her phone. Upon checking, she was left dumbfounded. 100,000? Wasn't he at 20,500? In a flurry, she dialed back. Little Sue, did you transfer the wrong amount? It's too much. Not a mistake, Xu Yu replied calmly. The rest is the prepaid rent, plus the money for that roller shutter. He had no intention of haggling or wasting time. Using money to resolve matters was the simplest approach. After ending the call, Xuan looked at the remaining balance of over 180,000 in his account, feeling an unprecedented sense of stability. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of primary capital accumulation. Task rewards have been issued, 3,000 system points. Detected that the host has sufficient points and has unlocked the material analyzer blueprint, meeting the conditions for system upgrade. System version 20 is upgrading. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the new module, Intermediate Precision Machining Workshop. As the words faded, Xuan felt a rush of change. The backyard behind him, cluttered with scrap metal and oil stains, began to transform dramatically. The ground became even, coated with a layer of gray epoxy flooring. The walls were reinforced and freshly painted. The holes in the roof were patched, replaced with bright, shadowless industrial lights. The makeshift smelting furnace he had cobbled together and the old lathe vanished into specks of light. In their place stood a brand new, technologically advanced, universal alloy melting platform, a micron-level precision, 5-axis CNC machine, along with a complete set of basic material testing equipment, including spectrometers and hardness testers. The entire backyard had metamorphosed from a dilapidated junkyard into a clean, bright, and well-equipped modern small laboratory. Xuan stood in the newly established workshop, caressing the cold metal shell of the CNC machine. This was the place where his dreams began. He reopened the live stream that he had yet to close. In the live streaming room, millions were fervently discussing the recent frenzied auction. Suddenly, an astonishing visual effect enveloped the entire screen. The King of the Long Sky has gifted 10 aircraft carriers in the Star Sea Hardware Store's live stream. Each aircraft carrier was valued at 10,000, totaling a staggering 100,000. The live stream fell into silence. Everyone was astonished by the ID and the astonishing amount of the donation. A golden, imposing barrage floated across the screen from the King of the Long Sky. Host, I have seen your knife. The material processing technique used for it is far too extravagant for a kitchen knife. Xuan glanced at this message but remained silent. The golden barrage reappeared, this time with content that left everyone perplexed. I ask you, since you can handle carbon-based composite materials, can you produce high-strength, high-temperature resistant, radar-absorbing drone structural components? Chapter 18. A peculiar military enthusiast customer. This golden barrage, filled with technical jargon, crashed into the bubbling live stream like a boulder falling into a pot of boiling oil. With over 500 million viewers, most were still immersed in the madness of the 280,000 yuan kitchen knife and could not fathom the meaning behind the words. Drones? Radar absorption? What relevance does this have to a hardware store? Yet they could comprehend the 10 aircraft carriers gift effect, which represented a tangible 100,000 yuan. Who was this person? So wealthy? The King of the Long Sky? What a juvenile name. Surely, it must be a military enthusiast joking around, asking the host about drone parts? Has he lost his mind? Or have I? The host is a blacksmith, not an aircraft manufacturer. The barrage was filled with confusion and mockery. Everyone believed this was merely a prankster, albeit one with a frighteningly generous display of wealth. Standing in the newly renovated workshop, Xuan observed the barrage without perceiving jest in the other party's words. High strength, high temperature resistance, radar absorption. Each of these keywords pointed to the pinnacle of contemporary materials science, even touching upon military applications. This was not something an ordinary military enthusiast could casually mention. His system panel remained silent, having triggered no tasks, indicating that the other party's request was still a vague concept, lacking in specificity. Disregarding the chaotic barrage, Xuan calmly addressed the camera. Too vague. What specific parts do you require? Dimensions, performance specifications, and the intended environment. Please clarify. His professionalism and composure momentarily stilled the raucous live stream. It dawned on the audience that Xuan was indeed contemplating this absurd inquiry with earnestness. The golden barrage appeared once more, this time with a swift and precise response. All right, let us start with the simplest. I need an integrated body shell for a quadcopter. Dimensions of 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters by 10 centimeters, with a uniform wall thickness of 3 millimeters. Performance requirements are twofold. First, mechanical strength. The shell must withstand a free fall from a height of 100 meters onto concrete, without any cracks or permanent deformation. Second, stealth performance. Under conventional X-band radar illumination, the radar cross-section, RCS, of this shell must be less than 0.01 square meters. As this lengthy barrage, laden with precise figures and technical terminology, appeared, The entire live stream fell into complete silence. If prior to this, the audience believed the king of the long sky was joking, now a palpable sense of unease permeated the atmosphere. This was no jest, it was a serious, specific, and even somewhat evaluative technical demand. The average viewer might not comprehend it, but some technical enthusiasts and genuine military fans in the stream felt an unsettling chill. Surviving a 100-meter drop without deformation? Even the most advanced carbon fiber might not achieve that. At best, it would crack, but not break apart. An RCS of less than 0.01 square meters? That approached the standards for stealth coatings on fighter jets. What need would someone have for such performance in a drone shell? This person was certainly not ordinary. Just as the live stream descended into silence due to these two performance demands, the familiar mechanical voice finally resonated in Xu Yu's mind. Ding. Detected a clear customer demand. Manufacture a drone shell with high strength and low radar reflection characteristics. Task triggered. Research and manufacture a carbon nanotube reinforced polymer composite shell, experimental level. Cost accounting in progress. Material costs. High directional carbon nanotube slurry, special thermosetting polymer substrate. Microwave absorbers totaling 88,000 yuan. Technical patent and equipment depreciation fees. System charge 5,000 system points. Suggested retail price, not less than 600,000 yuan. Task reward, 10,000 system points. Unlock intermediate material synthesis module blueprint. Xu Yu's pupils shifted slightly. The system had introduced points as a unit of currency for the first time. He glanced at the 3,000 points recently credited to his account, realizing it was insufficient for this task's costs. However, the task reward offered 10,000 points and unlocked a brand new module. Xu Yu instantly grasped the new game mechanics following the system upgrade. Money was merely his foundation in this world. Points were the sole currency for accessing higher-level technology. To acquire more points, he must undertake higher tech, more point-consuming orders. This was a positive feedback loop, a sweet trap. He raised his head, concealing any emotional fluctuations, and calmly stated to the camera, addressing the individual known as the King of the Long Sky, a price that would leave 500 million viewers questioning their existence. I can do it. A deposit of 300,000, total payment of 600,000. The barrage ceased. The entire live stream, with over 500 million viewers, fell into a prolonged collective stupor lasting 10 seconds. 600,000? For a 30-centimeter square plastic box? Had this host completely lost his mind after making millions at the auction? 600,000. How about robbing the treasury instead? Is your drone shell made of diamonds? I'm utterly stunned. Just 28,000 for a kitchen knife seemed absurd, and now I realize I was too naive. Insanity. Absolutely madness. Folks, let us disperse. This host has become blinded by money, ready to say anything for profit. I said the King of the Long Sky was here to cause trouble, and the host escalated it, quoting an astronomical price no one could afford. Waiting for the King of the Long Sky to come and berate him. Daring to toy with the big spender who just gifted him 100,000. He has finished. The atmosphere in the live stream shifted rapidly from shock to anger and condemnation towards Xu Yu. To everyone, it seemed no longer a business transaction, but a blatant scheme to deceive the masses in a frenzied scam. Xu Yu offered no explanations. He simply watched the screen calmly. He understood that if the other party truly comprehended the field, they would certainly recognize what this price entailed. Just as the live stream was on the verge of erupting into a wave of online violence, the ID everyone anticipated to explode in rage. The King of the Long Sky made a move. No barrage, no words. Instead, the screen was filled with a dazzling array of gift effects. The King of the Long Sky has gifted one aircraft carrier in the Star Sea Hardware Store's live stream. The King of the Long Sky has gifted 2 aircraft carriers in the Star Sea Hardware Store's live stream. The King of the Long Sky has gifted 3 aircraft carriers in the Star Sea Hardware Store's live stream. A total of 30 gifts. 30 aircraft carriers, majestic and overwhelming, cruised back and forth in the live stream, their golden radiance blinding every viewer's eyes. 300,000 yuan was abruptly injected within less than a minute. The live stream room fell into an eerie silence once more. Those who had just been berating Xu Yu as a fraud and a madman now felt their faces flush with the burning sting of embarrassment. As if struck by the 30,000 in cash. He truly paid 30,000 as a deposit, without so much as a blink. Just as everyone remained suspended in a state of surreal disbelief, the familiar golden barrage of comments drifted across the screen, once again, and for the final time. This time, its content rendered the previous 60,000 price tag almost trivial. The deposit has been received. I will contact you in 3 days for pickup. Remember, this is merely a test. What I require extends far beyond these trivial devices that can only fly a few hundred meters. First, tell me, can you produce a skin for an aircraft capable of withstanding speeds exceeding 5 Mach? Chapter 19. More than just a kitchen knife on the screen of the live stream. That comment regarding the 5 Mach aircraft skin lingered like an indelible mark, refusing to dissipate. Over 5 million viewers held their breath. Trivial devices? Capable of flying a mere few hundred meters? The cryptic tycoon known as the King of the Sky had conveyed information that shattered the audience's understanding. This was no longer within the realm of ordinary military enthusiasts. They were discussing cutting-edge technology at a national level. Xuan Nü stood in his brand-new workshop. Refraining from answering the question, he turned off the live stream. For him at this moment, explaining anything to the audience was a waste of time. He raised his hand and swiped through the air, summoning a system panel visible only to himself. Host, Xuan Nü. Level, 20, points, 3,200. High-frequency vibration molecular knife task reward, 200. Initial capital accumulation achievement reward, 3,000. Current task, develop and manufacture carbon nanotube reinforced polymer composite shell, experimental level. Task consumption, 5,000 system points. Task status, insufficient points. Unable to initiate, gazing at the glaring red insufficient points, Xuan Nü's brow furrowed for the first time. With the system upgrade, the rules had changed. Money could resolve most troubles in the physical world, but in the face of the technological tree of the system, it was merely a number. Points were the sole fuel driving this black technological engine. The 60,000 from the King of the Sky had accounted for 30,000. Yet he could not even initiate the first step of the task, still lacking 1,800 points. His gaze swept over the pristine 5-axis CNC machine before settling on the old computer connected to his phone. After the auction, the number of private messages in his backend had exploded, displaying a meaningless count of 99. He had previously neglected to check. But now he needed a new client, one who could supply him with points. He pulled up a chair and began sifting through the mountain of messages. Master, I beg you, sell me a knife. I'll offer 30,000. Host, I run a stone factory. Can your knife be made larger? I need it for cutting marble. And the price is negotiable. Xuan Nü, you fraud. If you have the guts, come meet me offline. I'll send you the address. 99% of these were nothing but vacuous chatter. With an impassive expression, Xuan Nü swiftly scrolled down the mouse wheel. The information stream cascading like a waterfall on the screen. He needed a sufficiently specific requirement that wouldn't pose too high a technical difficulty. The knife production had already consumed too many points. He needed a new product line. Just as he was about to lose patience, a message amidst the countless purchase requests caught his attention, halting his scrolling. The user ID, not a fan of cilantro, displayed a cartoonish chubby figure. He recognized this ID, as it had been present in nearly every one of his streams since the beginning, consistently supporting him with comments despite rarely sending gifts. Xuan Nü, your knife is too expensive. I definitely can't afford it. I have a small inconvenience and wonder if you could assist. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. After a few uses, my nail clippers lose their sharpness, leaving my nails jagged and uncomfortable. I've tried all the nail clippers on the market, from cheap ones to expensive imports, and they all perform the same. I was thinking, since you can cut such tough rebar, could you make me an everlasting sharp nail clipper? I can accept a price under 1,000. An everlasting sharp nail clipper. A request so mundane, it was almost banal. Xuan Nü's finger paused over the mouse. The system's voice echoed in his mind, almost in synchrony. Ding. Potential customer need detected. Manufacture an everlasting sharp nail clipper. Conducting feasibility analysis. Completed. Translatable into system task. Manufacture self-sharpening memory alloy nail clippers. Task reward, 2,000 system points. Cash reward of 1,000 yuan. Do you accept the task? Xuan Nü's eyes sparkled. 2,000 points. Just enough to fill the gap for the drone shell task. Without hesitation, he promptly replied to the user named not a fan of cilantro in the backend, stating, 1,000 yuan, send me your address. After sending, he closed the private message interface. Then, he reopened the live streaming software. He made no changes to the title and issued no announcements. When the Starsea hardware store's live stream flickered back to life, countless viewers still discussing the recent auction and the King of the Sky instantly flooded in. Is the host going to explain the drone situation? Hurry up. Can the 5 Mach skin be made or not? Xuan Nü ignored these comments and spoke directly to the camera, calmly stating, is the user ID not a fan of cilantro present? At his utterance, everyone froze. What was this maneuver? Moments later, an excited comment soared up. Here. Xuan Nü. That's me. Xuan Nü. I've accepted your order for the nail clipper. 1,000 yuan. Please proceed with the transfer. Silence enveloped the live stream room. Everyone thought they had misheard. After just selling kitchen knives totaling several million and accepting a drone order worth 60,000. This most popular tech guru online was about to personally tackle a 1,000 yuan nail clipper. The disparity left everyone momentarily bewildered. Did I hear that correctly? A nail clipper? 1,000 yuan? Host, what are you doing? Why abandon the 60,000 order to pursue a nail clipper? What perplexing behavior is this? Is this what they call staying true to one's original aspirations? On the screen, a 1,000 yuan rocket gift effect erupted, sent by not a fan of cilantro. Thank you. Sugu. Thank you, Sugu. I'll send you my address right away. The system prompt resonated in Su Yu's mind. Task self-sharpening memory alloy nail clipper has been initiated. Points reward has been predispersed. Current points, 5,200. Points required for the carbon nanotube reinforced polymer composite shell task have been met. Shall we initiate immediately? Initiate, Su Yu silently commanded in his mind. This was the outcome he desired. After completing all of this, he glanced at the rolling comments of confusion and ridicule in the live stream room. Offering no explanations and directly shutting down the stream once more. He felt no need to justify himself to anyone. In the eyes of the public, he had forsaken a 60,000 large order to pursue a mere 1,000 yuan venture. Yet only he understood that he had just executed the most crucial transaction. With a simple order for a low-cost nail clipper, he had leveraged a key worth 60,000, potentially unlocking access to even more advanced technological realms. Turning to stride into the brightly lit workshop in the backyard, Su Yu tossed a small piece of nickel titanium alloy material into the universal alloy melting platform. This alloy, within the confines of an ordinary factory, necessitates an intricately complex process of vacuum induction, melting, and multiple rounds of forging to achieve its final form. Yet, within the system's melting platform, it merely transforms into a shimmering pool of silver liquid, gradually purging impurities under the influence of a magnetic field. Following Su Yu's directives, trace amounts of rare elements are introduced, meticulously reshaping its microscopic crystalline structure. An hour later, Su Yu returned to the shop, holding a delicately crafted nail clipper, entirely silver and boasting a matte finish. He extracted a slender steel wire from a pile of scrap, and with a gentle squeeze of the clipper's blades, it snapped with a crisp sound, the cut perfectly even. Remarkably, the edge of the clipper, subjected to stress at the microscopic level during this cutting action, underwent a peculiar phase transformation, rendering it even sharper than before. This phenomenon is referred to as self-sharpening, enhancing its sharpness with each use. Su Yu took out his phone and sent a photograph to the chubby friend who detests coriander, captioned simply, "Done." The response came almost instantaneously, a flurry of exclamation marks. "Wow, Sugu, you are incredibly fast. Is it really done already?" Su Yu, uninterested in further conversation, began packaging the item for delivery. Just then, another message arrived. "Thank you so much. By the way, I have a friend who works in geological exploration. He recently encountered a significant problem in Xinjiang. They are drilling a super deep well, but at over 7,000 meters, the drill bit fails regardless of the alloy used, having already cost millions. He asked if you could manufacture a drill bit." Chapter 20. The first glimpse of official attention as Su Yu read the private message regarding the drill bit on his phone. His other hand meticulously wrapped the silver nail clipper in foam paper and placed it into a standard shipping box. He had just used this very clipper to cut a fine copper wire salvage from a discarded motor. The cut was smooth, and the blade showed no signs of damage. The system panel displayed a freshly credited 2,000 points, instantly replenishing his previously depleted account to a total of 5,200 points, sufficient to commence the task for the 600,000 drone shell. The thought of the geological exploration drill bit's failure lingered in Su Yu's mind, yet the system's voice remained silent, indicating that the request lacked specificity to trigger a task. He typed a message to the user named Chubby, who doesn't eat coriander, instructing him to communicate directly with Su Yu. Having completed this task, he stood and walked to the entrance of the hardware store. The sky had brightened, and as he reached for the familiar roll-up door, ready to hand over the packaged nail clipper to the awaiting courier, he paused. The once desolate street was now bustling with people. They stood at a distance, capturing photos of the dilapidated sign of Shanghai hardware store and Su Yu himself. Several fashionably dressed young women struck poses, smiling for selfies against the backdrop of his shop. This place had transformed into a social media hotspot. The thrilling confrontation from the previous night, combined with all prior events, had ignited a viral sensation overnight. Shanghai hardware store was no longer a failing establishment, but had become a modern urban legend. Ignoring the lenses aimed at him, Su Yu calmly handed the courier the package. "Master Su, from now on, I will be in charge of your deliveries. The courier gingerly accepted the box, treating it as if it contained a gold ingot. Su Yu nodded in silence, turning to re-enter the store. Master, don't leave. Let's take a photo together, shouted someone from the crowd. Streamer, look at me. I've sent you gifts. Can you sell me a knife? Su Yu halted, turning to survey the eager faces with their phones raised. He picked up a piece of scrap metal from a corner, inscribing bold letters with a marker, which he then hung in the center of the roll-up door. Orders accepted only through private messaging. Clearly state demands, budget, and specifications. No casual chatting, no photos, no visits. With that, he dramatically pulled down the roll-up door, isolating himself from the world outside. The crowd gazed at the makeshift metal sign, exchanging glances before erupting into laughter and animated chatter. Wow, this boss is quite the personality. The more he does this, the more I want to see what's inside. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away at the city's technology bureau, a spacious yet stifling office housed young clerk Lu Jian, who yawned while sifting through a mountain of paperwork. Most of it comprised mundane reports submitted by various units. He clicked on a forwarded notice from Nanjing University regarding an anomaly with a new high-tech material. This report had been marked for further inspection and had finally reached him. The lowest-ranking clerk. Material name: layered carbon-based composite source. Shanghai hardware store performance description. Hardness exceeds Rockwell 925 HRC. Estimated yield strength greater than 4,200 MPa. 5 times that of aircraft carrier deck steel. Recommendation: immediately initiate the highest level investigation process. Lu Jian felt his eyelids grow heavy, nearly bursting into laughter. What era are we in? Someone is still writing science fiction for project reports? He muttered, his cursor hovering over the delete button. For 1,200 MPa? 5 times that of aircraft carrier steel? What a joke. Crafting reports should adhere to basic principles. This data was not merely exaggerated, it was ignorant. Yet, just as he was about to click delete, his finger froze. The name Shanghai Hardware Store struck a familiar chord. He opened a web browser and entered the name. An avalanche of news articles and videos flooded his screen. A knife that cuts through steel, the black technology behind a 5,000 yuan kitchen knife. Hard-hitting. German knives shatter upon contact. Who is the enigmatic owner of Shanghai Hardware Store? Exclusive reveal. The urban hotspot Shanghai Hardware Store and the legendary journey of its owner. Su Yu. Lu Jian's mouth fell agape. He clicked on the most widely circulated video of Su Yu's knife colliding with the Stormfang. As he witnessed the German knife shatter like glass, the mouse slipped from his grasp, clattering to the desk. He glanced back at the report, each word now bearing immense weight. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Jian's forehead. He neither deleted the report nor reported it. Instead, he silently encrypted the document and stored it in a special folder on his computer, aptly named Priority Attention. He understood that this matter had transcended his capacity for management. In the hardware store, Su Yu finally received a response from Chubby, who doesn't eat coriander. Su Gu, I've made contact. My friend, Engineer Wang, and his entire team are currently on a desert in Xinjiang, struggling with intermittent signal. Their requirements are straightforward. They need a drill bit capable of penetrating a super high-hardness quartzite layer at a depth of 7,000 meters. As long as it can penetrate, money is no object. As Su Yu read the private message, the system's voice finally resonated in his mind. Ding. Customer's explicit demand detected. Manufacture a special drill bit for ultra-deep drilling. Task triggered. Research and produce a diamond lattice self-replicating composite drill bit. Cost assessment in progress. Material costs: high-pressure synthetic diamond powder, special bonding agents, ultra-hard coating materials, totaling 1,200,000 yuan. The costs associated with technical patents and equipment depreciation, system charge 10,000 system points. Suggested retail price, no less than 5,000 yuan. Task reward, 20,000 system points. Unlocking advanced energy module blueprints. Su Yu's pupils flickered. The cost was 1.2 million, with the system charging 10,000 points. Currently, he possessed over 1.8 million in liquid assets and 5,200 points. Once again, his points were insufficient. He seemed to have grasped the pattern after the system upgrade. To unlock higher-level technology, one must continuously embrace greater challenges, leveraging cash to tackle seemingly insurmountable tasks. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, a drill bit, 5 million. A deposit of 2.5 million. If it fails to penetrate, a full refund. After sending the message, the other party fell silent. Half an hour passed, and just as Su Yu believed the deal had fallen through, he received a private message from the chubby individual who disliked cilantro, bursting with an uncontrollable excitement and tremor. Su Gu, Engineer Wang and the others have agreed. 2. 5 million. They said they will gather the funds for you immediately. They also mentioned that if you can penetrate that damned rock layer and complete this national-level exploration task, they would pay you 100 million. As Su Yu read the message, he prepared to respond with his bank account number. A logistics information software notification popped up in the lower right corner of his computer. Your buyer ID 789 has confirmed receipt. Transaction successful. Su Yu clicked on the transaction details. This was an anonymous buyer who acquired a molecular knife at the auction last night for 250,000. He glanced at the recipient's address and raised an eyebrow. The address was not a specific residence or company, but rather the bonded area of the Donghai City port. A large international logistics transshipment warehouse. At that moment, his old mobile phone rang again. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar landline number. Su Yu answered casually, thinking it was a call from Engineer Wang. The voice on the other end was silent for 2 seconds before an elderly, hoarse voice, imbued with undeniable authority and a hint of barely concealed excitement, spoke up. May I ask if this is Mr. Su Yu? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Professor Zhang from the Materials Institute of Nanjiang University. I have but one question. Are you selling the product or the technology with that knife? Chapter 21. The knife was detained by customs. Su Yu held the old mobile phone, the voice of Professor Zhang resonating in his ears. Each word tinged with the unique fervor and obsession of a scholarly researcher. Selling a product or selling technology? This question had never crossed Su Yu's mind. To him, he was merely utilizing the system to fulfill various demands, garnering capital for survival and growth. Whether it was a 5,000 yuan kitchen knife or a 5 million yuan drill bit, they were fundamentally exchanges of goods. Yet, Professor Zhang's inquiry opened a new avenue of thought for him. Technology is the golden goose, while products are merely the eggs. He fell silent for a few seconds, refraining from directly answering the question. Professor Zhang, I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely a hardware store owner, lacking any technical expertise. Su Yu's response was watertight. Now was not the time to reveal his core secrets. His modest resources would pale in comparison to true national power. On the other end, Professor Zhang seemed to anticipate his answer, not pressing further, but instead speaking with a complex tone. Comrade Su, I understand your concerns. However, you must realize that the value of what you possess may far exceed your imagination. It should not merely be regarded as a kitchen knife. My phone is available 24/7. You can contact me anytime. Our materials laboratory at Nanjiang University is always open to you. With that, Professor Zhang hung up. Su Yu set down his phone, observing the men and women outside, still taking photos and checking in, feeling a pressure he had never experienced before. This pressure was not from a relentless landlord demanding payment, nor from provocations of an internet celebrity, but rather an intangible gaze emanating from a higher realm. At that moment, his other phone vibrated. It was a bank text message. Your savings account ending in XXXX has received a deposit, 250,000 yuan. The funds gathered by Engineer Wang had arrived. The 5 million felt like a potent stimulant, instantly dissipating the tumult that had just begun to rise within Su Yu. Regardless of the scrutiny, he resolved to earn money and complete the system task first. Strength was the essence of everything. He redirected his focus to the system panel. Task: Diamond Crystal Lattice Self-Replicating Composite Drill Bit has been initiated. Current points: 4,800. Points had once again turned negative. However, Su Yu remained unconcerned. As long as the task was completed, the reward of 20,000 points would allow him to turn his fortunes around. He turned and entered the futuristic workshop, ready to tackle this 5 million yuan endeavor. Meanwhile, at the Donghai City International Port, bonded area number 3 transshipment warehouse, a middle-aged man dressed in a floral shirt and adorned with a large gold chain anxiously monitored the logistics information on his phone, cursing profusely. Damn it. It's been 2 days. Why hasn't he cleared customs yet? This shipment could sell for 10 times the price on the other side. His name was Lu Biao, a trader dealing in various peculiar items. A few days prior, he had paid a hefty price to acquire the molecular knife from a wealthy heir, adding an extra 50,000 yuan to secure it. He did not believe the knife to be as extraordinary as depicted in the videos. But he knew that foreign collectors were fascinated by the allure of Eastern mystique. He had already secured a buyer willing to pay 500,000 USD. If the knife could clear customs smoothly, he would ascend to great heights. On the other end of the transshipment warehouse, in the customs inspection area, the atmosphere was notably oppressive. Chief Inspector Zhou Hai was intently fixated on the screen of the X-ray security machine. Within an ordinary delivery box lay a seemingly unremarkable kitchen knife. However, This knife appeared on the X-ray image not as a normal metallic gray, but rather as an opaque black, seemingly capable of absorbing all rays. The adjacent density analysis software displayed a series of incomprehensible garbled messages and red error warnings. "Chief, this item doesn't seem right," a young customs officer stammered. "I've been doing inspections for 5 years and have never encountered anything with such bizarre density. The machine's readings are off the charts. It's impossible to determine the material." Zhou Hai's expression turned grave as he donned gloves and personally opened the delivery box. Inside lay an unremarkable black kitchen knife. He lifted it, finding it surprisingly light, with a texture that felt nothing like metal. Knocking on the blade with his knuckles produced a dull sound, akin to striking a high-polymer composite. "Get me a cutting pen," Zhou Hai commanded in a low tone. The officer promptly handed him an alloy cutting pen designed to slice through suspicious items' exteriors. Zhou Hai pressed the pen against the back of the black knife and applied force. A faint scratch echoed through the air. Everyone present watched as the tungsten steel cutting pen's tip was drastically worn down upon contact with the black knife, leaving not a single white scratch on the knife's back. Gasps filled the inspection area. "Seize this item immediately. Right now?" Zhou Hai felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. "Isolate it. Classify it as a high-risk, unidentified item." He decisively picked up the red secure phone on the desk and dialed a number he hoped never to use. "Hello, is this the City Security Bureau? I am Zhou Hai from the Port Customs. Here, we have intercepted a highly suspicious item, suspected to be a new, unknown, strategically significant contraband material." In the Starsea hardware store, Suyu was deeply engrossed in programming the processing procedures on his brand-new 5-axis CNC machine. Manufacturing the drone shell proved to be far more intricate than he had anticipated. The integrated mold required exceedingly precise calculations. As for the more advanced drill bit, he had already conceived a preliminary plan, which necessitated synthesizing a completely new mother crystal, consuming a significant portion of his energy and time. Suddenly, the old mobile phone rang again at an inopportune moment. Suyu furrowed his brow in annoyance. Assuming it was yet another nuisance from someone who had watched his live stream, he picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID. An unfamiliar landline number. He answered with a curt greeting, preparing to hang up as soon as the other party spoke. There was a silence on the other end for a full 3 seconds before a deep, calm, and professionally serious male voice came through. The voice, devoid of any emotion, caused Suyu's fingers to hover in midair above the keyboard. "Hello, Mr. Suyu. We are from the East Sea City Public Security Bureau, Criminal Investigation Division. A contraband item recently seized by Customs is connected to you, and we need you to come with us to assist in the investigation." Chapter 22. A second visit to the station. The deep male voice left Suyu no room for contemplation or rebuttal. It was a statement of fact, devoid of questions. Merely a notification. "Criminal Investigation Division?" Suyu repeated the words, his fingers frozen above the phone. He refrained from checking the caller ID, as it was unnecessary. The precision with which they had located him indicated that this investigation was far beyond the level of a regular police station. He set down the phone without an immediate response, instead turning and walking to the workshop door, gazing calmly at the 5-axis CNC machine performing its self-check. The cold metal and precise tracks represented the power he could command. On the phone, the man noticed his silence and added, "Our personnel are already at your store entrance. We hope for your cooperation." Just as the words left his mouth, the frail rolling door of the hardware store was knocked upon with a series of firm, rhythmic knocks, distinctly different from any previous ones. The sound was neither too light nor too heavy, but steady and forceful, carrying an undeniable authority. The crowd of influencers snapping photos and curious onlookers seemed to part as if pushed by an invisible force, creating a clear path. 2 black cars with ordinary plates had inexplicably parked at the street corner, and several men in plain clothes, their demeanor and presence markedly different from the average citizen, stood by the vehicles, scanning the surroundings. Suyu opened the rolling door. 2 men stood at the entrance, also in plain clothes, but the lead one, appearing to be in his early 40s, had a square face and piercing eyes capable of seeing through to one's soul. He displayed a badge that clearly read Criminal Investigation Division with an official seal, glistening in the sunlight. "Suyu, please come with us." The man's voice was identical to that on the phone. The surrounding flashes of cameras suddenly erupted, leaving everyone stunned by the unexpected scene. "Taken away again? This time it's the detectives. This is serious. I knew there was something off about that knife." Suyu ignored the commotion around him, simply turning back into the store to grab a clean jacket he had worn only a few days prior, then calmly stating to the lead man, "Let us go." His level of cooperation drew a curious glance from the lead man. He entered the unmarked black car, which smoothly integrated into the flow of traffic. leaving behind the cacophonous street. At the East Sea City Public Security Bureau building, the interrogation room was far brighter than that of the police station, with walls made of sound-absorbing beige material. The air was devoid of any trace of smoke, filled instead with a cold, antiseptic scent mixed with metal. Xuan sat in that familiar interrogation chair, but the individuals across from him had changed. The lead interrogator was none other than the square-faced man who had escorted him, named Zheng Jiangwo, the captain of a unit within the Criminal Investigation Division. Beside him sat a younger man in black-framed glasses, equipped not with a notebook, but with an open tablet displaying dense data and charts. Unlike last time, no one offered him water. The atmosphere had intensified significantly. Xuan, 26 years old, graduated from South Jiang Industrial University with a degree in mechanical engineering and automation. After working for 2 years at a precision instrument company in East Sea City, you resigned to take over your family's hardware store. Zheng Jiangwo recited Xuan's background flawlessly without even glancing at any documents. You are a formally trained engineer. We are well aware of this. He leaned forward slightly, locking his gaze on his Xuan's face. So, do not attempt to speak of any ancestral skills. The bespectacled young man turned the tablet towards Xuan, revealing an exceedingly complex material composition analysis spectrum. We intercepted a knife you sold and conducted a cross-sectional analysis on it. His voice was cold, distinctly marked with the tone of a technician. The results are intriguing. Beyond the standard elements of carbon and iron, we detected at least 3 trace isotopes that have never been seen before, non-existent in the natural world. Furthermore, its crystalline structure is unlike any known metal or alloy form. He adjusted his glasses and fixed his stare on Xuan, asking each word deliberately. Now, can you explain how this item was created? In the interrogation room, the air seemed to freeze. It was a deadlock. Xuan recognized that the other party had already grasped part of the truth. Any lies would appear feeble. He remained silent, his mind racing. Admitting to the system? That would amount to willingly entering the highest-level laboratory, becoming a lifelong guinea pig. He picked up the untouched glass of cold water in front of him and took a sip. Is this considered a trade secret? Xuan set down the glass and raised his head to pose a counter-question. Zheng Jiangwo and the young man were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated various reactions from Xuan: denial, panic, or the fabrication of even more outrageous lies, but they had not expected him to so calmly categorize the issue as a trade secret. That depends on whether your secret poses a risk to national security, Zheng Jiangwo replied in a low voice. A kitchen knife? How could it possibly threaten national security? Xuan's tone was flat, as if he were discussing the weather, stating, it conforms to all national knife standards, with no excessively small edge angles, no blood grooves, and certainly no self-locking mechanisms. The officers at the last police station already investigated this thoroughly. It's the materials, the young man interjected, somewhat agitated, pointing at the tablet. This unprecedented supermaterial, if utilized in the military field, that's a big if, Xuan interrupted. I used it to make a kitchen knife, which I sold to a chef. Later, someone found it appealing, and I crafted nail clippers for a fastidious office worker. From start to finish, I have only produced civilian goods. As for those trace elements and crystalline structures you mentioned, that is my own researched formula, the very skill that sustains my livelihood. He looked directly at Zheng Jiangwo, articulating clearly and firmly, Captain Zheng, according to regulations, the police have the right to investigate whether my products are contraband. But they do not have the authority to demand my core technical formula. Just as you cannot require a pharmaceutical company to disclose all molecular formulas and clinical data simply because their miracle drug is too effective. This reasoning was sound and firmly redirected the matter from a criminal investigation back into the realm of intellectual property. Zheng Jiangwo gazed deeply at Xuan, realizing that he could not fully comprehend the young man before him. His calmness and logic exceeded the composure typical for one of his age. Are you implying that this formula is your own creation? Indeed, Xuan nodded. Where was it developed? What equipment did you use? Your hardware store lacks a vacuum melting furnace and synchrotron radiation source. The young man pressed on, attempting to expose any inconsistencies in his words. Xuan smiled. Who says such equipment is necessary? The furnace in my backyard is a modified version of my own design, capable of reaching temperatures of 2000 degrees. As for the formula, inspiration can strike at any moment. Sometimes, sketching on scrap paper suffices. Newton was struck by an apple, yet he had no supercomputer, did he? Such a display of obstinacy was blatant. However, each of his statements was devoid of any legal flaw. Zheng Jiangwo waved his hand, signaling the young man to cease further inquiries. He understood that continuing would yield no results. This Xuan resembled a hedgehog, armored and impervious. The final investigation results emerged hours later. The conclusion was strikingly similar to that reached during the last visit to the police station. The items themselves were not illegal. Their origins could not be verified, and the individual refused to disclose core technology. As no substantial social harm had been caused, there was no justification for continuing to detain Su Yu. Zheng Jiangwo personally escorted Su Yu to the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Su Yu, you are free to leave today. Zheng Jiangwo's tone returned to its initial calmness, but as I mentioned, you will be classified as a high-priority individual of concern. We shall not interfere with your legitimate business, but every item you create and each person you sell to will be recorded in our files. Understood, Su Yu nodded. Just as he was about to turn away, Zheng Jiangwo called out to him once more. This seasoned detective regarded the young man before him with a complex emotion, a blend of scrutiny and warning. Xiao Su, allow me to offer you a personal piece of advice. Zheng Jiangwo stepped closer, lowering his voice. That knife of yours was seized from a container destined for overseas. We have reason to believe that foreign intelligence organizations and arms dealers have taken notice of you online. He looked deeply into Su Yu's eyes, speaking with an unprecedented seriousness. To ordinary people, your craft may seem like that of a kitchen knife maker. However, in the eyes of certain nations, its value may surpass that of an aircraft carrier fleet. From this point forward, you may not only face us. Take care of yourself. Chapter 23. The probing of foreign forces. Zheng Jiangwo's final words echoed in Su Yu's mind for a considerable time. Foreign intelligence organizations. Arms dealers, valued higher than an aircraft carrier fleet. Such terms felt exceedingly distant to an engineer solely focused on running a hardware store, saving money, and accumulating points. Upon returning to his shop, he lowered the rolling shutter, effectively isolating himself from the outside world. The two black cars departed swiftly. Yet Su Yu understood that unseen eyes were now upon him. He remained composed. The mindset of an engineer informed him that panic would resolve nothing. When faced with unknown variables, the only recourse was to strengthen the constants within his grasp. His constants were the system and the continuously unlocking technologies within it. He proceeded to the backyard, where a pristine workshop gleamed under the light, radiating a cold metallic sheen. The 5-axis CNC machine was his greatest asset at present. He accessed the system panel. Host, Su Yu, level, 20, points, 4,800. Current task 1. Develop and manufacture carbon nanotube reinforced polymer composite shells, experimental level. Current task 2. Develop and manufacture diamond lattice self-replicating composite drill bits, gazing at the glaring red negative number. Su Yu felt no anxiety. This was an investment, a leverage. By completing these two tasks, he could earn 30,000 points and several million in cash, allowing him to extricate himself from his current predicament. He temporarily cast aside Zheng Jiangwo's warning, donned his safety goggles, and immersed himself in programming the machine. The mold design for the drone shell was exceedingly intricate, particularly for a one-piece structure, demanding high precision in curvature and structural integrity. Time passed amidst the monotony of meticulous calculations and operations. During this period, the buzz online remained unabated. The Shanghai hardware store resembled a tourist attraction. However, Su Yu's iron notice had taken effect, and coupled with the frightening spectacle of the police's previous visit, most individuals dared only to photograph from a distance, no longer approaching to disturb him. 3 days later, in the afternoon, having just completed the final procedure of the drone shell mold, the machine emitted a cheerful notification and halted automatically. He removed the complex metal mold, its surface smooth and its structure flawlessly aligned. At that moment, the doorbell chimed at the entrance. Ding dong. The crisp 2 chimes were unlike any previous knocks. It was neither the impatience of Li Tsuehua, nor the brashness of the Hammer brother, nor the rhythmic knocking of the police. This sound was standard and courteous, reminiscent of a door-to-door salesperson. Su Yu set down the mold, wiped his hands of oil, and approached the door. Peering through the gap in the shutter, he raised an eyebrow. 3 individuals stood outside. At the forefront was a man of about 50, a Caucasian with meticulously styled blonde hair, clad in an expensive tailored suit, his face adorned with a professional smile. Behind him stood a similarly attired young Asian man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a briefcase, likely a translator or assistant. The third individual lingered slightly farther back, tall and dressed inconspicuously in a jacket, hands tucked in pockets, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings like a predator poised to pounce. These 3 individuals appeared out of place in the dilapidated, chaotic street. Su Yu sensed their purpose and said nothing, simply pulling up the rolling shutter with a decisive clang. May I ask if you are Mr. Su Yu? The Asian translator stepped forward, addressing Su Yu in a somewhat stilted yet standard Mandarin. What can I do for you? Su Yu's response was succinct. The leading Caucasian extended his hand towards Su Yu, exuding the formulaic enthusiasm typical of business negotiations. "Mr. Su, nice to meet you." The translator promptly followed suit. "Hello, Mr. Su. This is Mr. Smith from Global Technology Investment Fund." Su did not reach for the offered hand. Instead, he stepped aside to invite them in. "The place is a bit messy. Feel free to sit." Smith entered the shop, his blue eyes swiftly surveying the surroundings. He showed no disdain for the disarray. Rather, he lingered on the categorized heaps of discarded motors and dismantled circuit boards in the corner. When his gaze fell upon the pristine CNC machine in the backyard workshop, his pupils constricted slightly. "Mr. Su, let us not beat around the bush." The translator opened the briefcase and retrieved a beautifully bound folder. "Our foundation has been dedicated to identifying the most promising cutting-edge technologies worldwide. We came across your molecular cutting technology online and are very intrigued." He slid the folder across the workbench to Su Yu. "After our assessment, we believe your technology possesses immense potential to revolutionize multiple industries." Su Yu did not glance at the folder. Instead, he focused on the man named Smith. Smith appeared satisfied with Su Yu's directness, no longer relying on the translator, and spoke in somewhat stilted Chinese, enunciating each word carefully. "We wish to acquire your technology, including the formula, processes, and all related patents." His gaze remained fixed on Su Yu, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expression. Su Yu remained unperturbed, lifting the cup from the table to sip some water. "Oh, how much are you willing to offer?" Smith noted Su Yu's mention of money, and his smile widened. To him, any issue that could be resolved with money was not an issue at all. He extended one hand, fingers spread wide. The translator interjected, $500,000 US. Su Yu remained silent. Smith assumed he found the amount insufficient, shook his head, and added in Chinese, "No, it is 5 million. 5 million US. This figure emerged from his lips with an air of undeniable certainty. $5 million equated to over 30 million yuan, a sum ample enough to purchase every shop on this street. They believed no young man like Su Yu, clinging to a dilapidated store, could refuse such an offer. This was not merely a proposition. It was a test, a comprehensive evaluation of his character, desires, and boundaries. The bodyguard, who had remained silent, withdrew his hand from his pocket, casually flexing his wrist. The air was thick with a scent that mingled money with danger. Su Yu set down the cup, finally reacting. He exhibited neither elation nor shock. 30 million was indeed a substantial fortune, sufficient to secure a lifetime of comfort. Yet, at that moment, as this thought crossed his mind, the system panel visible only to him flashed an intense crimson light. A line of cold, final judgment appeared before his eyes. "Warning, potential hostile forces detected conducting technological theft. Prohibit the sale of any core technology provided by the system to this target. Otherwise, the system will initiate an irreversible self-destruct program." Su Yu's heart raced. The self-destruct program. It was the first time he understood that the system had such a provision. He had previously thought of it merely as a simple golden finger, a tool to elevate him to the pinnacle of life. Only now did he grasp that the system had its own limits. And that boundary was the forbidden zone these individuals before him were attempting to breach with their wealth. He lifted his gaze. The ripple of excitement at the mention of a vast sum had vanished from his expression. His eyes traversed past the translator, landing directly on Smith's face. Smith, observing Su Yu's demeanor, felt uncertain. The calmness of his counterpart exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Su Yu spoke. He did not utter a word in Chinese, but instead delivered a fluent response in English, infused with a standard engineer's accent. $5 million for a technology you believe could transform multiple industries. Both Smith and the translator were momentarily taken aback. Su Yu, noting their astonishment, leaned slightly forward and posed a chilling question in equally fluent English. "Is that what you think it's worth, or is that what you think I'm worth?" Chapter 24. Not selling for money. Su Yu's fluent English, laced with a standard engineer's accent, suspended the air in the hardware store. "Do you believe it holds that value? Or do you believe I am worth that amount?" This inquiry sliced through Smith's professional smile like a cold scalpel. The Asian translator beside him wore a frozen expression. He had assumed he was dealing with an inexperienced youth, easily swayed by money, only to find that his opponent had deftly outmaneuvered them from the outset. The flicker of disdain in Smith's blue eyes swiftly faded, replaced by a cautious reevaluation. He took a full 3 seconds to digest the immense implications embedded in Su Yu's words. Not only did the other party comprehend English, but he also articulated his thoughts with clarity, incisively highlighting the arrogance and probing nature of their offer. Su Yu remained silent, calmly awaiting a response. He turned, seemingly casually picking up the old phone still charging on the workbench, unlocking the screen, tapping a few times, then propping it against a nearby box of parts. The camera perfectly aimed at the entrance. An unassuming action, yet it forged an invisible window connecting to millions across the internet. Just received an intriguing letter. Let me read it to everyone. With this title, the live stream room, which had been dark for quite some time, suddenly illuminated once more. As the screen flickered back to life, the hundreds of thousands of viewers who had been debating in the chat froze in astonishment. The broadcast resumed. The host was back. Wait, who are those suited individuals? And why is there a foreigner? What is going on? Had we just stumbled upon a private transaction? As the barrage of comments began to surge, the atmosphere in the live stream became heavy, signaling that something significant was unfolding. Smith took a deep breath, his smile returning, albeit this time devoid of pretense and infused with seriousness. Mr. Su, you have misunderstood. $5 million is merely a starting point. He ceased using the translator and directly articulated in his rudimentary Chinese. Our global technology investment fund is genuinely interested. If you are willing to part with your technology, we can provide you with the finest laboratories in the world, the most elite research teams, and a future you cannot refuse. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing a grand dream. You are a genius engineer, not meant to be buried in such a small shop. Imagine your name gracing the pages of the world's leading academic journals. Your technology applied across aviation, healthcare, energy, and all great fields. You would become the Einstein of this era, rather than just a blacksmith crafting kitchen knives. His words dripped with temptation. For any aspiring engineer, this represented the ultimate dream that could ignite their passion. In the live stream, those who could understand simple dialogue erupted in excitement. Wow, $5 million. Over 30 million. This foreigner seems to want to buy out the host's technology. He.s. even offering to build him a lab. The host is about to get rich. If he accepts. PLL, sort of success. Everyone felt that Su Yu had no reason to refuse. This was a life-changing opportunity. Yet, Su Yu's expression remained unchanged. The ominous red warning from the system still seared through his nerves. Warning: prohibit the sale of any core technology provided by the system to this target. Otherwise, the system will initiate an irreversible self-destruct program. Self-destruct. Those two words bore a weight far heavier than $5 million or any world-class laboratory. Everything he possessed stemmed from this system. Without it, he would revert to being the nearly bankrupt hardware store owner. He raised his head, gazing at the expectant Smith, and suddenly smiled. Have you finished? Smith was taken aback. Finished? Take your money and leave my store. Su Yu's voice was soft. Yet each word resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, echoing throughout the entire network via that small phone. The entire hardware store, alongside the live stream, fell into an eerie silence at that moment. Smith's smile vanished entirely. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. Mr. Su, what do you mean? Are you refusing a collaboration worth 30 million? Collaboration? Su Yu rose to his feet and approached them step by step. The bodyguard, who had been standing at a distance, instinctively tensed and took half a step forward. Su Yu's gaze swept over Smith, then over the pallid-faced translator, before he spoke in the most impeccable Mandarin. Enunciating each word, I will say this once more. I am not selling, especially not to you foreign thieves. With that, he extended his hand, pointing directly at the hardware store's entrance. Get out. This single word resonated like thunder, leaving Smith and his team in a daze. The Asian translator's face flushed a deep shade of liver, as he stammered. How can you speak like that? We came with sincerity. Sincerity? So you let out a cold laugh. You planted spies at my doorstep and sent people to investigate my background, all while planning to intercept my sale when I was about to leave. Is that your idea of sincerity? Zheng Jiangwo's words had kept him vigilant over the past few days. Those seemingly ordinary passers-by at the entrance had revealed numerous flaws in their guise. Smith's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that his supposed covert arrangements were so easily discerned by the other party. We are leaving. Smith's face turned ashen. He knew that continuing this conversation would only bring further humiliation. He turned and exited the store. The live stream had gone completely wild. Wow. Wow. The host is amazing. Get out. Well said. These foreign thieves are just trying to steal our technology. I'm fired up. This is what backbone looks like. I'm a fan now. From this day forth, anyone who slanders Master Su, I'll be furious. The screen exploded with gift effects as countless rockets and carnival animations soared, while the comments were filled with praises for the host and calls to elevate national pride. In just 1 minute, Su Yu's follower count surged by 500,000. Just as Smith and his entourage were about to step out of the store, the previously quiet Asian translator suddenly halted and turned back, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. The panic in his eyes had been replaced by a cold, venomous glint. He looked at Su Yu and said, in a tone low enough for Su Yu to hear, Mr. Su, there are sometimes things in this world that cannot be bought with money. He paused, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. They can only be taken. Chapter 25. The midnight hand. That chilling threat echoed within the dilapidated hardware store. Su Yu watched the Asian translator disappear through the doorway, remaining silent. He understood that the other party was not jesting. With a swift motion, he pulled down the roll-up door, isolating the astonished, excited crowd and their curious gazes outside. In the live stream, the comments had gone completely berserk. The host's last words were too impressive. What a national backbone. Donations. Must donate. For this spirit. These people don't seem trustworthy. Host, be careful. They will definitely retaliate. The screen continued to flash with gifts worth thousands, but Su Yu had lost interest. He shut off the live stream and tossed his phone onto the workbench. 30 million yuan was indeed a sum that could drive any ordinary person to madness. Yet, in the face of the system's glaring red warning, this money served only to confirm the ill intentions of the visitors. Take. Su Yu mulled over the word, his engineer's mindset kicking into high gear. When problems arise, they must be solved. The adversaries were a professional team. Ordinary locks and security windows would be as flimsy as paper to them. Call the police. Zheng Jiangwo had warned him that he was likely not dealing with ordinary criminals. And the police couldn't be stationed at his door 24/7. The only solution was to construct a defensive system that would ensure they would not return. He raised his hand, summoning a system panel visible only to himself. System, do you have security schematics? Searching. Search complete. Based on the host's current level, 20, here are the following options. Option 1. Basic physical defense kit. Includes high-strength alloy door and window reinforcements, composite bulletproof panels. Automatic tear gas dispensers. Required points, 800. Option 2. Basic energy defense system. Includes high-voltage electric grid module, area motion sensor triggers, sound and light alarms, and remote notification modules. Required points, 1200. Su Yu's gaze flicked between the two options. Physical defenses were merely a temporary fix, since the adversaries dared to come. They surely had countermeasures. Tear gas could easily backfire on him. He opted for option 2, exchanging for the basic energy defense system, schematic. Beep. 1200 points deducted, schematic issued. Su Yu's points instantly shifted from 4800 to 6000. He was unconcerned. This was a necessary investment. A complex, three-dimensional schematic unfolded before him. The system's strength lay in the fact that most of the core components could be fabricated from the scrap metal in his backyard. He turned and walked into the backyard workshop, his gaze scanning the pile of debris left by the Hammer brothers. A high-voltage transformer from an old television could be used for amplification. The battery from a scrapped electric bike was an excellent energy storage unit. Several infrared sensors salvaged from an old air conditioning unit could be modified for use as motion sensors. Most critically, he focused on a rusty, large animal trap that had once been used in the countryside to catch wild boars. This device, with its raw physical striking power, could be enhanced with magical damage. Without hesitation, Su Yu poured all his energy into modifying the defense system. He refrained from using the precision 5-axis CNC machine. It was overkill for this task. Instead, he showcased his solid engineering fundamentals with the most rudimentary tools, a soldering iron, a wrench, and wire strippers. He connected the trap's triggering mechanism to a homemade pressure sensor, then encased the two large jaws in high-temperature insulating material, leaving only the inner serrated edges exposed. Finally, he connected the two output terminals of the high-voltage transformer to the left and right jaws. Thus, an ordinary-looking yet perilously dangerous high-voltage electric trap was born. He cleverly positioned this trap behind the small door leading from the backyard to the workshop. As soon as anyone from outside pushed open the door and stepped onto what appeared to be an ordinary tile, the pressure sensor would be triggered. The trap would spring into action, while the stored energy from the battery would be transformed through the high-voltage unit, delivering tens of thousands of volts to the unfortunate target. Having completed this setup, he installed infrared sensors in several concealed corners, linking them to sound and light alarms as well as to his phone. The sky had turned completely dark. Su Yu did not rest. He entered the workshop to continue pouring molds for the drone shell. For him, defense was merely a means. Advancing technology was the ultimate goal. Time ticked away. At 3 a.m, the entire street had fallen into slumber, with only a few dim streetlights still aglow. A shadow, blending seamlessly into the night, stealthily appeared beneath the back wall of the hardware store. The figure moved with agility, retrieving a retractable carbon fiber rod from a tactical backpack, at the end of which was a small camera. He extended the camera over the back wall, carefully surveying the state of the backyard. It was deserted, save for a pile of scrap. He retracted the rod and produced a compact set of tools. fiddling with the lock cylinder of the old wooden door in the backyard. With a barely audible click, the lock yielded. The shadow pushed the door open and slipped into the backyard. He did not act immediately. Instead, he remained crouched for a full minute, ensuring there were no anomalies before he slowly rose to his feet. Equipped with night vision goggles, everything in the backyard was vividly illuminated before his eyes. His objective was clear, the workshop with its lights aglow. According to the intelligence, all the secrets of that young man were hidden within. He approached the workshop's entrance step by step, cautiously, like a cat. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. He reached the door, one hand resting on the doorknob. After one final check of his surroundings, he gently turned the knob and pushed the door open. The hinges emitted a faint creak. The shadowy figure crouched low, one leg stepping inside first, the toes landing silently on the ground. He was about to draw in the other leg when, in that instant, as his back foot touched the ordinary tile inside, a faint click echoed, a sound reminiscent of a mechanical latch engaging. The shadow froze. Looking down, he noticed that the tile beneath him had sunk by less than a centimeter. A lethal sense of danger surged through him, raising every hair on his body. He sought to retract his foot, but it was too late. A black, serrated metal disc sprang forth from beneath the tile. It did not aim for his ankle, but directly targeted his calf. The shadow reacted swiftly, leaning back in a desperate attempt to evade it. Yet, the speed of the mechanism exceeded his expectations. Thud! The sound of metal teeth snapping shut was accompanied by a muffled thud as they pierced through muscle. Agonizing pain shot through him, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. He understood that this was merely a physical trap. However, in the next moment, his entire world was engulfed by a blinding blue-white light. Zzz. A piercing crackle of electricity erupted, and dazzling sparks burst forth from the metal jaws of the trap. Tens of thousands of volts surged through the serrated edges embedded in his calf, flooding his body with electricity. A suppressed scream escaped his throat. His muscles tensed instantly, convulsing violently, his hair standing on end, and wisps of charred smoke emanating from his mouth. His weapons and tools scattered across the ground as his body fell backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The high-voltage shock continued for a full 3 seconds before it automatically ceased. The backyard returned to a deathly silence. Only the shadow on the ground continued to convulse unconsciously, frothing at the mouth. Inside the workshop, Suyu's phone screen lit up. A system notification clearly appeared in the center of the display. Basic energy defense system activated, captured intrusion target X1. Suyu set down the tool in his hand, glanced at his phone, and wore an expression devoid of emotion. He exited the workshop, observing the unconscious figure on the ground, still ensnared by the trap, alongside the scattered professional equipment. He did not approach for an inspection, but instead pulled out another phone, locating a number and dialing it. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Hello," came the groggy voice of Zheng Jiangwo on the other end. "Captain Zheng," Suyu's tone remained calm. "I seem to have caught a thief." A brief silence lingered on the line before Zheng Jiangwo's drowsiness vanished entirely, his voice turning serious. "A thief? What kind of thief warrants a call at 3 in the morning?" Chapter 26. This is not theft prevention. This is a fortress. Suyu held the old phone tightly. Zheng Jiangwo's voice transforming from lethargy to sharp alertness in mere seconds. "A thief? What kind of thief warrants a call at 3 in the morning?" "A well-equipped one," Suyu replied, his tone unwavering as he glanced at the shadow on the ground still twitching slightly. "We may need to call an ambulance. I fear he may have suffered permanent damage from the electric shock." Silence fell on the other end for 5 long seconds. Countless possibilities flashed through Zheng Jiangwo's mind. He sat up swiftly, hastily dressing while delivering the briefest of commands into the phone. "Stay put. Do not disturb the scene. We will be there shortly." He hung up, tucking the phone back into his pocket, ignoring the intruder on the ground. He turned back toward the workshop, glancing at the progress bar of the 5-axis CNC machine. The initial pouring of the mold had been completed, and it was now in the cooling and solidifying phase. He pulled up a chair and sat at the entrance of the workshop, waiting in silence. In less than 20 minutes, the distant wail of sirens grew louder, abruptly halting several hundred meters from the hardware store. Blinding beams of headlights pierced through the night. 2 black sedans, identical to the last time, along with an ambulance, silently halted at the street corner. Zheng Jiangwo was the first to exit, followed closely by several agile plainclothes officers, one of whom was an older man with graying hair, yet standing tall, his gaze particularly vigilant. Suyu opened the rolling shutter door. A rush of cool, early morning air flooding in. "The person is in the backyard," he pointed inside. Zheng Jiangwo and his team swiftly traversed the store, and upon entering the backyard, even seasoned detectives accustomed to various scenes paused at the sight before them. A man clad in a black tactical suit lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, his body twitching intermittently. A massive, rugged animal trap clamped onto his leg. The serrated teeth embedded deep within his calf muscle, while the surrounding fabric of his pants had been charred. Scattered around him were various items: a professional lock-picking set, a small fiber optic endoscope, a silenced pistol, and an electronic signal jammer. Medical personnel immediately approached, using insulated scissors to cut the connection lines of the trap, carefully assessing the victim's condition. Vital signs were stable, with no immediate danger to life. Yet the high-intensity electric shock had temporarily disrupted his nervous system, a doctor quickly diagnosed. Zheng Jiangwo ignored the intruder, his gaze fixated on the animal trap. He crouched down, scrutinizing the device that had sprung from beneath the tile, along with the thick wires hidden below the floor. "Old Ma, what's your take?" Zheng Jiangwo inquired without looking back. The older detective, Ma Dong, also crouched down. He did not examine the trap, but instead dipped his finger into the dust on the ground, then glanced at the pried, open wooden door in the backyard. Finally resting his gaze on Su Yu's calm face. Ma Dong was a legend within the police force, before becoming a detective. He had spent over a decade as a scout along the southwestern border, intimately familiar with various traps and counter-surveillance tactics, as familiar as the lines on his palm. The lock was picked with technical expertise, without any signs of force. The intruder is highly skilled, moving along the perimeter, perfectly avoiding all potential blind spots in the surveillance. His voice was grave as he pointed at the trap. "This trap is pressure-triggered. The activation mechanism is buried beneath the tile, with high precision. It requires a weight of at least 50 kilograms to trigger. Moreover, its angle of elevation is not vertical but tilted, directly locking onto the calf, leaving no room for evasion." He stood up, walked to the workshop door, gazing at it, and then at Su Yu. "This does not seem like a theft deterrent. Rather, it resembles an anti-infantry booby trap laid at the front line. The only difference is that the explosives inside have been replaced with high-voltage electricity." Ma Dong's words sent chills down the spines of the young officers present. Zheng Jiangwo stood, his expression gravely serious as he looked at Su Yu. "Did you do this?" "Self-defense," Su Yu responded. "Is this self-defense?" A young police officer could not help but exclaim. This is almost akin to a military facility. Su Yu paid him no mind, merely gazing at Zheng Jiangwo and retorting, "If I hadn't done this today, it could very well have been me lying on the ground. Would you have come to collect my body then?" This statement rendered the young officer speechless. Zheng Jiangwo waved his hand, signaling the others to begin collecting evidence, while he pulled Su Yu aside. "You had better have some surveillance footage that can prove he broke in first and triggered your defenses." Zheng Jiangwo murmured in a low voice. "I do," Su Yu replied, producing an old mobile phone. "I was live streaming and did not turn it off." Zheng Jiangwo was taken aback. "You were live streaming while apprehending a thief?" He watched as Su Yu retrieved a video from the phone, the footage shaky, as the device rested against a box of parts. In the video, the back door silently swung open, and a shadowy figure crept in stealthily. Every movement executed with utmost professionalism and silence. As the figure reached the workshop door and pushed it open, a leg entered, followed by the distinct sound of a snap and the subsequent crackle of an electric spark. All the police officers who gathered to watch the video instinctively took a step back. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 2 seconds, efficient, decisive, and effective. After watching the footage, Zheng Jiangwo returned the phone to Su Yu, his mind in turmoil. This video could perfectly substantiate Su Yu's claim of self-defense, making it difficult to even argue excessive force, given that the intruder was armed. Yet, the problem lay in the sheer level of sophistication of this defense system. "Take the suspect away and seal off the scene for evidence collection," Zheng Jiangwo commanded, just as the medical personnel lifted the still-twitching intruder onto a stretcher. Ma Dong circled the hardware store. He touched the new roll-up door that Su Yu had installed and tapped the reinforced walls. The more he observed, the heavier his confusion grew. From the outside, the hardware store appeared shabby, practically ready to collapse with a mere push. However, from within, all defensive points had been fortified to an astonishing degree. 3 embedded alloy bolts secured the roll-up door, while the windows were not merely fitted with ordinary iron bars, but rather a robust array of angular steel. Coupled with the treacherous electric trap in the backyard, this was no mere hardware store. It was evidently a city fortress remodeled to wartime standards. While everyone else busied themselves with handling the scene, Ma Dong stood alone in the courtyard, eyeing the young man illuminated by the lights, his shadow elongated. He took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, extracted one, but did not light it, merely holding it beneath his nose to inhale. This was a habit he had formed during his time as a scout. When the urge for a cigarette struck while on a covert mission, he could only endure it. He approached Su Yu, while the other officers discreetly refrained from following. You are Xiaosu, are you not? Ma Dong's tone was not that of an interrogator, but rather akin to an elder conversing with a younger relative. Yes, Su Yu replied. I served as a scout for 15 years, laying and disarming mines along the border. I have encountered all sorts of traps, both military grade and those concocted by the drug traffickers on the other side. Ma Dong fixed his gaze on Su Yu's eyes. But yours is different. He pointed to the animal trap on the ground. It is ingeniously designed, utilizing the most common materials to achieve a terrifying effect. Most importantly, it injures rather than kills. This indicates that its designer possesses clear intent and is fully aware of the legal boundaries. Ma Dong paused, placing the unlit cigarette back into its pack. He regarded Su Yu, his expression devoid of the scrutiny typical of a police officer, replaced instead by a curiosity emanating from a fellow professional, or rather, from an old soldier toward a top-tier technical expert. Young man, I urge you to speak candidly. The intent behind your design surely extends beyond merely deterring thieves. Does it not? Su Yu remained silent. Ma Dong leaned in closer, adopting a tactical discussion tone, carefully articulating your defensive perimeter from outer to inner layers. Features early warning systems, barriers, and lethal traps. Be honest with me, what standards did you reference for this design? Ordinary civilian security systems do not exhibit such intricate logic. Chapter 27. The Dilemma of the Military District Boss. Su Yu regarded Ma Dong. The gaze of this veteran scout was unlike anyone he had encountered before. It was not mere scrutiny or curiosity, but rather an inquiry into recognizing a kindred spirit. There is no specific standard, Su Yu answered calmly. As if elucidating a simple mechanical principle, I am merely an engineer, accustomed to preemptively calculating all potential issues and then devising the optimal solution using the simplest and most cost-effective methods. Optimal solution, Ma Dong pondered over those words, observing Su Yu's youthful yet unervingly composed face, and chose not to press further. Some matters were beyond inquiry. He understood that this young man was not on the same path as him, yet their approaches to problem-solving curiously converged at certain points. At that moment, Zheng Jiangwo approached, patting Ma Dong on the shoulder to indicate that the scene had been dealt with. The intruder was loaded into an ambulance, and all evidence was taken away. Su Yu, you have acted in self-defense this time, but you must still go through the subsequent recording process. Come by the station tomorrow, Zheng Jiangwo stated in a bureaucratic tone. All right. Su Yu nodded, and Zheng Jiangwo glanced at the charred animal trap, then at Su Yu. Dismantle your optimal solution for now, before the case is closed. I do not wish for any further incidents to occur in your store. Su Yu remained silent, merely acquiescing. The police and ambulance departed swiftly, and the street returned to its early morning stillness. Su Yu shut the roll-up door and turned to the damaged trap, beginning to dismantle it wordlessly. He understood that such a level of defense could only be employed once. The next time, they would face a more professional team with even more unpredictable methods. He needed a stronger force. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in the depths of a secluded forest in the southern frontier, a torrential downpour had transformed the world into a muddy hue. This was the wilderness survival training ground of the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade. In the muddy marsh, a soldier, completely enshrouded in mud, was attempting to pry open an old ammunition box wedged in a crevice of rock using a tactical dagger. This was the final phase of their training, and the box contained the beacon guiding their withdrawal. The tip of the dagger was firmly stuck in the metal seam of the ammunition box. The soldier gritted his teeth, his arm muscles taut. And with a sudden burst of strength in his wrist, a grating metallic sound pierced through the rain. With a sharp crack, amplified by the downpour, the soldier stumbled back, staring in disbelief at what remained in his hand. The tactical dagger, reputed to utilize the latest powder metallurgy technology and costing thousands, had snapped cleanly in half at its midpoint, revealing a grayish-white, gritty metal core. Not far away, a middle-aged man, equally soaked but standing tall like a spear, observed the scene. He was Long Hao, the commander of the Wolf Fong Brigade. Striding over, he snatched the broken dagger from the soldier's hand and retrieved the other half from the mud. Is this truly the national treasure the logistics team boasts about? Long Hao's voice, though not loud, cut through the sound of the rain. It may have sufficient hardness, but what of its toughness? It's as brittle as glass. If this were on the battlefield, my soldiers would be left vulnerable if this were to break while attempting to penetrate an enemy's bulletproof vest. With a fierce motion, he hurled the two broken pieces of the dagger to the ground. Everyone return. Training is suspended. Half an hour later, within the makeshift command tent, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though one could wring water from it. Several officers responsible for equipment testing, along with technical military officers, kept their heads bowed. afraid to meet Long Hao's gaze, which was as dark as a pot's bottom. Investigate. I want a thorough examination of this batch of dragon scale from the supplier, the material report, and the heat treatment process. Every single link must be scrutinized. I demand to know which part faltered and which fool dared to gamble with my soldiers' lives. Long Hao slammed his palm on the table, causing the cups to vibrate ominously. A cautious technical officer began to speak, having preliminarily assessed the knife's metrics, which all conformed to design specifications. The issue, it seemed, lay within the material itself. In pursuit of greater piercing hardness, excessive amounts of cobalt and tungsten had been added, rendering the material's crystalline structure inherently brittle, a dilemma deeply rooted in contemporary materials science, and one that proved challenging to resolve. I care not for your so-called materials science. Long Hao's frustration intensified. I require a knife that will not disappoint my soldiers under any extreme conditions. It must effortlessly penetrate Kevlar and serve as a crowbar. Unbreakable. Is such a simple demand truly unattainable? The tent fell silent. At that moment, the tent flap was lifted, and an elderly man clad in a raincoat, his hair gray and spectacles perched upon his nose, entered, accompanied by a guard. It was Professor Zhang Qingde, invited as a consultant for the new materials project. He had just arrived from the rear laboratory and immediately sensed the unusual tension within the tent. Commander Long, what troubles you so? Professor Zhang inquired. Seeing the professor, Long Hao's anger subsided somewhat. He gestured towards the severed dagger on the table and briefly recounted the situation. Professor Zhang, you are a luminary in domestic materials science. Please provide your insight. Is our request truly so difficult to fulfill? The professor picked up the broken blade, scrutinizing it closely before producing a magnifying glass to examine the fracture. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. Commander Long, Lieutenant Li is correct. Hardness and toughness are indeed irreconcilable contradictions within traditional metallurgy. It is akin to the relationship between glass and steel. One is hard, the other tough. To endow steel with the hardness of glass inevitably renders it as brittle as glass. This is dictated by the laws of thermodynamics. Hearing even Professor Zhang affirm this, Long Hao's countenance dimmed. Was there truly no remedy? Observing Long Hao's disappointment, a different image involuntarily surfaced in Professor Zhang's mind. A nondescript black kitchen knife that had effortlessly severed rebar, shattered a German blade upon contact, and even caused a Rockwell hardness tester to explode with readings exceeding 200,000. Its hardness surpassed that of any known alloy on Earth. Yet, it had not shattered. A wild, unconventional thought bubbled forth from the depths of Professor Zhang's mind. He hesitated. The notion was utterly absurd. The young man named Su Yu, whose origins were shrouded in mystery and whose technology remained enigmatic, had crafted a kitchen knife in his dilapidated hardware store. And presenting this to the nation's elite special forces would sound like a far-fetched tale, capable of obliterating his scholarly reputation. Yet, he recalled the data from his laboratory, where the MTS 810 materials testing system had recorded staggering figures, yield strength surpassing 4,200 megapascals, enough to crush an aircraft carrier's deck. The rigor of science ultimately succumbed to the miraculous performance exhibited by that material. Commander Long, Professor Zhang's voice was somewhat hoarse, as if he had resolved to convey something significant. Perhaps there is another way. What way? Long Hao's eyes brightened. Professor Zhang inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Recently, I uncovered a rather unique knife in the private sector. It is not a military product, nor does it even qualify as a proper industrial item. It is merely a knife forged by a young man in his humble hardware store using scrap metal. All present in the tent were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Professor Zhang as if he had lost his mind. Long Hao's brow furrowed deeply. Ignoring their incredulous looks, Professor Zhang continued. The knife appears to be an ordinary kitchen knife. However, its performance defies explanation by current materials science. It sliced through our laboratory's hardest sample and, in a collision with the world's finest cobalt tungsten vanadium composite steel blade, reduced that German knife to dust. Yet it remained unscathed. Most crucially, Professor Zhang emphasized, enunciating each word. Its core is not metallic, but rather a layered carbon-based composite material unlike anything I have ever encountered. A pin drop could be heard in the tent. Long Hao stared intently at Professor Zhang, desperately seeking any hint of jest upon the old scientist's face. He found none. Professor Zhang bore an expression of fervent conviction. A kitchen knife? Long Hao's voice was hoarse. Are you telling me that a mere kitchen knife surpasses the military projects we've invested billions into? Based on the data I currently possess, Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses, speaking with undeniable authority. Yes. Long Hao fell silent. stepping to the tent flap and gazing out at the torrential downpour for a full minute. He turned back, his gaze sweeping across each individual in the tent before finally resting on Professor Zhang's face. I care not what kind of knife it is or who forged it. Within 3 days, I demand to see that knife on my desk. But Commander, an officer interjected, unable to restrain himself. Such civilian items cannot traverse the normal procurement process. It is against regulations. Long Hao fixed him with a frigid stare, as cold as the Siberian winds. Regulations? On the battlefield. Will the enemy adhere to regulations with my soldiers? Long Hao's voice thundered, echoing in every ear. I shall reiterate. I care not what methods you employ, be it online shopping or seeking assistance. All I require is results. Chapter 28. A special online order. Ma Dong's probing inquiry went unanswered by Su Yu, who merely observed as the police collected all the evidence, including the scorched animal trap, and placed it into evidence bags for removal. It was not until the police car's red lights faded into the distance that he withdrew his gaze. The optimal solution, a habit of engineers. Even he found those words to be hollow when spoken aloud. He lowered the rolling shutter once more, retrieved his tools, and silently dismantled the intricate wiring and sensors beneath the floor. Zhang Jiangwo was correct. That device was a one-time use. To use it again would only invite trouble. Last night's events served as a brutal reminder, emphasizing that he was no longer merely contending with a debt-collecting landlord or a provocative internet celebrity. What money could not procure, one must seize. The words of that Asian translator echoed in his ears. Su Yu worked swiftly. In less than half an hour, the backyard returned to its previous state, as if the perilous skirmish had never transpired. He felt no fatigue as he approached the old computer connected to the internet. He needed money, and more importantly, he needed points. The 2 ongoing high-difficulty tasks loomed like bottomless pits, consuming his resources. That glaring deficit of 6,000 points underscored the urgency of continuously accepting orders to maintain system operations. He opened his nearly overflowing backend. The 99 private message notifications seemed to mock him. As he scrolled the mouse wheel, a torrent of messages cascaded past. Master, I beg you, 500,000. Sell me a knife. I'll use it to cut meteorites. Streamer, do you still need disciples? I'll work for food. Su Yu, just wait. Don't think you're impressive just because the police are protecting you. The vast majority consists of meaningless drivel. Su Yu maintained a stoic expression, his fingers rolling faster as he sought a specific request that could trigger the system's task. Just as he was on the verge of losing patience and preparing to close the page to resume his work, his fingers halted. His gaze did not linger on the private messages, but instead fell upon an inconspicuous list of paid orders in the shop's backend. Most of the orders were marked as completed or refunded, remnants from a previous auction. Yet, one entry stood out, displayed in bold red as awaiting shipment. The order was placed 3 days prior, precisely during the chaotic moments after his previously banned link was just unfettered. So you clicked into it. The order details were straightforward: 2 high-frequency vibrating molecular knives, totaling 20,000 yuan. The payment account was a corporate one, registered under the name Nanjing Hongda Trading Company, a name he had never encountered before. However, these details were of little consequence. The critical aspect was the delivery address. The address field lacked provincial or municipal details, street or door numbers, containing only a brief line. Nanjing Military Region, P.O. Box 7301. Furthermore, the notes section bore a peculiar message. Paid, no need to ship. We will collect the goods ourselves within 3 days. As Su Yu gazed at this address, particularly the 4 characters of Nanjing Military Region, a flicker of intrigue coursed through him. Was it a prank? Or something more serious? He recalled the inexplicable phone call from Professor Zhang a few days prior, along with the complex gazes from the 2 veteran policemen, Zhang Jiangwo and Ma Dong. He chose not to cancel the order nor reach out to the so-called Hongda Trading. Instead, he quietly closed the back-end page, extracted 2 molecular knives from a batch he had just completed, wrapped them in ordinary brown paper, and set them on his workbench. Subsequently, he cast the matter from his mind and immersed himself entirely in the production of drone shells. 2 days later, in the afternoon, as Su Yu was finalizing the polishing of the drone shell molds, a clear knock echoed from outside the shop. Knock, knock, knock. It was neither too heavy nor too light, steady and rhythmic. Su Yu set down the sandpaper, wiped his hands, and approached the door. Rather than peering through the gap, he directly pulled up the roll-up door. Sunlight poured in, momentarily blinding him. Standing at the threshold were 2 individuals. They were clad in the most ordinary gray jackets and dark trousers, their feet adorned with common sports shoes. Yet, they stood there with their backs straight, exuding an air of unwavering discipline that felt incongruous with the shabby street. The elder of the 2, in his 30s, sported a buzz cut. His skin bronzed from years of sun exposure, his expression unreadable. The younger one, in his early 20s with a crew cut, surveyed the shop with bright, curious eyes. "Hello. Are you Mr. Suyu?" The elder inquired, his tone steady, devoid of superfluous pleasantries. "That's me," Suyu replied. "We are here to collect the goods." The man continued, retrieving a military green, robust mobile phone from his pocket, the screen displaying the order details from Honda Trading. Suyu's gaze lingered on the phone's solid exterior for a moment before he stepped aside. "Please, come in." The two entered, and the younger one was immediately captivated by the technologically advanced 5-axis CNC machine in the back workshop, his eyes wide with surprise. However, the elder maintained a calm demeanor, fixated on Suyu with clear intent. Without uttering a word, Suyu turned, picked up the brown paper-wrapped package from the workbench, and handed it over. "2 knives. Please confirm." The man accepted the package, finding it surprisingly light. He did not open it immediately, but nodded in acknowledgement. "Everything appears to be in order." He then produced a folded A4 sheet from his pocket and handed it to Suyu. "This is the receipt. Kindly sign it." Suyu took the paper, which bore a standard form with the product name and quantity clearly listed, along with the red official seal of Nanjing Honda Trading Company. He signed his name. The entire process was quiet and efficient, devoid of unnecessary exchanges, akin to a transaction devoid of dialogue. Upon completing the formalities, the two men turned to leave, their entire presence from entry to exit lasting no more than 3 minutes. Just as the young soldier had one foot out the door, Suyu suddenly called out, "Wait." Both men paused, turning back to face him. Suyu's gaze fell upon the brown paper package. "Though these knives are sturdy, they are ultimately kitchen tools. What do you primarily intend to cut with them?" This question was abrupt, seemingly concerned with post-sale service. The young soldier began to speak, but was restrained by the elder man's gaze. The elder turned back to face Suyu, his weathered features betraying no emotion. Yet his words chilled the air of the hardware store. "In our area, there aren't many vegetables to cut." He paused, delivering his statement in a factual tone, devoid of sentiment. "Their sole purpose is to test whether they can pry open the shells of tortoises that we cannot." Chapter 29. The testing grounds of the Special Operations Brigade. Suyu watched as the two men departed with the paper package, their postures erect, each step measured as if calibrated. He refrained from further inquiries, simply lowering the roll-up door once more. Outside lay the clamor of daytime, within, his solitary realm. He turned back to the backyard, observing the 5-axis CNC machine undergoing its cooling and curing process. Whether tortoise shells or drone components, they represented mere technical challenges awaiting resolution. What he sought were the points and blueprints awarded by the system upon task completion. 2 days later, deep in the mountain ranges along the southern border, lay the outdoor training base of the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade, the air thick with the scent of damp earth post-rain mingled with a hint of gunpowder. At the shooting range, there were no orderly lines, only a group of soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms, still muddied, gathered in small clusters forming a semicircle. Their attention was riveted on a metal table at the center of the field. On that table rested 2 black kitchen knives. Brigade Commander Long Hao, alongside Professor Zhang Qingde, who had been pulled from the laboratory, stood beside the table. Long Hao's expression was inscrutable as he picked up one of the knives, weighing it in his hand. It felt light, entirely unlike the heavy military daggers he had envisioned. He tapped the blade with his finger, producing a dull sound reminiscent of striking a plastic sheet. "Professor Zhang, are you certain this is the item?" Long Hao's tone brimmed with skepticism. He found it challenging to reconcile this seemingly trivial kitchen utensil with the indomitable weapon of national significance he required. Around them, the soldiers murmured among themselves. Why did the brigade commander bring back kitchen knives? Is the mess hall improving its menu? I heard this is Professor Zhang's miraculous weapon, claimed to be superior to our dragon scale. Nonsense, right? This is less sturdy than my family's kitchen knife. Zhang ignored their chatter, adjusting his glasses as he addressed Long Hao. "Commander Long, practice is the only standard for verifying truth. We shall see." Long Hao said nothing further. He handed the knife to a young soldier standing nearby. It was none other than the buzzcut youth who had collected the goods from Donghai City days earlier. "You give it a try," Long Hao commanded. "Yes, sir." Limu stepped forward, accepting the black knife. He was the young man captivated by the 5-axis CNC machine in Suyu's shop. Having studied mechanics, he understood the value of that machine. Thus, he harbored an inexplicable anticipation for this knife, more so than anyone else. "Let us begin simply." Long Hao pointed to a box of military rations nearby. "Open a can." Limu nodded and retrieved the most common can of luncheon meat, made of tin plate. Under the gaze of all present, he did not pry it open with a knife. Instead, He imitated what he had seen in videos, gently pressing the blade's root against the can's lid. There was no sound. Everyone watched as the hard tin can appeared to yield like butter under a hot knife, revealing a smooth incision. With a twist of his wrist, Li Mu drew a circle on the can with the black knife. A complete circular piece of tin was effortlessly removed. The cut so smooth it could serve as a mirror. The smiles of the onlooking soldiers faded. This is more interesting. It's better than our daggers. Long Hao's brow furrowed slightly, yet that was insufficient. Go, bring over that barbed wire. Two soldiers immediately dashed off to retrieve a roll of training barbed wire, which was notoriously difficult to cut even with heavy-duty pliers. Approaching the barbed wire, Li Mu did not strike it but rested the blade on the thickest main wire, then struck the back of the knife with his palm. Crack! A light sound echoed. The steel wire, thicker than a pinky finger, snapped cleanly. The cut was equally neat, devoid of any curling or deformation. Li Mu, now finding his rhythm, swiftly operated against the mass of barbed wire. Crack! 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 Amidst the dense sounds, the once sturdy barbed wire fell apart like a pile of severed noodles. The entire range fell silent. Everyone gazed at the black kitchen knife in Li Mu's hand. Though the blade reflected no light under the sun, it seemed to pulse with some invisible force. Professor Zhang's breathing became somewhat rapid. Long Hao unconsciously clenched his fist. What else? Li Mu raised the knife and turned to Long Hao, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement he himself had not noticed. Bricks. Long Hao pointed to a pile of red bricks in the corner of the range. Li Mu rushed over, stacking 5 bricks together. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the knife firmly, raised it high, and then struck down with all his might. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. The top 4 bricks broke apart, scattering debris. Only the bottom brick cracked into 2 halves due to uneven pressure. Li Mu lifted the knife toward the sunlight. On the black blade, not a single chip or mark was visible. Damn! An old soldier couldn't help but curse. They had attempted to split bricks with knives before, resulting in broken blades. Yet this kitchen knife, after cleaving through bricks, appeared as pristine as new. Long Hao strode over and took the knife from Li Mu. Cautiously, he ran his fingertip across the blade. The cold, perfect, undamaged texture sent a chill through the heart of this veteran who had wielded knives and guns for a lifetime. This was no longer within the realm of material science. Bring that thing over here. Long Hao suddenly raised his voice, shouting at a decommissioned Type 69 tank nearby. A few soldiers hesitated for a moment before quickly reacting, rushing toward the tank. They struggled mightily with crowbars and hammers to detach a track plate from the tank. This heavy track plate, forged from high manganese steel and weighing several dozen kilograms, was one of the tank's most durable and impact-resistant components. Thud! The track plate hit the ground heavily. Long Hao stared at the rusted, scratched turtle shell of the plate, then glanced at the kitchen knife in his hand. He returned the knife to Li Mu. Go, pry it open. Li Mu looked at the track plate, and then at the knife, his palms sweaty. This was no longer a test. It was an act of destruction. Yet, he did not defy the order. He crouched down, found the gap where the connecting pin was, and forcefully inserted the knife's tip. The blade penetrated less than an inch before becoming firmly lodged. Gritting his teeth, Li Mu gripped the handle, shifting his entire weight onto it, attempting to use it as a lever. The blade began to bend. The hearts of all present raced. They seemed to hear the imminent snap of the knife. Creak! A jarring metallic twist echoed. The sound did not originate from the black kitchen knife, but from the heavy, indestructible tank track plate. The ground beneath Li Mu sank slightly. His face flushed as he released a low growl, pushing every ounce of strength into the effort. Crack! A thunderous sound erupted. The alloy pin, thicker than a finger and used to connect the track plate, emitted a mournful cry as it was forcefully severed in the middle. Li Mu toppled backward from the exertion, while the track plate was successfully pried open, revealing a massive gash. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Sitting on the ground, Li Mu's first instinct was not to examine the track plate, but to inspect the knife in his hand. The black kitchen knife, after enduring extreme twisting and pressure, had straightened back to perfection, the blade intact, with only a slight abrasion of the black coating, exposing the silvery core beneath. Long Hao rushed over and snatched the knife. He stared intently at the miraculous kitchen knife, his expression shifting from shock to ecstasy, ultimately transforming into an indescribable, almost ferocious fervor. He abruptly turned to the intelligence officer behind him, issuing an undeniable command in a voice that suppressed a great storm. Investigate. Dig up everything about the shop owner who made this knife. I want to know who this Suyu really is. In 3 days. I want all his records from elementary school to the present. Not a single one can be missing. Chapter 30. The true background of Suyu? Long Hao's stormy command caused the air in the shooting range to freeze. Li, The intelligence officer jolted upright, promptly responding, "Yes. I will ensure the mission is accomplished." He turned and sprinted toward the command post, splashing mud on his pants without a care. The scene was left with a group of Special Forces soldiers still reeling from the earlier shock, alongside two core figures with starkly contrasting expressions. Professor Zhang Qingde, supporting the severed track plate, rubbed his fingers along the rough edge, his face a mixture of joy and confusion. Meanwhile, Long Hao tightly grasped the black kitchen knife. All prior doubts and disdain transformed into a fervent desire to possess. "Professor Zhang," Long Hao's voice was husky with excitement. "Do you really believe this thing was crafted from scrap metal?" Professor Zhang chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "I do not know. All I know is, with our current technology, even employing the nation's most advanced laboratories and equipment, we could not produce materials with such performance." He paused, gazing at the knife in Long Hao's hand, adding, "Perhaps, in certain aspects, our proud modern industrial system has indeed gone astray." Long Hao remained silent. He simply fixed his eagle-like gaze on the knife in his hand. In a humble hardware store, an ordinary owner possesses a knife that defies the very principles of materials science. What secrets lie hidden between these two entities? 2 days later, at the command center of the Wolfang Special Brigade in the southern Xinjiang military district, in a heavily guarded office, Long Hao sat behind his desk, silently gazing out the window. Beside him, 2 black knives lay pristine, meticulously polished with a clean velvet cloth. The office door was knocked upon. An officer Li briskly entered, carrying a sealed brown paper bag. "Commander, we have clarified the details." Long Hao turned, gesturing for him to take a seat. Li opened the document bag and pulled out a neatly organized collection of printed materials, his expression somewhat peculiar, as if recounting a tale he himself found hard to believe. Su Yu, male, 26 years old, local resident of Nanjing City. Family background. Both parents were ordinary workers, perished in a car accident 3 years ago, with no siblings. And an exceedingly simple social network. Educational background. Graduated from Nanjing University of Technology, majoring in mechanical engineering and automation, class of 20XX. His academic performance was above average, having received scholarships twice, with no records of disciplinary actions. His thesis was titled Exploration of Optimization Algorithms for Industrial Robot Motion Trajectories, graded as satisfactory. As Li read this, he glanced up at Long Hao, who displayed no emotion. Clearing his throat, Li continued, "Work history, post-graduation. He joined a private enterprise named Yuanqing Precision in Donghai City as a structural engineer, where he worked for 2 years. His primary responsibilities included the design of non-standard automation equipment casings and optimization of transmission structures. His record was unremarkable, with no outstanding contributions. He resigned voluntarily 2 years ago for personal reasons and subsequently inherited the Shanghai hardware store left by his parents, continuing to run it until now." Li paused, pushing the documents forward. "Commander, this is all we could find regarding Su Yu through household registration, education, social security, and police internal systems." Long Hao's gaze fell upon the thin dossier. "What about his criminal record?" "None," Li replied, shaking his head. "Not only is there no criminal record, but we also checked all his traffic information. There's not even a single instance of running a red light or illegal parking. This individual is as clean as a blank slate." A long silence enveloped the office. Long Hao tapped his fingers gently on the immaculate record before him, each tap resonating like a heartbeat in the stillness. A graduate with decent grades and an unremarkable history, as pristine as a blank page, has forged a super material capable of withstanding tank treads from scrap, found in a dilapidated hardware store. Who would believe such a tale? Is it possible that his identity is fabricated? Long Hao's voice was grave as he finally spoke. "We employed the highest level of clearance and conducted triple cross-verification," Li asserted confidently. "From the hospital records at his birth to the school enrollment photographs in elementary school to the fingerprint records during university, everything matches. Unless he orchestrated this from birth, this dossier cannot be false." Long Hao took the dossier, flipping through its pages, each detail exuding an overwhelming sense of normalcy. Yet it was this extreme ordinariness that contrasted sharply with the extraordinary potential represented by the knife on the table, creating a profound conflict. "True masters dwell among the common folk," a voice echoed from the doorway. Professor Zhang Qingde stood there, having arrived unnoticed, observing the documents in Long Hao's hands. A knowing expression graced his face. "Commander Long, I anticipated this outcome. Genuine talent cannot be confined by any record. Newton was the son of a farmer, and Einstein was a mere clerk at a patent office. History has repeatedly shown that those who propel the progress of an era are often the most unlikely individuals." Long Hao slowly raised his head, gazing at Professor Zhang and then at the dossier on the table. Ultimately, a smile formed on his face, one mingled with complexity, excitement, and a hint of helplessness. What an extraordinary master among the common folk. He tossed the dossier onto the table and reclined in his chair, his fingers rapidly drumming on the armrest as if grappling with a difficult decision. Minutes later, he halted, his gaze resolutely firm. This person is a national asset. We must not employ any coercive measures against him. Such actions would be counterproductive. He looked at Officer Li, issuing new directives. Since he is a businessman, we shall engage with him in the manner of a businessman. He is selling knives online, is he not? We shall purchase from him. Li was taken aback. Commander, do you mean to establish a company, disguise ourselves as customers, and place orders? Do not reveal our identities. Simply state that we are an outdoor adventure group in need of a batch of sturdy utility knives. Long Hao's thoughts crystallized. We must establish initial trust through a friendly demeanor and fair pricing. Understood, Li responded, saluting before swiftly departing. In the office, only Long Hao and Professor Zhang remained. Long Hao picked up the black knife, feeling its cold, flawless edge with his fingertips, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Donghai City, Su Yu was delicately polishing a newly crafted, entirely black, monolithic shell freshly removed from the machine tool with a soft cloth. This shell was the culmination of his efforts over several days, designed for the mysterious client known as the King of the Sky for a drone. The exterior was smooth, exhibiting a peculiar matte black finish that absorbed light. It was lightweight, yet possessed an astonishing structural strength. Task: Carbon nanotube reinforced polymer composite shell, experimental level, completed. Task rewards issued. 10,000 system points. Intermediate materials synthesis module, blueprints, unlocked. Su Yu observed his account, now positively balanced at 4,000 points, and sighed in relief. He took out his phone and sent a photo to the private message backend of the King of the Sky, adding just 2 words, done. After completing this, he habitually refreshed the private message page of his store, hoping to see new potential customers. A newly popped up unread message immediately captured his attention. The sender's ID was Desert Camel. Hello, boss. We are an outdoor adventure club preparing for a large-scale crossing of the Taklamakan Desert and need to procure a batch of high-quality survival knives. We noticed that your kitchen knives have impressive strength. Would it be possible to customize a batch according to our requirements? The design need not be overly complex. Just sturdy and durable will suffice. As Su Yu read this, he felt indifferent. Such messages flooded in daily. However, the next line made his fingers freeze over the mouse. The quantity might be substantial. For the first order, we would like to try with 500 pieces. Chapter 31. An official large order. Su Yu stared at the screen, his finger hovering over the mouse, fixated on the 3 characters, 500. The store was quiet, save for the faint hum of the old computer's fan. He had just completed a drone shell worth 600,000, but was now faced with this even more outrageous inquiry. 500 knives. This is no ordinary custom order. The quantity suggests it is intended for a group. Su Yu's initial instinct is that a certain internet celebrity team has devised yet another peculiar scheme. He has encountered such bizarre requests far too often. The phrase crossing the Taklamakan Desert echoes in his mind. This rationale carries a semblance of authenticity. For that region is indeed a forbidden zone for life, necessitating utmost reliability in tools. Yet, he maintains the meticulousness of an engineer. He refrains from responding immediately and instead opens the ID page of Sawai Luoma. The homepage is pristine, devoid of any activity or followers. The profile picture is merely a gray silhouette of a camel, and it was registered just a day ago, typical of a pseudonymous account. Leaning back in his chair, Su Yu absent-mindedly taps his fingers on the desktop. The system's voice in his mind remains silent, devoid of any prompts. This indicates that the other party's demands are too vague. Terms like sturdy and durable cannot be quantified into specific system tasks. He requires more precise parameters. Sitting up straight, he places his hands back on the keyboard and types a message in the dialog box. The shape can be customized, but the request for sturdiness and durability is too general. I need to know your specific usage environment and functional requirements. Almost instantaneously, he receives a reply, the speed of which surprises him. The environment: desert, Gobi. Extreme temperature fluctuations, exceeding 50 degrees Celsius during the day and plummeting below 0 at night. High winds and low humidity. There are 3 functional requirements. First, cutting ability. It must effortlessly sever desert plants such as camel thorn and red willow, and in emergencies. It should also be capable of cutting truck tarpaulins and seat belts. Second, structural strength. In addition to cutting, it must be able to dig and pry into rock crevices. with a blade that cannot bend or break. The handle must ensure absolute non-slip performance, even when wearing thick gloves or under sweaty conditions. Third, concealment. The blade's surface should have a matte finish, devoid of any reflective qualities. This is crucial. We wish to avoid disturbing any wildlife in the wilderness. A long list of professional, specific, and somewhat stringent requirements instantly dispels Xuan Nü's assumptions about a prank. Such demands could not possibly come from an ordinary outdoor enthusiast. Particularly the last point about non-reflectivity touches upon the design philosophy of specialized equipment. As he examines these requirements, the familiar mechanical voice in his mind finally resonates. Ding! Detecting clear customer demands. Manufacture a multifunctional survival knife suitable for extreme environments. Feasibility analysis complete. Translatable to system task. Manufacture Wolfgang Type 1 multifunctional tactical knife, civilian version. Cost estimation in progress. Material cost. Special chromium molybdenum vanadium steel, G10 composite fiber handle. Surface anti-reflective wear-resistant coating. Cost per knife, 850 yuan. Technical patent and equipment depreciation fees, charged by System 10,000 system points. Suggested retail price, no less than 3,000 yuan each. Task reward, 30,000 system points. Unlocking basic robot manufacturing module blueprints. Xuan Nü's pupils dilate slightly. Wolfgang Type 1. That name certainly does not sound civilian. Even more intriguing is that this time, the system has provided a previously unseen special note. Target detection, classified as a friendly cooperative target. It is recommended that the host prioritize fulfilling their needs. Friendly target? A ripple of intrigue stirs within Xuan Nü. He recalls the previous king of the skies, this Sa Wai Luoma, and the enigmatic southern Xinjiang military district mailbox. He seems to grasp something profound. These orders are not merely business transactions. Suppressing his thoughts, he refocuses on the system panel. 500 knives, each costing 850, amounts to a material cost of 425,000. The technical fee is 10,000 points, while the task reward is 30,000 points. This is a significant sum, as well as an opportunity to dramatically increase his points. Without hesitation, Xuan Nü raises his head and types a response. The requirements can be met. Considering your usage environment, I will additionally enhance the non-slip treatment of the handle by utilizing a new composite material to ensure optimal grip in any extreme temperature and humidity. 1,000 miles away, at a command post in southern Xinjiang, Li, the advisor, stares at the screen displaying the response, momentarily stunned. He did not anticipate that not only would the other party comply with their stringent requests, but they would also proactively offer to upgrade the configuration. Commander, take a look, Li says, turning the computer screen toward Long Hao. Long Hao leans in for a glance, a knowing smile spreading across his face. This kid has some flair. He's trying to win us over. What about the price? Li inquires anxiously. That is the critical aspect. Just then, Xuan Nü sends his next message. Price, 100 per knife. 500 knives, total price of 5 million. A 50 deposit of 750,000. Completion time, 15 days. Li gasps in shock at the figure. 5 million. For 500 knives. This price exceeds that of the finest dragon-scale daggers procured from regular military factories. Commander, let's proceed. Long Hao slams his hand on the table, his tone resolute. Don't hesitate. As long as the product performs as well as that kitchen knife, it's worth 15 million. Transfer the funds immediately. At Shanghai Hardware Store, Xuan Nü's phone vibrates, displaying a bank notification. Your savings account ending in XXXX has received a deposit, 500,000 yuan. The other party's promptness confirms his suspicions. Xuan Nü gazes at the substantial sum, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. He closes the dialog box and turns toward the brightly lit workshop in the backyard. Ding! Task for Wolfgang Type 1 multifunctional tactical knife has been initiated. Current points, 6,000. The points have once again dipped into the negatives, yet Xuan Nü's expression reveals no anxiety. He knows that upon completing this order, he will entirely turn the tide. Standing before the universal alloy melting furnace, he retrieves the material formula provided by the system. This steel formula is far more complex than that for molecular knives, requiring various metallic elements to be melted in exceedingly precise proportions. Xuan Nü tosses a collection of scrap steel salvaged from worn-out bearings and high-strength bolts into the melting furnace. Then begins extracting some rare metal powders previously rewarded by the system from the corner materials cabinet for the mixture. However, as he counts the quantities, he suddenly halts. Manufacturing a Wolfgang Type 1 requires approximately 20 grams of titanium powder, to enhance the steel's toughness and corrosion resistance. 500 knives, that amounts to 10,000 grams, 10 kilograms. Scouring through all his stock, he manages to gather less than 2 kilograms of titanium alloy scrap. He still needs an additional 8 kilograms. This material is strictly regulated in the market, and as a hardware store owner, he has no channel for procurement. For the first time, money cannot resolve the issue. He stands frozen, staring at the enormous material gap on the system panel, lost in thought. Minutes later, a spark of inspiration ignites, and he briskly returns to the store. Reopening the old computer and logging into his streaming account, he leaves the title unchanged and directly hits the broadcast button. The previously black screen of the live stream is suddenly inundated with hundreds of thousands of viewers, comments scrolling rapidly. The streamer has finally appeared. Is the drone ready? Su go. I've sent you gifts, sell me a knife. Su disregards the comments, focusing on the camera as he speaks calmly. His opening line rendered the entire live stream room silent. Ladies and gentlemen, may I inquire if anyone possesses any decommissioned fighter jet components or retired submarine hulls? I am willing to purchase them at a premium. Chapter 32. Insufficient materials. The glow of the computer screen illuminated Su Yu's composed face. He disregarded the barrage of comments requesting updates and purchases, addressing the camera with the casual tone of discussing dinner plans, uttering those words once more. Ladies and gentlemen, may I inquire if anyone possesses any decommissioned fighter jet components or retired submarine hulls? I am willing to purchase them at a premium. As the words fell, the torrent of comments abruptly paused for half a second, as if over 1 million online viewers had simultaneously pressed the pause button. After that brief moment, the screen erupted. What the hell? Did I just mishear? Did the host just mention submarine hulls? This is madness. The host must be insane. After being taken away by the police for selling kitchen knives, is he now trying to get picked up by the military? Calm down. It's possible the host is just drunk and talking nonsense. Premium price? How much exactly? My grandfather used to work in the Navy repairing ships. Let me ask him if he can sneak a piece out of the warehouse. Bro, I advise against that. Things are getting serious. The atmosphere in the live stream shifted from initial shock to a wild celebration filled with sarcasm. Many believe this was Su Yu's latest prank, resulting in an avalanche of jokes and edited images. Wow, the host's recycling business has reached a whole new level. Last time it was scrap metal, and now he is going for titanium alloy. Does he have a military factory in his backyard? Is he going to start collecting decommissioned aircraft carriers next? Stop joking. Fighter jet components and submarine hulls are strategic materials. Even a fragment falling into civilian hands could lead to decades in prison. The host is clearly testing the limits of the law. Su Yu ignored 99 of the meaningless chatter on the screen. His gaze sifted through the rapidly scrolling comments like a precise filter, eliminating the trivial characters. He understood that searching in this manner was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet, he was acutely aware that his live stream was not solely populated by casual onlookers. The previous king of the sky and the current camel of the frontier proved that countless eyes were observing him through this small window. He needed to send a clearer signal to those eyes. Primarily, he sought titanium alloy. Industrial-grade scrap would suffice, even if it contained some impurities. Su Yu added calmly into the camera, his voice steady, as if explaining technical details to a group of students. The preferred models are TC4 or TA15. Other titanium alloys will also do. As for quantity, I'll start with around 8 kilograms. Upon hearing this, the knowledgeable viewers in the live stream fell silent. TC4 is the most widely used titanium alloy in the country, a staple in aerospace applications. TA15, renowned for its high-temperature resistance, is a crucial material for manufacturing aircraft engine components and skins. The host not only knew the designations of materials that ordinary people would never encounter, but also specified the quantity down to the kilogram. No one believed he was joking anymore. Oh my God, the host is serious. He really intends to acquire titanium alloy. 8 kilograms. That quantity is neither too much nor too little. It's precisely the sensitive amount that individuals cannot procure, yet factories might discard as scrap. What on earth is he planning? Is he going to make a kitchen knife out of titanium alloy? That would cost a fortune. The direction of the comments shifted from mere jesting to technical speculation and discussion. Su Yu leaned back in his chair, hands clasped in front of him, quietly observing the screen. He was waiting for the emergence of genuinely valuable information. Minutes ticked by, and the comments surged into the hundreds of thousands, primarily filled with memes and bravado. Host, I have titanium alloy dog eyes. Do you want them? I have a shared bicycle. The frame seems to be alloy. Could you use that? Just as Su Yu was about to lose patience and consider a different approach, an unusual comment floated by. The ID of that comment read Deep Blue Heavy Industries. What do you need titanium alloy for? That material cannot be handled by a hardware store. This comment lacked a mocking tone, instead bearing an air of condescension. Suyu's fingertips twitched slightly. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he waited until the comment was nearly buried beneath others before addressing the camera, nonchalantly stating, to create some small tools that require specific strength and weight. He did not lie. He was indeed crafting tools. The user behind the ID Deep Blue Heavy Industries remained silent for about half a minute. Just when everyone assumed he was merely a passing figure trying to sound impressive, his comment reappeared. What kind of small tools necessitate the use of TA-15, a high-temperature alloy? As far as I know, materials of this caliber are typically used in structural components for aircraft flying at Mach 3 or above. This statement sent a chill through the entire livestream. Mach 3. This term escalated the discussion from high-end materials to a realm that ordinary people could scarcely fathom. Countless viewers instinctively recalled the ultimate question posed by the mysterious billionaire known as the King of the Sky regarding Mach 5 aircraft skins just days prior. Did these two matters bear any connection? Suyu felt a flicker of intrigue within him as well. The other party was clearly knowledgeable. Pinpointing the core application of such materials with a single sentence, this was certainly not information one could casually find online. He gazed into the camera, a hint of a smile appearing on his face for the first time, imbued with undeniable confidence. What I am crafting does not require Mach 3 specifications, but prying open a turtle shell should pose no issue. His words were shrouded in ambiguity. However, thousands of miles away, at a command center in the southern region, Long Hao, upon viewing this segment of the live stream through a secure line, abruptly set his teacup down on the table with a thud. He mulled over the phrase prying open a turtle shell, a knowing smile emerging on his face. In the live stream room, Deep Blue Heavy Industries fell silent once more. This silence lingered longer, stretching for a full 5 minutes. Just as Suyu assumed the individual had retreated in fear, a private message popped up in his backend. The sender was none other than Deep Blue Heavy Industries. We have a batch of scrap turbine blades from a previous supply to an aerospace engine project, made from a modified TA-15 alloy. It meets your requirements. How shall we proceed with the transaction? The fish had taken the bait. Suyu's fingers danced quickly across the keyboard. He needed to ensure that the other party did not deliver the goods to his store. The target was too conspicuous. And after the previous incident with the men in black, he wished to avoid complications. I need to verify the goods. Please send me your company address and the material certificates for this batch via private message. Once confirmed, I will arrange for someone to pick them up. He was conducting a reverse probe. If the other party could not provide a legitimate company address and material certificates, the risk of this transaction would be too great. After sending the message, Suyu leaned back in his chair, waiting in silence. He did not end the live stream. Over 1 million viewers held their breath, eager to witness how this most absurd recycling endeavor would unfold. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The other party did not respond. Just as the audience began to suspect that Deep Blue Heavy Industries was merely a braggart and prepared to leave, Suyu's other phone, a vintage model known only to a select few, began to vibrate intensely on the table. The jarring sound of a ringtone pierced the stillness of the shop. Suyu picked up his phone and glanced at the caller ID, a number he recognized all too well. He hesitated for a moment before swiping to answer. Hello? On the other end, a voice he was intimately familiar with, infused with exhaustion and palpable irritation, erupted. Suyu, what on earth are you up to? It was Zheng Jiangwo. Do you have any idea what you just publicly sought to acquire in front of millions of viewers? Chapter 33. The Survival Knife live stream. Zheng Jiangwo's anger seemed ready to spill from the receiver, with the sounds of others trying to reason with him in the background. Suyu, what exactly are you doing? What have I done? Suyu replied, his tone as calm as if he were merely asking for directions. This stark contrast nearly left Zheng Jiangwo breathless. He lowered his voice and shouted, Do you understand what you just openly solicited before hundreds of thousands of people? TA-15. That SA material capable of being used in Mach 3 fighter jets. What does a hardware store owner like you need that for? Do you want to fly? Captain Zheng, please, calm down, Suyu said, moving the phone slightly away from his ear. I'm merely creating a tool, albeit one that requires high-quality materials. Besides, I'm asking for scrap parts, industrial waste. That's not illegal, is it? Waste. Do you have any idea about the value and sensitivity of these scraps? Intelligence traffickers abroad would go to any lengths for a piece the size of a fingernail. And here you are, live streaming it to the world as if you're begging them to find you. Zheng Jiangwo's voice was laden with a weary frustration. Suyu fell silent for a couple of seconds. Of course, he knew, but he had no choice. Captain Zheng, have you found out anything about the thief who broke into my home last time? Suyu suddenly posed an unrelated question. There was a pause on the other end as Zheng Jiangwo's breathing hitched. He did not respond directly. You see, you can't find out anything. Or perhaps you have, but it's inconvenient to disclose to me. Su Yu continued, his voice still flat. As an ordinary citizen, I must find ways to protect myself. Right? It wouldn't hurt to create something sturdy for self-defense, would it? This statement deftly returned the ball into Zheng Jiangwo's court. He was momentarily left speechless. Yes, they had apprehended someone and knew who was behind it, but due to the complex international relations involved and the difficulties in gathering evidence, they couldn't provide Su Yu with a clear answer. From this perspective, Su Yu's actions seemed to acquire a semblance of justification. Regardless, you need to keep a low profile. We will handle this matter. Zheng Jiangwo ultimately could only leave it at that. And you need to take down that live stream immediately. Understood, Su Yu replied promptly, then added, however, Captain Zheng, I've recently taken on a significant order and am pressed for time. I might be live streaming frequently. If I encounter any thieves during a broadcast, I will call you immediately. With that, he hung up before Zheng Jiangwo could respond. Zheng Jiangwo listened to the busy tone, astonished for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. This young man had learned to turn the tables on him. In the hardware store, Su Yu set down his phone. There was no need to rush the titanium alloy matter. The lack of response from Deep Blue Heavy Industry indicated they were also assessing the risks. However, the order for 500 knives from the outer frontier came with a mere 15-day deadline. He glanced at the 75,000 yuan deposit that had just arrived in his account and the glaring 6,000 points on the system panel. Time was of the essence. Su Yu approached his computer, observing the live stream where discussions were still fervent. He did not end the broadcast. Addressing the camera, he spoke calmly. All right, without further ado, I've received a substantial project to produce a batch of survival knives for an outdoor club. Today, I'll make a sample. The viewers in the live stream instantly buzzed with excitement upon hearing of the new project. What? More new items to see. Survival knife? How does it compare to that kitchen knife from last time? Is the host going to show off his skills again? Snacks and drinks for sale up front. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Su Yu turned and walked into the backyard, positioning a camera to focus on the vacant workbench in the workshop. He then retrieved a rusty, unrecognizable square steel block from a pile of scrap in the corner. This was cut from the chassis beam of a scrap truck, the most ordinary Q345 steel. What is the host doing? Making a knife out of this junk? Newcomer, right? This is the host's traditional craft, turning waste into treasure. Su Yu placed the steel block on the workbench and picked up an oddly shaped tool resembling a hybrid of a soldering iron and a power drill. A small handheld device known as the molecular sequence hammer, bestowed upon him after unlocking the intermediate material synthesis module. He did not ignite any flame or activate a furnace. The workshop was cold save for the illumination from the lights. Su Yu donned protective goggles, resting one hand on the steel block while gripping the molecular sequence hammer with the other, aiming at the center of the block. A faint, high-frequency hum resonated. The viewers in the live stream witnessed the tip of the hammer illuminate with a soft blue halo. Then, they beheld an unforgettable scene. The hard, cold, rusty steel block began to soften and deform at room temperature, as if it had transformed into a lump of modeling clay upon contact with the hammer. It did not turn red or melt. It simply began to yield visibly. Su Yu wielded the hammer with the precision of a master sculptor, moving slowly across the steel block. Its volume shrank while its density increased, the surface rust and impurities seemingly wiped away by an invisible hand, revealing the dense, silver-gray gleam of the metal beneath. The millions of viewers in the live stream collectively gasped in disbelief. The barrage of comments ceased as everyone widened their eyes, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. This defied all the physical principles they had learned throughout their education. Wasn't metal supposed to require thousands of degrees of heat for forging? What is this? Special effects? The latest CG technology? After a brief silence, the comments erupted like a volcano. Those who truly understood the craft, such as the lurking Deep Blue Heavy Industry and some captivated materials science PhDs and mechanical engineers, were utterly flabbergasted. Deep Blue Heavy Industry, impossible. This cannot be happening. Is this cold processing? No. No cold-rolled or cold-drawn method could achieve such a shaping effect. Good heavens. Does his metal lattice not undergo work hardening? A heat treatment expert. My God, what technology is this? Ultrasonic plasticity? No, that is not it. Look at the uniformity of the metal's deformation. This is thermodynamically impossible. A mechanical engineer. I feel like my 4 years in college were in vain. If my professor saw this, he'd probably tear his textbook in half. Su Yu was completely absorbed in his work. With every strike and movement of the sequence hammer, He meticulously controlled the molecular arrangement within the steel. The system's blueprint had presented the microscopic structure required for the Wolfgang Type 1 steel in its entirety in his mind. His task was to transform this ordinary Q345 steel into the specialized chromium molybdenum vanadium steel specified in the blueprint. After several minutes, the square steel block, which originally weighed dozens of pounds, had morphed into a long, precisely measured knife blank. Now, the real forging awaited. Xuan Nü set down the sequence hammer and picked up an unremarkable octagonal hammer from the tool rack. Without heating the knife blank to red hot, he merely clamped it in the vise. With a resounding clang, he swung the hammer down for the first strike. A crisp sound of metal striking metal resonated through the air, heralding a miraculous event. Instead of the typical indentation one might expect on conventional steel, the area struck seemed almost alive, extending outward toward the blade's edge. With rhythmic strikes, Xuan Nu's hammer fell, each blow reshaping the cold knife blank, thinning the blade, sharpening its edge, and gradually revealing the intricate lines of the spine. This was no mere forging, it was a marvel. In the live stream, heated debates surged. I understand now. He is not forging. The tool he previously used altered the underlying physical properties of the steel. He has endowed this metal with superplasticity at room temperature. This is the holy grail that all metallurgists dream of, exclaimed a participant from Deep Blue Heavy Industry. Cold forging. This is true cold forging. Not the primitive hammering we know, but forging at the atomic level. This technology is at least 20 years ahead of us. No, 50. So you did not pause. With a primitive hammer and cutting-edge technology, he delivered a performance that left millions in awe. An hour later, a knife blank with sharp contours and fluid lines, complete with an integrated spine, had taken perfect form. He ceased his work, lifted the blank, and showcased its flawless edge and robust spine to the camera. The entire process was devoid of any flames or smoke. Ding. Task. Wolfgang Type 1 Multifunctional Tactical Knife, Civilian Version. Completion, 1500. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, Xuan Nü prepared to end the stream and rest. The issue of materials remained unresolved, and he needed to devise a proper plan. Just as he was about to close the live stream, his old phone screen flickered. It was an encrypted message from Zheng Jiangwo. The message was brief, containing a single line. The person from Smith's group, the one you incapacitated, has vanished from the hospital. They will not approach again. Be wary. Chapter 34. The Last Frenzy of Foreign Spies. Meanwhile, within a brightly lit luxury hotel suite in Donghai City, the atmosphere was tense. Smith glared at the enormous projection screen before him, which displayed Xuan Nu's live stream. What he believed should have belonged to their foundation was now being witnessed by millions, alarming the highest echelons of Huaxia. We have failed. Smith's voice was devoid of emotion, a mere shadow of despair. No, sir, not yet, replied the Asian translator beside him, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes now cold and calculating. If we cannot have it, neither shall they. Smith turned to him. The target's technology has exceeded our estimates. Further contact and theft would be meaningless and would only expose us. The translator's voice was low, like a serpent's hiss. The only solution is to erase everything before they can fully secure the target. He made a downward slicing gesture. Set it ablaze, leaving nothing but ash. Let the hardware store, along with all its secrets, become unrecognizable charcoal. We can disguise the scene as an old electrical fire. No one will trace it back to us. A flicker of struggle crossed Smith's blue eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by cold resolve. He understood the consequences of failure far outweighed the horror of becoming a murderer. Proceed. He waved his hand dismissively. Make it clean. After concluding the live stream, Xuan Nü was indifferent to the online uproar. His mind was consumed with the order for 500 knives and the reward of 30,000 points. Once the material refinement was complete, he planned to close the shop for rest. Passing by the front of the store, he noticed a large patch of plaster had fallen off the wall due to recent rain, exposing the red brick beneath. This old, dilapidated place exuded an aura of imminent collapse. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly recalled an additional item awarded during a previous task, a novice gift pack he had left unused in the warehouse. Accessing the system warehouse, he retrieved an unassuming gray metal bucket. Name, multifunctional thermal insulating fireproof coating, experimental. Description, exhibits excellent thermal insulation, waterproofing, fire resistance, and insulation properties. Experimental product, effectiveness unknown. Effectiveness unknown? Xuan Nü pondered the description. Regardless, it was a free gift he might as well utilize. He fetched a roller and brush, eschewing the purchase of new filler, and opened the bucket, applying the coating to the uneven wall. The paint was grayish-white, thick in texture and odorless. Without hesitation, He decided to coat the entire workshop in the backyard, as well as the inner walls of the front store. Upon completion, the shop appeared significantly tidier. Once this order was fulfilled, he would renovate this decrepit establishment. Satisfied with his handiwork, Xuan Nü nodded approvingly, then pulled down the roll-up door and ascended to his quarters for rest. As night deepened, at 2 in the morning, the entire old street fell into slumber. A shadowy figure stealthily approached the entrance of Shanghai hardware store, more adept than the individual who had been incapacitated previously. He made no attempt to pry open the lock or even approach the shop. Instead, from his backpack, he retrieved 2 sealed plastic barrels and unscrewed the lids. A pungent odor of chemical accelerants filled the air. He poured the liquid through the gap of the roll-up door, letting it seep in gradually. The liquid quickly spread across the floor, soaking into the old cardboard boxes and wooden materials piled at the entrance. He then circled to the old wooden window at the side of the store, dousing the remaining liquid. After completing his task, he pulled out a lighter, not to ignite it, but placed it on the ground. From another pocket, he produced a remote control and pressed a button. A tiny spark erupted from the lighter's top. Boom! A burst of orange flames erupted. The fire, fueled by the accelerant, engulfed the entire facade of the hardware store in an instant. The old wooden window frames turned to charcoal within seconds, flames leaping through the windows and into the store. The speed at which the fire spread surpassed all expectations. In just a minute, the first floor of Shanghai hardware store had transformed into a sea of flames. The inferno illuminated half the night sky. Fire! Someone help! Residents across the street finally noticed the terrifying scene and let out panicked screams. The shrill sound of fire alarms soon pierced the stillness of the night, drawing nearer. Xuan Nü was jolted awake by the acrid smell of smoke and the searing heat wave. As he opened his eyes, a crimson glow illuminated the outside. He heard the crackling of wood as it burned. It's on fire. Instantly, he sprang from his bed, exhibiting no signs of panic. He rushed to the window and saw that the fire had originated from the first floor, completely sealing off the staircase. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards a small door at the other end of the room that led to the backyard platform. His only concern at that moment was the invaluable workshop in the rear. With a powerful kick, he burst through the small door. Hot air and thick smoke rushing toward him. Just then, several red fire trucks roared to a stop at the street corner. Dozens of firefighters swiftly jumped from the vehicles, unfurling hoses and connecting them to the hydrants. Captain Wang Gang, leading the team, stared at the towering flames, his scalp tingling with alarm. The fire's intensity was unlike a typical electrical short circuit. First and second teams moved to suppress the fire from the front. 3 teams, maneuvering from the sides, ensured the protection of the adjacent shops, preventing the fire from spreading further. Wang Gang, holding a walkie-talkie, calmly directed the operation. 2 powerful jets of water instantly surged towards the hardware store facade, which was on the verge of collapse due to the flames. However, as the mist of water ascended, the fire showed no signs of abating. Captain, the flames are too intense. There must be accelerants inside. A firefighter shouted. A heavy weight settled in Wang Gang's heart. He understood that, under such circumstances, the first floor of the shop was undoubtedly lost. Their sole mission now was to contain the blaze, preserving the structural integrity to prevent a complete collapse of the building. At that moment, a young firefighter responsible for extinguishing the flames at the front suddenly halted his efforts, staring in disbelief at the inferno within. What are you looking at? Continue spraying. Wang Gang barked through the walkie-talkie. The young firefighter did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand, pointing deep into the fire, and cried out in a tone filled with astonishment, Captain, something's not right. Why isn't the fire getting in? Wang Gang was momentarily stunned. He lifted his binoculars, peering through the raging flames at the interior of the shop. To his astonishment, the inner walls and ceiling glowed red under the searing heat, resembling heated iron. Yet, that wall remained inexplicably unburned, untouched, and showed no signs of collapse. The flames, hot enough to melt steel, appeared to have struck an invisible barrier, roaring furiously outside but unable to penetrate further. Having served as a firefighter for 2 decades, Wang Gang had witnessed countless blazes, yet he had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. Another seasoned firefighter beside him noticed the anomaly as well, pointing at the glowing wall, his voice trembling. Captain, look at that wall. It's glowing, but it's not burning. Chapter 35. The unexpected revelation of high-temperature resistant coating. Wang Gang, a frontline fire captain for 20 years, had seen it all. Chemical plant explosions, serial fires in old neighborhoods, and the burning of insulation on high-rise buildings. Yet the sight before him shattered all the firefighting knowledge he had meticulously built over his career. Captain, something's not right. Why isn't the fire getting in? The young firefighter's panicked exclamation made Wang Gang's heart skip a beat. He shouted back, "Nonsense. Increase the water pressure and keep pumping it in." However, he found himself instinctively raising his powerful flashlight, attempting to penetrate the distorted air caused by the heat to discern the true situation inside. What he saw nearly caused the walkie-talkie in his hand to slip from his grasp. The small hardware store's entrance and windows had been reduced to blackened voids, with orange flames lashing out violently, a scorching wave forcing him to squint. Yet behind this inferno, the inner wall of the shop emanated a strange, dark red glow. It was glowing, subjected to temperatures nearing 1,000 degrees, yet it simply refused to ignite. That wall, seemingly an ordinary coat of white plaster, stood as an insurmountable barrier, keeping the molten fury of the flames at bay. The flames licked at it, battered against it, but left no trace of combustion, only raging impotently towards the heavens. What in the world is this? An equally experienced firefighter beside him exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Captain, we've tried foam suppression, but it's useless. The fire hasn't even touched the structure. Most of the water and foam we sprayed has evaporated." Reports of confusion from the frontline team flooded the walkie-talkie. Wang Gang's mind went blank. He had considered countless possibilities, improperly stored flammable materials, unique architectural structures, but none could explain this miraculous scene. "Everyone, pay attention," Wang Gang commanded through the walkie-talkie, issuing an order so absurd he hardly believed it himself. "Abandon the internal attack. Shift to external cooling. Control the flames and prevent them from spreading to the neighboring building." Meanwhile, Xuan had dashed from a small door on the second floor to the platform in the backyard. A scorching wave of heat assailed him, and the cement platform beneath his feet felt hot. He peered down, seeing the rear wall and windows of the first floor engulfed in flames, the fire reaching skyward. His heart raced with anxiety. His greatest fear was for the workshop, the embodiment of his aspirations and hard work. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried down the iron ladder, landing on the ground of the backyard. The heat was oppressive, the air thick with the acrid smell of char. To his surprise, the ordinary metal door of the workshop was merely blackened from smoke, hot to the touch, yet showing no signs of fire. Trembling, he fumbled for his keys. The key slid into the lock, and with a twist, it clicked open. As he pushed the door open, a rush of cool air, tinged with metallic and oily scents, flowed out. Xuan stepped inside, swiftly closing the door behind him. Inside the workshop, the lights were still on. The 5-axis CNC machine stood silently, and on the workbench, the freshly molded Wolf Fong I-type knife blank shimmered coolly under the light. Everything was perfectly intact. Leaning against the door, Xuan exhaled deeply. He glanced at the inner wall of the workshop, where the gray paint he had casually applied now emitted a faint, nearly invisible red glow, effectively insulating against the terrifying external heat. Multifunctional thermal insulating fireproof coating, experimental sample, effect unknown? Xuan now comprehended that the phrase effect unknown was a gross understatement. A wave of apprehension quickly gave way to a new, more pressing concern. With such a massive fire outside, how would he explain the miraculous preservation of the interior to the firefighters and police once it was extinguished? As dawn broke amidst the intense firefighting efforts, the fire was finally brought under control. The facade of the Shanghai hardware store had been reduced to a charred ruin. The deformed rolling shutter, shattered glass, and charred timber silently recounted the devastation of the previous night. Wang Gang, accompanied by 2 firefighters and wearing breathing masks, was the first to step onto the scene. Below their feet lay a thick layer of water mixed with firefighting foam, crunching underfoot. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke. However, as they traversed the charred entrance and ventured into the interior of the shop, all 3 halted abruptly, frozen in place. Inside the shop, aside from the damp floor and a thin layer of black ash, all the shelves, walls, and ceiling remained unscathed. A young firefighter, unable to believe his eyes, removed his gloves and reached out to touch the nearby inner wall. The wall had cooled, presenting a unique, slightly textured feel. Aside from being a bit dirty, it bore no indication that merely hours prior, it had endured the searing heat of the inferno. "Captain, this wall is fine." Wang Gang approached a wall, rapping on it with his knuckles. The sound was solid, confirming it was not a hollow partition. He even noticed a small section of coating had peeled away due to the tremors from the previous night, revealing the most ordinary red bricks beneath. He was utterly perplexed. How had this seemingly ordinary brick wall managed to withstand such a fierce fire? Just then, several police cars arrived with sirens blaring. Zheng Jiangwo and veteran detective Ma Dong hurriedly approached with their team. "What is going on?" Zheng Jiangwo surveyed the stark contrast between the destruction and the intact interior. His brow furrowed in concern. Wang Gang smiled wryly and shook his head, succinctly recounting the bizarre events that had transpired. Ma Dong remained silent, circling the shop, his gaze oscillating between the charred remnants of doors and windows and the pristine inner walls. At last, his gaze fell upon the young man in the backyard, who had descended from the second floor clad only in a t-shirt and shorts, his face smeared with soot. Suyu, Zheng Jiangwo strode over, inquiring, "Are you all right? What happened last night?" Suyu shook his head. "I fell asleep and was awakened by the heat. I have no idea how the fire started." Just as Zheng Jiangwo was about to ask further questions, a roar of engines echoed from the end of the street. This time, it was not a fire truck or a police car. Instead, several deep green camouflage military off-road vehicles appeared, disregarding the police cordon, and positioned themselves in a semicircle at the hardware store's entrance, effectively sealing off the entire scene. The doors swung open, and a group of soldiers clad in full combat gear, armed with live ammunition, leaped from the vehicles, swiftly establishing a perimeter that kept all police officers, firefighters, and onlookers at bay. Both Wang Gang and Zheng Jiangwo stood in stunned silence. What was going on? Why was the military intervening in a mere fire incident? Under the scrutinizing gaze of everyone present, a rear door of one vehicle swung open, and a middle-aged man in immaculate military attire, adorned with stars on his shoulders, stepped down with purpose. It was Long Hao. He paid no mind to the surrounding police and directly entered the ruins of the hardware store, his eyes sweeping over the eerie fire scene before settling intently on Suyu. Zheng Jiangwo had just opened his mouth to inquire when a stoic soldier raised a hand to stop him. Long Hao approached Suyu, sizing him up before speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. "You are Suyu?" Suyu met his gaze, glanced at the armed soldiers behind him, and nodded. "Yes, that is me." A hint of satisfaction finally flickered across Long Hao's face. He turned to the bewildered Zheng Jiangwo and Wang Gang, stating, "This situation is now under military control." He then looked back at Suyu, his voice low yet resonating clearly for all to hear. "Your store, your people, will now be protected by our Wolf Fong Brigade. Gather your things and come with us." Chapter 36. The military's official intervention. Long Hao's words, though not loud, rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, and every police officer and firefighter understood the gravity of the message. "Your people, your store, will be safeguarded by our Wolf Fong Brigade. Gather your belongings and accompany us." This was a notification, not a negotiation. Zheng Jiangwo, standing within the cordon, regarded the officer adorned with stars, then glanced at the soldiers behind him, their expressions cold and resolute. A sense of helplessness surged within him. As the head of the city's criminal investigation team, he was supposed to be the highest authority on this street. Yet now, he felt like an outsider. This comrade. Zheng Jiangwo steeled himself and took a step forward, attempting to restore order. "This is a fire scene under investigation by the police, and you." Before he could finish, a soldier standing beside Long Hao extended a gloved hand, blocking him with a firm yet impassive gesture. The action was precise and unyielding, leaving him unable to advance an inch. Long Hao did not even glance back at him, his gaze fixed solely on Suyu, awaiting a response. It was the gaze of a superior assessing a subordinate, a hunter focusing intently on its prized prey. Suyu remained still, observing Long Hao and the soldiers who had effectively encircled the entire scene. He recognized that the nature of the situation had irrevocably shifted the moment these individuals arrived. He was no fool. From Professor Zhang's phone call to the address linked to the southern military region, culminating in this officer from the so-called Wolf Fong Brigade personally leading the charge, all clues had coalesced. These individuals were indeed his high-profile client, with 500 blades at stake. "We need to adhere to our investigative procedures," Zheng Jiangwo sought to argue, unwilling to watch a civilian be taken away without explanation. Long Hao finally turned to him, merely casting a glance that caused Zheng Jiangwo to swallow his words. "Captain Zheng, I believe," Long Hao spoke in a calm tone, "this matter has surpassed the jurisdiction of your local police. From now on, this area is under the control of military security units. You are dismissed." With that, he disregarded the visibly distressed Zheng Jiangwo and Wang Gang, nodding to an officer resembling a staff member behind him. "Li, secure the area. Moreover, notify the technical department to conduct an investigation on site. I require a comprehensive report on the cause of the fire." "Yes." The officer named Li saluted sharply, then turned to direct the soldiers into action. The cordon swiftly expanded outward, with all unrelated personnel being escorted at least 100 meters away. Several soldiers, distinguishable by their different uniforms as technical reconnaissance personnel, approached with precision instruments, commencing their examination of the fire scene with alarming efficiency. At that moment, A soldier responsible for perimeter security hastily approached Li and whispered a few words. Li's expression remained unchanged as he issued a succinct command into his earpiece. Apprehend. At the other end of the street, a black business vehicle contained an Asian man who had previously conspired with Smith in the hotel. Now peering through a high-powered telescope to observe everything unfolding at the hardware store entrance. Upon seeing the soldier's arrival, he realized the situation had unraveled. Without a moment's hesitation, he set down the telescope, started the car, and prepared to flee. Yet, just as he shifted into gear, he felt a gentle tap on the window beside him. Startled, he turned to see a young man in camouflage standing outside, expressionless, simply gesturing towards the car door, signaling him to exit. The Asian man's heart raced, and he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared, yet the vehicle remained immobile. Glancing down, he discovered that all 4 tires had mysteriously deflated, with 4 black star-shaped spike strips firmly embedded in the pavement. Outside the window, the young soldier's patience seemed to have run out. He ceased tapping on the glass and instead gently elbowed the thick tempered glass. With a crash, the entire window shattered into a myriad of crystalline fragments. A hand reached in, expertly grasping his collar and, as if lifting a chick, yanked him from the vehicle, forcefully pinning him to the ground. The entire sequence took no more than 5 seconds. At the entrance of the hardware store, Officer Li approached Long Hao, whispering, "Report, Brigade Commander. The arson suspect has been apprehended. Preliminary interrogation reveals he is a member of an overseas commercial espionage organization. Remote ignition devices and traces of accelerants have been discovered on site." Long Hao nodded, unsurprised by the outcome. He turned his attention back to Suyu. Throughout, Suyu had remained composed, observing the unfolding events with a steady demeanor. He watched as the police were driven away, the technical team entered, and the unseen adversary was swiftly subdued. He exhibited no signs of shock or gratitude. He was merely assessing and calculating. Long Hao appreciated Suyu's calmness, recognizing that the young man he had chosen possessed a sufficiently robust heart to bear the weight of world-altering technology. "Now, we can converse," Long Hao began, gesturing towards the charred yet intact workshop door in the backyard. "Your pain is quite intriguing." He then pointed across the street, where the back of a military truck was opened, and several soldiers were unloading 2 sizable objects, setting them down heavily on the ground. One was a section of tank track, severed cleanly by Suyu's molecular knife. Another was a tactical dagger, snapped in half, its break gleaming with metallic particles. "Your knife is far more intriguing." Long Hao picked up the broken dragon scale and carelessly tossed it aside, then took the Black Wolf Fong I-type knife blank handed to him by a nearby soldier. "What you have crafted transcends mere commodities." Long Hao gazed into Suyu's eyes, each word resonating with weight. They constituted strategic materials capable of affecting national security. He no longer danced around the subject, but laid his cards on the table. "The nation requires your expertise. We shall not attempt to buy you out with money, like those merchants. What we seek is a partner. We will provide you with the finest resources, the utmost security, and a platform where you can showcase your talents without interference." Long Hao extended his hand, indicating that you could remain in your hardware store or choose to join our premier laboratory. "Whatever materials you need, we shall supply. Whatever equipment you require, we shall construct. If anyone dares to trouble you, we will resolve it for you. All we desire is for you to transform your ideas into the sharpest weapons in our military's arsenal." This declaration bore far more sincerity and gravity than Smith's $5 million check. Suyu fell silent, aware that this was the optimal solution he had long awaited. Collaborating with the state resolved all his current predicaments: safety, resources, legality. He lifted his gaze to meet Long Hao's face, filled with anticipation and resolve. The world around them fell silent, all eyes trained on him, awaiting his response. At last, Suyu spoke. He neither affirmed nor requested time to ponder. He merely pointed to the charred ruins of the shop before him, and then at the arsonist pinned to the ground. "Cooperation is acceptable." His voice was calm, as though stating a fact. "However, my principle is that if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them." He paused, shifting his gaze from Long Hao's face to the struggling Asian man in the distance. "What if someone offends me?" Chapter 37. The arrival of the national team for escort. The air still carried the acrid scent of charred remnants and moisture, all eyes converging upon Long Hao, awaiting the response of this military dignitary. Long Hao eschewed lengthy rhetoric. He simply nodded towards the Asian man being firmly restrained by 2 soldiers, a cloth stuffed in his mouth. "We will not let him face trial." Long Hao's tone was as matter-of-fact as a weather report. "Non-citizens posing a threat to national security within our borders are not subject to the Geneva Conventions." Having spoken, He did not spare the captive another glance, but waved at Officer Li. Li understood and whispered a few words into his earpiece. The two soldiers promptly hoisted the Asian man, dragging him like a dead dog, and stuffed him into an unmarked black SUV. The door closed with no superfluous sound, and the vehicle silently departed the scene. The entire process was swift, decisive, and efficient. This was far more compelling than any verbal promise. Zheng Jiangwo and Wang Gang stood nearby, watching the vehicle vanish at the street's end, feeling a chill creep down their spines. They understood that the arsonist's fate would not appear in any official records. This was the cold, reliable face of the state apparatus. Su Yu observed it all in silence, satisfied with Long Hao's answer. Now, it is your turn to answer my question. Long Hao turned back to face Su Yu. He no longer broached the topic of cooperation, but instead produced a sealed document from his pocket, encased in a leather bag, and handed it over. The document was not thick, yet as Su Yu held it, he felt a palpable weight. He tore open the seal, extracting not a cooperation contract, but a document titled in bold red characters, Confidentiality Agreement for Special Technical Personnel. The header bore two conspicuous, bolded black words, Top Secret. Su Yu scanned it rapidly. The terms contained no superfluous verbiage. Party A, National Security Technology Committee. Party B, Su Yu. The core content consisted of 3 points. First, all new conceptual technologies possessed and developed by Party B, Su Yu, that exceed current technical levels shall automatically be classified as the highest level of national secret. Party B has an absolute obligation of confidentiality and must not disclose in any form to any unauthorized third party, including individuals, organizations, or foreign powers. Second, Party A shall provide Party B with the highest level of personal and property security, ensuring an undisturbed research environment and unlimited resource support, including but not limited to special materials, experimental equipment, funding, and technical personnel. Third, this agreement is lifelong and shall take effect upon signing, granting Party B the status of a special technical consultant with corresponding allowances and privileges, directly accountable to Party A. Su Yu's gaze lingered momentarily on the phrase, unlimited resource support. What he lacked most at present were those special materials and equipment unattainable through conventional channels. This agreement alleviated all his concerns. Is there a problem? Long Hao inquired, observing him. None. Su Yu took the pen offered by a nearby soldier, without a moment's hesitation, and signed his name in the designated area for Party B. A satisfied expression spread across Long Hao's face. He retrieved the document, carefully placed it back in the bag, and handed it to Officer Li behind him. Welcome aboard, Consultant Su. Long Hao extended his hand towards Su Yu. Su Yu grasped it firmly. In that instant, the era of an ordinary hardware store owner came to a definitive close. Now, let us attend to the aftermath. Long Hao released his grip and surveyed the devastation around him. He commanded Officer Li, contact the engineering corps to restore this place within 24 hours. No, use the highest grade of fireproof and explosion-proof materials to rebuild it. Understood. Additionally, Long Hao pondered for a moment before adding, allocate a sum from our brigade's budget to send to the city's fire department and police bureau as a condolence payment for this fire incident. Nearby, Zheng Jiangwo and Wang Gang exchanged glances, both recognizing a hint of wry amusement in each other's eyes. This was no condolence payment. It was clearly a silencing fee. At that moment, a military truck approached. 2 soldiers disembarked, carrying a plaque covered in red cloth. The plaque was made of solid wood, adorned with gleaming brass letters. Long Hao personally approached and unveiled the red cloth. Demonstration point for deep integration of military and civilian development. The bold letters were followed by smaller text. Wolfang Special Operations Brigade, Southern Xinjiang Military District, Co-Construction Unit. Long Hao carried the plaque to the charred remnants of the doorway and commanded the soldiers behind him, hang it up. The soldiers swiftly procured tools and, atop the blackened ruins, meticulously affixed the glaringly new plaque. In the sunlight, it resembled a golden edict. The onlookers, kept behind the cordon, gazed in astonishment. They could not comprehend the meaning of the inscription, yet they recognized the red 5-pointed star and the olive-green military uniform. They only knew that this dilapidated hardware store, once pursued by its landlord for debts, now seemed to be linked with the military. Zheng Jiangwo, observing the plaque, finally grasped the full implication. Any investigation into the fire, any talk of foreign spies, became a footnote to be forgotten from the moment that plaque was hung. This hardware store was no longer within the jurisdiction of a mere city bureau captain. Having completed all this, Long Hao's mission appeared to be fulfilled. Consultant Su, your new assignment will be sent to your exclusive email in 3 days. For now, take some time to rest. Long Hao nodded at Su Yu before turning to leave. The military vehicles arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The engineers and technicians stayed behind to commence site cleanup and surveying. Unexpectedly, although Long Hao's main force had withdrawn, two individuals remained at the entrance of the hardware store. Clad in crisp uniforms and armed with automatic rifles, these young soldiers stood like sentinels, expressionless and steadfast, flanking the newly hung plaque. The scene, a dilapidated, recently burned hardware store guarded by armed sentries, was imbued with a surreal, magical realism that left a profound visual impact on all who beheld it. The street was eerily silent. Moments later, the online world erupted due to a candid photograph that had been surreptitiously captured. The angle of the shot was slightly askew, yet the content was unmistakably clear. Two gallant soldiers stood guard at the entrance of a rundown shop adorned with a military-civilian integration sign. Although Su Yu's livestream was shrouded in darkness, millions of fans sprang to life, the barrage of comments flooding in like a burst dam. What? Am I seeing things? Why are there soldiers stationed at the entrance of the Shanghai hardware store? What does that sign say? Military-civilian integration? The Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade. Is this really the Wolf Fong from the Wuo movie? Absurd. Just days ago, the streamer was being taken away by the police for questioning. And now there are soldiers standing guard? This twist is too fast. I get it. I completely understand. Selling kitchen knives and nail clippers was just a facade. The streamer's true identity is that of a top military-industrial scientist secretly cultivated by the state. Stop guessing, everyone upstairs. I can only say that our streamer has truly made it big. This is more impressive than passing any civil service exam. It's like being handed a golden rice bowl. So, will we still be able to buy the kitchen knives made by the streamer? An inconspicuous comment floated by. Soon. Someone replied. Buy kitchen knives? Brother, your perspective is too narrow. Do you think a military-industrial unit with soldiers on guard would still sell kitchen knives to the public? This question left everyone speechless. Chapter 38. Kitchen knife production halted. Strategic transformation. Su Yu was indifferent to the uproar online. The candid photo spread like a virus across various forums and social media platforms, accompanied by countless speculations and discussions. The number of private messages and comments in his livestream's backend had surpassed a frightening threshold. Sitting before an old computer, he scrolled through the rolling comments. Although he had not started broadcasting, the darkened room still attracted millions of spectators eager for news. So, will we still be able to buy the kitchen knives made by the streamer? This comment ignited the comment section like a fuse. Wake up, everyone upstairs. Have you ever seen a place with soldiers standing guard still selling kitchen knives? Your perspective is too narrow. I can't accept this. I saved 3 months' worth of salary just waiting for the streamer to sell again. 500,000. Streamer, I'll pay 500,000. Just sell me one more. I want to keep it as a family heirloom. Seeing these fervent comments, Su Yu remained expressionless. Kitchen knives? He was currently fulfilling an order of 500 Wolf Fong Type 1 knives for the military, with a continuous stream of demand following. There was hardly time to cater to these casual customers. Moreover, his aspirations had long surpassed this. He glanced at the two sentries standing rigidly at the entrance, and then at the gleaming plaque. Since he had aligned himself with the state, it was time to engage in endeavors worthy of the protection fee he received. It was time to draw a line under the past. Without hesitation, Su Yu pressed the broadcast button. Instantly, the darkened live stream brightened, revealing his composed face on the screens of millions. No opening remarks, no pleasantries. The streamer had begun. Finally, we've been waiting for you. Are you going to explain the soldiers at the entrance? The volume of comments nearly caused the stream to freeze. Su Yu ignored all questions and, facing the camera, spoke with an authoritative tone. I have 3 announcements to make. First, the knives auctioned previously were the last batch. There will be no more. Second, this store will undergo upgrades and will no longer accept any private orders. Third, I am very busy, and there will be fewer live streams, if any at all. After a brief pause, he observed the tumultuous comments ignited by his words and added, That's it. Everyone can disperse now. With that, he prepared to click the button to end the live stream. The room felt as if it had been hit by a nuclear bomb. No way. Is the streamer for real? You're burning bridges here. We made you popular, and now you're kicking us all out? Scammer. You're nothing but a fraud. I curse everything you produce to rust. Anger, disappointment, and insults flooded the comments like a tidal wave. A user named Wang Jun Knife Reviews posted a glaring red pinned comment. Su Yu, don't get too arrogant. Without a market, your technology is worthless. You're digging your own grave. Su Yu caught sight of it and smirked slightly. Digging my own grave? My current client is the entire nation. He couldn't be bothered to explain further and was about to end the live stream when, suddenly, a golden special effect representing the highest level of gifts erupted on the screen. The ID was King of the Long Sky. Without saying a word, he sent 100 super rockets, valued at 1 million in total. The entire screen was engulfed in golden light. All the insults seemed pale in comparison beneath this radiant display. Everyone was stunned. Then, the King of the Long Sky posted a comment, supporting the boss's decision. Looking forward to our next collaboration. After sending that, his avatar faded to gray. Xuyu looked at that comment, feeling a stir within. He addressed the camera for one last time. Thank you for your support. I'm leaving now. With a click, the live stream was plunged back into darkness, leaving millions of astonished viewers and a massive question mark regarding the next collaboration. After shutting down the stream, Xuyu felt a profound stillness envelop the world. He walked to the backyard. The efficiency of the engineering troops was astonishing. Within just a morning, all the debris had been cleared, and new foundations were already being laid. A large military mobile command vehicle was parked in the corner of the yard, with several technicians surrounding a fireproof coated sample cut from the wall, analyzing it, and occasionally expressing subdued astonishment. Xuyu paid them no mind. He entered the mobile command vehicle, which had been temporarily transformed into his workspace. He opened the system panel. Task: Wolfang Type 1 Multifunctional Tactical Knife, Civil Version. Progress: 5,500. Remaining time: 12 days. Current points: 6,500 knives in 12 days. The timeline was tight. Although last night's fire had not caused actual damage, it instilled an unprecedented sense of urgency in him. Fireproof coatings could withstand ordinary flames. But what about missiles? Electromagnetic pulses? True safety lies not in passive defense, but in rendering oneself undetectable to the enemy. Images of the previously tasked carbon nanotube-enhanced polymer composite shell flashed through Xuyu's mind. Besides its high strength, it had the distinct property of absorbing radar waves. If one could truly maximize such an effect, at that very moment when the thought arose, the system interface visible only to him flickered abruptly. Ding. Strategic demand upgrade detected for the host, triggering hidden task chain. National Heavy Instrument. Task: National Heavy Instrument, Phase 1, has been issued. Task title: Experimental Grade Electromagnetic Wave Absorbing Material. Task description: Develop and manufacture a composite coating capable of absorbing over 99 of common radar frequency bands. L, S, C, X, U of bands. Task requirements: Coating thickness not exceeding 0.5 mm, adhesion meeting military standards, and adaptability to hypersonic flight environments. Technical patents and equipment depreciation cost: 50,000 system points. Task reward: 100,000 system points. Unlock blueprint: Basic energy core. Xuyu's breath caught for a moment. Full spectrum stealth materials. Hypersonic flight environments. This was no mere kitchen knife, nor a nail clipper. And certainly not even the shell of a drone. This was a true national heavy instrument, a pinnacle of cutting-edge technology capable of directly altering the rules of warfare. What made his heart race even more was the task reward. Basic energy core. All of his current equipment depended on the municipal power grid. Once the power was cut, everything would be incapacitated. An independent energy core meant something he understood better than anyone else. It was the true beginning of a journey toward the stars and the sea. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the task. Ding. Task accepted. Current points: 56,000. The substantial point deficit did not instill any unease in Xuyu. Rather, it ignited an unprecedented motivation within him. He was preparing to delve into the materials formula and process flow provided by the system when a new message notification popped up on the encrypted communication software at the bottom right of his computer screen. It was from the King of the Long Sky. Xuyu clicked on it. The other party first sent a completed installation image of the drone shell, a sleek, jet black casing that exuded a sense of sci-fi, perfectly integrated with the fuselage. Following that was a second message. Xuyu's gaze fixed on the words, rendering him momentarily frozen. Boss, I've received the item, and it exceeds expectations. However, I have a more outrageous request. Do you have any radar evading coating? I want to paint my new toy. That's not illegal, is it? Chapter 39. The demanding military enthusiast returns. Xuyu stared at the words on the computer screen, his fingers hovering above the keyboard without moving. Do you have any radar evading coating? That's not illegal, is it? These two sentences were like keys, precisely fitting into the lock of the new task he had just triggered. Coincidence? Xuyu was not convinced. From molecular knives to drone shells, and now to stealth coatings. This client, known as the King of the Long Sky, had coincidentally appeared at every pivotal upgrade point of his system tasks. This individual seemed like an invisible guide, pushing him in a specific direction. Intriguing, Xuyu murmured softly. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he leaned back in the ergonomically designed seat of the command vehicle. Closing his eyes, his current identity had shifted. He was now a recognized military-civilian integration demonstration point, a special technology consultant acknowledged by Long Hao himself. Every creation he embarked upon could potentially impact national security. It was evidently inappropriate to take on orders for a few $1,000s as he had done before. Yet, the glaring 56,000 points displayed on the system panel, along with the ultimate reward named Basic Energy Core, incessantly reminded him that he must complete this task. Risk and reward always coexisted. Su Yu opened his eyes, deciding to probe into the identity of this king of the long sky. He reached out, typing a message in the encrypted dialog box. No emotion, no pleasantries, just a pure technical exchange. What you seek is not a coding, but an absorbing material system. State your specific requirements: the target radar frequency band, the speed envelope of your aircraft, altitude, and operating temperature range. Different parameters correspond to entirely different material formulas. If you don't even know these, then don't waste my time. He did not inquire whether the other party's request was illegal. Such questions were meaningless. He merely threw a professional technical barrier before them. If the other party was an ordinary, wealthy individual seeking to burn money, they would likely retreat upon seeing this message. If not, Su Yu's fingertips gently tapped on the enter key, awaiting the verdict. On the other end of the network, silence lingered for 5 minutes. Just as Su Yu began to think the other party had retreated, a new message notification pinged. It was not a single sentence, but rather a lengthy response filled with technical jargon and precise data. Target frequency: main counter X-band, U-band fire control radar. Flight envelope: speed M2. 5. Practical ceiling 18,000 meters, requiring the coating to perform without degradation within a surface temperature range of 50 to 200 degrees. Other requirements: high salt fog corrosion resistance, rain wash resistance, effective working life of no less than 100 flight hours after a single application. Su Yu's pupils contracted slightly upon reading this text. These figures had completely surpassed any typical drone toy's parameters. Mach 2. 5 and an altitude ceiling of 18,000 meters. This was not a drone at all. These were the performance specifications of a typical high-altitude, high-speed fighter. Who exactly was this king of the long sky? What did they intend to do with such a request? For the first time, Su Yu felt a sense of wariness toward a client. He was currently collaborating with the military, and selling such strategically significant technology to an unknown third party could have dire consequences. Yet, the allure of the basic energy core loomed large. Only with an independent energy source could he truly break free from constraints and construct those larger, more extraordinary creations. It was the cornerstone of his technological vision. To gamble or not, Su Yu's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. Outside, the clamor of the engineering team at work seeped through the soundproof walls of the command vehicle. The two unmoving sentinels at the entrance were his assurance of safety. This assurance was earned through his technical prowess. To attain a higher level of security, however, he needed to present even more valuable technology. A virtuous cycle or a vicious cycle. Su Yu ceased his tapping. He decided to take the gamble, but he would change his approach. Instead of replying to the private message, he closed the dialog box. He logged back into his live streaming account, opting not to activate the video feed, merely opening the microphone. In the darkened live streaming room, millions of viewers, still intrigued by his earlier announcement of withdrawal, flooded in. The host is back? Didn't he say he was quitting? Audio live streaming? What's this new twist? Shoo, let's hear what the host has to say. Su Yu cleared his throat, speaking into the microphone with a volume that was not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. His voice traveled across the network, reaching the ears of millions, including that of the king of the long sky. So, you are the king of the long sky, are you? The entire livestream audience fell silent. Was the host addressing the top supporter? The requests you mentioned in your private message are quite troublesome. The technical difficulties are exceedingly high. Su Yu paused, as if pondering. On the other end of the network, in a mysterious room, an individual seated before the screen clenched their fist. Just when everyone expected Su Yu to decline, he shifted his tone. However, there are solutions. I chuckled lightly, my laughter carrying an inscrutable undertone. How about this? I'll make an offer. As long as the payment is right, I can make your radar problems disappear. I could even code it to be transparent. The entire live streaming room erupted in chaos. Transparent? Are you out of your mind, streamer? Such audacious boasting. This time you've gone too far. Su Yu paid no heed to the frenzied comments scrolling by. He spoke into the microphone, posing one final question, as if issuing a challenge to the king of the sky. My price is not cheap. Are you willing to accept? Chapter 40. As long as the money is right, I'll make it transparent. Su Yu's voice resonated through the network, clearly reaching the ears of millions. My price is not cheap. Are you willing to accept? Silence. A prolonged 10 seconds of utter stillness. In the blacked-out live stream, the scrolling comments appeared as if they had been paused. Everyone held their breath, awaiting a response from the enigmatic top-tier patron, the King of the Sky. This was a super-rich individual worth millions, a mysterious client for whom streamers would go live specifically to converse. Moreover, he was the one who had just proposed purchasing an absurd item, invisibility paint. What choice would he make? Would he dismiss the streamer as overly bold? Or would he accept this challenge? After 10 seconds, the comments resumed their sluggish pace, yet the content had become sharply focused. Where's the big brother? Why is he silent? I bet the streamer's price scared him away, huh? This is a bold move by the streamer. Of course. Money doesn't just grow on trees. Who would buy something as unheard of as invisibility paint? He must be a fool. It's over. The biggest joke today is the streamer embarrassing himself. Sarcasm and schadenfreude began to dominate the conversation. Xuan Nü ignored the comments. Leaning back in the soft chair of the command vehicle, his gaze fixed on a luminous screen that only he could see. Task name: Full-band electromagnetic wave absorbing material, experimental. Task description: develop and manufacture a composite coating capable of absorbing over 99 of common radar wavebands. Technical patent and equipment depreciation costs: 50,000 system points. Task reward: 100,000 system points. Unlock blueprint: basic energy core. Current points: 56,000. He desperately needed those points. The reward of basic energy core was more vital to him than any sum of money. It represented a power source independent of the city's electrical grid, enabling him to create even larger and more energy-consuming, terrifying creations. This was the cornerstone of his technological ambitions. Thus, he had to secure this order today. On the other side of the screen, the King of the Sky's avatar remained gray and motionless. The atmosphere in the live stream shifted from tense anticipation to one-sided mockery of Xuan Nü. Why isn't the streamer speaking? Has he realized he isn't over his head? I said it was all an act. There's no such thing as invisibility paint. He just wants to swindle the big brother's money. How awkward. The wealthy one didn't take the bait. Let us see how he saves face. At the peak of the mockery within the live stream, Xuan Nü suddenly chuckled. He let out a soft laugh into the microphone, imbued with an indescribable, playful nuance. Why is everyone so tense? His voice, though quiet, effortlessly drowned out the noise. It's just a bit of paint. What is the big deal? He paused, as if contemplating a fascinating puzzle, then spoke a line that sent shockwaves throughout the online world. As long as the money is right, what is radar to me? Not only can I make it invisible to radar, I can make it invisible to the naked eye. I can make it transparent. Boom. If the previous discussions were confined to military enthusiasts and tech aficionados, then the phrase "make it transparent" detonated like an underwater bomb, shattering everyone's cognitive barriers. What the hell did I just hear? Transparent. He has lost it. The streamer has completely lost his mind. Does he think he is a deity? He is claiming he can make it transparent? Why doesn't he just say he can turn stone into gold? The very laws of physics are enraged. This is no longer mere boasting. It's a blatant challenge to human intelligence. Reported. This streamer promoting pseudoscience must be silenced. I bet he is about to start selling elixirs for immortality. The live streaming room descended into chaos. Countless viewers flooded in, not out of curiosity for any advanced technology, but purely to witness just how far this young man, Xuan Nü, would go with his bravado. On the other side of the network, in a heavily guarded office, a middle-aged man in a white shirt and glasses stared at the screen, his tea spraying across the expensive monitor at Xuan Nü's audacious claim. Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. He scrambled to wipe the screen, muttering, "Where did the Dragon Brigade find such a character?" Yet, Xuan Nü maintained his calm demeanor. This was the effect he desired. Invisibility paint was a highly sensitive topic. He could not admit to being able to produce it. But what if he shaped himself into a madman? Someone who would say anything for money. Reality and illusion would blur, allowing everyone to regard him as a joke, thus enabling him to craft the real thing under their very noses. This was both a shield and a test. Ignoring the vitriol and mockery that had solidified in the streaming room, he spoke again. This time his tone took on a serious note. All right, no more jokes. This statement brought an eerie silence to the previously raucous live stream. King of the Sky, I know you are still listening. The item you desire, I can produce. It's not a toy. It's genuine equipment for the battlefield. His voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, silencing everyone. A flat rate. Xuan Nü raised a finger. No, he gently tapped the microphone. Thud. I will provide you with a sample, 1 barrel, 20 kilograms. Enough for you to coat your beloved toy from head to toe. All breaths were held in the live stream. They knew the critical moment had arrived. Su Yu's voice, transmitted through the currents, carved itself into everyone's hearts like a precise scalpel. This barrel is priced at 500,000. He paused, allowing the figure to circulate in everyone's minds. Then, with a tone bordering on provocation, he asked one final question. So, King of the Sky, do you dare accept this price? Chapter 41. A barrel of paint for 500,000. Su Yu's almost taunting question reverberated through every corner of the network. After that moment of silence in the blacked-out live stream, laughter erupted even more fiercely. Haha, I'm going to die laughing. The streamer has completely abandoned all sense of reason. 500,000. For a barrel of paint? Why doesn't he go rob a bank? Oh wait, this is quicker than robbing. I'll bet a pack of spicy strips that the King of the Sky has run away. No one's money comes easily. Even a foolish rich man wouldn't fall for this. Streamer, please stop this charade. Find a way to gracefully exit before you utterly humiliate yourself. The comments flew by at lightning speed, with schadenfreude drowning out the entire screen. Everyone was convinced that Su Yu had overreached, that the mysterious top patron had finally maintained his composure in the face of monetary demands. Yet, Su Yu remained reclined in the soft chair of the command vehicle, his expression unchanged. He was waiting. This was precisely the effect he sought. He allowed everyone to perceive him as a reckless madman, driven purely by the pursuit of wealth. This way, his true intentions would remain undetected. Time passed, second by second. Just as the tide of mockery in the live stream reached a crescendo and the audience began to lose interest, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Without any forewarning, a gigantic, golden gift effect erupted in the center of the black screen. This was not any gift provided by the platform, but a custom icon resembling a sleek fighter jet, trailing a long golden flame behind it. Beneath the icon was the all-too-familiar ID, King of the Sky. The worth of this singular icon amounted to 50,000 yuan. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, boom, 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 a second, third, and fourth, a total of 10 golden fighter jet icons lined up, brazenly sweeping across the entire screen. 500,000. A staggering 500,000. Within a mere 3 seconds, it was poured into this darkened live stream. In that instant, the entire internet fell silent. All scrolling comments froze in place. Fingers that had been typing scornful remarks became paralyzed over the keyboards. Countless faces before screens gaped in astonishment. Had it truly been paid? Insanity. This world had gone utterly mad. It took a full half-minute for the comments to re-emerge at a snail's pace. Am I seeing things? Was that really 500,000? Is there truly a fool willing to spend 500,000 on a bucket of paint? Poverty has limited my imagination. I always thought such individuals existed only in jokes. Which conglomerate's heir is this? Even if they have wealth, this isn't how one plays the game. While the crowd remained in shock, unable to regain their composure, Su Yu's phone emitted a faint vibration. It was not a notification from the live streaming platform, but rather a text from the bank. Your savings account XXXX has completed a transfer transaction at XX time, with an amount of 500,000 yuan. The corner of Su Yu's eye twitched. The payment had not been made through the platform. Instead, the funds had been directly deposited into his personal account. This King of the Sky possessed more power than he had anticipated. He opened the encrypted chat, and as expected, a new message awaited him. The deposit has been received. Notify me once the items are ready. The address remains the same. Someone will come to collect. There were no superfluous words, only a business-like tone. As Su Yu read the message, the image of this client became clearer in his mind. He lifted his head and spoke into the microphone in a calm, measured tone. The money has been received. Thank you, boss. That concludes today's live stream. I must return to work. With that, he intended to end the broadcast. However, as his finger hovered over the button, he paused. After a moment's thought, he pressed another key, switching the microphone's audio mode from inside the vehicle to the outside. Instantly, a cacophony of powerful sounds surged into the live stream. The roar of heavy machinery, the sound of engineering vehicles moving across the ground, and the distinctive, robust shouts of soldiers at work filled the air. Can you hear that? Su Yu said softly into the microphone. I'm quite busy here. Without allowing anyone time to react, he abruptly cut off the live stream. Black screen. The entire online world was left with millions of dumbfounded viewers and the mysterious backdrop of construction sounds echoing endlessly in their minds. Su Yu stepped out of the mobile command vehicle. Outside, a transformation had taken place. The efficiency of the engineering team could only be described as terrifying. In just a few hours, the once desolate ruins had been cleared away, and a brand new workshop, constructed from modular steel structures, had sprung up. Ignoring the curious gazes of the soldiers and technicians, Suyu walked straight to an open area in the yard. Move the items over here, he instructed a nearby officer. Yes, Consultant Su. Several soldiers immediately sprang into action, unloading heavy, unmarked sacks and a metal mixing trough from a military truck. Under the puzzled stares of onlookers, Suyu donned gloves and opened one of the sacks. Inside was a gray-black powder with a metallic sheen. He opened another sack, revealing a deeper-colored granular substance. Without using any precise measuring tools, as if he were an experienced chef preparing ingredients, he casually grabbed handfuls of different colored powders and granules, tossing them into the trough in a specific order. After completing this, he had several unmarked buckets of viscous liquid brought over and poured them all in. The various materials combined to form a bizarre, black sesame paste-like color. Suyu picked up a seemingly ordinary iron shovel and began to mix the contents of the trough. The sound was rhythmic and forceful as he stirred with the earnestness of a common worker on a construction site. Nearby, a military technician, who had just analyzed astonishing data from a wall sample, stood in disbelief. He could not reconcile the advanced theories of atomic-level coatings and quantum resonance absorption with the primitive scene unfolding before him. After much hesitation, he mustered the courage to approach. "Excuse me, Consultant Su?" The technician's voice trembled slightly. "Are you mixing paint?" He pointed to the trough, confusion etched across his face. Such materials surely required synthesis in a sterile laboratory with high-precision equipment, right? What if the proportions are incorrect? Suyu continued his task, not looking up, fully engrossed in stirring the mixture. With an air of nonchalance, he replied to the technician, "A laboratory? Not necessary. What I'm working on here relies on a certain feel." Chapter 42. Is this really just paint? These two words struck the military technician like invisible slaps across the face. He opened his mouth, staring at Suyu's calm, youthful visage, his throat feeling as if it were stuffed with cotton, rendering him speechless. A feel. Behind him, a multi-million-dollar portable spectrometer had just analyzed a previously unheard of, structurally stable polymer in the wall sample's coating. Their entire technical team had debated the synthesis principles for half an hour without grasping the concept. Yet here, in front of the principle, it was reduced to two simple words, a feel. This made him feel as though everything he had learned about chemistry and materials in his lifetime was rendered meaningless. Suyu paid no heed to the technician's reddening face. The iron shovel continued to stir slowly in the trough. The sound was monotonous yet rhythmic. The mixture, initially a medley of colors, gradually transformed into a pure, non-glossy black. Thick and heavy, akin to a potion brewed for 3 days and nights. The surrounding soldiers and engineers instinctively paused their work, watching from a distance. Though they could not comprehend, they sensed an indescribable aura emanating from the young man. His concentration and the immersive quality of his indifference to everything around him deterred them from interrupting. Finally, Suyu ceased his movements. He leaned the iron shovel against the edge of the trough and waved to a nearby logistics officer. "Bring me that barrel." "Yes, Advisor Su." Two soldiers promptly brought over a military green, sealed iron barrel bearing standard markings. It was a conventional container used by the military for the transport of specialized chemicals. Suyu unscrewed the lid and glanced at the immaculate interior, nodding in approval. He lifted the heavy mixing trough, his arm muscles taut, to the astonishment of all present. He hoisted the trough without any tools and steadily poured the thick, black liquid inside into the iron barrel. The liquid gurgled as it flowed in, not a single drop spilling over. After filling the barrel halfway, Suyu set down the trough. He walked over to another unopened sack and extracted 2 handfuls of sparkling, glass-like crystals, tossing them into the barrel. The crystals dropped into the black liquid, dissolving swiftly and vanishing without a trace. "Seal it up," Suyu instructed, brushing dust from his hands as he addressed the nearby soldiers. The soldiers quickly moved in, using specialized tools to securely fasten the lid and add a lead seal. Lee, an aide who had remained silent at the side, finally approached. He scrutinized the unremarkable iron barrel, uncertainty etched across his face. "Is this the sample you mentioned?" "Yes," Suyu affirmed with a nod. "Is this all there is to it?" Lee still couldn't he believe it. There were no laboratories, no reaction vessels, no centrifuges, just an iron trough, a shovel, and manual mixing. The process was more primitive than that of a countryside artisan making soy sauce. Yet, despite the simplicity, this very barrel had garnered a deposit of 500,000 from the enigmatic king of the long sky, without him batting an eye. Suyu did not respond, instead directing his gaze toward a nearby corner piled with construction debris. He rummaged through a heap of discarded wood and packaging for a moment before retrieving an item. It was the cheapest paintbrush, with a wooden handle still bearing splinters, and the bristles were yellowed and stiff, clearly something discarded by a worker at a construction site. In the bewildered eyes of everyone present, Xuan returned to the iron barrel with this seemingly worthless brush. He haphazardly affixed it to the side of the barrel with a strip of tape. The scene turned even more bizarre. A military-grade special container, sealed with a lead seal indicating utmost confidentiality, now bore a tattered brush that looked like it belonged in a junkyard. The stark contrast left everyone feeling somewhat bewildered. Inform the buyer, Xuan instructed Li with a tone that suggested he was settling affairs. This brush is a gift. When he uses it, tell him to apply it evenly, without leaving any spots. It's best to do it in one go, without back-and-forth strokes. Li instinctively nodded, pulling out a notebook to jot down notes. Xuan watched him carefully and added the most crucial remark. Also, make sure to convey to him that once applied, it adheres as if it were part of the surface. Nothing will wash it off. So, before he proceeds, he should think it through. He mustn't apply it in the wrong spots, or he'll regret it. Li's hand paused in midair, pen hovering. He sensed an unusual undertone in Xuan's words. This was no mere reminder. It was more akin to a warning. That afternoon, at an inconspicuous logistics transfer station on the outskirts of Donghai City, a young man, dressed in a baseball cap and carrying a backpack, looking every bit like a university student, signed for a 20-kilogram iron barrel delivered by a military vehicle. He paused upon noticing the tattered brush taped to the barrel, but asked no questions. Instead, he strained to load the barrel onto his small truck and quickly drove away. An hour later, in a cluttered rental room in an urban village, the young man, also known by the codename Falcon, finally managed, with considerable effort using a crowbar and hammer, to open the confounded iron barrel. There was no acrid chemical odor, only a scent reminiscent of earth mixed with rust. The barrel contained half a barrel of a thick black liquid that bore no signs of technological sophistication. Is this worth 500,000? Falcon mused, glancing over at the sleek, white, futuristic DJI drone on the table, an investment of over 20,000 of his hard-earned savings. He felt his heart bleed. This drone, treated with the utmost care, was now to be coated with something that looked like it was fished out of a sewer. Recalling the sender's chilling warning that it would be impossible to wash off once applied, he hesitated, grappled with his thoughts, and wrestled with indecision. After a full 10 minutes, he clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Damn it, I'll trust you this once. He picked up the shabby brush, dipped it in the black liquid, and applied it to the smooth, white body of the drone. As the first stroke landed, regret washed over him. The black liquid spread with alarming efficiency, instantly marring the pristine surface with an ugly, rough black mark. In a panic, he attempted to wipe it off with a cloth, only to find that it clung as if glued. It's over, he lamented, on the verge of tears. With no choice left, he pressed on, clumsily covering the entire drone, including the edges of the propellers and camera, with a thick layer of black paint. In mere minutes, what was once a technological marvel had transformed into a dismal, pockmarked relic as if retrieved from a junkyard. Gazing at his handiwork, Falcon struggled to catch his breath. Nearly collapsing, trembling, he pulled out his phone and dialed a secure number. When the call connected, he spoke with a quavering voice. Eagle's Nest, Eagle's Nest. This is Falcon. I feel like I've been swindled. That guy named Xuan is a complete fraud. This paint is ruining my drone. It looks hideous. Is this stuff even useful? Chapter 43. Civilian radar malfunction on the other end of the line. The voice known as Eagle's Nest fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Falcon could even hear the subtle sound of the receiver being set down, followed by a long, exhaled breath. Falcon, you are a technical tester, the voice resumed, devoid of emotion. Your task is not to evaluate its appearance, but to test its functionality. Now, immediately, fly it. But, Eagle's Nest, there are no buts. That is an order. Understood. Falcon hung up the phone, staring at the dismal, blackened mass before him, feeling as though a piece of his flesh had been ripped away. This was the drone he had painstakingly saved for over 6 months. In its current state, it would not only fail to capture aerial footage, but might also be rejected if he tried to sell it for scrap. Resigned, he picked up the remote control and checked the battery and propellers. Everything seemed normal, holding on to a glimmer of hope. He drove to a desolate area on the outskirts of Donghai City. This location, far from any village or store, offered an open view, ideal for a test that could potentially lead to catastrophe. The autumn wind was cool, causing the weeds on the ground to sway. Falcon took a deep breath, placing the drone on a relatively flat stone, stepping back a few paces, and activating the remote. The screen lit up, and the transmission signal connected successfully. From the camera's perspective, everything appeared normal, the image clear. With a buzz, he pushed the joystick, and the 4 pockmarked propellers began to spin. The black drone wobbled slightly as it lifted off the stone. It's flying. Falcon's heart settled, even if just a little. He deftly maneuvered the drone, hovering at an altitude of 10 meters, executing basic movements such as hovering, lateral movement, and rotation. Apart from its unappealing appearance, there seemed to be nothing amiss. Gathering his courage, he elevated the drone to 50 meters and pushed the joystick forward. The drone accelerated, soaring into the depths of the desolate terrain. On the remote control screen, the transmission footage remained stable, and telemetry data regarding speed, altitude, and battery levels appeared normal. Could it be that I had judged the machine solely by its appearance? Hawk pondered. Perhaps the unattractive coating did not hinder its flight performance? Embracing this thought, he continued to propel the drone forward. Soon, the distance exceeded 1 kilometer. For a civilian drone of this caliber, such a range was still within safe limits. However, as the drone flew over a small grove ahead, an anomaly occurred. The clear transmission footage on the remote screen suddenly flickered with a horizontal snow-like distortion. Hawk's finger hesitated. Signal interference? He glanced at the signal strength indicator on the remote control. It was full. Instinctively, he looked up. The tiny black in the far sky remained distinctly visible. He attributed the disturbance to a mere electromagnetic anomaly and continued to fly forward. The distance reached 1.5 kilometers. The snow-like distortion on the screen became increasingly frequent, and the transmission footage began to stutter intermittently, reminiscent of a video streaming poorly over a weak connection. Shortly thereafter, the speed and altitude readings in the upper right corner of the screen began to lag. Hawk's heart leaped to his throat. Something was amiss. This was certainly not ordinary signal interference. He had navigated through far more complex environments without encountering such issues. How could the proud transmission system of the U-series falter at a mere distance of 1.5 kilometers in open air? He immediately halted the drone's forward motion, suspending it in place, and prepared for a return. Yet, the moment he flicked the return joystick, a sharp electrical noise erupted, and the entire screen of the remote control abruptly went black. Signal lost. Disconnected. 2 lines of bright red warnings occupied the center of the screen. The transmission footage vanished. Speed, altitude, battery levels, GPS positioning, all telemetry data reset to 0. The connection between the remote control and the drone was severed completely at that moment. Oh no. Hawk's mind buzzed into a blank state. It was over. He had lost contact. His greatest fear had come to pass. According to the drone's automatic protection logic, it would execute a return procedure upon losing signal. However, now that even the GPS signal was lost, how could it return? It would simply flounder like a headless fly until the battery died, plummeting from the sky. A 20,000 yuan drone. 500,000 yuan worth of paint. All gone. A chill surged from his soul straight to the crown of his head, draining the color from Hawk's face. In a frenzy, he looked up at the sky, desperately searching for the black wreckage that was falling. However, as his gaze fixed on the distant sky, he froze in place. That black that was still flying. It had not fallen, nor lost control, nor even turned back to return. It continued to fly steadily and resolutely along the last known direction before losing contact, its body maintaining a posture as stable as a train gliding along tracks. Hawk stared at this scene, his remote control slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. What was he witnessing? He could see with his own eyes that the drone was still aloft. Yet the remote control, the sole link between the drone and the ground, signaled that the target had been lost. How could this be? It was as if he were staring directly at someone standing before him. Yet his phone could not connect to their number. Malfunction? That was impossible. He could still see it flying. Hawk mumbled to himself, bewildered by this supernatural spectacle. What had that layer of black, unattractive paint done to the drone? It not only rendered the drone unsightly, but also transformed it into a ghost. Invisible to its own remote control, he watched helplessly as the black dot grew smaller and smaller, eventually vanishing beyond the horizon. Completely gone. Hawk remained rooted in place, the autumn wind swirling around him, but he felt no chill. His blood felt as though it had frozen. After a full minute, he finally snapped back to reality. Fumbling in his pocket for his phone, his fingers trembling uncontrollably from shock, struggling several times to unlock the screen. He dialed the familiar encrypted number. Eagle's Nest. Eagle's Nest. This is Hawk. His voice trembled with excitement and fear. On the other end of the line, the man known as Eagle's Nest seemed to anticipate his call, responding with a single word, speak. Hawk, gazing in the direction where the drone had vanished, shouted in a tone laced with both despair and utter confusion. This is serious. The drone has gone missing. Not that it's lost. The remote can't find it. It has gone invisible to the remote. Chapter 44. Inadvertently entering the exercise airspace, it has gone invisible to the remote. Hawk's shout, imbued with the tremors of a crumbled worldview, pierced through the encrypted line. On the other end, The man known as Eagle's Nest paused for half a second. Clarify. His voice remained steady, yet his pace quickened slightly. It hasn't fallen. I can see it flying, but the remote shows signal lost, all data reset. GPS, transmission, telemetry, all gone. It's ignoring me, just flying forward on its own. And now it's out of sight. Hawk's disjointed ramblings, paradoxically, rendered the facts with utmost clarity. A visible yet unreachable ghost. The last known heading, speed, and altitude. Eagle's Nest did not inquire into the mechanics. He only sought results. Heading due north, the speed before losing contact was approximately 80 kilometers per hour, at an altitude of around 100 meters. Hawk quickly answered from memory. Due north. Eagle's Nest on the other end fell into 3 seconds of silence. Those 3 seconds felt longer than a century to Hawk. He understood that something lay in that direction. Hawk, remain where you are. Do not move. Do not contact anyone. Shut down all communication devices and await further instructions. The tone of Eagle's Nest for the first time carried a gravity beyond mere command. And my drone? Forget about your drone. The call was abruptly disconnected. Hawk clutched his cold phone, standing in the wilderness, the autumn wind blowing, leaving him with an eerie chill seeping from his bones. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers from Hawk's location, deep within the Gobi Desert, lay the temporary air defense position codenamed Sand Scorpion. Several radar and missile launch vehicles, adorned in desert camouflage, were arrayed in a standard combat formation across the flat sandy terrain. Beneath a camouflage net, a command tent housed dozens of monitors flickering with green light. Red Kite 1 has been locked on, requesting fire. A radar operator reported calmly. Colonel Zhao Jinhua, holding a stainless steel military teacup, blew on the floating tea leaves without raising his head, responding with a simple, fire. Understood. The operator tapped a few keys on the keyboard. On the main screen before him, a small red dot representing the target plane was instantly enveloped by a green crosshair before disappearing. Hit. Red Kite 1 has been shot down. Inside the tent, no one cheered for this achievement. This marked the 12th downing of the morning. It was a tedious low-altitude defense drill, intended to test the newly deployed low, slow, small target detection radar's interception capabilities against various micro-drones. When is the next batch of targets arriving? Zhao Jinhua sipped his hot tea, feeling somewhat bored. Report. The airspace clearance will require another 10 minutes, and the next batch of drone swarms will arrive in 20 minutes. Understood. Zhao Jinhua set down his teacup, stretched lazily, and exited the tent. Outside, the sunlight was blinding, and the air was dry. He squinted slightly, gazing into the distance. On a high-altitude observation post, a young soldier stood motionless with binoculars, scanning the sky. Zhao Jinhua understood that this was merely a formality. In such weather, anything visible to the naked eye would have already been detected by radar. He felt that the maintenance fee of several $100,000 a year should at least yield some results. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, time passed swiftly. Inside the command tent, operators were already prepared to welcome the next wave of drones. Just then, an abrupt voice, filled with uncertainty, erupted from the observation post's communication channel. Scorpion, Scorpion. This is the observation post. Bearing 075, altitude approximately 100 meters. I have spotted an unidentified small black dot. The atmosphere in the tent instantly froze. As Zhao Jinhua raised the teacup, his hand froze midair. Radar team, confirm immediately. He barked into the microphone. Report. No response from radar. Both the main search radar and fire control radar screens are completely clear. Zhao Jinhua strode to the main screen, which, aside from some clutter, displayed nothing. Observation post. Are you seeing things? He could not believe that his radar would be outperformed by a rookie's eyes. No, absolutely not. It's moving swiftly. It's flying right over our position. The observation post's voice rose with excitement. It's black, like a civilian quadcopter. What? Zhao Jinhua dashed out of the tent, looking up at the sky. In the azure expanse, a tiny black dot was steadily flying directly above him, rapidly heading towards the rear of the position. He could see it. He truly could see it. A chill surged from the soles of Zhao Jinhua's feet to the crown of his head. A defense system worth tens of millions, capable of detecting a bird 200 kilometers away, was being evaded right under his nose by something that resembled a DJI toy. Was this an exercise accident? Or he dared not ponder further. Sound the alarm. Level 1 air defense alert. Zhao Jinhua roared into the intercom. The sharp, piercing sound of the air defense alarm, representing the highest level of threat, instantly shattered the tranquility of the Gobi Desert. The entire position transitioned from exercise mode to combat readiness in an instant. All resting soldiers rushed to their combat posts. The covers on the missile launch vehicles were opened, revealing missiles poised and ready. Inside the command tent, everyone frantically operated their equipment. Nothing found. The radar shows nothing. No heat signatures detected on the infrared system. The target has flown out of visual range. Last known bearing, due north. Zhao Jinhua rushed back into the tent, shoving aside an operator blocking his path, and fixed his gaze on the radar screen, which was as clear as if it had been wiped clean. His mind was a blank. This was humiliation, an unprecedented disgrace. An air defense position had been flown over, and they were as blind and deaf as a flock of sheep. He grabbed the red, top-secret phone on the table, his fingers turning white from the pressure. The call connected, and without waiting for the other party to speak, he shouted with all his might. Command Center. Command Center. This is Scorpion. We have been breached by an unidentified flying object. He paused, staring at the pristine screen, and added in a voice nearly breaking, repeat. We have been breached. The radar detected no targets. What the hell is this thing? Chapter 45, Prelude to National Shock. Repeat. We have been breached. The radar detected no targets. What the hell is this thing? Zhao Jinhua's roar pierced through the encrypted lines like an electric current, reaching the higher-level joint command center of the war zone. On the vast electronic sand table, the icon representing the Scorpion position blinked ominously in red. The air in the command hall solidified. The officer in charge of air situation dispatch, a gray-haired colonel, seized the microphone, his voice slightly distorted from exertion. Scorpion. Confirm your report. Are you certain it was a visual sighting with no radar response? I stake my military career on it. Zhao Jinhua's voice was laced with a fury born of humiliation. That thing flew right over my head. A black dot. The entire position is searching, and the radar screen is so clear it could reflect a shadow. A cold sweat broke out on the colonel's back. He had spent his life working with radar, and he understood all too well the terrifying implications behind the words visual sighting, radar no response. This meant their eyes had become blind. Order all units in the airspace to pay attention. The colonel hesitated not for a moment as he issued commands across the entire war zone communication network. Immediately initiate Skynet Level 1 contingency plan. All long-range early warning radars and phased array radars switch to anti-stealth mode. Power to maximum. Find that phantom. With a single command, the enormous radar antennas, which typically spun quietly, ceased their routine scanning within seconds. They adjusted their angles, focusing all their energy towards the northern airspace reported by the Scorpion position. Invisible electromagnetic waves formed an unprecedentedly dense net, spanning hundreds of kilometers, cast towards the sky. Theoretically, this net was capable of revealing even a grain of metal on the screen. However, 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Report. Early warning station 1, no sightings. Report. FireEye position, no sightings. Report. The airborne early warning aircraft on patrol, no sightings. Each report of no sightings struck the hearts of everyone in the command center like a cold iron hammer. The black dot that Zhao Jinhua had visually identified had vanished as if a drop of water had dissolved into the ocean. It had existed, yet it felt as if it had never existed at all. This sensation was more suffocating than directly facing an enemy air formation. How could this be? How could this be? The colonel stared at the excessively clean electronic sand table, repeatedly murmuring this phrase. His mind was being overtaken by an unprecedented fear. Meanwhile, approximately 100 kilometers away, above the desert, the small black drone continued to fly resolutely north at an altitude of 100 meters. Its last remaining bit of battery was rapidly depleting. The flight control chip was faithfully executing its final directive to continue flying forward. Suddenly, the status indicator lights beneath the drone began to flash wildly, shifting from green to red. Battery depleted. The rotation speed of the 4 propellers began to unevenly decline. The drone wobbled in the air, losing all power. Rather than plummeting directly to the ground, it descended like a leaf blown by the wind, gliding erratically towards the earth. With a soft thud, it finally landed on a soft sand dune, its black body blending inconspicuously against the yellow sand. A few hours later, 2 Z-20 utility helicopters, swirling with sand and dust, descended into this desolate area. Dozens of special operations engineers, clad in full protective and bomb disposal gear, cautiously spread out in a fan shape, holding various detectors, cautiously approaching the crash site. Found it, the foremost soldier called out, as everyone gathered around to see what lay beneath the sand. They were all left stunned. A black quadcopter, resembling a plastic toy, lay before them. Its body was coated in a layer of uneven, pockmarked black paint, crafted with such clumsiness that it resembled a project from a primary school art class. In several spots, the poorly applied white primer was still visible. An accompanying drone expert crouched down for a meticulous inspection. Is this a DJI Mavic series? A civilian model? His tone was steeped in bewilderment. Everyone present felt as though their intelligence had been insulted. This was the contraption that had triggered a Level 1 alert across the entire air defense system of the combat zone. A civilian aerial photography drone that could be purchased for tens of thousands on the market? It had rendered the multi-billion-dollar Skynet system as inept as a fool. Floundering in the sky for half an hour? The team leader, a construction captain, cast a deeply skeptical gaze upon the wreckage, and into his communicator, he reported, "Command. The target has been recovered. Appearance suggests a civilian drone. Repeat, civilian drone. Requesting further instructions." 3 hours later, at the Air Force Technical Analysis Center in the combat zone. This facility was one of the nation's premier aviation technology laboratories. The black drone was placed on a dust-free metallic workbench, surrounded by an array of intricate analytical instruments. Outside the laboratory's observation window stood a row of generals. Air Force Deputy Commander Zhang Yunlong had personally flown in from the capital. His expression was grim as he gazed at the unremarkable toy inside. Throughout the morning, he had received dozens of calls. A disgrace. This was a humiliation unprecedented in the history of the Air Force since its inception. An elderly academic, his hair white as snow, clutched a freshly printed preliminary report. His hands trembling, he approached Zhang Yunlong, adjusted his reading glasses, and spoke in a dry voice. "The results are in. Speak." Zhang Yunlong's voice was laced with suppressed anger. "We conducted a full-band radar reflection test." The old academic swallowed hard, from L-band to A-band. All results were the same. He paused, seemingly searching for the right words. "Its radar cross-section is not infinitely close to zero. It is zero." "What?" Zhang Yunlong thought he had misheard. "It is zero. It does not reflect any radar waves. Our radar waves hit it as though light were entering a black hole, with not a trace of return signal." The old academic's face bore an expression that mingled elation and terror. Moreover, he flipped to the next page of the report. "Its infrared characteristics are also nearly zero. We aimed the highest precision thermal imager at its operating motor, and the displayed temperature bore no distinction from the surrounding environment." Outside the laboratory, silence reigned. Everyone present was a leading figure in the nation's aviation sector. They understood better than anyone the implications of those two zeros. This indicated absolute stealth, a theoretically possible, yet practically unachievable, perfect invisibility. Zhang Yunlong's breath quickened, his chest heaving violently as he snatched the report. Upon reaching the end, where the preliminary analysis of that black coating was described as of unknown composition, suspected to be a new type of carbon-based polymer mixed with various unidentifiable crystalline structures. He could no longer contain his emotions. He slammed his fist against the hard metal wall beside the observation window. Bang! The resounding noise made everyone's hearts skip a beat. Zhang Yunlong's crimson eyes fixated on the scrap on the workbench, every word forced out through clenched teeth. "Whose black technology is this? Find out. Start from the beginning. I want to know where this thing came from." Chapter 46, Locking in on the Hardware Store. "Find out. Start from the beginning. I want to know where this thing came from." Zhang Yunlong's roar echoed down the corridor of the laboratory, silent enough to hear heartbeats. Before him stood a group of technical officers and senior experts, usually unfazed by calamity, now with their heads bowed, afraid to speak. A disgrace. An unprecedented humiliation. A defense position costing hundreds of millions had been effortlessly bypassed by a civilian drone, without so much as a reaction. If this news were to leak, the Air Force would be utterly shamed. Report. A colonel responsible for intelligence analysis stepped forward, summoning courage. "We conducted the most thorough examination of the drone wreckage. The body itself is a commercially available DJI Mavic series. However, the coating is entirely untraceable. Trace the origin of this coating." Zhang Yunlong's command was succinct and powerful. "We found the buyer." The colonel's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Who?" "We traced the purchase records of this drone to a young man named Li Xiang in Donghai City. However, our preliminary investigation suggests that Li Xiang is merely an ordinary drone enthusiast. He lacks the capability to carry out such modifications." The colonel paused, then delivered the pivotal information. "We interrogated him. He stated that he was hired by a network ID to apply a special paint to the drone and conduct flight tests." "Network ID?" Zhang Yunlong's brow furrowed. "Yes, the ID is called King of the Sky," the colonel reported. "We attempted to track this ID, but their counter-surveillance capabilities are exceptionally strong. All financial transactions were encrypted multiple times, ultimately leading to a shell company account overseas. The trail ends here." The atmosphere in the command center was suffocatingly tense. They faced an adversary that was technically superior and left no trace in intelligence. This realization sent a chill through everyone present. "Ends here?" Zhang Yunlong repeated the words, fixing his gaze on the colonel. "Are you implying that we must swallow this bitter pill, and wait for the next time someone rides on our heads. No, not at all. The colonel, under Zhang Yunlong's piercing scrutiny, began to sweat profusely. He quickly scrolled through his tablet. While we cannot locate the buyer king of the sky, we have found the seller. Who? In the communications records of the tester Li Xiang. We discovered his conversations with King of the Sky. The latter explicitly instructed him to go to a streaming platform and purchase paint from a streamer named Suyu. Suyu? A streaming platform? Zhang Yunlong found the situation increasingly absurd. The creator of such extraordinary paint was a mere online streamer? Indeed, sir. The colonel promptly displayed Suyu's information on the main screen. This is all the data we retrieved from the public security system and online platforms. A young face, strikingly ordinary, appeared at the center of the screen. Name, Suyu. Age, 23. Occupation, owner of a hardware store in the old town of Donghai City. Below was a lengthy list of incident records. 3 months ago, this individual began live streaming, claiming to be able to create anything. He once sold a knife purported to be indestructible for 5,000 yuan. Subsequent tests revealed that it could effortlessly cut through rebar and cast iron pliers. Due to its excessive sharpness, he was reported by netizens, and the Donghai City Public Security Bureau intervened. However, he was acquitted due to compliance with the quality inspection report. 1 month ago, he had a confrontation with a German knife brand, during which he publicly demonstrated the cutting of their Storm Tooth special steel knife with his homemade knife, garnering attention from the materials science community. As the report reached this point, an aide beside Zhang Yunlong suddenly exclaimed, "Sir, I think I've heard of this Suyu." The aide leaned in and said, "Wasn't there a recent report from the Army's Wolf Tooth Special Operations Brigade about a batch of tactical daggers with extraordinary performance? It is said that both hardness and toughness have shattered existing records. Internally, they refer to this item as the Wolf Fong Type 1. I have heard that the supplier of that batch of daggers is a young man who runs a hardware store in Donghai City." The Army? Wolf Fong? Zhang Yunlong's mind buzzed as connections began to form. He snatched the tablet from the intelligence colonel's hands and continued reading. Half a month ago, the Xingai hardware store was subjected to arson, with the scene engulfed in flames, yet the main structure remained largely undamaged. The fire department's investigation report revealed that its interior walls were coated with an unknown, super fire-resistant material. The day after the fire, Long Hao, the commander of the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade of the Southern Xinjiang Military District, personally led a team to seal off the site and designated Suyu as a key protected object for military-civilian integration. Currently, soldiers from the Wolf Fong Brigade stand guard around the clock at the hardware store's entrance. On the screen, a photo surreptitiously taken by an outside agent clearly displayed the newly hung sign, proclaiming it as a demonstration point for deep military-civilian integration, alongside 2 sentinels standing at attention beneath it. Upon seeing this photo, the corridor of the laboratory fell into a profound silence. Everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. The elusive source they had painstakingly tracked down, using the entire military district's resources, turned out to be a hardware store owner under Army protection. Zhang Yunlong's gaze fixated on Suyu's face on the screen, glancing at his outrageous exploits, selling kitchen knives, live streaming, and now developing a stealth coating capable of rendering the entire Air Force's air defense system blind. All clues, doubts, and absurdities converged upon this young man, named Suyu, in that moment. Bang! Zhang Yunlong slammed his fist against the metal wall beside him. He was neither angry nor shocked. Rather, he was overwhelmed by a sense of extreme absurdity that left him both amused and bewildered. He whirled around, his reddened eyes meeting those of his equally stunned officers and experts, each word emerging as if forced through clenched teeth. After all this time, it was this kitchen knife vendor. Chapter 47. A gathering of bigwigs at the hardware store inside the Air Force Technical Analysis Center. Zhang Yunlong's nearly shouted exclamation about the kitchen knife vendor sent a chill through the command room. The officers behind him exchanged glances, none daring to respond. How could a mere hardware store owner, who was cherished by the Army's Special Operations Brigade and could turn the Air Force's air defense network into a mere decoration, defy comprehension? The trajectory of this situation had transcended the understanding of all present. Zhang Yunlong's chest heaved violently as he focused on the young face on the screen and the glaring military-civilian integration sign. He realized that this matter could no longer be handled through subordinates. He must take personal action. Prepare the vehicle. Zhang Yunlong's voice was hoarse, yet carried an unassailable command, to Donghai. In the afternoon, Donghai City, the former site of the Shanghai hardware store, had transformed into a bustling construction site. The engineering troops worked with astonishing efficiency, erecting a brand new steel structure, while dozens of soldiers clad in camouflage were busy at work. The two sentinels from the Wolf-Fong Brigade still stood guard, unwavering, their emotionless gazes deterring any idle passerby from approaching. Suddenly, a distinct engine noise, markedly different from the construction sounds, drew near. A small convoy of deep blue SUVs with white Air Force plates halted outside the security perimeter. The doors swung open, and a group of officers in sky blue uniforms disembarked. Leading them was Zhang Yunlong, now donned in his formal attire, though his shoulder stars remained conspicuous. The sentinels immediately became alert, raising their hands to halt the convoy. "This is a military construction site. Please present your credentials." Just as a secretary behind Zhang Yunlong was about to intercede, he merely glanced at the two soldiers. "I am Zhang Yunlong of the Air Force. Bring your commander out." His voice was not loud, yet the authority born of his high rank imposed pressure even on the seasoned special operations soldiers. One soldier remained unmoved, while the other quickly relayed the message via his earpiece. Soon, Chief Li, who was directing the construction on-site, hurried out. Upon seeing the stars on Zhang Yunlong's shoulder, he halted abruptly and saluted. "Good day, sir. Are you in charge here?" Zhang Yunlong's gaze swept over the emerging structure. "Reporting, sir. I am Li Feng, an officer from the Wolf-Fong Special Operations Brigade, tasked with assisting Advisor Su in technical upgrades and modifications." Li Feng responded loudly. "Advisor Su?" The corners of Zhang Yunlong's mouth twitched. "Bring him out." Li Feng hesitated, reporting, "Sir, Advisor Su is currently calibrating new equipment." Brigade Commander Long instructed that no one is to disturb him. Before he could finish, Zhang Yunlong had already stepped forward, striding onto the construction site. "I am not just anyone." Li Feng and the two sentinels could only watch in disbelief as the Air Force dignitary and his entourage proceeded unimpeded onto the site, no one daring to stop them. On the site, Suyu was directing a military crane, carefully lifting a peculiar high-precision ion etching machine into the designated space of the newly constructed factory. Sensing movement behind him, he turned to see a group of Air Force personnel approaching him. The leading middle-aged man wore a serious expression, his sharp gaze indicating he was no ordinary individual. Suyu paused his actions, watching as they closed in. Zhang Yunlong's gaze rested on Suyu for 3 seconds before he turned aside, and a technical officer behind him stepped forward, placing a sealed evidence box on the ground. When opened, it revealed the charred remains of a drone. "Did you create this?" Zhang Yunlong pointed at the contents of the box, inquiring directly. Suyu glanced over, recognizing it as the result of the paint he had sold. "I sold the coating," he replied calmly. "The client applied it to his toy. That's beyond my control." "Coating?" An elderly expert with silver hair and thick glasses behind Zhang Yunlong could not contain himself. "Young man, that is not just a coating. It is a revolutionary wave-absorbing material. We wish to understand how you achieved a stable combination of carbon-based polymers with multi-band resonant crystals. What kind of atomic-level fusion was accomplished at room temperature?" "Stop." Suyu raised his hand, interrupting the old expert's barrage of technical jargon. "I don't understand." He pointed to his head. "I don't rely on that. I rely on intuition." Once again, the notion of intuition might suffice for someone like Li Feng, but in front of Zhang Yunlong and these national treasures, it seemed rather dismissive. The old expert's face flushed red, as if deeply insulted. Zhang Yunlong, however, paid little attention to these details. His gaze, akin to a radar, swiftly scanned the entire construction site. Soon, he spotted the iron mixing trough that Suyu had carelessly discarded in a corner, along with a military green bucket containing a remaining portion of liquid. His pupils constricted. Striding over, he pointed at the bucket and turned back to Suyu. "Is that what you call coating?" Suyu followed his finger and nodded. "Oh, that? It was left over from my previous mixing with cement. It's just a bit of leftover paint." He glanced at Zhang Yunlong and the eager experts behind him, casually asking, "What, do you want it?" He gestured to the newly poured, unprocessed gray cement wall. "Just so happens, I haven't painted this new wall yet. If you don't mind, feel free to take it. Let us not waste it." As soon as those words escaped his lips, an uncanny silence enveloped the entire construction site. Li Feng and the surrounding Wolf-Fong soldiers gazed at Suyu with the awe-stricken eyes reserved for deities. Meanwhile, the group of Air Force experts behind Zhang Yunlong stood agape, as if collectively ensnared by a spell, to take a material capable of absorbing all radar waves, rendering the entire air defense system in the combat zone blind, and use it to paint walls? Did this young man truly comprehend the significance of what he held? However, Zhang Yunlong's reaction surpassed everyone's expectations. He did not erupt in fury, nor did he pose any questions. Instead, a look of immense treasure found illuminated his face. He swiftly approached the iron barrel, crouched down as if appraising an exquisite piece of porcelain. Extending his gloved hand, he gently caressed the barrel's surface. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he rose, removed his gloves, and handed them to his secretary. He bent low, cradling the dust and mud-covered barrel with both hands, treating it as if it were a fragile artifact. A deputy commander of the Air Force, one of the most esteemed leaders in the military, now resembled an ordinary painter, holding tightly to his bowl of rice. This scene radiated an intense, indescribable impact. Zhang Yunlong, clutching the heavy barrel, turned to face Su Yu once more. All emotions had retreated from his countenance, leaving only an unprecedented seriousness. Young man, this item is not meant for painting walls. His gaze pierced into Su Yu's eyes, each word crystal clear. We need to talk. Not here. Zhang Yunlong's eyes flicked to the bewildered army staff officer, Li Feng, as he added, bring along your Colonel Long. He cannot afford to be left out of this matter. Chapter 48. Is this a market? You each get half. Zhang Yunlong's remark about Colonel Long being unable to handle it alone struck like a stone cast into water, instantly chilling the atmosphere. Cold sweat broke out on Li Feng's brow. As a mere staff officer, tasked with assisting in construction, he found himself caught between an Army Elite Special Operations Brigade commander and a deputy commander of the Air Force, both of whom he could not afford to offend. Now, with the Air Force's higher-ups demanding the presence of his direct superior's superior, this transcended mere inter-branch coordination. It was tantamount to flipping the table. The walkie-talkie in his hand felt as heavy as lead. What are you still standing there for? Zhang Yunlong's gaze bore down on him. Call Long Hao. Tell him that if he doesn't come soon, I'll take this precious item back to the Air Force myself. At this, several Wolfang soldiers instinctively reached for their weapons at their waists. Li Feng, nearly petrified with fear, quickly signaled to his subordinates while he picked up the secure communicator and dialed the number he dared not disturb easily. Su Yu observed the unfolding scene in silence, shifting his gaze from the dark remnants of the drone wreckage to the group of experts brought by Zhang Yunlong. The way they looked at him was akin to gazing at a monster, a mixture of fervor, confusion, and a hint of reverence. He surmised that he had inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest with the paint he sold. Yet, he remained unconcerned. The larger the hornet's nest, the greater his leverage. Within 10 minutes, two more formidable military off-road vehicles stormed through the construction site's temporary barriers, skidding to a halt before the gathering. The doors swung open, and Long Hao, clad in a full combat uniform, strode out with purpose. His gaze first swept over Li Feng, whose face had turned pale with fright, before landing on Zhang Yunlong and the cadre of Air Force officers behind him. Old Zhang, what play are you attempting here? You come onto my turf, intimidate my soldiers, and seek to take my people? Is the Air Force so idle these days? Your territory? Zhang Yunlong scoffed, gesturing towards the evidence box on the ground. Long Hao, open your eyes and see what's inside. He signaled to a technical officer who promptly connected a portable projector to the equipment, casting a beam onto the wall of the newly erected factory. The video began, starting with a deep, ominous air raid siren, followed by chaotic scenes of operators in a military radar station's command tent. Report. Radar unresponsive. Visual confirmation. The target has flown over our positions. Requesting to fire. Unable to lock on. The disjointed and urgent communications, juxtaposed with the pristine radar screens, painted a profoundly striking image. The ease on Long Hao's face gradually dissipated. He, too, was an expert, fully aware of the implications. A multi-billion-dollar air defense position had been traversed as if it were a backyard, leaving them blind. Do you see? Zhang Yunlong's voice was as cold as ice. This is your esteemed soldier, or rather, your esteemed consultant, responsible for selling this product that has turned our entire air defense system into a laughingstock worth hundreds of billions. Long Hao's gaze finally settled upon Su Yu. His expression was complex, shock, disbelief, but predominantly, a sense of bemusement. He knew Su Yu could produce remarkable items, but he had not anticipated such an outrageous creation. Just how many surprises did this young man possess that he was unaware of? So what now? Long Hao redirected his attention to Zhang Yunlong. Do you intend to take him back to your Air Force interrogation room and subject him to harsh questioning until he reveals the formula? If I wish to do that, I wouldn't be standing here engaging in this conversation. Zhang Yunlong slammed his fist against a nearby steel beam, producing a dull thud that resonated through the crowd. The tension between the two titans was palpable, teetering on the brink of explosion. Enough, a calm voice interjected, startling everyone. It was Su Yu, unbeknownst to them. He had procured a small stool and positioned himself between the two, casually holding a bottle of mineral water. Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. He twisted open the cap and took a sip. The essence of this dispute is merely about obtaining what you desire, is it not? He pointed at Zhang Yunlong. You wish to acquire my paint to coat your Air Force aircraft, enabling them to soar above others, correct? Then he gestured toward Long Hao. And you wish to retain my services to arm your soldiers to the teeth, yes? Both men's expressions froze momentarily. His words, though blunt, struck at the heart of their intentions. Since our goals align, let us simplify matters. Su Yu rose, clapping his hands together. I do not belong to either of you. I will only cooperate with the state. He regarded both men, articulating each word with precision. Neither of you shall monopolize this. From now on, you both shall be my clients. If you desire something, submit a request and follow the proper channels. I only recognize orders, not individuals. Zhang Yunlong and Long Hao were taken aback. After their heated exchange, with blood rushing to their faces, the main party emerged and treated them as mere market buyers, each demanding half without dispute. This young man had an audacious spirit, yet they found themselves unable to argue. The items in Su Yu's possession were coveted by both, and their interdependence was undeniable. The Air Force's aircraft required stealth, while the Army's tanks and infantry needed it just as much. Long Hao was the first to regain his composure, bursting into laughter. I told you this lad was something special. Old Zhang, did you hear that? In the future, we shall become business partners. Zhang Yunlong's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, yet he understood that this was the only viable solution at present. He gazed at Su Yu and inquired in a deep voice, what do you desire? First, safety. Su Yu extended a finger. Today's fire incident, along with the drone observed by your men earlier, indicates that someone has set their sights on me. I require an absolutely secure location. The surface is too conspicuous. I need to establish an underground base. It must be sufficiently large and possess the highest security level. Certainly. Zhang Yunlong and Long Hao responded almost in unison. Second, resources. Su Yu raised a second finger. I need an unlimited supply channel for materials. Whatever I request, you must procure for me. Whether it be titanium alloy from the depths of the ocean or meteorites from the sky. Once I place an order, it must be delivered to my doorstep. Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong exchanged glances, both recognizing the financial strain in each other's eyes. Yet they gritted their teeth and nodded. Agreed. Third, Su Yu extended a third finger of money. He gestured towards the construction site. All of this requires funding. My research demands even more. I need a substantial sum as startup capital. In the future, you will have priority to purchase all my research results, but at market price, at my own pricing. This time, the two magnates fell silent. An underground base and special materials were negotiable, easily arranged through internal allocations. However, money was a tangible budget. How much do you need? Zhang Yunlong asked. In Su Yu's mind, the glaring figure of negative 50,000 points flashed on the system panel. He required points. An immense quantity of them. The points within the system could be exchanged for real currency at a certain ratio. Looking at them, Su Yu calmly stated a figure. Let us start with 500 million as a deposit. As the words fell, the entire construction site seemed to pause for a second. Even the roar of machinery ceased. Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong stared at Su Yu as if he were insane. 500 million? A deposit? Why don't you just rob a bank? Yet, Su Yu's expression was unyieldingly serious. Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Su Yu's mind. Ding! A deep cooperation intention with a national-level strategic unit has been detected, triggering special reward mechanism, national strength. Reward issued, 500,000 system points. Complete set of underground base construction blueprints, beginner, has been dispatched to the warehouse. Current points, 444,000. Su Yu's breath hitched for half a second. Observing the two magnates still troubled by the 500 million, an audacious thought ignited in his mind. Clearing his throat, he waved his hand at the two men. Forget it, seeing you so distressed, we can approach the financial matter differently. He pointed at the construction site and the mountains of building materials surrounding it. Look, this place is quite cluttered. To make room for new equipment, I plan to clear the warehouse. There are some trinkets I previously experimented with, mere worthless scraps. Su Yu regarded the two with a benign smile. How about this? You help me promote it. I'll host a live stream to clear out these scraps. What do you think? Chapter 49. The misunderstanding triggered by the clearance sale. Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong exchanged glances, each seeing the same perplexity reflected in the other's eyes. What was this kid talking about? Just a moment ago, they were negotiating over 500 million for startup funds. And now he was suggesting abandoning the money to host a live stream selling scraps? Advisor Su, are you certain? Long Hao's throat bobbed. He couldn't keep pace with this young man's train of thought. This was no jest. Zhang Yunlong furrowed his brow, unable to fathom Su Yu's intentions. In his position, he shouldn't be involved in such online streaming antics. But considering that the paint capable of neutralizing the entire Air Force's air defense network was birthed from this young man's cement-like operations, he felt compelled to endure. Of course, I am certain, Su Yu replied with an air of inevitability. I dislike owing favors. You help me build the base and provide materials. I must express my gratitude. Let us forget about the money. Just assist me in boosting the live stream's viewership so I can dispose of this space-consuming junk, and we'll be even. Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong felt their worldviews being reshaped once more. Trading cutting-edge technology vital to national strategic security for the popularity of a live stream? No one else in the world would calculate such a deal. Very well. Zhang Yunlong gritted his teeth as he uttered the word. He was eager to see what tricks this young man could pull, compared to the 500 million in hard cash. Helping him with a live stream was practically a gift. Long Hao nodded and waved at Li Feng. Go coordinate, prepare the live stream equipment, and venue for Advisor Su. Additionally, notify all the brothers on leave in the brigade to tune in to the stream and raise the atmosphere. Yes, Li Feng took his orders, his steps somewhat unsteady. He felt as though he were not assisting in a technical upgrade, but participating in a grand performance art piece. The efficiency of the operation was astonishing. In less than half an hour, a temporary live streaming studio was erected amidst the bustling construction site. With the backdrop being the steel-structured factory rising from the ground and military engineering vehicles coming and going. Su Yu himself was less particular. He walked directly into a nearby old warehouse, still filled with clutter. This place had originally served as a storage area for scrap metal, and now it was a chaotic mess. He rummaged through the items and soon dragged out a few things, a rusty tin box, several long black rods resembling discarded water pipes, and a square metal lump wrapped in oilcloth. He tossed the items in front of the camera, brushed the dust off his hands, and pressed the start button. There was no preheating, no notification. But the moment the account Shanghai hardware store lit up, the live stream, which had been filled with lamentations over the host's retirement announcement just moments before, was suddenly flooded with millions of viewers. Wow, the host is back. What is the background? A construction site? Has the host switched careers to manual labor? I see soldiers in the back operating an excavator, ignoring the barrage of comments. Su Yu picked up one of the black rods and waved it at the camera. Let us get down to business. Clearance sale. He spoke in a tone reminiscent of presenting junk. This item is made of carbon fiber. I originally intended to make a sturdy clothes drying rack, but I miscalculated the material ratio, making it too rigid. It cannot bend at all. A failed product. It's a waste to throw it away, but it takes up space. Is there anyone interested? The camera zoomed in on the rod, which was entirely black with irregular textures, appearing unremarkable. A failed product? Host, are you really bold enough to sell this? This is just a firewood stick. I have plenty of these in my woodshed. Everyone disperse. The host has run out of ideas and is starting to bite the fire starter. The comments section erupted with mockery. Yet, Su Yu remained unfazed. He grabbed a dusty cardboard box beside him and wrote in bold marker, Super hard drying rod, 998, free shipping. Then he tossed the rod aside. Next, he retrieved from the tin box a small-sized, seemingly model engine miniature engine. This one, I initially intended to replace the motor in my household fan, but the speed was uncontrolled. It spun too fast, and the blades flew off. Another piece of junk. He scribbled on the cardboard. Overspeed mini motor, 998. The live stream audience was left dumbfounded. This was not product promotion. It was clearly a large-scale scrap recycling event. However, just as everyone perceived this to be nothing more than a farce, several peculiar comments drew the attention of all. These comments bore a uniform emblem resembling a wolf's head. Streamer, I want that clothesline. How do I place an order? That little motor is quite nice. I'll buy it to modify my off-road vehicle. Is there more? Stock up. These are people arranged by Long Hao. Yet, their presence only served to render the atmosphere of the live stream even more bizarre. All fake. What a performance. This is hilarious. Even shills have been invited. The streamer is really going all out to clear the trash. Su Yu paid no heed to these remarks, seemingly oblivious, as he continued to showcase his wares. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, at a naval base in the south, Officer Wang lay on his dormitory bed, idly scrolling through his phone. He had just concluded an extended voyage and was enjoying a half-month leave. A passionate angler, he found his prized fishing gear locked away in a cabinet, inaccessible due to strict base regulations. Hey, what are you so engrossed in? His bunkmate leaned over. Watching a live stream. A streamer is selling junk, Wang Lei casually replied. Initially drawn in by the absurd backdrop of the stream, he sought mere amusement. However, when Su Yu produced an extraordinarily sturdy clothesline, Wang Lei's eyes widened. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be an ordinary stick, yet as an experienced angler, Wang Lei immediately recognized the exceptional material of the rod. The carbon fiber texture was something he had only seen on top-tier, internationally priced sea fishing rods. Moreover, the streamer claimed it was unbendable. This was the epitome of perfection for sea fishing. Streamer, can this be used as a fishing rod? Wang Lei couldn't resist sending a comment. As Su Yu prepared to introduce the next item, he caught the comment and replied offhandedly, I don't know. I've never tried it. If you take it for fishing and it breaks, don't blame me. Haha. The streamer lacks confidence. Bro, run. Don't let this scammer fool you. Wang Lei observed the comments and glanced at the rod that Su Yu had disdainfully tossed aside, his resolve strengthening. I'll take a gamble. Without hesitation, he sent a private message to the back end, placing an order and making payment. Just as he finished the transaction, his bunkmate approached. Have you lost your mind? Spending $1,000 on a clothesline? That money could buy you a decent entry-level sea rod. You don't understand, Wang Lei said, staring at the successful payment screen. A feeling of inexplicable anticipation swelling within him. An hour later, while Wang Lei was still boasting to his bunkmate, a courier knocked on the dormitory door. Comrade Wang Lei, your package. Wang Lei was taken aback. An hour? From the East Sea to the South Sea naval port, this speed exceeded that of a missile. He accepted the long package, meticulously wrapped in military waterproof cloth, with a red military urgent label affixed to it. He quickly unwrapped it, revealing the seemingly mundane black rod he had seen on the live stream. Light in hand, yet remarkably sturdy. Let us head to the dock and give it a try. Wang Lei pulled his still-dazed bunkmate along. At the base dock, a landing craft awaited maintenance. Wang Lei retrieved a roll of high-strength nylon fishing line and tied it to the rod. Are you really going to fish with that? It doesn't even have a real seat. His bunkmate chuckled at his comical endeavor. Who said I'm going fishing? Wang Lei grinned as he untied the other end of the line, looping it around a half-ton cast iron bollard fixed to the dock, securing it tightly with several knots. Come on, help me out. Let us pull together. He handed the other end of the rod to his bunkmate. Pull the bollard? Are you insane? Under his bunkmate's incredulous gaze, they both exerted force and yanked back with all their might. The nylon line tightened instantly, emitting a humming sound. The rod bent slightly. Barely noticeable. Again. Harder. Wang Lei shouted. They strained with all their strength, their faces reddening. Suddenly, a sharp crack. It wasn't the rod that snapped, but rather the nylon line, thicker than a thumb, that broke cleanly in two. Wang Lei's bunkmate fell backward, astonished. As he stared at the intact half of the rod in his hand, then at the unmoving bollard, his mouth agape in disbelief. What the hell kind of rod is this? Wang Lei offered no reply. He discarded the rod, approached the dock's edge, and wedged the black rod into a gap in the cement railing. Using all his might, he attempted to bend it. The rod did not yield. Instead, the sturdy cement railing bore a distinct dent where the rod made contact, with fragments cascading down. Wang Lei stood frozen, releasing his grip. He gazed at the unscathed black rod, then at his sore palm, his mind racing. Memories of the aircraft carrier he had once served on flooded back. He recalled those specialized steel arrestor wires, worth millions and with limited lifespans with each use. The strength of this fishing rod, he dared not contemplate further. Trembling, he retrieved a secure communication device and dialed the number of his former unit's technical department head. As the call connected, he forgot to use formalities, his voice laced with uncontainable astonishment and excitement. Director, I think I've purchased a fishing rod. Pausing, he looked at the rod lying quietly on the ground, uttering a phrase that could change everything. Its strength, I feel, exceeds that of the arrestor wires on our aircraft carrier. Chapter 50, Hardware Store or Arms Depot. In a highly classified office within the Naval Equipment Department, the words exceeds that of our aircraft carrier's arrestor wires caused Director Lu Jinhua to freeze. The teacup before him still steaming. Wang Lei, please repeat that. Lu Jinhua's voice remained steady, though his grip on the receiver whitened. Director, I'm not joking. I stake my reputation on this. The rod, my comrade Xiao Zhang, and I couldn't break it. The line snapped instead. The rod is perfectly fine. I even used it to pry against a cement railing, and the cement cracked, yet the rod remained intact. Lu Jinhua's mind raced. The aircraft carrier's arrestor wire was a culmination of the nation's foremost materials science, each worth millions, with every use consuming its precious lifespan. It was designed to halt a fighter jet weighing over a dozen tons, hurtling down at speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, with hundreds of tons of force. Now, one of his soldiers claimed that a clothesline purchased for 998 yuan from an online stream exceeded its strength. Where's this item? Lu Jinhua refrained from questioning. He knew Wang Lei was not one to exaggerate. It's right here with me. Director, if this could be utilized, silence. Lu Jinhua interrupted sharply. You are to immediately deliver that rod to the base security office, Classify it as a top-secret item. From now on, you will remain in your dormitory and refrain from discussing this matter with anyone until I notify you. Understood. Upon hanging up, Lu Jinhua wasted no time, swiftly seizing the red secure phone on his desk. This was no longer merely about a fishing rod. It had escalated into a strategic event capable of overturning the entire naval equipment system. At the construction site of Shanghai Hardware Store in Donghai City, the clearance sale live stream hosted by Su Yu has concluded amidst chaos and mockery. The few worthless items he showcased were swiftly cleared away by the hired accomplices arranged by Long Hao. Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong stood nearby, observing as Su Yu ended the live stream, and then continued to command the engineers to install equipment as if nothing had happened. A glance exchange between the two revealed a shared sense of foolishness. They were still troubled by the 5 billion funding issue. Yet this young man casually sold a few thousand worth of junk and seemingly moved on. This kid is becoming increasingly inscrutable to me, Long Hao mused, stroking his chin with an expression that mingled bewilderment and amusement. It wasn't that he couldn't comprehend the situation. Rather, he simply didn't regard them with any seriousness. Zhang Yunlong's expression darkened. He felt that his position as the deputy commander of the Air Force held less weight in front of this young man than the top gift giver in his live stream. At that moment, a sudden screeching of brakes echoed from the entrance of the construction site. A black sedan bearing naval plates and a small cargo truck came to an abrupt halt in front of the security line. The doors swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in pristine naval uniform, adorned with the rank of colonel, hurriedly descended, accompanied by 2 technical officers. The soldiers on guard swiftly stepped forward to obstruct their path. This is a military zone. No unauthorized personnel allowed. The naval colonel ignored the soldiers' warning. His gaze fixated directly on Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong, who stood at the center of the site. Upon recognizing the 2 influential figures from both land and air forces, he momentarily paused but quickly approached them, saluting respectfully. Commander Long, Commander Zhang, what brings you here? Both Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong recognized him as Lu Jinhua, the head of the Navy Equipment Department. Old Lu, why aren't you at your dock? What brings you to my construction site? Long Hao asked, somewhat surprised. Zhang Yunlong remained silent, harboring a sense of foreboding. Lu Jinhua wasted no time with pleasantries. His eyes scanned the site before settling on Su Yu. May I ask, which one of you is Su Yu, the owner of Shanghai Hardware Store? Su Yu was engrossed in examining a blueprint when he heard his name called and looked up. Lu Jinhua promptly approached him, his face reflecting the urgency characteristic of a technical expert, almost reverent. Hello, Su boss. I am Lu Jinhua from the Navy Equipment Department. I am here to consult you about a technical issue. He gestured toward the cargo truck behind him. A colleague of mine purchased a clothes-drying rod from your live stream. Our preliminary tests revealed its strength exceeded our expectations. At this revelation, both Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong's expressions shifted dramatically. A clothes-drying rod? One was battling for knives, and the other for paint. Yet the naval personnel came to inform them that this young man's discarded drying rod was an extraordinary piece of technology. How many treasures remained hidden in this hardware store? This was no mere hardware store. It was essentially an arsenal. Observing Lu Jinhua's eager demeanor and the varied expressions of Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong, Su Yu began to grasp the situation. His so-called junk had stirred up trouble once more. Oh, that? You're referring to the carbon fiber rod, right? It's merely a failed product. Its strength is too high, and its flexibility is poor, making it rather unusable, he stated calmly. Lu Jinhua's eye twitched at the absurdity of it. Too high strength is considered a flaw? No. Su boss, you've misunderstood. The Navy requires materials with high strength, even at the expense of some flexibility. Lu Jinhua explained eagerly. If this material could be utilized in critical parts of our ships, he hesitated, swallowing the words that would divulge military secrets. In any case, its strategic significance is unparalleled. Su boss, name your price. We will take as many as you have. Old Lu, what do you mean by that? Long Hao interjected, stepping forward to confront Su Yu. There should be an order of precedence. Our army's orders haven't been fulfilled yet. What are you doing cutting in line? Zhang Yunlong's face darkened as he joined the fray. Exactly. Consultant Su is currently a key partner for our Air Force. We have priority for all his new technologies. As the 3 military leaders seemed on the verge of a quarrel on Su Yu's construction site, he felt a headache coming on. He clapped his hands to interrupt their bickering. Enough. No more arguing, he declared, pointing to the ground beneath him. This isn't a marketplace. He looked at the 3 men with an authoritative tone. From now on, if you wish to procure items, prepare your own materials and requirements, and line up to place orders with me. I will only consider the orders, not your ranks. The 3 military leaders were momentarily stunned. A young man in his 20s was reprimanding three generals who collectively boasted nearly 150 years of experience. Who would believe such a scene? Yet, they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Zhang Yunlong, who had remained silent, suddenly approached Su Yu and pulled him aside. Lowering his voice, his face was devoid of the earlier anger, replaced instead by deep concern. Su, let us set this aside for now. He pointed skyward. This morning, an F-22 from Eagle Country flew close to our border again, clearly provocative. Su Yu listened quietly. Zhang Yunlong sighed. Frustration and resignation etched across his face. Your paint indeed allows us to remain undetected, like a shield. But a shield alone cannot secure victory. We need a sharper spear. He looked earnestly at Su Yu. To drive them from the skies, mere stealth isn't sufficient. We require a more powerful heart, an engine capable of surpassing theirs. As Su Yu absorbed the gravity of Zhang Yunlong's words, a vision of the system reward, the basic energy core, flashed in his mind. Instinctively, he pointed toward a nearby newly completed factory building, where a large waterproof tarp concealed a sizable object. It was a large diesel generator he had salvaged from a junkyard. Initially intended for research to see if it could provide backup power for a future underground base. Su Yu's gaze drifted, and he absent-mindedly replied, Engine? Are you referring to that Xuan Nü engine I was planning to modify for a tractor? Chapter 51. You call this a tractor part? Zhang Yunlong's voice carried the last vestiges of hope as he questioned whether Su Yu was jesting. Su Yu, however, looked at him with bewilderment. Xuan Nü? Tractor? These terms spun like an indecipherable code in the minds of Long Hao and Lu Zhenhua. One was a leading figure in the army, and the other the technical overseer of the Navy Equipment Department, individuals whose mere stamp of a foot could send tremors through the military. Yet, at this moment, they resembled two country bumpkins bewildered by urban conversation. What was going on? Why was Zhang Yunlong discussing agricultural machinery with this young man? Moreover, judging by Zhang Yunlong's distracted demeanor, this so-called tractor engine appeared to hold greater significance than the military knives and high-strength materials they were arguing over. Zhang Yunlong disregarded the confusion of the other two. His body reacted before his mind fully grasped the situation. He strode determinately toward the direction Su Yu had pointed, his steps urgent and somewhat unsteady, completely lacking the composure expected of a high-ranking officer. The group of Air Force technical experts behind him instinctively followed. As if drawn by an invisible magnet, Long Hao and Lu Zhenhua exchanged a glance, both perceiving a shared sense of confusion and vigilance in each other's eyes. Without uttering a word, they promptly followed suit. The soldiers laboring on the construction site ceased their tasks, their collective gaze converging upon the colossal object. Shrouded beneath a vast canvas, quietly resting in the corner. Its outline was substantial and rectangular, resembling a shipping container. Zhang Yunlong approached the canvas and halted. He extended his hand, yet it hovered in midair, trembling with trepidation. He feared that this moment might culminate in mere disappointment. That beneath the canvas lay nothing more than an unremarkable diesel engine salvaged from a junkyard. The prospect of such a letdown was unbearable. Xiao Su, he inquired hoarsely without turning back, is this what you meant? Indeed, came Su Yu's calm reply from behind. What's the matter? I assure you, this thing packs quite a punch, though it might be a bit fuel-hungry. I wonder if Air de Ye's old Dongfanghong can handle it. The simplicity of Air de Ye's Dongfanghong lent an air of surrealism to the atmosphere. Zhang Yunlong, no longer hesitating, grasped the edge of the canvas and, summoning all his strength, yanked it back with fervor. With a rustling sound, the enormous canvas was lifted, tracing an arc through the air before landing heavily on the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, the true nature of the object was revealed. At that moment, silence enveloped the entire construction site. The sounds of wind, machinery, and human breath faded away, as if time itself had been suspended. What lay before them was not any engine they recognized. It lacked the complex tubing and exposed mechanics typical of traditional engines. Instead, it presented a flawless, aerodynamically sculpted spindle shape. Its shell forged from an unknown material that shimmered with an ethereal blue metallic luster. The surface bore no signs of screws or welds, only intricate golden lines, reminiscent of a circuit board, subtly glimmering in the sunlight. At the rear of the engine, instead of a conventional nozzle, there existed a vector structure composed of countless hexagonal scales, capable of opening and closing, resembling an engine from a futuristic science fiction film. It lay there quietly, akin to a piece of art from a more advanced civilization, starkly contrasting with the surrounding site, steeped in the aroma of earth and sweat. Long Hao and Lu Zhenhua, seasoned veterans accustomed to various advanced weaponry, were momentarily rendered speechless by the sight of this engine. The technical experts behind them were equally astonished, some instinctively adjusting their glasses, fearing they were hallucinating, while others gaped in disbelief, making gasping sounds as if struggling for oxygen. What on earth is this? Xiao Su, Zhang Yunlong's voice emerged strained, as if squeezed through clenched teeth, trembling with disbelief. He pointed at the sci-fi engine, each word a monumental effort. Please, tell me the truth. What is this? Suyu, wiping his hands with a greasy rag, approached, puzzled by the expressions around him. He glanced at the engine and then at Zhang Yunlong's pale face. Oh, this? He replied casually, as if introducing a household appliance. This is the engine I mentioned, prepared for Erdiye's tractor from the neighboring village. He paused, contemplating, and added, it might just have a bit more horsepower. A bit more horsepower? This statement struck Zhang Yunlong like a heavy blow to the chest, causing him to sway unsteadily. An elderly Air Force expert beside him suddenly snapped back to reality, rushing forward to retrieve a handheld multi-functional detector from his toolbox. He disregarded the instrument's precision and pointed the probe directly at the engine. Beep, beep. The detector emitted a shrill alarm. The old expert fixated on the screen, his lips quivering as he began to recite the erratic data in a disjointed, dreamlike manner. Energy dissipation rate below 100,000th. Weak constraint field detected on the material surface. Push-pull weight ratio estimation unfeasible. Data model overflow. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Thermal efficiency conversion theoretical peak exceeds 99%. He could not continue. As if all strength had been drained from him, he collapsed onto the ground, staring at the instrument and then at the engine, his eyes filled with despair. This is a deception. All of it defies the laws of physics. Though the onlookers may not have grasped the technical jargon, they understood the reaction of this national treasure-level expert. It was akin to a dragon-slaying master discovering a real dragon before him, a catastrophic collapse of belief. Listening to the fragmented data, Zhang Yunlong felt his breath stutter. He cast aside all caution, rushing to Suyu, gripping his arm with an intensity that made Suyu's bones creak. His bloodshot eyes displayed a tumultuous blend of ecstasy, fear, and desperate pleading, summoning every ounce of strength. He nearly shouted, a tractor? You call this a tractor part? Xiao Su, do you realize what this thing can do? Long Hao and Lu Jinhua approached, their expressions equally grave. Long Hao forcibly pulled Zhang Yunlong's hands away, shielding Suyu. Calm down, Lao Zhang. Don't frighten consultant Su. Lu Jinhua gazed at the ethereal blue engine, his throat working nervously. Boss Su, Zhang Commander speaks true. The value of this engine is immeasurable. It should not be here. Nor should it be installed on a tractor. The three distinguished figures from different military branches stood united, intent on preventing Suyu from committing an act of profound wastefulness. Suyu rubbed his sore arm, finding humor in the sight of these three aging generals, nearly a century and a half in total, on the verge of a frenzy. I understand, he said softly, halting their movements. I know what it can do, he pointed at the mystical engine, and I know you desire it. He surveyed the faces around him, first Zhang Yunlong, then Long Hao, and finally Lu Jinhua. But it is mine. These four words doused the fervent atmosphere with cold water, diminishing the heat of the moment. What I do with it is my prerogative. I could equip it to an aircraft, or attach it to a tractor, or even smash it to sell as scrap metal. Suyu spoke matter-of-factly, as if stating an undeniable truth. You have no say in the matter. Zhang Yunlong's lips moved, yet no words emerged. Indeed, there was nothing they could do. The technology resided with him. He was the creator of this marvel. What right did they have to intervene? To exert military rank? To issue commands? Such actions would only exacerbate the situation, driving away this singular hope. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. Enough. Suyu waved his hand, breaking the deadlock. The object is right here. It's not going anywhere. Do not linger on my construction site, as it hampers my progress. He remarked, glancing at the sky. Here's what we shall do. Each of you return to your respective posts, draft a report, and submit an application. List your requests. In 3 days, send someone with authority and sincerity to discuss with me. Here, I only engage in business. This is the final ultimatum. Zhang Yunlong, Long Hao, and Lu Jinhua exchanged glances, each reflecting deep helplessness and a hint of frustration in the other's eyes. As generals, they had never been treated with such a dismissive tone. Yet, they had no choice but to endure it. Very well, Zhang Yunlong conceded first, casting a lingering gaze at the engine, as if to imprint every detail in his memory. I will come personally in 3 days. With that, he turned on his heel and left, hastening away without a moment's hesitation. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might be compelled to order the entire site dismantled. Long Hao and Lu Jinhua understood that prolonging the argument would yield no fruitful outcome. Consultant Su, We are in agreement. Su interrupted. Let us discuss together in 3 days. The two men nodded and departed with their respective teams, each preoccupied with their thoughts. Yet, they did not venture far. Within 10 minutes, the perimeter of the construction site was fortified with 3 layers of security. Dozens of armed soldiers surrounded the area, ensuring that no unauthorized entities could approach. 2 vehicle-mounted radars were urgently deployed, scanning the site for 24 hours to prevent any unidentified objects from drawing near. The mysterious engine was encircled by hastily erected blast walls, with sentinels stationed in 3 layers both inside and out. They dared not transport the engine for fear of damaging it, opting instead for this rudimentary method of protection. Observing the militarized response outside his window, Su remained silent. He returned to the command vehicle, repurposed as an office, and closed the door, enveloping himself in tranquility. He settled into his chair and accessed a system panel visible only to him. Current points, 444,000. A substantial sum, rendering his previous deficit of 56,000 somewhat absurd. He intended to examine the underground base construction blueprint to determine the most suitable starting point for his endeavors. At that moment, the system panel flickered, revealing a new task notification. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully quelled multiple strategic conflicts and established a dominant position, significantly enhancing personal reputation and influence. Triggering special scenario task, Fields of Hope. Su paused momentarily. What is this? Fields of Hope. Task name. Manufacture a multifunctional all-terrain agricultural tractor, model, Pioneer I. Task description. With the autumn harvest approaching, to assist the hard-working populace in overcoming practical challenges. The host is requested to leverage their expertise to construct a high-performance agricultural vehicle capable of navigating diverse terrains such as mountains, hills, and paddy fields. Task requirements. 1. Must be equipped with the host's self-developed Xuan Nü series engine. 2. Must possess multifunctional modular interfaces for plowing, seeding, harvesting, and transportation. 3. Maximum off-road speed not less than 150 km per hour, with a maximum load capacity of no less than 20 tons. Technical patents and equipment depreciation costs, 100,000 system points. Task reward, 200,000 system points. Unlocking the Blueprint 4 exoskeleton armor, civilian version. As Su absorbed this lengthy task description, he found himself momentarily frozen. A tractor? And it must utilize the Xuan Nü engine? Maximum off-road speed of 150 kilometers? Load capacity of 20 tons? Was this truly a tractor? It seemed more akin to a main battle tank masquerading as one. The task he had casually mentioned to his uncle about repairing a tractor had been taken seriously by the system, which had assigned him a legitimate agricultural machinery task. Su felt his mind racing. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the task reward, his heart skipped a beat. Exoskeleton armor, civilian version. The value of this item was self-evident. Whether for industrial production, extreme environmental operations, or personal security, it was revolutionary equipment. This task must be completed. His focus returned to the task requirements. The multifunctional modules of the Xuan Nü engine sparked a bold, nearly reckless idea within his mind. Since the system wanted him to build a tractor, then he would construct one. Since Zhang Yunlong and the others treasured this engine, he would showcase it by integrating it into the tractor before their very eyes. He aimed to demonstrate to everyone that, in his realm, cutting-edge technology was employed for such purposes. Su picked up his phone and opened the familiar live streaming application. The darkened live stream room was still filled with millions of viewers eagerly awaiting the latest developments. He did not activate the camera, but merely opened the microphone. Ahem. He cleared his throat and calmly addressed the microphone. I have taken on a task. Recently, I have been mobilized to expedite the autumn harvest for the village. I believe the equipment in the city is too delicate and impractical. Therefore, I plan to construct a sturdy tractor myself. Instantaneously, the live stream chat was inundated with question marks. Su ignored the barrage of comments, gazing at the heavily guarded Xuan Nü engine outside, and muttered his final statement. Coincidentally, the new factory has been completed, and there's ample space. I'll live stream the process for everyone to witness. What do you think I should name the tractor? Chapter 53. The streamer is at it again. Su's seemingly casual inquiry cast a massive question mark in the minds of millions. Name the tractor? The darkened live stream room, after a brief moment of stillness, erupted into chaos. Did I hear that correctly? The streamer just said tractor? I thought I had entered the wrong live stream. Has Shanghai Hardware Store been rebranded to Shanghai Agricultural Machinery? Laughable. Just days ago, he was working on stealth coatings. And today he is fabricating tractors by hand? Has the streamer been hacked or cursed? Brothers, flood the screen with fallen From national treasures to plowing machines, streamer. What have you been through? The online discourse had shifted entirely from shock and admiration to an overwhelming tide of mockery and derision. Countless viewers flooded into the live stream, eager to witness how this legendary streamer, who once crafted a divine kitchen knife with his bare hands, defying German brands and forcing counterfeit influencers to kneel, had fallen to the point of live streaming tractor construction. Xuan paid no heed to the comments. He switched off the audio-only mode and activated the camera. Instantly, an unexpected scene appeared on the screen. The backdrop was no longer the cramped command vehicle nor the cluttered warehouse. Instead, it was a vast, brand-new steel-structured factory brimming with industrial fervor. The factory was brightly lit, bustling with various military engineering vehicles whose models Xuan could not name. In the distance, soldiers in camouflage uniforms stood guard at key positions. Before the camera, Xuan, dressed in ordinary work attire, stood at the center of the factory. This striking visual created an uncanny contrast with the theme of handcrafting a tractor. Whoa, is this construction site owned by the streamer? Look at those vehicles. They all have military insignias. Did the streamer move the hardware store into the military? Wait, how does this backdrop relate to tractor construction? He can't possibly be using an excavator disguised as a tractor, can he? Xuan did not grant them much time for speculation. He addressed the camera with calm composure. The space may be a bit rudimentary, but please bear with me. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the center of the factory, approaching a seemingly discarded object that had been prepared in advance. It was a large, square iron box, taller than a person. The surface was riddled with rust, and there were even a few gaping holes at the corners, crudely patched with mismatched pieces of metal, giving it an appearance that suggested it might collapse at any moment. Xuan stepped forward and tapped on the metal surface, producing a dull thud. Well, today's star is this. He pointed at the dilapidated iron box and introduced it to the camera. I salvaged this from the scrap station in the neighboring village. It's the shell of an old diesel engine. Today, we will use it to give our tractor a powerful heart. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded once more. I just spat out my drink. Is this thing really a diesel engine shell? My gas canister looks sturdier. I declare, the funniest joke on the internet has been born. Host, if you can't do it, don't force it. It's not embarrassing to go work at a construction site. It's over. The host has run out of ideas and is now resorting to gimmicks. Unsubscribed, goodbye. My youth has come to an end. Not only the viewers in the live stream, but even Li Feng, who was monitoring everything from a distance, felt somewhat bewildered. He simply couldn't connect this rusty iron box to the engine that had caused 3 generals to argue heatedly just yesterday. What is Consultant Xuan doing? Xuan ignored everyone's reactions. He picked up a half-meter-long crowbar from the side, placed 1 foot on the base of the iron box, and wedged the flat end of the crowbar into a seam in the metal. Many people say that with a tractor, as long as it runs, it's sufficient. Why bother with such a good engine? Xuan grunted with effort, speaking to the camera. I don't share that opinion. To me, whether it's an airplane or a tractor, the heart is always the most crucial element. A good heart can take you anywhere you wish to go, such as the fields of hope. With a screeching sound of metal grinding, a large, rust-covered piece of iron was pried off, crashing heavily to the ground. Where the metal fell, a small, otherworldly scene was exposed to the air. It was a deep, starry blue, with mysterious patterns etched upon it, resembling gold. The young soldier holding the camera trembled slightly, instinctively zooming in on the opening. In the live stream, the previously rapid-fire barrage of derisive comments slowed abruptly, as if an invisible hand had seized them by the throat. What was that blue thing? It looked like light, or perhaps metal. Am I seeing things? Xuan did not pause. He adjusted his angle and inserted the crowbar into another seam. Bang! Another piece of metal fell away, revealing more of the deep blue and golden patterns. It was like a perfect gem being unveiled, each scrap revealing more breathtaking beauty. The barrage in the live stream transformed entirely into a sea of question marks. Everyone held their breath. The mockery and teasing vanished. An indescribable emotion, a blend of curiosity and shock, began to spread through the hearts of millions. What is this host trying to do? What is hidden within this battered iron box? With a final effort, Xuan heaved the last large piece of the top cover off. As all the disguises fell away, and the core, wrapped in rust and dust, was finally revealed to the gaze of millions, the entire world fell silent. It was an engine that defied any existing industrial aesthetic. Its perfect spindle shape, the seamless, deep blue shell, the golden veins flowing across the surface like biological networks, and the tail composed of countless hexagonal scales shimmering with cold light. It lay there quietly, resembling a metallic giant from another dimension, asleep. In the live stream, there was a stretch of silence lasting over 10 seconds, with not a single comment. Countless mouths in front of screens opened in silent astonishment. Thousands of miles away, in the Air Force Command Center, Zhang Yunlong crushed his special porcelain cup in his hand, scalding tea splattering everywhere, yet he remained oblivious. In the Army operations room, Long Hao suddenly stood up, slamming the tactical tablet on the table, shouting at the communication soldier behind him. Connect me to the highest command. At the highest level, in the Navy Technical Analysis Institute. Lu Jinhua leaned back in his chair, collapsing as he recognized the familiar silhouette on the screen, mumbling two words, insane, insane. They all assumed Su Yu would hide this thing away, keeping it as his most important trump card. Yet here he was, presenting it to the world, and claiming he would use it to build a tractor. It took a full 30 seconds for the barrage in the live stream to erupt in an overwhelming manner. It was no longer words, but a torrent of exclamation points, question marks, and various emojis representing shock. Amid this chaotic stream, a bold, pinned comment from a special encrypted ID appeared clearly at the top of the screen. It contained just one sentence, encapsulating the deepest question in everyone's hearts. Is he really going to plow with that thing? Chapter 54, The Procurement Storm. What I want is aerospace-grade titanium alloy. Is he really going to plow with that thing? This question echoed the thoughts of all present. Inside the factory, Su Yu glanced at the virtual comments floating before him, then returned his gaze to the camera. He did not directly reply. He merely extended his hand and gently tapped on the exquisite Xuan Nü engine, producing a deep, resonant echo. What else would I do? He retorted to the camera, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. If not to plow, should I take it to participate in the village tractor competition to win a prize? After speaking, he didn't even glance at the now completely frenzied comments, simply waving his hand. All right, that's it for today. I need to go procure some supplies. Please await my good news. The screen went black. The live stream was cut off. The entire internet was left with millions of bewildered viewers, and that phrase about participating in the tractor competition looped infinitely in their minds. Half an hour later, on the outskirts of Donghai City, in a vast yard marked with a sign for the forward recycling station. The location was so remote that navigation couldn't find it. The walls were high, topped with electrified barbed wire. At the entrance sat an elderly man in a straw hat, lazily fanning himself, seemingly half asleep. A military off-road vehicle pulled up silently at the gate. Su Yu jumped out of the car. Old man, I'm looking for your boss to buy something. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, simply gesturing with his fan. Go inside, the innermost shed. Su Yu nodded and walked straight in. This so-called recycling station was unexpectedly vast. To the left were mountains of cars compressed into metal discs, and to the right were enormous, rusty mechanical parts, each one showing signs of age. The air was thick with a strange blend of machine oil and rust. Yet Su Yu knew all of this was merely a facade. He walked to the innermost large shed, where a middle-aged man in blue overalls, covered in grease, was squatting on the ground, polishing a steel plate with a grinder. Sparks flying. Upon seeing Su Yu, the man turned off the machine, stood up, and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel around his neck. Su boss, what can I do for you? His voice was hoarse, imbued with a weariness characteristic of someone who has spent years dealing with scrap metal. He was the owner of this recycling station, codenamed Iron Claw, a seasoned agent with over 2 decades of experience in disguise. Here to support you, Su Yu said, handing over a piece of paper, a list. Take a look. Iron Claw accepted it and lowered his gaze. GH2132 iron nickel-based high-temperature alloy for the main frame. 5 tons to start. Iron Claw's hand twitched slightly. GH2132, that's a material used to manufacture turbine discs for aircraft engines, known for its heat resistance and high strength. Are you using it for a tractor frame? Even tank armor isn't this extravagant. He restrained himself and continued to read. TC4 titanium alloy plate, 20 millimeters thickness. For vehicle body protection, about 50 square meters. The corners of Iron Claw's eyes began to twitch. TC4, the most commonly used aerospace-grade titanium alloy, widely applied in fighter aircraft structures. You call this vehicle body protection? Is your tractor headed to plow fields in Syria? And this? So you pointed to the next line on the list. 3D printed lattice-filled shock-absorbing structure, made of shape memory metal. I'll provide you with the design later. Iron Claw felt his blood pressure rising. Shock absorption with shape memory metal? Are you worried that your tractor will be too bumpy while you sip your coffee in the cab? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and his gaze shifted to the last line of the list. Upon reading it, he could no longer contain himself. Hafnium dioxide ceramic composite embedded with tantalum carbide fibers. Withstands temperatures above 3,000 degrees Celsius. What do you need this for? Iron Claw's voice changed pitch, his finger trembling as he pointed at the line. This material is not even mass-produced on Earth. It's an experimental substance used for hypersonic vehicle thermal components, worth hundreds of times its weight in gold. Oh, that? Xuyu replied calmly, gesturing at the list. For the exhaust pipe. An exhaust pipe? Iron Claw felt he was on the brink of madness. Exactly. Suyu's expression was serious. Plowing fields is hard work. With high RPMs, engine friction will be substantial, and exhaust temperatures certainly 1 TB low. You wouldn't want the exhaust pipe to glow red and ignite the crops behind you, would you? Fire safety must be addressed from the source. Fire safety. Iron Claw looked at Suyu's face, feeling as though a burning cotton ball had lodged in his throat. Nearby, several agents disguised as workers overheard the conversation. One couldn't help but chuckle, quickly covering his mouth and turning away, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Another agent operating a forklift fumbled, causing an entire load of scrap metal to crash to the ground. At that moment, Iron Claw felt his career was facing an unprecedented challenge. He picked up the walkie-talkie hanging around his neck, turned away, and lowered his voice. Eagle's Nest, this is Iron Claw. I have confirmed Consultant Su's order. He paused, speaking in a tone bordering on despair. I request the highest level of authorization. Yes, all of it. He wants that material for an exhaust pipe. Yes. He is worried about igniting the crops. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, there was silence for a full 30 seconds. Then, a similarly weary voice replied. Give him what he wants. And Iron Claw, control your emotions. You are a professional. Yes. Iron Claw switched off the walkie-talkie, turned back, and his face resumed its professional numbness. Boss Su, no problem. We have everything in the back warehouse. I'll have it loaded for you. Efficient, Suyu nodded. Just as the workers operated the crane, lifting gleaming metal materials that hardly resembled scrap onto military trucks, Suyu's gaze fell upon a corner of the yard. There, covered with tarps, lay several enormous wheel-like objects. Boss, what are those? Suyu approached and lifted a corner of the tarp. For gigantic tires appeared before him. On the side of the tires, a blurred line of English and a series of numbers were imprinted. Despite the wear, one could barely discern the words Michelin and Air X. Michelin, Air X series, aviation-specific tires. Each could withstand dozens of tons of impact and nearly 400 kilometers per hour. These had been removed from decommissioned heavy transport aircraft. Load these as well. Suyu instructed Iron Claw, pointing at the 4 tires. Iron Claw stared at the tires, towering even over him, then glanced at Suyu, feeling a sense of numbness wash over him. Boss Su, is your tractor meant to fly? Suyu ignored his sarcasm, walking around the tires and thoughtfully patting the thick rubber sidewalls. These are sturdy enough, slip-resistant, and wear-resistant. He turned to the dejected Iron Claw and suddenly asked, I just wonder how I'll explain to our village's second uncle why the tractor I'm fixing for him has wheels larger than his house. Chapter 55. Second uncle, let me explain, this is indeed a tractor wheel. Iron Claw stood at the entrance of the recycling station, watching the military truck laden with various scrap metal disappear into the distance, feeling as though his soul had been run over by the wheels. He looked down at his palms, marked from exertion, then raised his gaze to the nearly invisible rear of the truck. An exhaust pipe, worried about igniting the crops. Fitting a tractor with wheels larger than a house. Having engaged in secret work for over 20 years, encountering all manner of ruthless criminals and cunning spies. None had made him feel such an impulse to resign and return to farming as that young man had with just a few words. Boss. A young agent disguised as a worker approached, unable to suppress a smile. Are we really sending those aerospace engine thermal insulation tiles to serve as the lining for his tractor's exhaust pipe? Iron Claw did not reply, but instead pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one and taking a deep drag. Amid the swirling smoke, he uttered a few words. The higher-up's order is simple. Give him whatever he wants. But no buts. Iron Claw interrupted him. Go find those landing gear assemblies we removed from the decommissioned transport aircraft, clean them up, and deliver them to him this afternoon. He might still need a set of brakes. The young agent opened his mouth, ultimately just nodding in resignation. Brakes from a transport aircraft for a tractor? This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Half an hour later, at the Shanghai hardware store construction site, as the military truck unloaded a pile of gleaming metal plates and 4 gigantic tires under the astonished gaze of soldiers, the atmosphere on the site turned peculiar. Li Feng, the officer in charge, circled the 4 Michelin aviation tires, taller than himself, 3 times. He extended his hand, feeling the thick, uniquely patterned sidewalls of the tires, then glanced at Suyu, who was directing the crane operation nearby. He felt he was not assisting a technical consultant with research and development, but rather participating in a grand performance art. Consultant Su, Li Feng swallowed hard, struggling to speak. Are these also parts for the tractor? Indeed. Su Yu replied without looking back, directing a robotic arm to place a piece of TC4 titanium alloy precisely onto a freshly welded frame. The body, skin, and wheels, what is the issue? Li Feng's mouth twitched. No issue. A very significant issue. Using fighter aircraft materials for a tractor's exterior. Using transport aircraft tires for wheels. Are you planning to drive this tractor into the sky? But he dared not ask. He could only silently observe Su Yu meticulously assembling those extraordinary materials, which an ordinary person might never encounter in a lifetime, into a contraption that indeed resembled the chassis of a tractor. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the construction site. Hey, comrade soldier, let me in. I'm looking for our village's Xiao Yu. An elderly yet robust voice pierced through the din of the site. Li Feng furrowed his brow, about to instruct the sentry to block the individual, only to see the sentry not only refrain from doing so, but also engage in a rather awkward explanation. Before long, an old man, clad in a faded blue tunic with fresh mud splattered on his pant legs and carrying a bundle of scallions, entered the heavily guarded site, accompanied by a soldier. His skin was dark, and the wrinkles on his face seemed chiseled, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. He was Wang Zhengwo, the elder from the neighboring village mentioned by Su Yu. Wang Zhengwo had spent his life working the land. He had never seen such a scene. Curiously, he surveyed the towering machinery and the young soldiers in uniform, ultimately focusing on Su Yu, who was busily at work. Xiao Yu, you rascal. You're causing quite the stir. Word has spread through the village that you're fixing a tractor for us? Upon hearing the voice, Su Yu paused, turned, and exclaimed, Elder, what brings you here? I came to check on the progress. Wang Zhengwo placed the scallions on a nearby box and strode over. I saw your live stream. Is what you're doing truly feasible? As he spoke, he circled the nascent tractor chassis, inspecting it. Li Feng and the surrounding soldiers held their breath, all eager to witness the reaction of a genuine farmer upon seeing this implement crafted from aerospace materials. Wang Zhengwo began by examining the main frame. Welded from a high-temperature iron-nickel alloy, sturdier than a tank chassis. He nodded. This frame seems quite solid. Then his gaze fell upon the 4 enormous tires recently unloaded and yet to be installed. The old man halted, approached a tire, and gently patted it with his calloused hands. He lifted his gaze, gesturing to the height of the tire, which towered over him by half a head. His expression shifted from curiosity to confusion, and finally to profound skepticism. Under the nearly suffocating scrutiny of the soldiers on site, Wang Zhengwo turned to Su Yu, asking a soul-piercing question. Xiao Yu, tell me honestly, why do these wheels look just like the airplane wheels I've seen on television? A young soldier nearby, unable to contain himself, erupted in laughter, spraying water everywhere. Li Feng's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and he could hear the stifled chuckles of the sentinels nearby. Yet, Su Yu remained unfazed. He approached Wang Zhengwo, patted the enormous tire, and explained in a remarkably natural tone, Elder, consider this. The land at the southern edge of our village turns into mud pits whenever it rains. Didn't your old Dongfang Han get stuck there 3 times last year? Wang Zhengwo pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, that dreadful land is quite troublesome. Exactly, Su Yu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Larger wheels have a broader surface area, making them less likely to sink. And look at the tread pattern. It's quite intricate, isn't it? That's a professional anti-slip design. It has excellent traction. In the future, not only will it handle mud pits, but it will also ascend hills with ease. His convoluted reasoning surprisingly began to sway Wang Zhengwo's simple understanding. Is that truly the case? The elder scratched his head, half convinced. Of course, just as Li Feng and the others thought Su Yu would manage to dodge the issue. Wang Zhengwo's keen eyes darted to the imposing machine encircled by blast walls and heavily armed guards. Though it was far away, the bluish metallic sheen and its distinctive form captured his attention. He pointed at the mysterious engine, scrutinizing it with the same evaluative gaze one would use to assess livestock. All right, I'll take your word for it regarding the wheels. But what about this? This iron lump looks rather splendid, especially with all these soldiers around. But does it have enough power? We wouldn't wanted to stall in the field, or the entire village will have a good laugh at your expense. Chapter 56. Ignition Test. The entire village loses power upon hearing the elder's question laden with the hopes of the village. The atmosphere turned exceedingly peculiar. The previously stifled laughter of the elite soldiers transformed into serious postures, as though Wang Zhengwo's inquiry about the engine's horsepower was a matter of national honor. Li Feng's mouth twitched, yearning to inform the earnest elder that the power of this iron behemoth exceeded mere adequacy. A slight increase in power would enable it to flatten a mountain in mere minutes. Yet, Su Yu's response left everyone astonished once again. He neither explained nor boasted, but instead nodded seriously, as if genuinely concerned about its power. Elder, you've hit the nail on the head. He patted Wang Jingwo's shoulder. Adopting a tone of earnest technical discussion, this engine is new and hasn't been broken in yet. Simply stating its power is insufficient. We need to take it for a test drive. He turned to the visibly anxious Li Feng and beckoned him over. Li, lend a hand and bring over the backup power supply from the site. I'll connect it. Let us give it a try. Ignition? Li Feng's mind buzzed. Su, that's not advisable. The energy level of this engine is entirely unknown, and there are no safety measures in place. We can't just start it here. What if it explodes? Don't worry, it won't explode. Su Yu waved his hand, interrupting him. I'll only run it at 1% power. Just to listen to the sound and check for any irregularities. We can't go through all this effort only to find out it's a dud, can we? 1% power? Li Feng wanted to argue further, but faltered at Su Yu's assured expression. Engaging in a debate with this man was never fruitful. Elder, please step back and keep your distance. This thing might make quite a racket when it starts up. I wouldn't want to startle you, Su Yu said, guiding Wang Jingwo to a safer spot at the edge of the workshop. Hearing this, Wang Jingwo chuckled. A loud noise is good. The louder it is, the more powerful it is. Old Li's tractor roars like thunder when it starts. Su Yu smiled, but said nothing further. He approached a makeshift, unsightly control panel hastily welded together. Aside from a few large red buttons salvaged from old machines and a tangle of rusted levers, it was a chaotic mess of wires bound together with tape. He picked up 2 cables, thicker than his arms, and skillfully connected them to 2 inconspicuous ports on the engine's side. The other ends of the cables linked to the most powerful military diesel generator on site. The entire process was crude, primitive, and devoid of any aesthetic finesse. At that moment, Su Yu seemed to recall something, pulled out his phone, and resumed the live stream. The camera was not directed at him or the sci-fi engine, but rather at the shabby control panel. Whoa, the streamer is live again. What is this? A welding machine? Dear host, will you perform a live demonstration of welding a tractor for us? It feels eerily reminiscent of the electrical panel in my old house. Are you going to pull the main switch? Su Yu completely disregarded the clamor of the comments. He observed a rudimentary pressure gauge on the control panel, glanced toward the engine, and called out to Li Feng beside him. Notify everyone to evacuate to 300 meters away. Turn off all non-essential electronic devices. Li Feng's heart raced, and without hesitation, he promptly relayed the command via the intercom. The entire construction site fell into an abrupt silence, leaving only Su Yu and the dormant metallic behemoth. From a distance, Uncle Air stood on tiptoe, peering curiously. Li Feng and his soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, palms slick with sweat. Su Yu extended his hand, resting it on the largest, most crimson start button. In the streaming room, millions of viewers held their breath. He did not press it immediately. Instead, he leisurely extended 2 fingers, nudging a lever marked with a scale of 0-100 from the 0 position slightly upward. The pointer halted precisely at the 1 mark. After completing this, he finally pressed the red button gently. A low hum emerged, devoid of the anticipated explosive sound or the typical roar of a tractor starting. Instead, a deeply resonant yet penetrating drone emanated from within the engine. Although the sound was soft, it pierced through the eardrums of everyone present, reaching deep into their minds. Li Feng felt as though an invisible hand had grasped his heart. Momentarily halting his breath, he observed the golden patterns on the surface of the Xuan Nü engine glowing softly with a blue light from within, flowing like a living entity. In the next moment, calamity struck. Crack! The brand new factory, just fitted with hundreds of high-strength tempered glass panels, shattered simultaneously without warning. Countless glass shards rained down like hail, scattering in all directions. Get down! Li Feng instinctively shouted, tackling a nearby soldier to the ground. Simultaneously, dozens of high-intensity LED industrial lights flickered violently, emitting a series of crackling electrical shrieks before extinguishing altogether. The entire world was instantly engulfed in darkness. Only the engine radiated an eerie blue glow, flickering like ghostly fire in the pitch-black void. This sudden upheaval lasted less than 3 seconds. With an impassive expression, Su Yu raised his hand to press another stop button. The disquieting low hum ceased, and the blue light faded away. A few moments later, the backup power seemed to restore, illuminating the factory lights one by one. The scene was chaotic, strewn with glimmering glass shards, and the air carried a faint scent of ozone. Everyone remained in their prone or frozen positions, their faces etched with the terror of having survived a near catastrophe. In the distance, Uncle Air, trembling, stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his voice shaking. Did I just imagine that? Why did it feel like the sky turned dark for a moment? Stepping out from behind the control panel, Su Yu's footsteps crunched on the glass shards. He approached the engine, touching its now cold exterior, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself, strange. Is the EMC, electromagnetic compatibility, this poor? Is the basic energy containment so unstable? It seems the initial confinement field wasn't calibrated correctly. Meanwhile, the live stream had transformed into a sea of data. After the brief blackout and electrical sounds, the comments surged back with a nuclear explosion-like intensity, flooding the entire screen. Holy crap, my lights flickered. Coordinates, Dongqing District, Donghai City. The lights in the northern district flickered too. I thought it was just unstable voltage. For a moment, I thought there would be a blackout. In the suburbs, the lights in my chicken farm went out for half a second. The chickens were so frightened they stopped clucking. Did the entire city's voltage just fluctuate? What the hell is going on? As comments from every corner of the city rapidly coalesced, they illustrated a spine-chilling reality. Just moments ago, it seemed the entire power grid of Donghai City had experienced a brief shock. Amidst the chaotic comments, a blood-red message, buoyed by countless likes, prominently appeared at the top of the screen, echoing a question from the depths of the soul. Host, you better confess. What on earth did you just activate? Are you building an atomic bomb in a hardware store? Chapter 57. Anomalous readings from the Eagle Sauce satellite. Host, you better confess. What on earth did you just activate? Are you building an atomic bomb in a hardware store? This blood-red comment was like a colossal imprint, deeply seared into the retinas of tens of millions of viewers. Meanwhile, within the factory, the instigator, Xuan Nü, absent-mindedly kicked a shard of shattered tempered glass. His brow slightly furrowed. Strange, is the EMC really this poor? Even the most basic energy containment is leaking like this, he murmured to himself. A hint of dissatisfaction lacing his tone. Li Feng, looking dazed as he got to his feet, surveyed the wreckage of the factory, unsure of where to even begin his report. What on earth just happened? It's nothing, just testing the engine's low power stability, Xuan replied nonchalantly. It seems the initial parameters had some issues. I'll recalibrate it later. He glanced at Uncle Air, who was equally bewildered, and approached him, brushing off the dust from the elder's clothing. Uncle Air, did you see? That was quite the commotion, wasn't it? It surely wasn't minor. Uncle Air opened his mouth, recalling the loudest sounds he had ever heard from tractors. But the sudden darkness and the shattering of glass felt like something out of a war film he had seen at an outdoor screening in the village. That was quite loud, the old man nodded numbly. Little you, this thing won't crack the ground, will it? Hearing this, Xuan chuckled. However, Li Feng could not share in the laughter. He looked at Xuan's relaxed demeanor, then at the now quiet blue engine, and pulled out a secure communicator, reporting to his superiors in a near dreamlike tone. Report, the engine test is complete. Preliminary assessment shows the consequences are manageable, but the entire power grid of Donghai City may require a reasonable explanation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, in Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado, at the underground command center of the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, this was the military brain of the Eagle Sauce, where countless screens monitored global anomalies around the clock. Hey, Kevin, come take a look at this, a young airman named Brian called out to his colleague, pointing at a screen in front of him. On the screen, a blinding red energy curve shot up sharply from a steady baseline, forming an extremely steep peak that vanished in mere moments. What the hell? Cosmic rays or a solar storm? Kevin, holding a cup of coffee, approached the screen. Is it another sensor malfunction? Have those lazy techs check it out. No, it's not that. Brian's expression was serious. Look at the coordinates. 31 degrees north, 121 degrees east. Right above Donghai City. Moreover, this energy signature isn't high-energy particles. It's pure infrared thermal radiation with absurdly high peaks. Kevin leaned in closer, the data on the screen prompting him to set down his coffee cup. The duration of the heat source lasted less than 3 seconds, yet its peak power was monumental. Such data could potentially damage the satellite sensors. Are you certain this is not a data error? I have confirmed it 3 times. Brian summoned another chart, and behold, at the same moment the energy peak occurred, the civilian power grid in that region experienced an unusual voltage drop, which, although it quickly recovered, affected the entire city. Kevin's expression changed. An unidentified high-energy heat source, coupled with a widespread power grid failure. These two elements together pointed toward the gravest of possibilities. Report immediately. Classify it as a Level 1 threat. 5 minutes later, this anomalous data report was laid before a higher-level intelligence analysis room in the Pentagon. A chief analyst named Robert, with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, was leisurely stirring his coffee. He glanced at the report, a hint of skepticism crossing his face. Which rookie was making a fuss this time? He took a sip of coffee and instructed his assistant to retrieve a high-resolution infrared satellite image from that specific time and location. Soon, A massive screen displayed a satellite map of Donghai City. The map zoomed in rapidly, precisely locking onto the construction site where Suyu was located. The display switched to infrared mode. In the center of the construction site, a vague red that was slowly cooling. In the data playback from 3 seconds earlier, that point had shone as brightly as the sun, casting everything around it into shadow. The preliminary analysis of the energy model is complete, sir. The assistant handed over a report. Robert took it, glanced at it, and smiled. I told you so. He tossed the report onto the table, pointing to the data on the screen as he explained to the surrounding anxious analysts. Look, this energy release model is utterly chaotic. There is immense heat, yet no identifiable shockwave or electromagnetic pulse characteristics. If this were a weapon test, the energy efficiency would be laughable, with 99% of the energy dissipating as waste heat. He stood up and walked to the screen, indicating the construction site. Now, consider the location, an industrial area under construction. Connecting these clues, is the conclusion not apparent? Everyone looked at him, awaiting an answer. Robert cleared his throat and announced in an authoritative tone. This is likely a test of some new industrial equipment by the Huagua, possibly a super high-temperature boiler or a plasma melting furnace. Clearly, they mismanaged it, resulting in a severe energy leak incident. He spread his hands in mockery. Just a failed industrial experiment, at most a safety production accident. It merely made a significant commotion, shaking our satellite. The analysts present exhaled in relief. The tension in the command room dissipating. So, sir, how should we classify this incident? Archive it. Robert waved his hand, returning to his chair and picking up his coffee again. Incident level low. Remarks. Suspected failure of Huagua's new industrial boiler test. Notify the Air Force Technical Department to evaluate whether our satellite's infrared sensors need replacing. Meanwhile, at the Wolfang Special Operations Brigade Command Center, the atmosphere in Commander Longhao's office was stifling. Before him sat an encrypted phone, from which the almost roaring inquiries of the head of the State Grid Dispatch Center echoed. Commander Long, I need an explanation. Just 20 minutes ago, the main power grid of Donghai City experienced a load disappearance of 0.8 seconds. Do you understand what this means? It nearly caused a citywide blackout. We have inspected all lines and cannot find the cause. Ultimately, all the abnormal data points to the military-civilian integration project you are constructing. Longhao clenched the phone, the veins on his forehead pulsing. How could he explain this? Should he say that one of his prized consultants, in testing how loud a tractor engine was, inadvertently shocked the entire city's power grid? If that were to be revealed, he would be demoted to raising pigs in logistics tomorrow. Ahem. We are still investigating the specific situation. Longhao replied vaguely. It may be that our new equipment was conducting electromagnetic shielding tests, causing a slight disturbance in the surroundings. Rest assured, we will handle it properly. After finally hanging up the phone, he slammed his fist on the table. That little rascal. He pointed at the real-time photo just sent back by Li Feng. In the photo, Suyu sat leisurely atop a box, with a massive blueprint before him. Pen in hand, scribbling away like a designer. The title on the blueprint boldly stated Pioneer I All-Terrain Tractor Assembly Diagram. Just as Longhao was about to burst with anger, a knock on the office door interrupted. Report. A communications soldier entered, bearing a strange expression as he handed over a document. The latest intelligence report indicates that there seems to be some movement from the Eagle Nation. Longhao took the document, opened it, and was taken aback. The content was simple. It was a low-class intelligence assessment summary intercepted by the Intelligence Department from within the Eagle Nation. Event. Unidentified high-energy reaction in Donghai City, Huagua. Conclusion. Suspected new type of boiler test accident. Threat level, low. Longhao glanced at the word boiler, then at the photo of Suyu's tractor blueprint. Recalling the earlier roar from the state grid, an utterly absurd feeling surged within him. He picked up the phone and dialed the private number of Zhang Yunlong from the Air Force. When the call connected, he uttered only one sentence. Old Zhang. Don't sleep, come see God. On the other end, Zhang Yunlong's voice was laced with the irritability of having just been awakened. Longhao. What the hell are you talking about? Our prize consultant, Longhao's voice bore a tone of incredulity, has just blown up his own boiler, causing such a commotion that it shook the Eagle Nation satellite. Now they are convening a meeting to study why our Huagua's boiler is so advanced. Chapter 58. The provocation of the supercar club on the other end. Longhao's phrase "come see God" completely robbed Zhang Yunlong of his remaining sleep. He hung up the phone, staring at the boiler accident assessment report sent by the Intelligence Department, and then recalling that sci-fi blue engine. An unprecedented sense of absurdity filled his mind. The world's top intelligence agencies, racking their brains, concluded that Suyu's boiler had exploded. Meanwhile, the very Suyu, who had triggered all this upheaval, sat amidst a sea of glass shards on the construction site, blissfully unaware of the turmoil outside. Before him lay a massive blueprint titled Pioneer I All-Terrain Tractor Assembly Diagram. The chassis structure strength was fine, but the transmission system required redesigning to withstand the instantaneous torque burst at 10% power of the Xuan Nü. Su Yu, holding a pencil, rapidly sketched on the blueprint, completely immersed in his world. To him, the earlier incident that had stirred the entire city was merely an unsuccessful ignition test. The energy dissipation exceeded standards. The electromagnetic shielding fell short, and he would need to readjust the initial constraint field parameters upon returning. Just then, a cacophony, discordant with the steady mechanical operations on the construction site, approached from afar. The deep-throated roar of high-displacement supercars, like several enraged beasts, recklessly bellowed along the road. The sound shattered the tranquility of the construction site, causing even the soldiers operating the crane to glance outside. Before long, 4 or 5 vividly colored, eye-catching supercars formed a convoy, halting directly at the perimeter of the construction site. At the forefront stood a fiery red Ferrari SF90, accompanied by a Lamborghini and a McLaren, each boasting an impressive value. The sentry, clad in a wolf-tooth uniform, furrowed his brow as he stepped forward, extending his arm to obstruct their path. The car door swung open, and a group of flamboyantly dressed youths descended, laughing heartily. Leading them was a young man with flaxen hair, who removed his sunglasses. Surveying the sentry and the sign reading Demonstration Point for Deep Integration of Military and Civilian Development, a playful smirk gracing his features. "Hey, buddy, what's going on? Filming a movie? Is this road closed?" The young man, Zhao Jia, was a well-known scion of wealth in Donghai City, accustomed to flaunting his affluence. The sentry remained expressionless. Reiterating the protocol, military construction zone, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching. Military zone, Zhao Jia chuckled, gesturing towards the bustling construction site. "Is that what this is? I thought we stumbled upon an alien base. All right, we won't go in, we'll just take a look from here." His gaze was drawn to the enormous metallic framework taking shape at the center of the site, particularly the 4 oversized Michelin tires towering over the surrounding concrete and steel, standing out dramatically. "Wow, what is that?" one of his companions exclaimed, pointing at the tractor's chassis. "Did you salvage that from scrap? The wheels are bigger than the vehicle itself. Artistic expression? Ha ha ha, that design is so punk. It could collapse the road if driven out." A group of them leaned against their sports cars, mockingly critiquing the construction site. The commotion soon reached Su Yu's ears. As he was calculating a crucial piece of data, the cacophony of laughter disrupted his concentration, leaving him rather displeased. He set down his pencil, wiped the grease from his hands, and made his way towards the entrance of the site. Zhao Jia and his friends were still laughing joyously when they suddenly spotted a young man emerging from within, clad in greasy work overalls, appearing no different from the ordinary workers on site. "Hey, worker," Zhao Jia called out, gesturing towards Su Yu with a casual tone. "Is that hunk of metal something your boss had you assemble? A new kind of garbage truck?" Su Yu glanced at him, and then at the luxurious cars behind him. Remaining silent, feeling disregarded, Zhao Jia approached his Ferrari, tapping the carbon fiber rim with more force. "I'm talking to you. How fast can that junk of yours go? Is it more expensive than just one of my rims?" His words elicited even more laughter from the crowd behind him. From a distance, Li Feng, an officer, clenched his fists tightly at the sight. He wanted to intervene but was restrained by discipline, his face flushed with frustration. Finally, Su Yu halted. He regarded Zhao Jia and spoke calmly. "It's not particularly fast. It mainly has a high torque, capable of hauling several tons of soil." The laughter erupted from Zhao Jia and his entourage upon hearing hauling soil, as if they had heard the funniest joke ever. "Hauling soil? It really is a tractor." Zhao Jia laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. "Today has been an eye-opener. Using airplane tires on a tractor. Has your boss lost his mind?" Amidst the scathing mockery, Su Yu maintained an impassive expression. The more unperturbed he appeared, the more Zhao Jia felt slighted. Having always been a figure of prominence in Donghai City, he had never been so looked down upon by a mechanic. Anger surged within him as he wiped the smile off his face. Stepping closer to Su Yu and locking eyes with him. "Enough talk. Let us make this interesting." He pointed to his Ferrari SF90 and then at the massive hunk of metal on the construction site. "Next weekend, on the runway of the abandoned airport in the east of the city, it will be your tractor against my SF90. If you lose, you will take a sledgehammer and smash that shabby sign of your Star C hardware store in front of everyone. If I lose," he patted his chest nonchalantly, "this car will be yours." The scene fell into an abrupt silence due to this audacious wager. Li Feng and the surrounding soldiers regarded Zhao Jia with a mixture of disbelief. Racing a top-tier Ferrari against a tractor? Everyone assumed Suyu would reject this unreasonable provocation or be intimidated by the enormous stakes. However, Suyu simply observed the scarlet Ferrari, then swept his gaze over Zhao Jie's other expensive cars. He shook his head. Zhao Jie, interpreting this as fear, sneered, "What's the matter? Are you scared? Weren't you just putting on a brave front?" "No," Suyu replied, meeting his gaze steadily. "One vehicle is insufficient." Zhao Jie was taken aback, not grasping his meaning. "What do you mean?" "Not much." Suyu pointed at Zhao Jie, then at the group of astonished wealthy youths behind him. "If I win, I don't want your car." His voice was low, yet resonated clearly among everyone present. "I want all of your cars." Suyu's declaration hung in the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, bringing all the clamor to an abrupt halt. The laughter on Zhao Jie and his friends' faces froze as they stared at Suyu's ordinary, grease-streaked face, momentarily unable to comprehend his words. Li Feng, tasked with guarding the entrance, stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. He felt his heart racing from the overwhelming pressure of the moment. "Su consultant, this is escalating beyond control." "What did you say?" Zhao Jie was the first to react, his voice rising in disbelief. "You want all our cars? Are you out of your mind?" "Yes, you." A blonde companion echoed. "Do you even know how much these cars are worth combined? They could buy you several plots of land for your shabby construction site. You, a mere tractor mechanic, have quite the audacity." Suyu disregarded their shouts, merely pointing towards Zhao Jie's Ferrari, then sequentially indicating the Lamborghini and McLaren. Finally resting his gaze on the bewildered car owners. "Let us raise the stakes. If I win, I keep the cars. If I lose, my shop and this land are yours." His tone remained as calm as if discussing the weather. This time, not only Zhao Jie but even his entourage fell silent. Though they were brash, they were not foolish. Suyu's self-assured demeanor sparked a flicker of doubt within them. Could he possibly have some hidden advantage? Yet, upon recalling the makeshift tractor made of airplane tires and scrap metal, their confidence quickly returned. "Sure, you said it." Zhao Jie's face transformed back into that of malicious delight, believing Suyu was merely bluffing in an attempt to intimidate him. He pulled out his phone, opened a live streaming app, and aimed it at Suyu's face. "Come on, everyone, take a good look. This guy wants to race his magnificent tractor against our entire supercar club. If he loses, he'll smash his pathetic shop and get out of Donghai City. If he wins, he gets our cars." Instantly, Zhao Jie's live stream attracted a multitude of viewers, with a flurry of comments flooding the screen. "Wow, Jie Gu is incredible. Is he causing trouble again? Racing against a tractor? I must be seeing things. Haha, is this the most humorous script of the year? The clash of agricultural machinery versus supercars?" Under the watchful eyes of the entire internet, this absurd wager has irrevocably taken shape. Remember, next weekend at the runway of the Eastern City Airport. Zhao Jie tucked away his phone, gestured with a middle finger at Su View, and then climbed into his Ferrari. Roaring away amidst the thunder of the engine, accompanied by his equally exhilarated friends. Li Feng hurried over to Su Yu, his face etched with concern. "Advisor Su, is this really necessary? Why engage with those people?" Su Yu shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the construction site. "I am merely seeking suitable sparring partners for my tractor." After saying this, he ignored the commotion behind him and turned back to the nascent Pioneer I tractor. Li Feng watched Su Yu's retreating figure, opened his mouth, but ultimately could only exhale a long sigh. He then picked up the communicator and reported this absurd incident, one that could easily headline social news, to his superiors with a tone bordering on despair. Upon returning to the site, Suyu did not immediately resume his work. He circled the tractor, finally stopping at its rear. There, on the massive chassis, a large circular interface awaited connection to the tail of the Xuan Nü engine. As per the design, however, the vector nozzle, composed of countless hexagonal scales, was simply too conspicuous. Exposed to the world, it could easily be mistaken for an alien spacecraft even before competing. It required a modesty cover. Suyu's eyes scanned a pile of scrap retrieved from the ironworks. He approached, rummaging through a collection of rusty steel plates, and finally unearthed a uniquely shaped, entirely black metal sheet. The plate was small, irregularly triangular, its surface adorned with a peculiar honeycomb structure. It felt cold and smooth to the touch, made of an indeterminate material that was neither metal nor iron, yet remarkably sturdy. This was a remnant of a vertical tail fin from a decommissioned experimental stealth fighter, deemed too advanced even by the military. "This will do." Suyu hefted the piece of scrap higher than himself and approached the plasma cutter. Without blueprints or measurements, he relied on the vision in his mind and started the machine. A blinding arc ignited, the high-temperature plasma stream gliding across the black metal sheet. Astonishingly, the plasma, capable of slicing through half a meter of steel, left only a faint, glowing scratch on the black plate. Furrowing his brow, Su Yu seemed taken aback by the material's resilience. He moved to the control panel and cranked the power to maximum. This time, the sound of the cutter intensified, filling the air with the acrid scent of burnt metal. Under the astonished gaze of Li Feng and the soldiers behind him, Su Yu operated the ferocious plasma stream with the precision of a master surgeon, meticulously cutting and shaping the seemingly indestructible material. Half an hour later, an exaggerated, sci-fi-inspired tail fin emerged before everyone. Retaining the original black finish, its form was even more radical, with blade-like wing surfaces extending from either side, and a hollow, complex structure at its center capable of opening and closing. All right, let's go live and show them our progress. Su Yu clapped his hands, signaling the nearby soldiers to initiate the broadcast. The once quiet live stream of the Shanghai hardware store flickered back to life, and millions of eager viewers surged in. Where's the host? Didn't he say he was going to fight? Why is he back to welding a tractor? Laughter erupted. Is the host chickening out? It's not too late to play dead. Look, what's that behind him? New parts? In front of the camera, Su Yu remained silent, directing a small crane to hoist the freshly crafted, violently aesthetic black tail fin, and then accurately affixed it to the rear of the tractor. The moment the tail fin connected with the vehicle, its appearance transformed entirely. If it had previously been merely a luxurious, exaggerated tractor, it now resembled a mechanical beast from the depths of hell, unfurling its menacing wings. Su Yu stepped forward, patting the fin wider than himself, and earnestly explained to the camera, since we're racing, speed must not be compromised. To enhance downforce and stability at high speeds, I've equipped it with an aerodynamic kit. The live stream fell into a silence that lasted 3 full seconds before erupting into the most intense wave of ridicule since the broadcast began. Puffed, an aerodynamic kit? For a tractor? I'm going to die laughing in the restroom. This is the most punk modification I've ever seen. No contest. It's the hellion of tractors. Host, just saying. Is there a chance that the tractor doesn't even need this? Ghost Fire Tractor. Brothers, type those 5 words on the screen. This name suits it perfectly. The entire internet was ablaze with the newly minted nickname, Ghost Fire Tractor. Everyone treated it as a grand joke, a spectacle for attention. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in a secret meeting room of the Air Force's technical department, hundreds of miles away, Zhang Yunlong and a cadre of gray-haired aerodynamic experts were intently scrutinizing the tail fin ridiculed online. An elderly expert, nearly bald, suddenly leapt to his feet, as if electrified. He pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. A mix of fervor and fear etched across his face. No, Chief. Look at the curvature of that wing and the hollow structure. The old expert rushed to the screen, indicating the complex device at the tail fin's center, shouting almost hoarsely. That is not a downforce-enhancing tail fin. That is a vector nozzle's flow guide. He has integrated the core technology of a fighter jet engine into a tractor. Chapter 60, the military's emergency meeting. That is not a downforce-enhancing tail fin. That is a vector nozzle's flow guide. He has integrated the core technology of a fighter jet engine into a tractor. In the Air Force's top-secret meeting room, codenamed Sky Eye, the old expert's shout echoed. The massive electronic sand table froze on the last frame of Su Yu's live stream, showcasing the steel behemoth mockingly dubbed the Ghost Fire Tractor. With the menacing black kit at its rear magnified many times over, every detail crystal clear. Joe, are you certain? The Air Force's Deputy Commander Zhang Yunlong pressed his hand on the table, his knuckles protruding slightly from the force. The teacup before him still bore the warmth from the previous meeting. I stake my 50-year career on it. The elderly expert, flushed with excitement, pointed at the intricate structure on the screen, speaking so rapidly it was akin to gunfire. Chief, look, that opening and closing structure, the angle of the internal deflector. This is precisely the three-dimensional vector thrust deflection technology we dare to use only in our next-generation Cobra hypersonic engine. No, it's even more radical and perfected than our design. The meeting room fell into a deathly silence. Present were several core military leaders from the Air Force, along with Long Hao, the commander of the Army's Wolf-Tooth Brigade, and Liu Jianhua, the technical chief of the Navy's equipment department. They sat at the long table, each bearing varied expressions. Long Hao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. His men were still outside guarding Su Yu, while this young man, in full view of the world, had managed to incorporate something groundbreaking into a tractor. Liu Jianhua wore an expression of utter disbelief. He was still grappling with how to utilize the laundry pole, which surpassed the strength of an aircraft carrier's arrestor wire, when suddenly, they produced an engine that the Air Force had only theorized about. This was absurd. Zhang Yunlong could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his fist on the table, causing the teacup to leap. Such a crucial national asset. How could it be repurposed for a tractor? And now there was a live broadcast. As if to ensure that the Eagle saw satellites could see it clearly, he abruptly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Long Hao. Long Hao. Is this what you call protection? Is this how your army safeguards the nation's top secrets? Why are you yelling at me? Long Hao shot back, rising to his feet. Unwavering. The person was discovered on your territory by your people. Now your people are begging him for assistance. You can't control him, and you blame me? Enough of this bickering. Lu Jinhua interjected, attempting to mediate. This is not the time to assign blame. We all understand Comrade Su Yu's character. He must have his reasons for acting this way. Our immediate priority is to implement a technical lockdown and minimize the repercussions. Just as the three were embroiled in heated argument, the heavy alloy door of the conference room was silently pushed open. An elderly man, clad in a Zhongshan suit and sporting graying hair, yet exuding vitality, entered amidst a throng of guards. Upon seeing him, the previously tense Zhang Yunlong and Long Hao instantly fell silent, standing at attention as if someone had pressed the pause button. Director Li, they exclaimed in unison, their demeanor respectful. Director Li, one of the highest authorities within the military-industrial complex, was a significant figure capable of determining the direction of national strategic weapons. He gestured for everyone to sit down, his gaze fixed on the electronic sand table displaying the infernal tractor. I just returned from the Northwestern base and heard that you convened an emergency meeting of the land, sea, and air forces over a young man, he remarked. His voice steady, betraying no hint of emotion. Is it really about this tractor? Report, Director. A secretary quickly stepped forward, handing over a freshly printed intelligence briefing still warm to the touch. This is the latest situation that has just unfolded. The briefing prominently featured a screenshot of Zhao Jiao live streaming at the construction site, along with the sensational tractor versus supercar bet that had captured the entire internet's attention. Absurd. This is sheer lawlessness. Zhang Yunlong seethed, trembling with anger as he read the report. You want to take the Xuan Nü engine onto the racetrack to drag race with a bunch of delinquents? This is a mockery of national security. We must stop this immediately. Long Hao is equally anxious. I will send someone right now to bring him back from the construction site. We need to enforce protective measures. The atmosphere in the conference room had reached a fever pitch. Everyone expected Director Li to erupt with fury upon reading the report and issue the most severe orders. However, he quietly read through the entire document, then lifted his head, his expression revealing not anger but a hint of inscrutable contemplation. Stop him, he slowly replied, countering with a question. Why should we intervene? Everyone present was taken aback. Zhang Yunlong found himself momentarily speechless. Director Li stood up and approached the massive electronic sand table. We have longed to understand the full power output data of the Xuan Nü engine, yet we have refrained from testing it, fearing unnecessary trouble due to excessive noise. He pointed to the intelligence assessment regarding the boiler explosion from the Eagle sauce. Last time, merely 1% of its power caused a blackout across the entire Donghai City power grid, and the Eagle sauce satellites caught wind of it. We barely managed to cover it up with a ridiculous excuse of a boiler accident. His gaze swept over everyone present. Now, we have such an opportunity. A perfect, reasonable stage for the Xuan Nü engine to unleash its energy before the public eye. A grassroots event that has garnered widespread attention. A tractor race that everyone is laughing about. You claim this is madness? Director Li turned around to look at the astonished crowd. No, to me, this is the best cover, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Long Hao, Zhang Yunlong, and Lu Jinhua felt as if struck by lightning, their minds blank. They saw only risk and folly. While this higher-ranking leader perceived an unparalleled chance for a top-secret operational test amidst the absurdity of the spectacle. Director, are you suggesting that? Zhang Yunlong's voice faltered. My meaning is quite simple, Director Li replied, a strategic gleam lighting up his eyes. We will not only refrain from obstructing this race, but we shall also provide our utmost cooperation. He began issuing orders, each one causing a ripple of shock among those present. Order. The Eastern Theater Air Traffic Control Center. On the day of the race, we'll block all low-altitude airspace within 100 kilometers of the venue under the pretext of military exercises. Any unauthorized aircraft will be shot down. Order. The General Staff Department 3 will mobilize 3 Eye of Heaven reconnaissance satellites and 2 high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to conduct comprehensive, real-time data monitoring of the venue. Order. The General Equipment Department shall immediately transport the latest generation of Lightning telemetry systems to Donghai City. We must record every millisecond of data changes once the Xuan Nü engine starts. Order. Notify local departments in Donghai City that on the day of the race, under the guise of a counter-terrorism drill, all unrelated personnel within 5 kilometers of the racetrack must be evacuated. Each command detonated like a bombshell in the conference room. Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong exchanged glances, each reflecting their profound shock. This was not mere cooperation for a race. It was clearly preparation for a small-scale modern war. Once all orders were issued, Director Li returned to his seat and picked up the now-cold cup of tea. He gazed at the screen displaying the young man, who was already directing workers to install massive tires on the tractor, and suddenly asked, "By the way, does our precious consultant know what kind of competition he is entering?" Long Hao swallowed hard, struggling to respond. "Report, Director, he may genuinely just want to win a few supercars." This statement hung in the air of the conference room. Director Li said nothing further, merely taking a sip from his now-cold tea. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai hardware store construction site, Su Yu remained oblivious to the emergency meeting convened by the military high command, unaware that his tractor had been classified by Eagle Sauce satellites as a new type of industrial boiler test incident. All he knew was that the time for the supercar club race was drawing near. The vehicle, known as the Pioneer Type 1 all-terrain tractor, was beginning to take shape. It was no longer merely a chassis frame, but had been enveloped in layers of armor, its streamlined body radiating a brutal aesthetic of future industry. Although Su Yu had painted it in a nondescript olive green anti-corrosion paint, as per agricultural machinery standards, its lines and angles conveyed no sense of clumsiness. It stood quietly, resembling a dormant steel behemoth rather than a farming implement. The massive wheels gripped the ground firmly, and the exaggerated aerodynamic kit at the rear was strikingly conspicuous. Su Yu circled the behemoth, having designed a sophisticated air duct to conceal the vector nozzles perfectly, maximizing the concealment of the Xuan Nü engine's true capabilities. From the outside, it indeed appeared more like an agricultural vehicle, albeit with exaggerated dimensions, sharper lines, and a deeper green hue. "Su consultant, is it finished?" Li Feng, the aide, approached. In recent days, he observed Su Yu diligently at work, watching as those titanium alloy plates, comparable to the decks of aircraft carriers, were meticulously assembled into the shell of a tractor. He also noted the installation of aerospace-grade thermal insulation tiles on the exhaust pipe and the fitting of transport aircraft tires. Towering above him, each day, his worldview was being reshaped. Su Yu nodded affirmatively, stating that the basic structure was sound and today they would test the control system. He gestured towards a pile of concrete blocks nearby, instructing, "Li, please arrange for those blocks to be scattered randomly across the open space ahead, creating an obstacle course. It must be completely haphazard, without any discernible pattern." Li Feng, somewhat perplexed, complied without question. Soon, a seemingly chaotic obstacle course, composed of dozens of heavy concrete blocks, materialized in the central area of the workshop. Uncle Wang Zhangwo had appeared at some point, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing the green-painted tractor with a furrowed brow. "Xiao Yu, this tractor looks less and less like a tractor every time I see it. I fear that it might veer into the neighboring village just by making a turn." Su Yu patted the tractor's body, its dark green paint glistening with a cold sheen in the sunlight. "Just you wait, uncle. Despite its size, this machine is incredibly agile." He opened an inconspicuous hatch on the side of the vehicle, revealing not a driving cockpit, but a futuristic control console. Several holographic screens flickered with soft lights, displaying an array of data streams and sensor arrays. "Li, I need to connect the factory's power system to this console. Also, ensure that the backup power is connected for stability," he instructed. Li Feng hastily made arrangements, though he wondered why such a sophisticated control console and stable power supply were necessary for a tractor test. "Uncle, do hold on tight," Su Yu said without elaborating further. He inserted a tablet into the control console's interface. Instantly, a three-dimensional model of the course appeared on the screen, along with the tractor's real-time location. Astonishingly, the randomly placed concrete blocks were also clearly marked, as if viewed through a transparent layer. "This is called autonomous driving, distinctly different from your old Dongfang Hong," Su Yu explained while tapping on the tablet. Li Feng, standing closely behind, leaned in to see an option that read, "Fire Control Radar Mode, Obstacle Avoidance." In an instant, comprehension dawned on Li Feng. Fire Control Radar. This was no ordinary tractor. It was clearly the chassis of a heavy combat vehicle. He recalled that Su Yu had previously supplied stealth coatings to the Air Force. Had he also integrated radar technology into this tractor? "All right," Su Yu said, tapping the tablet to commence the test. A low hum, rather than the anticipated roar, emanated from the tractor as its tires began to rotate slowly, gliding forward smoothly. The air in the workshop seemed to thicken, all eyes fixated on the imposing green machine. It accelerated, gaining speed. As it approached the first concrete block, everyone instinctively tensed. Yet, just 2 meters away, the tractor's vector nozzles subtly adjusted direction. The vehicle, like a nimble specter, executed a near-zero radius lateral maneuver, flawlessly avoiding the obstacle. Then, like a green lightning bolt, it weaved through the dense array of obstacles. Each turn was executed with precision, each evasion fluid and seamless. Despite its massive frame, it exhibited an agility and responsiveness that defied its size. There were no halts, no collisions, not even a hint of extraneous motion. Every trajectory appeared meticulously measured. Wang Jiangwo gaped, dropping the scallion he was holding. In his lifetime, he had never seen a tractor that could evade obstacles. Even maintaining a straight path required a seasoned driver's skill. What lay before him was no longer a mere tractor. It was a beast. Li Feng and the soldiers were equally astounded, witnessing firsthand how this tractor integrated fire control radar-level detection with a vector propulsion system, transforming its enormous body into a precise mobile machine. This was beyond autonomous driving. It was as if battlefield agility had been transplanted into an agricultural vehicle. Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong, through covertly installed surveillance equipment, observed everything unfolding in the workshop. As they witnessed the Pioneer I maneuver effortlessly among the obstacles, even executing high-speed lateral movements, they fell into profound silence. Old Zhou, do you think this can be likened to a boiler burning coal? Zhang Yunlong's tone was complex. Expert Zhou's mouth felt dry. This is simply employing our Air Force's proud fire control system as a reverse radar. In the workshop, Su Yu's tablet displayed a green trajectory that flawlessly navigated around all the red obstacles, finally coming to a halt at the starting point. The entire process was devoid of the jarring sound of tire friction or the roar of an engine. It arrived quietly and departed just as silently, akin to a ghostly machine. What do you think, Uncle? Su Yu put away the tablet, addressing Wang Jiangwo. Now, it won't veer into the neighboring village when it turns, will it? Wang Jiangwo stared blankly at the green tractor, then at Su Yu, struggling to articulate his thoughts, finally managing to croak out. Xiao Yu, are you sure this is meant for plowing? He swallowed hard, gesturing towards the distant supercar club where luxury vehicles were parked, taking this to a race. Isn't that a bit unfair? Chapter 62. The roar on the track. Su Yu chuckled, patting the Pioneer Eye's green armored exterior. Rest assured, Uncle, this machine is indeed designed for our farming needs. As for fairness, that depends on who can plow faster, wouldn't you agree? Wang Jiangwo, scratching his head in confusion, turned his gaze back to the massive tractor, seemingly still pondering how it would till the fields. Meanwhile, Su Yu had already turned to head towards the nearby abandoned airport runway. It was Saturday, and the deserted airport in the eastern part of the city was already teeming with spectators. Word had spread that affluent youths were set to race supercars against a tractor, drawing countless onlookers eager for the spectacle. Crowds filled the makeshift barriers along the runway, smartphones raised high, capturing every moment. Among the throngs of curious citizens were also several military personnel, disguised as ordinary spectators, their eyes occasionally darting towards the end of the runway where a mobile monitoring station camouflaged as a regular van was stationed. At the starting line, a vibrant red Ferrari SF90, a bright yellow Lamborghini Aventador, and a silver McLaren P1 lined up in a row, their hoods gleaming under the sun. The young men from the supercar club, clad in racing suits, gathered around Zhao Jia, laughing and chatting, faces alight with excitement over the impending victory and disdain for Su Yu. Brother Jia, I think that kid is completely dazed. At this point, why hasn't his shabby tractor shown up yet? A young man with dyed red hair asked maliciously. Zhao Jia leisurely took a sip of water, wearing an expression of assured victory. What's the rush? He said he would come. Let him enjoy the sunshine of Donghai City a little longer. After all, once the race is over, this place won't have any room for him. No sooner had he spoken than, from the opposite end of the runway, a colossal figure painted in green anti-rust paint, escorted by 2 military trucks, slowly approached. Its exaggerated dimensions and the mismatched aerodynamic kits on its body instantly ignited laughter among the crowd. Look, the ghost tractor has arrived. Just this thing? Did he really think he could compete with supercars? Is this wheel inflatable? What if it falls apart midway? Su Yu stepped down from the tractor's cabin. Clad in ordinary work attire, his face smeared with grease, starkly contrasting with the glamorous race car drivers around him. He approached the Pioneer Eye, patting the wheel, broader than his own body, as if to affirm its integrity. Zhao Jia, from a distance of several dozen meters, shouted mockingly, "Hey mechanic, why isn't your tractor coming over? Afraid it'll break down on the way." Without acknowledging him, Su Yu exchanged a few words with his aide, Li Feng. Li Feng nodded and arranged for several soldiers to guide the supercars from the club to the designated parking area. Advisor Su, their cars are in place. He reported quietly as he approached Su Yu. Su Yu nodded, taking his seat in the Pioneer-Eye's driver-S position, pressing a button at his fingertips. As he did so, the massive tractor gradually started, gliding silently to the starting line, parallel to several supercars. Its arrival was akin to a colossal magnet, drawing the gaze of all present. What is going on? Why is it making no noise? Has it not started? Or does it lack an engine altogether? Is it electric? Given its size, how enormous must its battery be to power it? Questions rippled through the crowd. Zhao Jia's mocking grin widened. He approached the Ferrari SF90, opened the door, and settled into the cockpit. With a thunderous roar, the V12 engine ignited, its growl echoing across the track with formidable power. Following suit, the Lamborghini and McLaren roared to life, a cacophony of engine sounds erupting, the heat from their exhausts distorting the air. The entire starting area was engulfed in a tempest of engine roars. In stark contrast, the Pioneer-Eye tractor remained eerily silent, its massive frame standing still, devoid of sound or vibration. Its presence was akin to a vast black hole, absorbing all attention, or a sculpture frozen in time, discordant with the surrounding clamor. "Hey, mechanic, why isn't your tractor starting?" Zhao Jia hollered, rolling down his window, his tone dripping with provocation. "Is it dead? Should I fetch a wrench for you?" In the live stream, the comments section was in a frenzy. "Haha, is the host tractor out of power? This is hilarious. It wasn't pushed here, was it? I think the host has given up. If it won't start, what is the point of the competition?" Li Feng stood at a distance, also puzzled. He understood the silent operation of the Xuan Nü engine, but this was a bit excessive, wasn't he? Seated in the cockpit, Suyu glanced through the transparent window at Zhao Jia's contorted face. He pressed a button, and the window slowly lowered, creating a narrow gap. "Your engines are too loud." Suyu's voice, amplified through a small speaker, clearly reached Zhao Jia's ears. "It's disturbing my plowing. Moreover, the noise pollution harms the environment." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jia's face turned crimson. He slammed the steering wheel and shouted at the nearby racers. "What is he pretending for? I want to see how that piece of junk can compete with me." He pressed the accelerator hard, and the Ferrari SF90's engine emitted an even more ferocious roar, the car trembling slightly. The other supercars followed suit, unleashing a deafening cacophony, ready to launch at any moment. The referee raised the starting flag, and the atmosphere turned electric. All eyes focused on the flag and the vehicles at the starting line. 3, 2, 1. The flag was waved down with vigor. Boom. Accompanied by the deafening engine roars and the piercing screams of tires scraping the ground, several supercars shot forth like arrows released from a bow, trailing a plume of white smoke. They pushed their speed to the limit from the get-go, racing straight towards the finish line. Chapter 63. Without even seeing their taillights. How can you compare yourself to me? At the moment the flag was lowered, the track seemed to ignite. The Ferrari, Lamborghini, and McLaren, powerful beasts embodying the pinnacle of internal combustion technology, unleashed their torque simultaneously. Tires screeched against the asphalt, releasing scorching white smoke, akin to cannonballs fired from a cannon, propelling them forward. The air was alive with the roar of engines, the cheers of the audience nearly capable of lifting the entire airport into the sky. In the livestream, the comments transformed into a jubilant sea. "It's begun. Brother Jia is incredible. This start already won half the battle. Haha, look at that green metal lump. It hasn't budged an inch. I'm dying of laughter. Where's the host? Is he asleep? Or does his tractor need a manual crank to start?" The race was over. I declare, the Shanghai hardware store is officially closed today. All eyes were fixed on the speeding supercars, no one paying any heed to the dark green Pioneer-Eye at the starting line. In the eyes of the crowd, it had lost. Completely. It had become a joke. Zhao Jia, in the Ferrari SF90 cockpit, savored the powerful thrust against his back, listening to the V12's growl behind him, a grin stretching from ear to ear. He even had the leisure to glance at the rearview mirror. There, the foolish tractor remained stationary, like a forgotten tombstone. "It's over," he thought smugly, preparing to shift into second gear and leave this farce behind. Just at that moment, within the Pioneer-Eye's cockpit, Suyu's expression remained impassive. He didn't even glance at the cars that had surged ahead by several meters. He merely extended a finger and lightly tapped an inconspicuous virtual button marked Proceed on the holographic control panel before him. A faint hum, almost imperceptible, resonated. The next moment, Zhao Jia's pupils constricted sharply. A massive, dark green shadow flashed past his car window without warning. It was neither an optical illusion nor a figment of imagination. It was a tangible whirlwind, swirling with dust and gravel, slamming against his vehicle with a series of crackling sounds. The entire Ferrari even shifted abruptly due to the sudden gust. "What was that?" Zhao Jia exclaimed instinctively, yanking the steering wheel to stabilize the car. His companion in the Lamborghini was equally startled. He barely caught a glimpse of a green flash before his car's alarm system blared, indicating an unidentified object had whizzed past at high speed. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second. Spectators at the edge of the track barely registered what had occurred. They only heard a muffled thud, as if the air had shattered. Bang! The sound was not loud, yet it was heavy enough to make everyone's heart skip a beat. Immediately after, where the Pioneer I tractor had been positioned, a visible distortion of white vapor surged from the ground, blooming like a cloud upon the earth. And that tractor, it vanished. Just like that. It disappeared completely from everyone's view. Where did the car go? A nearby spectator rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. Didn't something just pass by? I think I saw a flash of green lightning. The scene fell into silence before erupting into chaos and uproar. 5 kilometers away from the arena, within a mobile command center disguised as a van, the atmosphere had frozen to a chilling point. On the massive screen, the green dot representing the Pioneer I, at the instant the signal to commence was given, violated the laws of physics by leaping directly from the starting point to the finish line. The intermediate movement was so swift that even military-grade ultra-high-speed cameras could only capture a series of blurred afterimages. Data. I demand data. Zhang Yunlong suddenly rose, shouting at a group of technicians frozen in shock. Report, sir. An elderly expert with glasses, fixated on a row of glaring red data streams, spoke with a voice as dry as sandpaper. The initial acceleration exceeded 8 gs, even under the dual constraints of ground friction and air resistance. The old expert lifted his gaze, his face reflecting a collapse of belief. If it were airborne, with no obstructions, I dare not imagine. Long Hao sat in silence, not uttering a word. He merely picked up a special cigarette from the table, lit it, and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, he exhaled a few words. Is he calling that a tractor? At the end of a disused airport runway, Suyu was oblivious to the significance of the throttle he had just pressed. He smoothly brought the Pioneer I to a halt behind the finish line and opened the cabin door. He retrieved a small stool, a thermos, and a bag of sunflower seeds from the vehicle. Sitting beside the finish line, he twisted open the thermos lid and poured himself a steaming cup of goji berry tea, leisurely cracking open sunflower seeds. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze swept by. Moments later, a roar of an engine drew near. Zhao Jie, driving his Ferrari, was the first to cross the finish line. His mind was still a whirlwind, utterly perplexed by the events that had just transpired. All he knew was that he had exerted every ounce of effort to drive the car at its maximum speed. As he coasted to a stop after gliding over 100 meters with the momentum of victory, he witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory forever. The mechanic, whom he had deemed a certain loser, was leisurely seated on a small stool. At his feet lay a stainless steel thermos, steam still rising from its opening. Zhao Jie's throat felt constricted, unable to utter a single word. Behind him, the Lamborghini and McLaren arrived in succession, their drivers equally stunned by this absurd spectacle. Each rendered speechless. Suyu finished the last sunflower seed shell, brushed off his hands, and looked up at the pale-faced Zhao Jie, wearing a pure and innocent expression. He pointed to the empty runway behind him, and then gestured towards the direction from which Zhao Jie had come, asking with genuine concern. Why did it take you so long? Was there a traffic jam? Chapter 64, trending nationwide. The Ghost Fire Tractor obliterates the Supercar Club. Suyu's voice, though not loud, struck Zhao Jie and the group of wealthy heirs like a heavy hammer on their eardrums. A traffic jam? On this vast, sealed-off airport runway? Zhao Jie glanced at the pile of sunflower seed shells by Suyu's feet, then at the steaming thermos in his hands. A mix of absurdity, humiliation, and extreme fear surged from his soles to the crown of his head. He had lost. Lost inexplicably, without reason, without even having seen the other car's taillights. No, the other party didn't even have taillights. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhao Jie's voice turned hoarse as he pointed at the dark green tractor parked quietly at the finish line. You cheated. That's not even a car. How did you get here? Several of his friends exited their vehicles, their faces ashen, staring at Suyu as if he were a devil. Suyu stood up, dusted off his pants, and leisurely walked up to Zhao Jie. He did not respond to Zhao Jie's questions, but simply extended his hand. Car keys. Or should I find someone to help you drive them back? This statement shattered the last vestige of Zhao Jie's psychological defenses. He wanted to explode in anger, to deny accountability, to shout. Yet, when his gaze met Suyu's calm and untroubled eyes, all his fierce words lodged in his throat. He was afraid. A profound, indescribable terror gripped him from within. Around them, chaos had erupted. The onlookers, who had been poised to cheer, now surged towards the barrier like a frenzy. raising their phones high, capturing this truly supernatural scene. What just happened? Did I just see that correctly? A green light. I saw a green light flash by. And then the tractor reached the finish line. Is this really a tractor? Or is it a UFO? The Shanghai hardware store confirmed alien technology. Meanwhile, online, this live broadcast had shattered all traffic records across platforms. Less than a minute after the competition ended, dozens of edited short videos spread like wildfire across major social media. Shocking. The fastest tractor in history completed a 3-kilometer course in 0.1 seconds. Ferrari owner left dumbfounded. Mysterious hardware store owner performs speed and passion on a farm machine. Is it science or metaphysics? Uncovering the mystery of the Ghost Fire Tractor's teleportation. The Ghost Fire Tractor annihilates the supercar club. Who exactly is the owner of the Shanghai hardware store? 3 topics surged to the top of the trending list within 10 minutes, sweeping across the internet with unstoppable force. Zhao Jia, willing to bet means willing to lose. Su Yu's voice echoed again, cutting through the chaos. Zhao Jia froze, glancing at the lineup of supercars worth over $500 million behind him. Then at the young man in work attire before him, his face draining of color, under the gaze of millions watching the live stream. He had no room to evade responsibility. Trembling, he retrieved the Ferrari key emblazoned with the prancing horse logo from his pocket. Clatter. The key fell to the ground. His companions behind him, like soulless husks, pale-faced, handed over their own car keys. Su Yu bent down, collected the keys from the ground, and weighed them in his hand, producing a crisp metallic clink. Thank you. He turned and waved to Li Feng, the advisor, not far away. Li, please arrange for a few people to drive these cars back to the site. Find a safe spot to park them. They may be useful later on. Li Feng's lips curled slightly as he regarded the top-tier supercars, capable of buying a lifetime's worth of his salary, then glanced at Su Yu's casual demeanor, as if dealing with a few shared bicycles. Ultimately, he could only salute. Yes, Consultant Su. At the mobile command center in Donghai City. Zhang Yunlong and Long Hao observed the screen, showing elite soldiers from the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade clumsily attempting to figure out how to start the Ferrari and Lamborghini. Both men wore expressions of disbelief. Did he really take the cars? Zhang Yunlong's tone carried an air of unreality. What else could it be? Long Hao exhaled a puff of smoke. Do you think he went through all this trouble just to test our engine performance? Zhang Yunlong fell silent. He watched the screen, where the young man had resumed his seat on the small stool, sipping his second cup of goji berry tea, feeling as if his worldview had been shaken to its core. Report. A technician suddenly stood, urgency lacing his voice. Sir, we can't control the public opinion online. The theories of alien technology and military secret weapons are escalating. If we don't intervene soon, it could incite unnecessary panic. The higher-ups have called, demanding a reasonable explanation immediately. Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong exchanged glances, both recognizing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Yes, an explanation. But how does one explain this? Is it said that this tractor accidentally ran too fast? At that moment, they saw Su Yu on the screen, putting down his thermos and taking out his phone to open that familiar live streaming application. What was he about to do? Clearing his throat, Su Yu faced the camera of the now-lit live stream with a warm smile. Hello everyone. I am Su Yu, the owner of Shanghai hardware store. Instantly, the live chat was inundated with a flurry of messages. Finally, the host is here. Quickly confess. What kind of black technology is that tractor of yours? I've sent you 10 carnival gifts. Just tell me, what was that green light effect earlier? Stop pretending, reveal your cards. Are you part of a national secret project team? Is it too late for me to take the civil service exam? Su Yu looked at the scrolling messages and waved his hand with a smile. Everyone, please remain calm and do not make wild guesses. We must trust in science. He stood up and approached the dark green Pioneer I, patting its hefty tires. Many people ask why a tractor can run faster than a sports car. The principle is quite simple. He paused, adopting the serious tone of a science program host, and continued. Firstly, we must discard traditional notions. Who says a tractor must be powered by a diesel engine? Mine is an all-electric, high-power, multifunctional agricultural vehicle. Electric? The live chat was flooded with question marks. Yes, electric, Su Yu replied earnestly. Why do sports cars accelerate quickly? Because the torque release of an internal combustion engine requires a process. However, an electric motor is different. Its characteristic is that it can unleash 100 peak torque at the moment of startup. My Pioneer I is equipped with a set of our hardware store's self-developed, ultra-high-powered direct-drive hub motors, along with a relatively large battery pack to meet the demands of working in various complex terrains, such as swamps and mountains. Therefore, what you witnessed earlier was not teleportation or a special effect. It was simply due to the immense torque of the motor at the moment of acceleration. The tires generated substantial traction with the ground, propelling it forward. Suyu spread his hands innocently. In simple terms, it's just powerful. With great power, it runs a bit faster, which aligns perfectly with the laws of physics. We must trust in science and not indulge in futile superstitions. This reasoned and logically sound scientific explanation left the entire live stream in a prolonged silence of several seconds. Subsequently, the chat erupted. Wow, this actually sounds somewhat reasonable. Is this the ultimate form of electric technology? Now I understand. Trust in science. The host is amazing. Have we surpassed the world in agricultural machinery technology? Come on, naysayers. The host has explained it. It's just that the motor is impressive. If you don't understand physics, stop shouting. In the mobile command center, Zhang Yunlong and a group of elderly experts listened to Suyu's serious nonsense, mouths agape for a long time. An old professor responsible for engine research adjusted his glasses and murmured in a dreamy tone. Did he just refer to the Xuan Nü engine as an ultra-high-powered direct-drive hub motor? Zhang Yunlong felt as if a surge of blood was trapped in his chest, nearly causing him to spew it out. I just want to know one thing. He pointed at the screen, his voice wavering. Which company's battery in the world can launch such a metal lump to achieve 8G of acceleration? No one could answer him. Suyu's livestream, in an extraordinarily magical manner, quelled most of the public opinion. The novel and reasonable concept of electric agricultural machinery was accepted by the overwhelming majority. The fervor of the event shifted from supernatural mysticism to pride in domestic black technology. Watching the narrative successfully diverted by his efforts, Suyu nodded with satisfaction, preparing to end the stream. Just then, his phone in his pocket chimed. It was a new email. He casually opened it. The sender's address was a string of German characters ending in "da." The content of the email was quite simple, written in a tone that was polite yet inherently arrogant. Dear Mr. Suyu, greetings. We are the German Cone Group, a global leader in agricultural machinery manufacturing. We are highly interested in the Pioneer I electric agricultural vehicle you showcased in your live stream, as well as its claimed ultra-high torque technology, to promote the exchange and development of global agricultural machinery technology. We sincerely invite you to bring your product to the International Agricultural Machinery Expo next month in Hanover, where you can publicly demonstrate and validate your technical data to colleagues from around the world. Are you daring enough to come? Chapter 65. Attention from an international agricultural machinery giant. Everyone must trust in science and refrain from indulging in futile superstitions. Suyu earnestly addressed the camera, completing his nearly perfect scientific explanation. The atmosphere in the live stream had completely reversed. I learned something. Turns out we didn't understand physics. Host, I apologize. Indeed. The motor can instantly unleash maximum torque. This is very scientific. Our country's agricultural machinery technology is the best in the world. Who disagrees? Public opinion shifted from fear of extraterrestrial technology to a fervent embrace of domestic black technology. Suyu's fan count experienced another explosive surge. In the mobile command center, Zhang Yunlong watched the bewildered comments on the screen, then glanced at Suyu's seemingly harmless face. Feeling his blood pressure rising uncontrollably, he refers to the energy output of the Xuan Nü engine as the motor's torque. An elderly expert clutched his heart, feeling decades of scientific faith being ground beneath his feet. Long Hao extinguished his cigarette and issued a command through the communicator. The public opinion guidance team should align with Advisor Su's scientific explanation. The external communication should uniformly state that our country has achieved significant breakthroughs in the field of new energy high-power motors, successfully applied to special agricultural machinery. He paused, adding in a tone that he himself found absurd. Yes. Let us call it special agricultural machinery. Just as Suyu was preparing to end the stream to deal with those several valuable spoils, his phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. It was a new email. The sender's address ended in "da" from Germany. Suyu casually opened it. The email was written in English, with a formal structure and polite wording. Yet it conveyed an unmistakable air of condescension. Dear Mr. Suyu, greetings. We are the German Cone Group, a global leader in agricultural machinery manufacturing. Throughout a century of development, we have consistently dedicated ourselves to providing the most reliable solutions for global agriculture through the most rigorous engineering. The opening was a self-promotion, a classic display of German superiority. Suyu continued reading. We have been following your live stream showcasing the Pioneer I electric agricultural vehicle through online channels. We appreciate your bold exploration in the field of new energy agricultural machinery. However, we hold the utmost skepticism regarding the performance data you have claimed. According to the physical models in our laboratory, The instantaneous acceleration you demonstrated far exceeds the limits achievable by existing civilian motors and battery technology. Oh, quite professional. Su Yu muttered softly to himself. Such exaggerated and irresponsible promotion has seriously misled the healthy development of the global agricultural machinery market and the correct understanding of technology among consumers. Particularly in your country's market, some irrational voices have begun to emerge blindly following trends. In order to foster healthy exchanges of global agricultural machinery technology and clarify the facts, we sincerely invite you to bring your Pioneer Eye product to the International Agricultural Machinery Exhibition to be held next month in Hanover. At that time, we will provide the world's most advanced third-party testing equipment to publicly, transparently, and comprehensively verify the performance of your product before the global media and peers. We await your authentic data to respond to the world's inquiries. Do you dare to come? After reading the entire email, Su Yu's expression remained unchanged as he quietly put away his phone. He then raised his head to look at the live broadcast camera, which had become lively again due to his prolonged silence. Why has the host stopped speaking? Is he pondering where to celebrate tonight? What about those sports cars? A lottery? Perhaps? What will the host create next? Maybe a handcrafted aircraft carrier? Clearing his throat, Su Yu interrupted the barrage of comments. Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. His voice immediately calmed the live stream. I just received an email from Germany, he said, shaking his phone. A company called Cohen Group, reputedly involved in tractors for over a century, claims to be quite impressive. His tone was flat, as if discussing neighborhood gossip. They watched my live stream and accused my Pioneer Eye of being a counterfeit, claiming my data is inflated, asserting that I engage in false advertising and disrupt market order. As he spoke, he observed the changing comments. Sure enough, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What is going on? Are foreign trolls coming after us? Cohen Group? I know them. They're the largest agricultural machinery company globally. The harvester in my home is produced by them, and it's exorbitantly priced. How dare they say the host is fake? Are they suffering from jealousy? Seeing the fervent comments, Su Yu continued at a leisurely pace. So, they issued me a challenge. They invited me to Hanover, Germany, for some international agricultural machinery exhibition, claiming they will utilize their top-notch instruments to test my tractor in front of the entire world to see if I'm indeed exaggerating. At this point, Su Yu paused. He recited the last sentence of the email, the bolded "Do you dare to come?" word by word into the camera. They asked me, "Do you dare to come?" Upon finishing, the live stream erupted. This was no mere commercial doubt. This was a blatant provocation. A public challenge to the recently ignited national pride of millions of viewers. Damn it, how can we tolerate this? Host, you must go. Drive your fiery tractor to their doorstep and show them what our speed is all about. These Germans still think it's 100 years ago? Actively causing trouble on our turf. If you need funds, just say the word. We'll crowdfund it, even if it means selling our homes. We will ensure you reclaim this honor. At this moment, the online sentiment was ignited. In the command center, Zhang Yunlong and Long Hao exchanged glances, both recognizing the weight of the moment and the thrill it brought. They had been worried about how to explain the existence of the Pioneer Eye. And now the Germans had provided a perfect stage. Report this immediately, Zhang Yunlong whispered to his secretary. Assess the strategic value of this matter for our seed plan. On the racetrack, Su Yu looked at the comments flooding in like a tsunami, finally breaking into a smile. This was the effect he had been waiting for. He did not answer immediately whether he would attend or not. Instead, he simply put his phone back in his pocket and posed a question that left everyone momentarily stunned. Everyone says I accept this challenge. But how should I respond politely? Chapter 66. Heading to the exhibition, Su Yu's question transformed the millions of viewers in the live stream into strategists. Host, write in German. Just say, your emperor has returned. That's too flowery. Just send over those photos of the sports cars with a note. You're next. No, think bigger. We should write a classical Chinese denunciation, scolding them until they question their existence. The comments were filled with fervor, and various outrageous suggestions emerged. However, Su Yu merely smiled at these ideas. In front of everyone, he opened the German email and chose to reply. There was no lengthy discourse, no sarcasm. He simply typed 2 words in English in the response box. Okay, see you. After completing this, he turned off the live stream and tucked his phone back into his pocket. The entire process was fluid, without a single unnecessary movement. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream came to a brief halt, followed by an even more intense explosion. Wow, the host is so cool. I give this a 10 out of 10. The utmost disdain is the most indifferent dismissal. Haha. I can just imagine the Germans turning green with rage upon receiving this reply. Amidst the online clamor, Su Yu paid no further attention. He had more pressing matters to attend to, transporting his prized tractor to Germany. The next morning, on the main road from Donghai City to the port, an exceptionally bizarre scene unfolded. Amidst the morning rush-hour traffic, a colossal, entirely dark green vehicle, resembling a creature from a science fiction film, cruised steadily at 60 miles per hour in the far-right lane. It emitted no engine roar, only the faintest sound of tires gliding over the pavement. Surrounding it, whether luxury cars worth millions or ordinary family vehicles, instinctively kept a distance of several meters, as if avoiding a prehistoric beast. Inside the cockpit, Suyu held the steering wheel with one hand and a cup of goji berry tea in the other, looking relaxed. Suddenly, a sharp siren pierced the air, growing louder as a police motorcycle painstakingly maneuvered through traffic, eventually halting in front of the Pioneer Eye. A young traffic officer leapt from his bike, a look of confusion evident on his face. He circled the enormous machine before approaching the cockpit, gazing up and uncertainly calling out, "Comrade, please present your driver's license and vehicle registration." Suyu pressed a button, causing the window to glide down silently. He handed over 2 documents. The young officer took them, opened the driver's license, and confirmed, "A 2 license, no problem." He then opened the blue vehicle registration. When he read the vehicle type, he froze. Vehicle type, heavy-wheeled tractor, a tractor? The young officer rubbed his eyes and looked again. Indeed, in black and white, stamped with a bright red seal. He looked back at Suyu's innocuous face, then at the tractor that was more extravagant than an armored vehicle, feeling his career was facing an unprecedented challenge. Comrade, is this vehicle an agricultural machine?" he stammered. "Of course," Suyu replied nonchalantly. "It's meant for export, and I'm just heading to the port for shipping." The officer fell silent. He wanted to say that this contraption was illegally modified, but the registration photo matched the real thing perfectly. He wanted to argue that it shouldn't be on the road, but the documentation was complete, and the type was supported by policy for agricultural machinery. After a long pause, he could only return the documents and salute with a standard military gesture. "All procedures are in order. Safety is paramount. Wishing you a smooth journey." Suyu nodded, closed the porthole, and the dark green behemoth silently roared to life once more, merging into the traffic, leaving behind the young traffic officer in disarray amidst the wind. However, the troubles had merely begun. Barely 10 kilometers into the journey, at an intersection ahead, 2 police cars formed a blockade, halting him once again. This time, an experienced veteran officer emerged, his demeanor grave. "We have received numerous reports from the public regarding an unidentified armored vehicle on the road, severely disrupting traffic order." The veteran officer was evidently prepared. "Please turn off the engine immediately and accompany us for an investigation." Suyu sighed and once again presented his credentials. The veteran officer took the driving permit and opened it with suspicion. The next moment, his expression mirrored that of the young officer from earlier. "Heavy-wheel tractor?" He read each word slowly, his tone shifting. The younger officers behind him craned their necks, and upon deciphering the text, their faces flushed with suppressed laughter. The veteran officer felt a twinge of embarrassment. Holding the document, he spoke into the intercom with a voice strained by a tumult of emotions. Command Center. Target has been intercepted and verified. The suspect vehicle is indeed a tractor, with all paperwork in order." A silence lingered on the other end of the intercom for a full 10 seconds before a voice, equally exasperated, responded, "Release him." The third time he was stopped occurred at the final security checkpoint upon entering the port area. This time, the display was even more formidable. Roadblocks, bomb shields, and even armed SWAT officers were present. A senior officer, adorned with 3 stars, personally led the charge, his expression stern. "I am Wang Jinhua from the City Bureau. Regardless of who you are, parading such a vehicle in the city demands an explanation." This time, Suyu was too weary to speak. He simply handed his driving permit through the window. Wang Jinhua received the document with a scoff, determined to detain this young man. He flipped open the permit with vigor. Then, an eerie silence enveloped the air. All surrounding officers watched the expression of their leader transform from ashen to crimson, then to a deep purple, finally settling into a bewildered and absurd countenance. Wang Jinhua felt the thin document in his hand weigh a ton. In his career, he had handled various major cases. Yet never had he felt his intelligence so thoroughly trampled. He closed the permit, inhaled deeply, and spun around sharply to his subordinates, who were nearly bursting from suppressed laughter, and bellowed with all his might, "Withdraw." Without a glance back at Suyu, he turned, entered his vehicle, and sped off. At the port, beneath the massive gantry crane, the Pioneer Eye tractor was hoisted steadily and slowly transferred into a specially designed container. Long Hao and Zhang Yunlong, dressed in civilian attire, stood nearby, witnessing this surreal spectacle. I am truly impressed. Zhang Yunlong shook his head. I still can't fathom how your army logistics department managed to procure such a legitimate driving permit for him. Long Hao remained expressionless. It's a routine operation. Just then, Su Yu's phone rang. It was Long Hao. Su Yu answered, glancing at the figure engaged in a phone call several dozen meters away. Hello? Su Yu. Long Hao's voice came through the secure line, devoid of the usual jest. Now unusually grave. The cargo has been loaded onto the ship. But remember, this trip to Germany is not a vacation, nor an opportunity to show off. Behind the Cohen Group lies the pinnacle of Western industrial conglomerates. They invite you not for technological exchange, but to trample our technology underfoot and shatter it in front of the world. Long Hao's voice was low, laced with a metallic chill. Our informants at the venue have relayed that they have prepared more than just a few testing instruments for you. They are orchestrating a massacre. Are you prepared? Chapter 67. The mockery at the expo. The voice on the other end was frigid, imbued with a sense of foreboding. They are orchestrating a massacre. Are you prepared? Su Yu held the phone, his gaze resting on the dark green behemoth being secured into the container in the distance. He did not respond to Long Hao's inquiry, but merely replied, understood, before promptly disconnecting the call. A massacre? Su Yu's expression betrayed no emotional upheaval. He merely found the term intriguing. A week later, in Hanover, Germany, the world's largest international agricultural machinery expo commenced. The exhibition hall loomed like a steel forest. The air thick with the scents of machine oil, fresh rubber, and metal. Voices in various languages mingled with the sounds of machinery demonstrations, creating a vibrant symphony of noise. The Core A exhibition area was monopolized by several industry giants. The Cohen Group's booth occupied the prime location, showcasing a Titan 9000 combine harvester, resembling a mobile fortress. Towering at over 10 meters, exuding an oppressive presence. Countless sensors, mechanical arms, and intricate transmission structures were exposed, showcasing the apex of German industrial prowess. Beside it was the Eagle Group's booth, featuring an oversized, unmanned tractor equipped with numerous tires taller than a person, adorned with radar and high-definition cameras, radiating technological sophistication. Throughout the hall, suited buyers and technicians were captivated by these steel behemoths, cameras flashing incessantly. In stark contrast, at the farthest corner of the sparsely populated sea area, a modest booth of less than 50 square meters appeared particularly forlorn. The backdrop bore the simple inscription Zhonghuajia, Shanghai hardware in Chinese, English, and German. At the center stood the Pioneer I tractor, quietly awaiting attention. There were no extravagant lights, no rotating platform, not even a proper brochure. Its overly simplistic, smooth, streamlined shell starkly contrasted with the imposing industrial titans surrounding it, making it seem almost alien. Most passers-by merely glanced curiously before shaking their heads and moving on. Is this the much-discussed Zhonghuajia tractor? It looks just like a large toy. I hear it's electric. Utter nonsense. Where would you charge it in the fields? It's impractical. I'd sooner believe the data from the Cohen Group, that SA machine truly capable of working the land. The murmurs around him were quiet but distinct. Reaching Su Yu's ears, he remained unfazed, leisurely seated on a folding chair, engrossed in domestic comedic videos on his phone. Suddenly, the sound of polished shoes striking the ground grew louder as a group of 7 or 8 men, clad in bespoke suits, approached, flanked by a throng of media reporters. Making their way toward this corner. At the forefront was a man in his 50s, impeccably groomed, radiating a blend of German precision and arrogance. He was Klaus Schmidt, the chief engineer of the Cohen Group, the very decision-maker who had issued an open challenge to Su Yu via email. Klaus and his entourage strode directly through the crowd, stopping at the pitifully small Shanghai hardware booth. Instantly, the media's flashbulbs illuminated the once-ignored corner, transforming it into the focal point of the entire expo. Countless eyes converged on Su Yu as they followed the unexpected guests. Klaus did not speak immediately. Like an inspector, he circled the dark green Pioneer I, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze was sharp, imbued with a critical scrutiny, traversing the excessively smooth surface of the vehicle, taking in the 4 exaggeratedly sized tires, and ultimately resting on the rear, where a vector nozzle disguised as an exhaust pipe had been crafted by Su Yu. He let out a soft scoff, a sound brimming with unabashed disdain. Mr. Su, I trust one have not come to the wrong place. Klaus halted, looking down from his elevated stance at Su Yu, who remained seated and spoke in fluent English. Su Yu leisurely lifted his head, locked his phone, and returned it to his pocket. He regarded the imposing German man before him and nodded calmly. Indeed, this is Shanghai hardware. Excellent, Klaus replied with a smile, though it bore no warmth. He pointed at the Pioneer I, his voice rising sharply to ensure that everyone around could hear. Is this the miracle you claim online can surpass supercars? Is this what you consider the future of new energy agricultural machinery? His words elicited a murmur of laughter from the crowd gathered nearby. Su stood up, his height of 1.8 meters allowing him to meet Klaus's gaze directly. He refrained from answering the question, instead countering with, "Is there a problem? A problem?" Klaus laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. He exaggeratedly spread his arms. "Mr. Su, I have been engaged in agricultural machinery design for 35 years. And I have handled more blueprints than you have read books. To me, what you have here hardly qualifies as machinery." He approached the Pioneer Eye, tapping its smooth exterior, producing a dull thud. "Look at this shell. Aside from its smoothness, there is nothing to see. True engineering machinery has every structure, every component serving a purpose. A synthesis of strength and aesthetics. And what you have here resembles a cheap plastic toy. Furthermore, where is your power system? Where is the exhaust pipe? The ventilation? Do you truly believe a mere battery can drive such a behemoth to till the muddy earth all day? That is an affront to engineering." Klaus grew increasingly animated, spittle flying as he spoke. Behind him, journalists from Europe and America incessantly clicked their cameras, capturing Suyu's placid expression alongside Klaus's flushed face. Finally, Klaus took a deep breath and rendered his ultimate judgment. His gaze swept over Suyu, then over the dark green machine, and finally across the onlookers. "I initially thought your country's industry, after so many years of development, would at least present something worthy of our respect." His voice dripped with disappointment and arrogance. "But it appears I was mistaken. Your agricultural machinery remains entrenched in this stage of superficiality and deception." This statement struck every attendee like a resounding slap, plunging the atmosphere into icy silence. Yet, at the center of the storm, Suyu's expression remained devoid of any anger. Not even a flicker of his eyebrows betrayed his emotions. He silently listened as Klaus continued his performance, then stepped away from his cramped exhibition space. Everyone anticipated that he would retort, that he would argue. Yet he did not. He walked directly through the crowd to the very center of the exhibition hall. Standing before the Cohen Group's display, he tilted his head back, gazing at the Titan 9000 harvester, a veritable steel behemoth. All eyes followed him. Klaus, frowning, trailed behind, uncertain of Suyu's intentions. "Mr. Schmidt," Suyu turned to Klaus, the first to initiate conversation. He gestured toward the enormous Titan 9000. A hint of genuine admiration gracing his face. "Your tractor looks quite large." Klaus, hearing this seemingly naive compliment, allowed a smirk to spread across his face as he lifted his chin slightly. "Of course, it is the pinnacle of German engineering." Suyu nodded, appearing to wholeheartedly agree. Then, looking Klaus in the eye with a tone of utmost sincerity and a hint of innocent curiosity, he posed the question that hushed the crowd. "Sir, it does appear quite large. However, I wonder, is such a massive machine truly sturdy? Can it genuinely perform in the fields?" Chapter 68. A tilling contest? No. It's a violent demolition. Suyu's seemingly frivolous retort caused Klaus Schmidt's smug expression to freeze instantly. "What did you say?" He questioned his own hearing. A mere boy from a nation known for its agricultural endeavors dared to publicly challenge the sturdiness of the Titan 9000, the pinnacle of German industry? This was beyond provocation. It was an affront. "Mr. Su, it seems you are not only ignorant of engineering, but also of strength." Klaus laughed in anger, pointing at the steel monster, his voice echoing throughout the exhibition area. The Titan 9000's chassis is constructed from Krupp military-grade alloy steel. Its hydraulic system can effortlessly lift loads of 50 tons. And you dare to ask me about its sturdiness? He stepped forward, fixing Suyu with an intense gaze, enunciating each word. "Words are inadequate. Since you doubt what true agricultural machinery can accomplish, let us allow facts to speak for themselves." Klaus turned, boldly announcing to the media and spectators, "I hereby formally challenge Mr. Suyu from your nation to a public contest of tilling performance." The atmosphere ignited instantly. "The rules are simple." Klaus pointed toward the designated demonstration field outside the exhibition hall, a 100-meter track. 2 criteria. First, the speed of tilling. Second, the depth of tilling. Whoever completes it quicker and achieves greater depth shall be the victor. Mr. Su, he glanced back, his expression gleaming with a cat-and-mouse mockery. "Does your pretty electric toy dare to compete against a true beast in the soil?" All eyes returned to Suyu. "Certainly," was his succinct and decisive reply. Half an hour later, at the edge of the testing field outside the exhibition hall, a massive crowd had gathered. The ground trembled as the heavy diesel engine roared to life. The Titan 9000 emerged, its considerable length exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The staff attached a complex heavy-duty hydraulic plow featuring 12 plowshares. Once unfurled, the enormous implement resembled a row of steel fangs glinting with a cold sheen. Klaus stood confidently beside the cockpit, waving to the audience, eliciting a thunderous applause and cheers. The German industrial giant had conquered the hearts of all present, even before it had begun operation. "Your turn, Mr. Su," Klaus's voice boomed through the speakers, radiating the generosity of a victor. "Where's your farming tool?" All eyes trained on the diminutive Shanghai hardware booth. Amidst the collective gaze, two workers clad in overalls emerged, carrying an object. At the sight of it, the crowd's cheers abruptly ceased, swiftly erupting into an even louder, unabashed laughter. It was a plow. A remarkably primitive single-share plow, entirely black, devoid of hydraulic rods, sensors, or even a superfluous component. Just a solitary, simply designed plowhead that appeared as if it had been extracted directly from an agricultural museum. "Huh. Is this the secret weapon of your nation? An artifact from a century ago? My goodness, is he truly attempting to challenge the Titan 9000 with this?" Klaus could no longer contain his laughter, clutching his belly as he shook with mirth. "Mr. Su, may I inquire if this heirloom was passed down from your grandfather? Are you intending to use it to scratch this land?" Su Yu, unfazed by the surrounding mockery, approached the rear of the Pioneer I vehicle. Beneath its sleek emerald exterior, an inconspicuous interface popped open automatically. He personally attached the rudimentary single-share plow. With a soft click, the connection was completed effortlessly, devoid of any complex mechanical engagement. Starkly contrasting with the cumbersome attachment process of the Titan TN 9000, and appearing more economical in nature. "Well, since you insist," Klaus stifled his laughter, the disdain on his face palpable. "Allow me to demonstrate what modern agricultural efficiency truly entails." He ascended into the lofty cockpit of the Titan 9000 and closed the door. The V12 diesel engine erupted with a thunderous roar, black exhaust billowing forth. The massive steel tracks began to turn, the 12 iron teeth piercing the soft earth with vigor. The machine advanced steadily, tearing through the ground as if it were mere fabric, the moist soil rolling over to either side, leaving behind neat, profound furrows. A palpable sense of power and machinery enveloped the atmosphere. The Titan 9000 traversed a distance of 100 meters not swiftly, yet each step was imbued with unmatched strength. Soon, it reached the finish line. Data immediately flashed across the large screen. Time, 1 minute 28 seconds. Average depth, 45 centimeters. A chorus of enthusiastic applause erupted. For the soil of this test field, such metrics were deemed exemplary. Klaus descended from the cockpit, donning the haughty expression of a victor. He turned to Su Yu, gesturing with his hands. "Mr. Su, it is your turn. Do not be anxious. Simply do your best, for participation is paramount, is it not?" Su Yu nodded, opened the cabin door of the Pioneer I, and settled inside. There was no roar of an engine, no exhaust, not even a sound. The emerald beast glided silently to the starting line like a phantom. The entire venue fell silent, everyone bracing themselves for the final act of this farce. The starting gun fired. The Titan 9000 roared to life with power, while the Pioneer I commenced in utter silence. It remained still. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just as the crowd suspected a malfunction, Klaus's mocking smile broadened to its fullest. Suddenly, a peculiar, muffled sound erupted, akin to a high-pressure air gun piercing through decayed leather. The antique single-share plow, upon touching the ground, did not penetrate. Rather, the earth before the plowhead appeared to be instantaneously shattered by an invisible force, vaporizing, and then explosively dispersing to either side at a velocity beyond visual capture. This was not merely overturned soil. It was a stream of earth composed of countless minute particles. With a horrifying density, countless stones and clods, akin to bullets from a machine gun, struck the protective boards meters away with a cacophonous barrage. Spectators in the front row instinctively ducked for cover, and the Emerald Pioneer I, its body unperturbed, surged forth at a breathtakingly constant speed, leaving behind a gaping, smooth-edged black scar that seemed bottomless. When it came to a halt at the finish line, the venue remained steeped in silence. All eyes were fixated on the massive electronic screen, where the timer froze at a number that rendered minds blank. Time, 0 minutes 8 seconds. The air felt as if it had solidified. 8 seconds. How could this be possible? Before the crowd could recover from the shock of such speed, a German staff member responsible for measurements stumbled over. He wielded a long ruler, extending it into the black scar, nearly toppling in. Moments later, he scrambled back, as if he had seen a ghost, brandishing his walkie-talkie and frantically shouting in a trembling voice. Depth. Oh God, the average depth exceeds 1 meter. The ruler, it's too short to reach the bottom. 1 meter. This figure detonated like a bomb within the crowd. The color drained from Klaus's face, leaving him utterly pale. His mouth hung open, his body swayed, murmuring incoherently, "Impossible. This violates the conservation of energy. Impossible. In a frenzy, he shoved past those nearby, crossing the caution line, and lunged toward the furrowed earth. He did not glance at the unfathomable trench. As a premier mechanical engineer, he knelt down, fixating intently on the soil splattered beside the plowhead. He extended his trembling hand, grasping a handful of earth. Then, an unforgettable moment unfolded. The soil was not clumped. It bore no grainy texture. It flowed through his fingers like the finest sand, as if ground countless times into powder. The tilled earth had transformed entirely into dust. Klaus's body trembled violently, not out of rage from defeat, but from a profound fear that touched the depths of his soul regarding the unknown. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the young man descending from the cockpit. His countenance serene. His voice was hoarse, dry, filled with incomprehensible terror. What have you done to this land? Chapter 69. The Secrets Within the Soil. What have you done to this land? Klaus Schmidt's voice was hoarse, each word seemingly squeezed from the depths of his throat, laden with astonishment. The venue's flashbulbs flickered wildly, cameras fixated on the German engineer, nearly on the brink of collapse, kneeling in the dirt, and the young man standing before him, upright and innocent. Xuan Nü regarded him, then lowered his gaze to the profound black trench, and then to the fine powder slipping through Klaus's fingers. After a moment's contemplation, he replied earnestly, tilling the land. According to the contest rules, I utilized my farming tool to plow this field. This response, understated yet more lethal than any mockery, struck a chord. Tilling the land? Klaus swayed, nearly toppling over. You call this tilling the land? Which nation in the world has a method of tilling that turns the soil, along with its stones, into uniform powder? This is not agriculture. This is geological transformation. No, this is not tilling. Another elderly German expert rushed forward, a renowned authority in soil mechanics. He too grabbed a handful of soil, feeling the astonishing smoothness, and succumbed to madness. The granular structure of the soil has been utterly demolished, completely destroyed. All organic matter, microorganisms, my heavens, this land is dead. It has become a heap of inorganic powder. His words elicited gasps of horror from all present in the agricultural field. They finally comprehended the magnitude of the terror. The Titan 9000 merely turned the soil while preserving its fertility. However, this green monstrosity from the land of the rising sun was annihilating the earth. Samples. Quickly. I need samples to analyze in the laboratory. Bring the particle analyzer. We must determine the particle size distribution of these powders. The scene descended into chaos. A throng of top experts from around the globe, akin to a band of lunatics who had discovered a new continent, surged past the caution line toward the Black Scar. The staff of the Cohen Group attempted to intervene, but found themselves utterly powerless to restrain them. Soon, a portable laser particle size analyzer was brought in. At that moment, John, the chief technology officer of the Xuan Nü Group, was too engrossed in the Instrument S screen to care about the dignity of his competitors. A German researcher, trembling, placed a soil sample into the testing port. Everyone present held their breath. A few seconds later, an analytical chart and a series of data appeared on the screen. The instant they glimpsed that row of data, the researcher in charge of the operation let out a sharp scream, dropping the recording board from his hands. John pushed him aside and leaned closer to the screen. Average particle size, 50 m, D90, 75 m, standard deviation, 0, 2. John stared at the data, his mind blank. An average particle size of 50 micrometers. What does that imply? It is finer than the finest flour. Even more alarming was the standard deviation of 0, 2. This indicated an extraordinary uniformity in the size of these powders. Such a phenomenon could not possibly exist in nature. This was not mere physical fragmentation. It was a uniform dissociation of matter at a structural level, achieved through a method that transcended current understanding. In the crowd, an elderly professor specializing in materials science from the land of cherry blossoms suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, murmuring to himself, "It is ultra-high-frequency resonance. Only ultra-high-frequency harmonics acting on a molecular level can indiscriminately pulverize substances of varying densities to such an extraordinary uniformity at the same moment." His words struck the minds of everyone present like a bolt of lightning. Resonance? Everyone abruptly raised their heads, their gazes converging on the dark green pioneer eye. The machine had remained utterly still, as silent as a statue. How could one induce ultra-high-frequency vibrations powerful enough to crush rocks from such a tranquil machine? Klaus's body had ceased to tremble. He slowly stood up and walked towards Xuan Nü, lost and disheartened. He had lost, decisively, both in technology and theory. All he wanted now was an answer. Why? He looked at Xuan Nü, his eyes devoid of arrogance, replaced by a pure thirst for knowledge as an engineer. Please, Tell me how you achieved this? The crowd fell silent once more, all cameras and ears focused on Su Yu. He regarded them with a familiar, benign demeanor typical of a science communicator. He patted the cold exterior of the pioneer eye beside him. The principle is not complicated. There's no need to overthink it. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly, as if addressing elementary school students. Everyone knows that sound propagates through vibrations. When the frequency of these vibrations exceeds the limits of human hearing, it becomes ultrasound. Ultrasound can be used to clean precision instruments because its high-frequency vibrations can dislodge dirt from surfaces. I merely applied this principle with a bit more depth. Su Yu pointed at the rudimentary black plow head at the rear of the machine. This agricultural tool, in full, is called an ultrasonic high-frequency resonance soil loosening device. My pioneer, I can precisely transmit a small portion of high-frequency vibrations generated by the engine to this plow head through a special energy transmission device. Therefore, what you see is not the plow head tilling the soil, but rather that all materials within approximately half a meter in front of the plow head, including soil, rocks, and roots, are instantaneously shattered by ultrasonic waves exceeding 200,000 Hz. Su Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Simply put, it's akin to giving the land an ultrasonic dental cleaning, removing unwanted hard clumps. Quite scientific and reasonable, right? Scientific? Reasonable? All the experts present felt as though their worldviews were being repeatedly crushed by a tractor as they listened to this explanation. You call an engine capable of generating 8G acceleration an energy transmission device? You refer to a technology potent enough to serve as an infrasonic weapon as a soil loosening device. You deem the complete annihilation of land as merely cleaning out hard clumps? After hearing this, Klaus could no longer contain himself. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward. Chief Engineer, quickly, call an ambulance. The scene erupted into chaos once again. Meanwhile, Su Yu, the catalyst of this turmoil, turned to walk back to his exhibition stand. Seemingly unfazed, no one noticed that on the edge of the chaotic crowd, a white man wearing a baseball cap, disguised as an ordinary visitor, quietly set down his long focus camera. His forehead was slick with cold sweat. Just moments ago, while everyone was captivated by the terrifying tilling effect, he had been intently focused on the rear of the pioneer eye. At the instant the machine was activated, the tail, disguised as an exhaust pipe, had opened at a minuscule angle for a fraction of a second to release that terrifying thrust through a specialized lens. He had clearly captured the fleeting glimpse of an internal structure that was absolutely alien to earthly tractors, resembling a honeycomb of complexity. Without hesitation, he swiftly removed the storage card and inserted it into a disguised encrypted data terminal resembling a power bank. With a few presses, a line of information was rapidly dispatched. Pandora's box has been opened. Core component imagery has been obtained. Requesting Level A assessment. Chapter 70, Eagle's Sauce. Report, UFO discovered on the tractor. The test field at the Hanover Fair had now devolved into a chaotic spectacle. Klaus, the chief engineer of the Cohen Group, after exclaiming a question filled with horror, had rolled his eyes back and fainted. Medical personnel rushed in, frantically carrying a stretcher, and the scene was in disarray. Meanwhile, experts in agriculture, soil science, and materials science from around the globe completely disregarded their unconscious colleague. Like a pack of sharks sensing blood, they rushed toward the black trench plowed by the pioneer eye, disregarding their dignity, scrambling on the ground to seize the pulverized soil. Sampling. It must be taken back to the laboratory for analysis. This is a revolution in physics. My God, the molecular structure of the soil has been reconfigured. Unnoticed amidst the chaos, the man in the baseball cap, disguised as a tourist, quietly retreated. He was known as Ghost, belonging to the CIA's technical division. His hand was in his pocket, fingers tightly gripping a micro-storage card disguised as a button, his palm slick with sweat. While everyone else was stunned by the terrifying tilling effect, he alone had captured, through a special filter on his long-focus lens. The instant the pioneer eye activated, witnessing the tail south cover open and close in that fraction of a second, that fleeting glimpse of the internal structure was etched in his mind like a brand. He swiftly navigated through the crowd and slipped into an ordinary business vehicle parked by the roadside, without pausing, inserting the storage card into an encrypted terminal. Pandora's box has been opened. Core component imagery has been obtained. Requesting Level A assessment. The moment the information was successfully sent, he let out a long sigh of relief, leaning back in his seat, feeling drenched in sweat. 12 hours later, in Langley, Virginia, in the CIA's underground 7th floor, the highest technical analysis center codenamed Eagle's Nest. The atmosphere was as relaxed as if at a party. Alan, are you sure you want to utilize 3% of the Sky Eye system's computing power for that thing? A blonde female analyst teased as she sipped her coffee, looking at the man in the main seat. Dr. Alan Cross, the chief scientist of Eagle's Nest and the world's foremost expert on aviation engines, took a sip of his coffee, a blatant sense of superiority on his face. Why not? Folks, this is the biggest amusement of the year. The flower country has built a tractor that can outrun a Ferrari, and it just fainted an old man in Germany. The footage transmitted from the front line is nothing short of a Hollywood blockbuster. Laughter erupted throughout the analysis center. Boss, I watched the video. Isn't it just a clunky electric vehicle? It has a bit more torque, that's all. There's no technical merit, one remarked. Indeed, it was merely a gimmick to attract attention. They could only create a spectacle in these civilian sectors. Alan waved his hand with a smile, signaling for silence. All right, the ghost report is rated A level. We must follow protocol. Let us bring in the images and uncover the remarkable secrets of this super tractor from the east. He leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner, as if preparing for a show. The immense holographic projection screen lit up, displaying a blurry image riddled with noise at its center, a circular opening deep and filled with a honeycomb-like structure. Ghost technology remains subpar, Alan muttered, pursing his lips as he activated the image enhancement program, applying a 3-tier sharpening and compensation algorithm. Let us see what this tractor's exhaust can reveal. With the command given, the colossal computational system whirred to life. The image on the screen began to clarify at a visible pace, the noise fading away as the indistinct outline sharpened. Laughter in the analysis center gradually subsided, and everyone instinctively straightened in their seats. As the clarity increased, the intricate, layered geometric structure of the honeycomb design emerged, defying conventional engineering principles. This was no ordinary honeycomb. It was a sophisticated energy conduit, resembling a biological organ. Alan's smile evaporated. He set down his coffee cup, leaning forward with hawk-like eyes fixed on the screen. Continue enhancing. Allocate all computing power to me. I want to see every detail. He growled softly. The entire analysis center's mainframe emitted an overloading buzz. The clarity of the holographic image reached its peak. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The atmosphere grew so still that one could hear a pin drop. All experts gaped at the screen, mouths agape, as if collectively spellbound. What they beheld was no longer an industrial product. It was a masterpiece, a miracle. Alan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The color drained from his face. His lips quivered as he pointed at a specific combustion chamber structure on the screen, emitting a guttural sound from his throat. Attempting to lift the coffee cup from the table, his shaking hand caused it to crash, scalding coffee spilling onto his expensive trousers. Yet, he remained oblivious. His pupils dilated, filled with fervor and profound terror. No, that's not an intake manifold. That's not a turbine, he cried in a dreamlike, sobbing tone. That's a pulse detonation combustion chamber. Suddenly, the alloy door of the analysis center swung open with a crash. A white-haired general adorned with 4 stars, accompanied by 2 armed guards, charged in. He was General Thompson, head of the Department of Defense's Advanced Research Projects Agency. Alan, I received the highest alert. What on earth is happening? Alan Cross did not turn. He stood slowly, dazed, staring at the screen displaying the part from the Eastern tractor. His voice hoarse and unrecognizable. General, that is not a tractor. He spun around, his eyes aflame with urgency. We must acquire it. At any cost. Tonight. Chapter 71. The Spy's Night Raid Langley, Virginia. General Thompson gazed at the screen, showcasing what Dr. Alan Cross referred to as a miracle. The engine nozzle, and then at Alan's face, distorted with fervor, his mind racing. This was no tractor. It was a disguised aircraft engine capable of revolutionizing future warfare. And it was located in Hanover, Germany, within an accessible exhibition hall. General, we cannot wait any longer. Alan Cross shouted. After dawn, the people from the east will heavily secure it. Tonight is our only opportunity. Thompson's gaze turned icy. He hesitated for no moment. Grabbing the red secure phone on the table, he uttered a single command. Initiate the scavenger plan, a level target, live. Germany, Hanover. The farce of the expo finally came to a halt, thanks to the strong intervention of security personnel. Chief Engineer Klaus was whisked away by ambulance, reportedly suffering from acute shock due to overstimulation. The plowed test field was entirely covered by a tarpaulin by the Cohen Group, with 3 security lines erected to prohibit anyone from approaching. Xuan Nü strolled back to his exhibition booth, followed by 2 Dragon Fong Special Forces members disguised as staff. Advisor Su, everything is arranged. Our men will be on site 24 hours tonight, one of the team members reported in a hushed tone, his eyes scanning the fervent experts lingering around. Xuan Nü waved his hand dismissively and settled back into his folding chair. No need to be so tense. He pulled out his phone, engrossed in his silly video. Let us all get a good night's sleep. We need to be well rested for tomorrow's show. But Advisor Sue, the eagle-s side, seems to have gone mad over that green Vanguard eye, the team member fretted. Rest assured, Sue replied without looking up. His gaze fixed on the screen. I've locked it down, it's safe. As night deepened, the vast Hanover exhibition hall fell into silence after the day's clamor. The colossal steel beasts cast enormous, distorted shadows under the dim emergency lights, resembling a cold metallic graveyard. A shadowy figure, akin to a ghost melding into darkness, silently scaled the 3-meter-high perimeter wall of the exhibition hall. He was Ghost, one of the CIA's top scavengers. His mission was simple: infiltrate and retrieve the green behemoth. If that was impossible, he was to dismantle its core engine. To him, the exhibition hall's infrared alarm system was as good as non-existent. He affixed a device the size of a matchbox to the wall, rendering all infrared detectors within a 10-meter radius blind. The patrol guards' routes and the blind spots of surveillance cameras had already formed a three-dimensional map in his mind. He easily bypassed all security and arrived at Zone C. In the distance, he spotted the solitary Star C hardware booth and the green Vanguard eye at its center. A smirk of disdain crept across Ghost's lips. Is this the A-level target? It lacks even decent security measures. The people from the East are so naive. He did not rush forward, instead employing a mini-spectral scanner to survey the tractor. No high voltage, no vibration alarms, not even the most basic pressure sensors. It was secure, like a raccoon. He stealthily approached the Vanguard eye. He was not fooled by its sleek exterior. He circled to the rear, fixing his gaze on the disguised air duct that resembled an exhaust pipe. Here lay the heart of the intelligence report. He retrieved a probe, thin as a cicada's wing, crafted from a special memory alloy, and cautiously inserted it into the seam of the duct, attempting to locate the internal mechanical lock. The probe bent and deformed until it snapped with a pop. Ghost's pupils contracted. He switched to a micro-diamond drill, targeting an inconspicuous seam on the exterior. A harsh, jarring sound reverberated through the silent exhibition hall. However, the diamond drill bit, typically adept at effortlessly breaching bank vaults, met its match against the dark green exterior. Sparking violently as the drill tip was ground down at an alarming rate, glowing red-hot before ultimately disintegrating into a heap of scrap metal. Remarkably, the exterior bore not a single mark. Damn it, the Phantom muttered under his breath, a cold sweat trickling down his back. What kind of infernal material is this? Traditional physical methods proved futile. He could only resort to electronic intrusion. He donned a different set of equipment, searching for the vehicle's control system interface. After a thorough examination of the car's body, he finally discovered a remarkably concealed, unmarked circular indentation beneath the cockpit. This must be the maintenance port or external interface. A surge of hope coursed through him. If he could gain access, he had countless methods to incapacitate the machine's system entirely. He retrieved a universal decoder from his gear bag, aligning it with the indentation. However, before the probes could make contact, his tactical goggles flashed a blood-red warning. Warning: strong bioelectric field detected. Unknown encryption protocol. Do not touch. A bioelectric field? The Phantom froze. What kind of anti-theft technology is this? Must it verify DNA as well? He hesitated. The A-level mission must be completed. But the instincts of a top-tier agent warned him that something was amiss. Surrender? Absolutely not. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision. He removed the tactical glove from his left hand, revealing a palm calloused with wear. If it was indeed a bioelectric field, direct skin contact was likely required for authorization verification, an approach employed in many high-tech company laboratories. Though perilous, it was worth a try. He extended his hand, slowly pressing his palm against the cold metallic surface of the indentation. The moment his skin made contact with the icy metal, a sharp click resonated, a sound so crisp it seemed to emanate from the very depths of the machine. Alarm bells rang in the Phantom's mind, and instinctively, he attempted to withdraw his hand, but it was too late. To his horror, he discovered that his hand felt as though it had been welded to the vehicle's body, completely immobilized. Surrounding the once smooth indentation, a ring of razor-thin metal clasps had sprung forth, ensnaring his wrist with a precision that left no room for escape. The grip was not painful, yet the sense of being utterly trapped, regardless of his efforts, plunged him into a state of sheer panic. A trap. He had fallen for it. Frantically, he struggled, drawing out his tactical knife with his free hand and slashing at the metal clasps. Sparks flew as the knife was deflected, leaving no scratch upon the clasp's surface. It's over. 2 words echoed in his mind. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a whimsical, celebratory and strangely enchanting electronic melody erupted from the numerous speakers mounted on the tractor's body. The volume was moderate, yet in the eerie silence of the exhibition hall, it resounded with an unsettling clarity. The Phantom stood frozen in shock. What is this? A countdown to self-destruction? The next moment, a sweet female voice accompanied by rhythmic drum beats filled the air. Good fortune comes to you. Good fortune brings joy and love. In the dark void of the Hanover International Exhibition Center, amidst the stillness, the vibrant and exotic electronic music erupted without warning. The melody continued, rising in volume. The voice singing of prosperity, enveloping the surroundings in a surreal atmosphere. The Phantom's forehead throbbed with tension as he desperately searched his person for any tool that could sever the power supply or silence the speakers. Yet, all his equipment had been depleted in the earlier physical breach. His only hope lay in freeing his trapped hand. A primal roar escaped his lips as he summoned every ounce of strength to pull away. The metal clasps remained immovable, as if they were a part of the tractor itself, solid to the point of hopelessness. Damn it! Panic surged like a tidal wave, drowning his rationality. This music, akin to a death knell, drew the attention of the entire exhibition hall toward the shadowy figure of the Phantom. Hey, who's playing music at this hour? It's 3 in the morning. A distant, muffled German shout echoed. A beam of flashlight sliced through the darkness, wobbling toward him. It was the night security guard of the exhibition hall. The Phantom's heart sank to the depths of despair. It was over. An A-level mission, a top-tier CIA operative, brought down by a song titled Good Fortune Comes, played on a tractor. If this got out, it would be the greatest laughingstock of the entire Western intelligence community. As the flashlight drew nearer, the guard's curses faded. He beheld a scene he would never forget. A man clad in black, resembling a character from a spy film, held a bizarre pose with one hand pressed firmly against the dark green tractor, which blared a jubilant tune in a manner that was both festive and perplexing. One man, one vehicle, one song. The absurdity of the tableau was unparalleled. The guard stood in stunned silence for 5 seconds before quietly reaching for his walkie-talkie. Reporting in a trembling yet composed voice, "Headquarters, C-Zone has detected an anomaly. There appears to be a thief. He seems to be trapped by a tractor." Silence reigned on the other end. Clearly, the operator needed time to process this information. Meanwhile, more beams of flashlight illuminated the surroundings from all directions. Who on earth is throwing a party at this hour? This music is shaking my ceiling. Exhibitors residing in the accompanying hotel were roused from their slumber by the penetrating melody. Soon, the first man emerged in a bathrobe. It was John, the chief technology officer of the Xuan Nü group. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he instantly sobered upon witnessing the scene in C-Zone. Next, members from the Cohen group arrived, followed by representatives from the land of cherry blossoms and the Gallic roosters. Almost all the big shots from Zones A and B gathered, tousled hair and clad in various sleepwear. In the crowd, someone activated their phone's flashlight. One light, 2 lights, hundreds of them. The glaring illumination transformed C-Zone into a scene as bright as day. The ghost's face, twisted with shame and despair, was laid bare for all to see. He resembled a specimen nailed to a pillar of shame, surrounded by hundreds of competitors, industry experts, and media reporters. To add insult to injury, the background music continued its relentless loop. Good fortune, may you have good fortune. In the crowd, someone could no longer contain their laughter. Soon a second, then a third joined in, culminating in a resounding, unabashed roar of laughter from the entire C-Zone. My word, is this the clown hired by the Cohen group? The latest in performance art? Look at his professional attire. Yet he was subdued by a tractor? John doubled over, tears almost streaming from his eyes as he whipped out his phone, capturing the moment. Guys, look, this is the thief trying to steal our technology. Captured by a tractor from the flowering nation. This is undoubtedly the best news of the century. The ghost shut his eyes, feeling as though his career and life were coming to an end amidst the festive music and merciless jeers. This is what social death feels like. As the scene descended into chaos, with live broadcasts already underway, a young man clad in shorts and flip-flops, yawning leisurely, pushed his way through the crowd. It was Su Yu, awakened from his slumber. He surveyed the lively scene, his gaze falling on the black-clad man trapped by the tractor, his face revealing just the right amount of astonishment. Wow, what a commotion! The moment he spoke, all eyes turned toward him. Just then, the shrill wail of police sirens grew nearer. Several German police cars screeched to a halt, and a group of armed officers rushed in, led by a middle-aged officer of considerable rank. He surveyed this surreal crime scene, feeling as though his decades of experience in law enforcement were being put to an unprecedented test. He parted the crowd and approached Su Yu, regarding him with an expression of extreme complexity before pointing at the defeated ghost and asking in stilted English, "Sir, I am Officer Hans from the Hanover Police Department. Could you explain what is happening here?" Suyu scratched his head, glancing at the tractor still belting out its song, then at the nearly unconscious thief, and donned an expression of utmost sincerity. "Officer, this is actually the anti-theft system built into my tractor." "What system?" Officer Hans pressed. Suyu cleared his throat and earnestly explained. "It is a good fortune system that integrates biometric recognition, physical locking, and audiovisual alarms." Chapter 73. The Agricultural Machinery Exhibition Gold Medal and the military's netizens. Officer Hans felt as though his 30-year career in law enforcement had reached its climax that night. He looked at Suyu's face, which radiated science and sincerity, then at the black-clad man who was nearly foaming at the mouth from the relentless repetition of good fortune. His mind a tangled mess. Good fortune system? Officer Hans repeated the name with great difficulty, each syllable dripping with skepticism. "Yes," Suyu nodded, pointing at the ghost who had given up all hope. "You see, this gentleman attempted to engage in unauthorized contact with my tractor. My system detected that his bioelectric signatures were not those of an authorized user, thus activating the secondary alarm." "Secondary?" Hans asked instinctively. "Yes. The primary alarm simply locks the tractor, which is relatively quiet. The secondary alarm includes additional audiovisual effects, primarily designed to create a lively atmosphere, making the thief feel warmly welcomed." "Warmly welcomed?" Hans glanced at the ghost's despondent face, realizing he might now require a grave to find warmth. In the surrounding crowd, John from the Xuan Nü group was doubled over with laughter, pounding the ground as he gasped for breath while calling his headquarters. "Boss, you won't believe it. The CIA's fool has been captured by a tractor. The BGM is even the festive hit from the flowering nation. Yes, I'm broadcasting this crime live." The farce finally came to a hasty conclusion when several embassy personnel clad in black suits and sunglasses arrived. They whispered to Officer Hans, presented a document, and took away the now delirious ghost. Throughout the ordeal, no one dared to ask Suyu another question. The next day, the atmosphere at the Hanover Expo had shifted dramatically. All who passed through Zone C slowed their steps, gazing in awe at the modest Shanghai hardware booth and the dark green harvesting machine standing silently. The Cohen Group's booth had been draped in black cloth, deserted. Reports indicated that Chief Engineer Klaus had yet to be discharged from the hospital, and the company's stock had plummeted 15% overnight. Finally, the award ceremony at the closing event of the expo commenced. The venue was filled to capacity, everyone tacitly awaiting the final results. The presenter, a highly respected academic from the German Academy of Mechanical Engineering, ascended the stage with a countenance as complex as a spilled palette of colors. Clearing his throat, he opened the envelope and pronounced in a tone as grave as announcing the apocalypse. "The recipient of the Gold Medal for Technological Innovation at this Hanover International Agricultural Machinery Expo is." He paused, drawing a deep breath as if exhausting all his strength. "The Shanghai hardware from the flowering nation, for its Vanguard I multifunctional agricultural vehicle." Silence engulfed the room. Moments later, the screen displayed data that made every engineer contemplate resignation. Cultivation efficiency test. Time taken 8 seconds. Completed 100-meter track. Cultivation depth test. Average depth exceeding 1 meter, reaching the measurement device's limit. No applause followed. Only gasps of disbelief. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Suyu strolled onto the stage. He accepted the hefty gold trophy, waited briefly, and then addressed the microphone with remarks destined for the annals of history. "Thank you, everyone. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary. I merely applied some fundamental principles of ultrasonic technology to loosen soil. I hope this modest endeavor can contribute, however insignificantly, to the future of agricultural development. We must believe in science. Science changes lives." That concludes my remarks. Thank you. In the audience, a group of elderly experts and scholars, listening to this most ostentatious of speeches, clutched their hearts in disbelief. Fundamental principles? Insignificant? How could one refer to a weapon-grade technology capable of pulverizing granite as a mere small attempt? Just as Suyu prepared to exit the stage, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The main entrance of the venue was abruptly flung open with a loud bang. 2 rows of men clad in black Zhongshan suits, their expressions severe and movements synchronized, strode swiftly into the hall. They bore no insignia, yet their ironclad aura instantly silenced the entire venue. The security personnel present lacked even the courage to approach them. The crowd parted instinctively, creating a pathway. An elderly man with graying hair, yet standing tall with a posture as straight as an arrow and eyes sharp as an eagle, advanced through the throng, flanked by a retinue. It was none other than the supreme leader, Old Li. He disregarded the astonished German academic on stage, the multitude of shocked gazes, and the flashing cameras. Making a beeline for the podium, directly confronting Su Yu. The entire venue was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone held their breath, uncertain of what this evidently high-ranking elder from the East intended to do. Old Li regarded Su Yu, his expression a complex blend of admiration and resignation. Comrade Su Yu, this farce must come to an end. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the hall. A farce? Su Yu had not yet uttered a word when a secretary behind Mr. Li presented a gilded document embossed with a vivid red national emblem. Mr. Li unfurled the document and, addressing Su Yu as well as all present cameras, pronounced with deliberate clarity, according to Article 32 of the National Defense Mobilization Law. Your Pioneer I-type special vehicle, along with all its technical documentation, is hereby requisitioned by the state. Boom. This proclamation detonated in the minds of all present like a nuclear bomb. Requisition. The might of the state had intervened in the most forceful and irrefutable manner. Su Yu gazed at the document and then at Mr. Li's commanding gaze, remaining silent for a moment. He displayed neither astonishment nor resistance, merely cradled the golden trophy in his arms a bit tighter. Then, he raised his head and posed a question that momentarily startled Mr. Li. The vehicle can be given to you, but may I take this trophy, which is made of pure gold, with me? Chapter 74. Tractor in the wind tunnel. The entire Hanover Exhibition Center was so quiet that one could hear their own heartbeat. Mr. Li observed Su Yu, noting how he carefully safeguarded the pure gold trophy, and a bemused expression flickered across his stern visage. At such a time, this young man's thoughts were still occupied with that. Rest assured, the trophy is your honor. The state will not contest it. However, your agricultural machine must accompany us now. As soon as he finished speaking, the men in black Zhongshan suits behind him commenced an undeniable and efficient clearing of the area. Upon presenting a document, the German security personnel and organizers dared not utter a word and willingly assisted in dispersing the crowd. Shrugging, Su Yu descended from the stage, clutching the trophy. To him, it mattered little who received the vehicle. After all, the system task was already completed, and securing the exoskeleton blueprints was paramount. The globally shocking Agricultural Machinery Expo concluded in a manner no one had anticipated. Later that night, on a temporarily closed runway at Hanover Airport, a nameless, entirely gray-black domestic Y-20 large transport aircraft descended under the cover of night. The enormous rear door gradually opened, and the Pioneer I-type tractor was cautiously secured onto a specially designed base, slowly being pushed into the cargo hold. Soon after, Su Yu was also invited aboard. The interior of the aircraft had been modified, resembling a small airborne conference room. Mr. Li personally poured him a cup of hot tea. Young man, let us cut to the chase. What is the principle behind your plowing technology? Su Yu cradled the teacup with sincerity, replying, Sir, did I not mention in my acceptance speech that it is based on fundamental ultrasonic principles? Mr. Li regarded Su Yu's innocent expression, swallowing a multitude of questions that had risen to his lips. Forget it. This lad is a prodigy and cannot be judged by common sense. After several hours of flight, the aircraft finally landed in a vast basin surrounded by mountains. This was the heart of the Southwest, home to the nation's premier aerospace testing base, codenamed Wind Nest. As the Pioneer, I was unloaded from the transport plane and transported through a massive underground tunnel into a cavernous test facility within a mountain. The eyes of all the researchers present nearly popped out of their heads. Mr. Li, did you not say that a revolutionary experimental aircraft was to be delivered for our highest level aerodynamic testing? An elderly man with graying hair, wearing reading glasses and exuding an air of scholarly reclusiveness, pointed at the dark green behemoth, his hands trembling with indignation. He was Qin Zhenghua, the head of the Wind Nest base and a luminary in the field of aerodynamics, known affectionately as Old Qin. Is this the treasure you brought back from Germany? A tractor? You intend to take a tractor into our Wind Dragon No. 1 hypersonic wind tunnel, built at the cost of hundreds of billions. The expressions of the numerous experts behind him mirrored his disbelief. This was nothing short of an affront to science. Mr. Li remained unperturbed, merely patting Old Qin on the shoulder. Old Qin, do not be hasty in your conclusions. This device is rather peculiar. You will understand upon testing it. Old Qin huffed in frustration, adamantly opposed. This is absurd. It has a boxy shape, lacking any aerodynamic form. Inserting it will yield data that could fry my computer's CPU. I refuse. This is an order, Mr. Li stated succinctly. Old Qin's chest heaved with agitation, but he ultimately darkened his countenance and waved his hand. Prepare. Secure this tractor to the testing platform. Several young researchers stifled their laughter as they meticulously affixed the Pioneer Eye to the core testing area of the wind tunnel with state-of-the-art laser calibration equipment. The scene was incongruous to the extreme, akin to placing a rural iron pod in the center of the National Grand Theater stage. In the control room, a massive screen illuminated, displaying initial data. Old Xuan sat with crossed arms, his face a mask of cold disdain. Initiate the first wind speed at 30 meters per second. Let us see how absurd this iron hunk's drag coefficient can be. The colossal turbine fans began to whir, and the wind tunnel roared with a howling gale. The numbers representing the drag coefficient began to fluctuate wildly before finally stabilizing. Report. Drag coefficient 0.25. The researcher responsible for data recording exclaimed in disbelief. What? Old Xuan leaped from his chair, shoving aside those nearby to peer at the screen closely. 0.25. This figure is lower than that of any top-tier supercar on the market. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Old Xuan fixated on the screen, convinced that the sensors must be malfunctioning. Recalibrate. Minutes later, the recalibration was complete. Again, second wind speed. 60 meters per second. The wind's howl intensified. The numbers on the screen refreshed once more. Report. Drag coefficient 0.23. A profound silence enveloped the control room. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. The tractor, astonishingly, had a lower drag coefficient despite the wind speed doubling. This completely contravened the laws of physics. Level 3. Crank it up to level 3. Old Xuan's breathing grew labored, his eyes bloodshot. The wind tunnel now roared with winds akin to a typhoon. Report. Drag coefficient 0.21. Level 4. 0.19. Level 5. 0.15. Old Xuan shouted commands like a madman. The experts in the control room transitioned from initial amusement to collective petrification. They gazed at the impossibly smooth descending curve displayed on the screen, feeling as though decades of textbooks had been torn apart and ground into the floor. One of Old Xuan's assistants, trembling, spoke up. If we go any higher, we'll reach the transonic region. This tractor, give it to me. Old Xuan's eyes blazed with frenzy. Even if the king of heaven himself were to arrive today, I will extract its secrets. Mr. Lee stood by, watching the frenzied Old Xuan and the assembly of experts with a knowing expression. Just then, a red encrypted phone in his pocket suddenly rang urgently. Mr. Lee answered the call, and within 10 seconds, the composure and tranquility etched on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy gravity akin to eternal frost. Hanging up, he approached Old Xuan from behind and firmly grasped his hand, which was poised to issue further commands. Old Xuan, cease the testing. Old Xuan turned abruptly. Confusion etched on his face. Mr. Lee's voice, laced with restrained fury, conveyed the weight of his words, each syllable pressed through gritted teeth. 2 F-22s from the United States have just intruded into our identification zone. Our fighter jets were scrambled, yet they soared above us, executing a supersonic barrel roll with audacious flair before departing. Elder Lee's gaze was fixed intensely on the dark green tractor in the wind tunnel, his voice laced with a mixture of humiliation and determination. Our pilots couldn't even touch their afterburners. Chapter 75. Provocation over the border. Elder Lee's voice, restrained with fury, struck the control room at Wind Nest Base like a boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of tension throughout. The roar of the wind tunnel turbines had inexplicably ceased, and all eyes were riveted on Elder Lee, whose face, lined with wrinkles yet still commanding, now bore a pallid hue. The phrase, "Our pilots couldn't even touch their afterburners," resonated like a heavy hammer, striking deeply into the hearts of Xinjiang and all present aviation experts. Moments ago, they had been grappling with the absurd wind resistance coefficient of the tractor, but now, this scientific quandary paled in comparison to the humiliation of national dignity being trampled. Behind Elder Lee, a secretary hastily approached, handing a secure tablet to Elder Xuan. This was the synchronized video transmitted from the Southern Theater just 5 minutes prior. Trembling, Elder Xuan accepted the tablet, and all experts in the control room gathered around. The screen flickered to life, displaying the cockpit's first-person view, various flight parameters pulsating below. Calling the control tower. The target has entered our identification zone. Requesting to approach and verify. The pilot's voice came through, tinged with urgency. The image jolted violently as a domestically produced J-10C fighter jet executed an extreme climb, striving for altitude superiority. However, on its radar screen, the blip representing the enemy aircraft flickered in and out of lock, moving with an uncanny agility. Damn, their stealth coding is too effective. The radar can't maintain a lock. Suddenly, the pilot gasped. The screen revealed a silver-gray aircraft, its sci-fi design exuding lethal elegance. Hurtling through the clouds without warning. The F-22 Raptor. It was like a ghost, disregarding the J-10C's radar lock, effortlessly evading pursuit with an absolute speed advantage. An even more humiliating spectacle unfolded. After creating distance, the F-22 audaciously slowed down, seemingly biding its time. As the J-10C strained, its engine roaring under overload. Attempting to close the gap, the F-22 abruptly banked, executing a flawless, high-difficulty supersonic barrel roll before their eyes. The missiles mounted beneath its fuselage were laid bare to the J-10C's view, a blatant display of provocation. "He's toying with us." An accompanying pilot roared over the public channel. "Catch up. Stay on him." "No. We lack the power." "He's engaged afterburners. We can't keep up." The screen displayed the F-22, its tail spewing two eerie blue flames, the entire aircraft seeming to be propelled with an unreasonable acceleration, vanishing into the sky in an instant. Throughout the ordeal, the enemy had not even activated their fire control radar. That level of disdain and disregard was more wounding than any weapon. As the video concluded, the control room fell into a heavy silence. Elder Chen's hands trembled, his lips quivered, leaving him speechless. He had devoted his life to the nation's aviation industry. Yet this footage felt like a resounding slap to his face. All theories, models, and wind tunnel data became mere jest in the face of absolute power disparity. "Our engines," a young researcher murmured, his eyes reddened. The atmosphere in the control room plummeted to a freezing point. Just then, the previously silent Xuan Nü suddenly spoke. "The drag coefficient of 0.15. That data is actually inaccurate." His voice was soft, yet it drew the attention of all present like a stone thrown into a deep pool. Elder Chen turned sharply, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at him. "What are you talking about at a time like this? Are you still discussing that tractor?" "I merely wish to point out." Xuan Nü gestured towards the massive dark green machine in the wind tunnel, his expression earnest. The layer of coating on its exterior was not accounted for. "What coating?" "The kind we previously made for the military, which absorbs radar waves. I applied a layer casually, thinking it could prevent satellite surveillance while working in the fields, thus protecting agricultural technology secrets." Elderly S. face turned pale, he nearly choked. "A coating that absorbs radar waves? You used it on a tractor? To prevent satellites from spying on your plowing?" The absurdity of this rationale left everyone too stunned to argue. Yet Elder Chen seemed struck by lightning. Rushing back to the control panel, extracting all the test data flows from earlier. "Coating, radar waves," ere he muttered a series of unrelated terms, his fingers dancing over the keyboard with such speed they seemed a blur. Moments later, a new simulated aerodynamic diagram appeared on the large screen. Elder Chen stared at the image, frozen in shock. The airflow around the tractor's surface had transformed from conventional turbulence into a thin, remarkably stable sheath of airflow. "It's not that the drag has decreased." Elder Chen leaned against the console, his voice dry as sandpaper scraping together. "It's actively deceiving the air. This coating, under high-speed airflow, forms a unique plasma boundary layer, leading the air to perceive not a tractor, but an infinitely smooth shape. Thus, the faster the speed, the more effective the deception, resulting in lower drag." This explanation transcending existing aerodynamic theory left all experts present in a state of petrification once more. However, Elderly had no time to grasp the intricacies. He seized upon one pivotal point. The faster it goes, the better the effect. He abruptly turned and strode towards Xuan Nü. The seasoned elder, unfazed by calamity, now bore a glimmer of pleading in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Xuan Nü, asking earnestly, "Comrade Xuan Nü, I must ask you one thing, and you must answer truthfully. That iron lump in your tractor, can it fly?" At that moment, the breath of the entire room seemed to still. Xuan Nü met Elderly's bloodshot eyes, pausing briefly. He scratched his head, a somewhat awkward expression crossing his face. "Chief, it's primarily a tractor engine, powerful enough mainly for plowing." Elderly's heart sank. "However," Xuan Nü continued, pointing upwards, "if you're willing to fuel it and operate it vertically, it's not impossible. After all, the thrust-to-weight ratio seems to exceed 10. Thrust-to-weight ratio exceeds 10. Elder Chen nearly fell to his knees before Xuan Nü. "Do you realize what that means? The world's top rocket engines barely reach this threshold. You call this a tractor engine?" Elderly, however, comprehended. The light in his eyes ignited instantaneously. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed thrice, excitement causing his hands to tremble. He grasped Elder Chen's arm with such strength it nearly crushed his bones. "Old Chen, follow my orders. Disassemble this thing. Extract the engine intact." He pointed towards the other side of the hangar, where a silver-gray aircraft, covered in canvas, yet still revealing its sleek lines, awaited. I want you to install it on that latest prototype of the Weilong. Elder Qian's expression darkened, more sorrowful than tears. Chief, how is that even possible? The engine interfaces, pipelines, and control systems are entirely different. Designing a new matching scheme would take at least half a year. Mr. Li paid no heed to him, instead fixating his gaze on Suyu. Following his line of sight, Suyu glanced at the enigmatic warplane, then back at his own tractor. Stroking his chin, he spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing dinner plans. Oh, it needn't be so complicated. The engine interface of that warplane is compatible with my tractor. Chapter 76. Disassembling the tractor. Suyu's assertion struck the control room like a silent command, instantly draining the air from the space. Qingjing's face, once flushed with anger and humiliation, now drained of color, turning as pale as a ghost. He spun around, fixing a fierce glare on Suyu, his eyes burning with an intensity that seemed ready to consume him. Compatible? Qin Lao's voice rasped like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Young man, do you comprehend what you are saying? Are you aware of the military standard GJBZ 132-2001? Do you have any idea how many interfaces an aircraft engine possesses? Hydraulic, fuel supply, electrical, data, over 1,300 in total. The position, dimensions, and tolerances of each interface have been painstakingly crafted through generations of our efforts, data earned with our lives. He pointed to his own head, his emotions reaching a fever pitch. This is not your kitchen faucet, which you can simply twist and use. This is our nation's most advanced fighter jet. You dare to claim it is compatible? The experts behind him wore expressions of disbelief. His words were so outlandish that they felt no inclination to counter him. In the face of the experts' uproar, Suyu merely cleaned his ears. Oh, you mean that national military standard? He replied with calm composure. When I was constructing the tractor, I happened to glance at that standard document. It was fairly well written and comprehensive, so I referenced it a bit. Referenced it a bit? Qingjing felt as if an invisible hand had grasped his heart. Darkness clouding his vision as his body swayed, nearly following in the footsteps of the German engineer Klaus. Old Qin, Mr. Li caught him, then cast a commanding glance over the crowd. Enough of this nonsense. Everyone, execute the order immediately. Disassemble. With that command, the entire Wind Nest base sprang into action. A dozen top-tier mechanics and engineers, clad in sterile white suits, approached the dark green tractor, their expressions a blend of solemnity and absurdity. They brought forth the most advanced plasma cutting machines, high-precision laser disassembly arms, and even a small industrial X-ray machine, preparing to conduct a thorough scan of this behemoth. It needn't be so complicated. Where did Suyu procure an ancient-looking, entirely black wrench? He approached the tractor's enormous tire, crouching down at an inconspicuous spot and inserting the wrench into a barely visible groove. This is the main locking mechanism. He instructed an elder who appeared to be the chief engineer beside him. Turn it counterclockwise, 3 turns, and the shell will come off. The venerable chief engineer, renowned in the industry and having disassembled countless aircraft engines, glanced at the wrench in Suyu's hand, then at the precision equipment worth millions behind him. His lips twitching slightly. Hesitating, he accepted the wrench from Suyu. It felt heavy, the material unknown. Taking a deep breath, he followed Suyu's lead, securing the wrench in the groove and applying all his strength. It didn't budge. The chief engineer's face reddened instantly. He exerted every ounce of strength, veins bulging in his arms, yet the wrench remained immovable. No, Consultant Su, is it stuck? Suyu retrieved the wrench, his expression one of obviousness. Oh, I forgot to mention, this requires a specialized technique. With one hand, he held the wrench, shaking it rapidly with an exceedingly peculiar rhythm 3 times. Click, click, click. 3 faint sounds, nearly inaudible, emanated from within the tractor. Then, before the astonished eyes of all present, the sleek, integrated shell of the dark green tractor silently split open like petals, revealing the intricately complex internal structure within. At its center lay the spindle-shaped engine, enveloped by countless pipelines and energy circuits, pulsating like a heart. Xuan Nü. It lay there quietly, even with dirt upon it, unable to conceal its sci-fi beauty that transcended time. In the control room, Qingjing witnessed this scene through the observation window. His thermos fell to the floor with a crash, shattering into pieces. All the beliefs he had built throughout his life regarding mechanical engineering were shattered in that moment, obliterated by that peculiar wrench and Suyu's mention of a specialized technique. The sound of Mr. Li's voice was parched. The enormous mechanical arm slowly moved into position. 4 special alloy cables securely hooked onto the designated lifting points of the Xuan Nü engine. Lift. With the command, the engine, which had just created miracles upon German soil, began to rise steadily, detached from its tractor base, hoisted into the air. On the other side of the hangar, a massive sterile curtain was gradually drawn back. A silver-gray warplane, with smooth and graceful lines, exuding an aura of futurism and lethality, stood quietly. It was the latest improved model of the Wei Long, the J-20B. Like a slumbering monarch, noble, precise, and flawless. Now, the pride of the nation was about to receive its wild heart from the countryside. The Xuan Nü engine was gently lowered above the open engine bay of the Wei Long. On one side lay the tractor parts, still bearing foreign soil, exuding the essence of the fields. On the other side was a national treasure, embodying the highest industrial achievements of the nation, a culmination of countless efforts. This scene was absurd, fragmented, yet imbued with a tragic sense of destiny. Qin Jinghua fixated on the screen, fervently wishing that in the next moment, the dimensions would not align, the interfaces would have discrepancies, anything to prove that science had not perished. Yet, under the precise control of the operators, the Xuan Nü engine continued its descent. Not a single deviation. All the pipeline interfaces, all the fixation points, aligned with a despairing precision, perfectly matching the reserved positions of the Wei Long. Finally, with a crisp click, the sound of mechanical engagement echoed throughout the base, transmitted by highly sensitive microphones. Seamlessly integrated. Perfectly connected. Qin Jinghua's legs weakened, collapsing into his chair, mumbling to himself, "It's madness, utter madness. This is no longer science. This is theology." Mr. Li, however, paid no mind to the scientists behind him, who were beginning to doubt their very existence. He gazed at the Wei Long, now endowed with a new heart, its fierce, yet harmonious form causing his eyes to well with emotion. He knew the moment of vengeance had arrived. He turned abruptly, issuing a long-suppressed command to the operations staff behind him. Notify them to prepare Wang Ligua. The young officer, upon hearing the name, visibly stiffened, a look of concern crossing his face. The ace pilot Wang Ligua? He is still under observation following the last flight incident. Mr. Li's gaze turned icy, interrupting him. I said, have him prepare. Now, immediately.